But in his heart, he was also considering it. If he could get his hands on Dungun's army, it wouldn't be bad. On the other side, Du Jiyu Zan Tian went to the adjacent room. Inside, the people from the three families, Sword Marquee Manor, Qianlong Pavilion, and Flower Rain Tower, were already present. Seeing him enter, they clasped their fists and said,
"Thank you, old marshal, for intervening to help us."
Du Jiyu Zan Tian waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "No need for formalities. This is my duty. Besides, they're after someone else. I was just here to dissuade them."
Everyone nodded and smiled in unison, but soon Chu Bijun frowned and said, "Old Marshal, without hiding anything, we heard earlier that you wanted Zhuo Fan to join the military. I have a request. Could this matter be postponed? The 100 Schools tournament can't be without him. Of course, he definitely has to stay. As for joining the army, I still need to think about it. It's not decided yet. Please rest assured." Du Ji Uz Hantian sighed and immediately expressed his attitude. Was someone talking about me? Just at that moment, Zhuo Fan also walked in, chuckling twice. The eyes of the three people all lit up, and they smiled and nodded, relieved to see that he was completely unharmed. Zhuo Fan was currently the Lumalo family's dark horse. With him at this 100 Schools tournament, the Lumo family was a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, the Lumo family was nothing in the eyes of the 7 noble houses. But now that he was back, their alliance was considered much stronger. Chu Bijun looked at Zhuo Fan and said with a smile, "Steward Zhuo, the Luo family is all injured today, so I'm afraid they won't be able to participate in tomorrow's battle. As the steward of the Luo family, shouldn't you take their place?" Zhuo Fan shrugged, non-committally. "Of course. Besides, I'm representing the Luo family here. The first match will definitely be a bang. By then, the Luo family will truly be on par with you guys. Then I must go see what kind of sensation Steward Zhuo's first match will create." "Ha ha!" Long Yifei raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. With a glance at each other, everyone laughed together. "We're all looking forward to how resounding Zhuo Fan's first match will be tomorrow." The next day, at Yunlong City, the martial arts arena was filled with cheers and excitement. Inside the arena, Luo Lai lay on the ground, some dead or injured, with only 2 handsome youths standing straight with heavy breaths, but with excitement on their faces. At this moment, a Xuan Heaven Realm expert pointed at the arena and shouted, "The winning family this time, Sword Moon City's Zhu family, advances to the final 100 Schools tournament showdown." Immediately, a burst of applause and cheers erupted. The 2 youths in the arena walked down together, their hearts filled with excitement. Shui Ningxiang looked at the 2 coming down, took a few steps forward, and said with a happy smile, "Big brother, second brother, congratulations." It turned out that these 2 were Shu Gang, the eldest son of the Shu family, and Shu Lin, the second son. Since the battle at Qingming City, they had been rescued by Shi Tianyang and brought back to become an affiliated family of Sword Marquee Manor. This time, they also came to the 100 Schools tournament to assist Sword Marquee Manor. "Qiangare, Lingare, you 2 performed well. This time you've truly entered the final showdown and can participate in the battle alongside the young masters of Sword Marquee Manor." The Shui family head, Shui Wanlong, also stepped forward, laughing loudly. "Remember, don't embarrass our Shui family. Protect the 2 young masters well." "Yes," Shui Qiang and Shui Lin replied happily in unison. The Shu family's ancestor, Shu Dingtian, was also nodding continuously on the side. They knew that it was thanks to the protection of Sword Marquee Manor that they were able to survive the battle with Nether Abyss Valley back then. Therefore, in this 100 Schools tournament, they would definitely take this opportunity to repay the favor. Shi Tianyang followed behind Shui Ningxiang, shaking his head and sighing all the while. "Second uncle, father, why do you have to let the 2 elder brothers participate in such a bloody battle?" "To be honest, the cruelty of this battle is extraordinary.
Before he could finish, Zhu Wanlong clasped his fist with a solemn expression and said, "Second young master, no need to say more. We have received the grace of Sword Marquee Manor for so many years, yet we have been unable to repay it, making the Zhu family uneasy. Please give us a chance to exert ourselves for Sword Marquee Manor."
Shi Tianyang took a deep look at them after hearing this, sighing helplessly. Just at that moment, The voice of announcement rang out again in the arena. The next family battle. Flower Rain Tower's Dong family versus Sky Azure City's Yu family. As soon as the words fell, two familiar figures appeared, leading their disciples, and proceeded to the arena. Shui Ningxiang's eyes sparkled involuntarily, and she said, "Isn't that Big Brother Dong and Sister Wanser?" Xianjiang also nodded in agreement. "So it's them. This place is full of acquaintances."
The two members of the Dong family didn't know that Shi Tianyang was talking about them. At this time, the focus was on the battle in the arena. With the help of Flower Rain Tower, Dong Tianba had broken through to the Xuan Heaven realm. At this moment, he was majestic and awe-inspiring in the arena. In less than half an hour, he knocked down all the opponents and led everyone off the stage. This time, the referee once again announced the victory of Flower Rain City's Dong family. Just as they stepped off the stage,
Dong Tianba saw Xi Tianyang and the Shu family in front of him and exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Xi, the Shu family, Uncle Shu, it's been a long time since I've seen you." At this time, a kind-faced old man stepped forward and greeted him with joy. "Brother Shu, long time no see."
"I didn't expect that our two families would both enter the final showdown. It seems that our descendants will soon be fighting side by side. Ha ha!" The heads of the two families greeted each other continuously, talking happily. Just at that moment, a clear voice rang out again in the arena.
The next battle, Yueyang City's Hong family versus Qingming City's Sun family. The people of the Shu family immediately shook upon hearing this, and together they looked towards the arena, muttering in their mouths. Qingming City is the watchdog of Nether Abyss Valley. Back then, when Luo Yunhai pardoned and released the two members of the Sun family, the Sun family had sought the help of Nether Abyss Valley and became their subordinates. This time, the Sun family only sent one man and one woman, but the opponent had more than 50 Bone-Forging Realm cultivators, and even Xuan Heaven Realm cultivators. The Sun family only had 2 people, but their bodies were strange, surrounded by black mist, looking neither human nor ghost. They stood there, extremely gloomy, looking a bit scary. "Ha ha! 2 peak Bone-Forging Realms want to challenge so many experts like us. Isn't that overestimating yourselves?" a leading young man said with an evil smile, looking at the 2 members of the Sun family. "Seeing your ghostly appearances, you can't survive in the mortal world anymore. Are you here to seek death? Ha ha!" But as soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly moved, black gas swirling, instantly arriving among the crowd. In just a moment, the Hong family's leader's eyes widened and fell, dying with unresolved eyes. Everyone in the Hong family sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the 2 people in fear. After a long moment of silence, someone finally shouted angrily, "Damn it, they attack sneakily! Charge and kill them!" As a result, a massacre unfolded in the arena. The 2 ghostly figures of the Sun family crazily slaughtered all 50 members of the Hong family. Miserable cries kept ringing out, and everyone was dumbfounded. Before long, only the 2 of them stood in the middle of the arena, their aura flickering, eerily terrifying. Just at that moment, the woman in the arena looked evilly towards the people of the Zhuo family, saying with a weird smile, "Traitors of Nether Abyss Valley, today we will clear the ranks for Nether Abyss Valley. In the final showdown, we will hunt you down and kill you all, leaving no one alive. Ha ha!" Xi Tianyang looked at the 2 eerie people in front of him. His face darkened, protecting the Zhu family behind him, coldly saying, "Spouting nonsense. What are the 2 of you? Dare to touch the Zhu family? Just try it." The woman in front of him smiled strangely, unafraid, and said, "Second young Master Zhu, you are to be dealt with by our master. We are only dealing with these traitors of the Zhu family." The man next to her also nodded in agreement, saying, "Don't misunderstand. The Shui family is only our second target. Our first target is the Luo family." Shui Ningxiang panicked immediately upon hearing this, anxiously calling out, "What? You want to deal with the Luo family?" "That's right. We want to find the Luo family and kill them all, especially that steward Zhuo Fan. We must make him die without a complete corpse," the man seemed to say through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with evil intent. In contrast, Xi Tianyang, hearing that these 2 wanted to deal with Zhuo Fan, he immediately curled his lips in disdain. These 2 weirdos, neither human nor ghost, didn't even know how trashy they were, and they still wanted to deal with that monster.
They were truly overestimating themselves. Thinking this, he laughed loudly, not forgetting to encourage them. You guys go ahead. Their conversation was also heard by everyone, and they couldn't help but whisper, It's Zhuo Fan again. He's a thorn in everyone's side wherever he goes. Look, the Imperial Protectorate's 7 noble houses, the people of Nether Abyss Valley, have arrived. Just at that moment, a burst of cheers suddenly erupted from the stands. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Yuan Shan walking at the front with a gloomy face, followed by other elders. However, this was the martial arts arena of third-rate families, so clearly the people of the 7 noble houses shouldn't be present. Yet, at this moment, the people of Nether Abyss Valley had arrived, causing a stir. Could it be that they want to share the joy with the people? Impossible. There must be some important figure about to appear that is worth noticing. So, who exactly is so capable? They can attract the attention of the entire Nether Abyss Valley? A strange man of the Sun family looked towards Yuan Shan, revealing a radiant smile. The Nether Abyss Valley Master personally came to watch our family battle, which proves how much the Nether Abyss Valley Master values us. You bet. We're nothing like that traitor from the Zhu family. To the Valley Lord, we're his trusted peeps. The freaky girl next to him chimed in with a nod, flashing a wide smile that still looked kinda creepy. Ji Tianyang just rolled his eyes and scoffed. You two narcissists. Like you. Wan Shan has the time of day for freaks like you. Hearing that, the freaky girl shot back. What did you just say? But before Ji Tianyang could even reply, the crowd in the stands went wild again. It's Hua Yulu. Everyone whipped their heads around, and sure enough, the folks from Hua Yulu were making their entrance. Chu Bijun was in the lead, with Chu Qingcheng and Tu Lozhus behind her, plus Xiao Dandan. The moment they walked in, they were all scanning the place, totally looking for Zhuo Fan. Shi Tianyang caught this and let out a sly chuckle. Another one shows up. That kid's gonna have a real headache this time. The head of the Dong family spotted the Hua Yulu entourage and couldn't help but beam, laughing out loud. Ha ha! I never thought the Laozhus from Hua Yulu would all come to grace us with their support. Our Dong family is truly overwhelmed by this honor. Even though our Dong family are also close associates of Hua Yulu, this kind of reception, aha, you Shu family guys must be secretly green with envy, huh? Look at them, with their family head here to back them up, while we only got. Ji Tianyang's eyebrow twitched, and he couldn't help but scoff internally, sighing, Ha! Looks like those two nutjobs aren't the only narcissists here. But no sooner had he said that, another wave of astonished cries swept through. At the same moment, the Zhu family folks' eyes practically lit up, buzzing with excitement. Young Master Xi, quick, look! It's Jian Haofu. And indeed, it was the Jian Haofu contingent arriving, led by Estate Lord Shi Kofeng himself. Flanking him were his eldest son, Shi Tiansheng, and Elder Feng, his personal sword attendant, followed by a whole bunch of other elders. Shui Dingxian was ecstatic, couldn't resist glancing over at the Dong family head and chuckling, Haha, family head Dong, looks like Jian Haofu holds our Shui family in pretty high regard too, Shi Tianyang finally couldn't stand it anymore. These guys really didn't know their own damn worth. Second-rate, third-rate families like them? Did they seriously think people from the 7 houses would show up personally for them? The answer was a big fat no. It was painfully obvious the 7 houses were here today to see how that freak, Zhuo Fan, was going to perform. He just had to burst their bubble a bit. Look, guys, I know this might sting a little, but could you all just, keep it real and stop getting so high on yourselves? Those big shots haven't even spared you a glance since they walked in. How could they possibly be here for you? The moment he dropped that truth bomb, the laughter from both families just died. Silence. They actually started to ponder. And yeah, it kind of looked like he was spot on. Shi Tianyang gave a slight shake of his head. Finally, these guys were getting a clue about where they stood. It wasn't that he was looking down on them, per se. It's just that, fundamentally, there was no way they'd ever be on the radar of bigwigs from the 7 houses. Right at that moment, the gasps and murmurs from the crowd swelled up again. It's Qian Long Pavilion, and Medicine King Hall is here too. And look, Joyous Woods. This time, everyone was genuinely floored. 6 out of the 7 houses were actually present. Just who the heck was important enough to draw out almost all of the 7 houses today? But then, a moment later, their eyes landed on Lin Quanfeng, and a new wave of chatter started up. Isn't that Lin Quanfeng, the forest-piercing swift dragon of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Why's he got only 1 leg? Can he still pierce forests like that? Lin Quanfeng, after a night of treatment, had recovered a bit, though his face was still pale. Thing is, Zhuo Fan had totally wrecked his leg, so now he was stuck hobbling around on a crutch. And just when everyone thought they couldn't be more surprised, they saw the next group approaching and sucked in a cold breath. No way! Even they're here? The top dog of the 7 houses, Emperor Gate. Leading the pack was none other than Emperor Gate's sect leader, Huangfu Tianyuan. To his left was the divine calculator, Lang Wuchang, and to his right, his eldest son, Huangfu Qingtian, the top dog of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. And behind them, a whole troop of sky-profound realm masters, man, more than 30 of them. People couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear, just staring dumbfounded at that imposing entourage. That kind of power. No wonder they're the top family of the 7 houses, definitely not to be messed with. It's no surprise he's got ambitions to gobble up the other 6. Heck, with that kind of muscle, it'd be a waste not to have such ambitions. After the wave of shock passed, and people collected themselves, the referee on the arena stage spoke up again to announce, the next family battle pits Xingfeng City's Wan family against Fenglin City's Luo family. The moment he finished speaking, all eyes immediately swiveled to the entranceway. Finally, the most anticipated dark horse of this whole 100 schools contention was about to take the stage. But looking at the Lukeo family, even though they'd shown some serious power in their previous fights, right now they looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. In this match, if that monster holding up the Lukeo family didn't show his face, the Lukeo family was toast, no doubt about it. Slow, deliberate footsteps approached. With everyone watching intently, the Luo family finally made their entrance. Luo Yunchang was at the front, and walking alongside her, supported by someone, was the injured Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai's performance before had gotten people pretty hyped, but in his current state, how could he possibly fight? This match looked like a guaranteed win for the Wan Kan family. The Luo family really seemed to be out of fighters. Completely opposite to the crowd's disappointment, the Wan family folks were practically giddy. The Luo young master's leg is busted. How's he gonna fight like that? This one's in the bag for us. But the words had barely left their mouths when, from behind the Luo family group, another figure, radiating an absolutely explosive aura, began to walk forward slowly. He casually twirled the thundercloud ring on his finger, and a crackle of lightning immediately sounded. Zhuo Fan strolled forward, his expression cool and detached, like nothing and no one could even register in his eyes. The moment folks from Emperor Gate, Yuming Jiyu, and Joyous Woods saw him, open hostility flashed across their faces. On the flip side, the 3 families allied with the Luo family, led by Hua Yu Lu, were absolutely thrilled to see him. With him around, the Luo family could definitely make it into the top ranks of the 100 schools contention, help them in their battles, and they wouldn't have to be so scared of Emperor Gate throwing its weight around anymore. Seeing him arrive, someone in the stands gasped and yelled out, It's the soaring demon dragon! He's the Luo family's ultimate weapon! It's no exaggeration to say that everything the Luo family has achieved today is all thanks to him. So yeah, as long as he shows up, the Luo family's got this in the bag. In that instant, it dawned on everyone. The reason all those big shots from the 7 houses were gathered here today? It was clearly all for him. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Zhuo Fan just coolly walked to the front and said indifferently, Old Pang, you guys stay here and look after the young master and young miss. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and started whispering amongst themselves. Wait, is he planning to take on both of the Wan family's powerhouses all by himself? Big brother Zhuo, you can do it. Shui Ningxiang yelled out towards Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan slowed his pace, glanced her way, gave a little wave and a faint smile. Just then, up in the Hua Yulu stands, Zhao Dandan was also cheering her lungs out. Hubby, go get him, knock him down. The Mudan Luzhu, seeing her all worked up, immediately snapped, You little brat, behave yourself for crying out loud. The moment those words were out, Zhuo Fan clapped a hand to his forehead. Damn it, this girl just won't quit. Was his warning not clear enough? These 2 really weren't afraid of dying, huh? Still calling him hubby nonstop. It was seriously infuriating. And just as mad, over on her side, Luo Yunchang was grinding her teeth, saying, "Butler Zhuo, you really are quite the suave and handsome one, sowing your wild oats everywhere." Shrugging nonchalantly, Zhuo Fan just said, "I just do what needs to be done. It's always circumstances forcing my hand, not something I can control." "Oh, circumstances forcing your hand, is it?" Luo Yunchang arched an eyebrow, stepping closer with a mischievous grin. Zhuo Fan froze, instinctively backing up a couple of steps. "What do you think you're doing?" But before he could get far, Luo Yunchang darted forward and planted a soft kiss right on his forehead. And before he could even react, she quickly pulled away, smiling breezily. This, too, was circumstances forcing my hand. "Butler Zhuo, good luck out there." With that, she turned her head to look straight at Chu Qingcheng, raising an eyebrow in clear provocation. Luo Yunchang's move totally managed to piss Chu Qingcheng off, her hands balled into tight fists. If there wasn't something so important going on today, she'd definitely march right down there and give her a piece of her mind. Besides, she couldn't just lose her cool in front of all these people. She was the head lose who of Hua Yu Lu, for crying out loud. She couldn't do something that would make her lose face like that. Down below, Huangfu Tianyuan was looking on coldly, a frosty glint in his eyes as he said, "Mr. Lengxing, out of all these women, which one do you think is his fatal weakness?" Leng Wucheng mulled it over for a moment, then shook his head with deep meaning. "The flowers may fall with intent, but the stream flows on, unfeeling. These girls might all be smitten with this brat, but it's not certain he holds all of them in his heart. As for his actual fatal weakness, we'll need to observe a bit more." Huangfu Tianyuan nodded inwardly. He wasn't in any rush right now. Time was on his side. He could play with this kid slowly. Besides, the one who really had to face him wasn't himself, but that son of his. Whichever of those two ended up losing, he'd be the one to gain, wouldn't he? So for today's battle, he just needed to hang back and watch that swift, decisive move from Luo Yunchang as she made her getaway. Zhuo Fan didn't really feel much from that kiss. He was mostly just baffled as to why she'd even do that. But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to just drop it. There were more important things to deal with right now. Just then, however, a bizarre-looking man and woman, both wreathed in black kui, suddenly appeared right in front of Zhuo Fan. He was a bit confused. He didn't know these two. What were they blocking his path for? Squinting at those two, I said suspiciously, "Yo, what's up with you two, Zhuo Fan? You don't recognize us." That dude smirked, making a freaky sound. The woman followed suit with an evil laugh. Zhuo Fan frowned, shaking his head, all confused. "Sorry, I've screwed over too many people, can't keep track. If you're here for revenge, you'll have to wait a sec. I'll make sure your deaths are comfy, Zhuo Fan. You're still as arrogant as ever, thinking you're all that, but we're different now. Soon, you're the one who's gonna die." The dude let out another weird laugh, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Zhuo Fan nodded, casually saying, "Of course you're different. I never remembered meeting anyone as ugly as you guys." As soon as he said that, the whole place erupted in chuckles. The two of them got even more pissed. Just then, a loud shout echoed in the air, "Zhuo Fan, you're going too far." Along with the shout, two more streams of dark chi appeared in front of Zhuo Fan, solidifying into bodies. They were two old geezers at the heavenly profound realm, but these two looked just as messed up as the first pair. Barely human, barely ghosts. One of the old guy's eyes flashed coldly as he growled, "Zhuo Fan, ever since the first time we met, you've been mocking us. We owe our miserable state all to you. Today, we're getting our revenge." Just then, Luo Yuncheng walked up, frowning, and bowed slightly. She asked, puzzled, "Hold on a sec, you guys want revenge on Zhuo Fan? But can you at least tell us what he did to offend you?" The old guy sneered, gritting his teeth. "Luo Yuncheng, you forgot about the destruction of your home and the exile. Have you forgotten everything?" Hearing that, Luo Yuncheng gasped and covered her mouth, stuttering, "See, could you be, granduncle?" Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, didn't seem too bothered. He casually said, "Ah, so it's you guys. Didn't think you'd fall so low, looking like ghouls. You want this old man to help you reincarnate or something? We're here to kill you, and die with you." The old guy's eyes glinted evilly as he spoke coldly, his voice full of determination. HMPH. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh. Even if you want to kill me, you gotta understand priorities, right? I need to deal with those guys on stage first. I'll find you after. Is that okay? The four of them glanced at each other, then nodded slightly. Gotta know your enemy, right? Seeing his strength first is a good idea. In the end, they understood and made way. Zhuo Fan swaggered onto the stage. At this moment, two powerhouses in the audience wore solemn expressions. They thought he was just at the 9th level of the bone-forging realm, and wasn't that impressive. But people call him the soaring demonic dragon, the freak who has been shaking up Tianyu for the last few years, so they hesitated. If this guy is really that scary, they can't take him lightly. Thinking this, the leader cupped his fist and said, "Soaring demonic dragon, we've heard so much about you." After saying this, the group immediately made a gesture, ready to fight. Hold on. Before they could move, Zhuo Fan quickly waved his hand. The Luzo family must go to the final battle, so there's no need for so much trouble. One match to decide the winner. If I lose, I'll retreat. If I win, I'll go straight to the final battle, on par with the 7 families. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. That's too arrogant. Even Huangpu Tianyuan, sitting on the high platform, squinted at him and sighed. Does he want to take on the entire family by himself? That's too cocky. Lang Wuchang stared intently at the scene, saying meaningfully, Zhuo Fan's cunning is not something a carefree person has. On the stage, the host pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhuo Fan and said, this doesn't seem to follow the rules. There's no such thing as following or not following the rules. As long as you're strong enough, you're qualified to participate in the final battle. Saying this, he glanced at the high platform where Huangpu Qingtian was sitting and provoked, "Besides, I think the head of the 7 families would also like to know who their opponent is as soon as possible." As he expected, Huangpu Qingtian immediately stood up from his seat and shouted, "I declare that anyone who can take Zhuo Fan's head, that family will receive the protection of our Emperor Gate for generations." In an instant, the whole place sucked in a cold breath, as if they couldn't believe his words. This was really a pie falling from the sky. Just taking one person's life could turn them into a family affiliated with the Emperor Gate. They never dreamed they'd get such a great deal. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, didn't react too much, still calmly standing there looking at Huangpu Qingtian, revealing an evil smile. "Young Master Huangpu, you're going to get a lot of people killed like this. Isn't that what you want?" Huangpu Qingtian smiled back, speaking indifferently. As if they understood each other, the two of them, one above and one below, burst out laughing. That's right. What Zhuo Fan wanted was a shocking battle, making the Luso family's position equal to that of the 7 families. Of course, the more people who came to their deaths, the better. As for Huangpu Qingtian, he also wanted to use these people to find out Zhuo Fan's true abilities. Both sides clearly understood each other's calculations and used each other to get what they wanted. These two were ruthless and ambitious, people who could accomplish great things. But a mountain cannot have 2 tigers, so the two of them were destined to be enemies. Soon, the world would definitely become a battleground for the two of them. The unification of the 7 families was unstoppable. It just depended on who laughed last. Since someone from the Emperor Gate had spoken up, everyone didn't dare to object. The referee sighed, and then announced loudly, "The Luo family's final battle, the fight for advancement begins." As soon as he said this, the crowd in the audience rushed forward with the force of a storm. In an instant, the stage was immediately filled with excitement and loud shouts. Looking at this scene, Shui Ningxiang couldn't help but become nervous and worried. "Big brother Zhao, nothing will happen to you, right? No way, even the 7 families can't move him, let alone these nobodies." Shi Tianyang knew she was worried and spoke to reassure her. But he also said with some trepidation, "But these thousands of people, isn't the number a bit too much? Asian. Even if that kid is strong, he might be dragged to death. Why isn't he taking action? Besides, even if he's stronger, he can't fight against so many people. He's dead for sure." An old guy smirked. "But it's a pity. We're already affiliated with the Underworld Valley. We can't join the Emperor Gate, or we'll offend the Underworld Valley. Otherwise, we'd want to try our luck too." Shi Tianyang glanced at the 2 inhuman, ghostly figures talking nonsense and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. "You know nothing. That Zhuo Fan won't do things he's not sure of, so the final victor in this battle can only be him." Suddenly at this moment, just as the crowd rushed forward, a storm suddenly swept across the stage.
Huangpu Tianyuan's face couldn't help but darken as he was suppressed by the invisible pressure, and the old men on the stage fell down one after another as the storm swept through, dying without closing their eyes.
Zhuo Fan stepped on the corpses, slowly walked forward, and showed a cold smile. "Anyone else want my head? Come on." Everyone looked at the people dying like flies on the ground, took a cold breath, and stammered, "They're all dead. They're dead." Even the people of the 7 families couldn't help but be shocked. This kid really dominated the entire stage as soon as he came out. He hasn't even made a move, and his enemies are already dying like flies. Huangpu Qingtian's eyelids twitched slightly as he said heavily, "It's divine illumination, divine ability, killing intent." Although his words were soft, they still reached everyone's ears in the end. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Zhuo Fan in shock, filled with disbelief. Wanshan looked at him in surprise and said with some fear, "Isn't that killing intent a divine illumination technique? Why can this kid, who's only at the bone-forging realm, have cultivated such a divine ability?" Yan Bagong also couldn't believe it, staring intently at the stage below, saying in shock. The 7 families at this moment looked at Zhuo Fan with some fear. His strength far exceeded their imagination. They originally thought he was just a body-refining cultivator who had cultivated an indestructible body, but they never dreamed that he had cultivated the divine ability of the divine illumination realm, leaving a bunch of them in the dust. Don't even mention the elders. Even the family heads couldn't do this. Now that he's only at the bone-forging realm, he already has such terrifying strength. Once he breaks through to the heavenly profound realm, he'll be able to fight against the divine illumination realm. Even if this is a bit unbelievable, if it's placed on the name of the freak Zhuo Fan, the probability of success isn't low. After getting rid of these pieces of trash, Zhuo Fan turned his head to look at the high platform, where Huangpu Qingtian grinned triumphantly, showing a strange smile. In everyone's shocked eyes, Zhuo Fan raised his hand, gave the thumbs-down gesture to the people on the high platform, and accompanied it with a provocative smile. Huangpu Qingtian gritted his teeth in anger when he saw his gesture. He understood at this moment that Zhuo Fan deliberately used this trick to dominate the entire stage, just to deliberately humiliate him, because he had used this trick to show off to him the other day, so this time he returned it. Thinking of this, Huangpu Qingtian angrily clenched Langkang, suppressing his rage. At some point, Yun Yushan had run over to the Medicine King Hall's side, looking towards Yan Bangyi and saying, "Old poison devil, have you ever seen the first young master lose his composure like this?" Slowly shaking his head, Yan Bangyi said with a serious face, "I don't recall ever seeing it, not even me." Yushan chuckled and nodded. But this kid is indeed a worthy opponent to make the first young master so angry. But quickly, Yu Yushan sighed helplessly. Looks like the decisive battle of the 7 families surrounding the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix has turned into a duel between Zhen Tian Emperor Dragon and Cheng Tian Devil Dragon. All we can do is wave flags and cheer on the sidelines, like mere followers. When did we become so useless? Hearing this, Yan Bagong slowly turned his head to look at the 2 of them, and said indifferently, "You 2 don't need to blame yourselves so much this time. In the plan to deal with this little monster, there will be times when you 2 can exert your strength." Their bodies involuntarily trembled. The 2 of them exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up, as if regaining their original fighting spirit. Yan Fu on the side also smirked, a hint of hatred showing in his eyes. "That's right, as long as we work together we can definitely deal with this kid." However, the 2 of them rejected this idea. Yu Yushan looked at him with a disdainful smile. "Us, ha! What qualifications do you have to be on par with us 6 dragons? Using us." As soon as he said this, the 2 of them immediately burst into laughter, and even Yan Bagong secretly chuckled, without saying a word. Yan Fu bit his lip, hating to the point of gnashing his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was currently alone and helpless. His master was gone, and he had lost his support in the Medicine King Hall. Although he had outstanding alchemy skills, he couldn't compare to Yan Bangyi, so he wasn't valued. This made him hate Zhuo Fan even more. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. At the same time, under the stage, witnessing Zhuo Fan's terrifying strength, no one dared to step forward to challenge him, and they quickly retreated. The host looked at the dead people in front of him and exclaimed in fear,
In the millennium-long 100 Schools tournament, there have never been so many deaths. Zhuo Fan looked at the crowd retreating in droves and smirked. Finally, he looked at the old host and said, "I guess no one else is coming to challenge me." Announced the results. After a long period of silence, the host finally woke up from his shock and announced clearly, "This time, the family that has advanced into the inner war, the winner is Fenglin City's Luo family." Originally, the audience would applaud and cheer every time a battle was announced. But at this moment, as soon as the host's voice came out, there was silence. Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to it. He stepped over the corpses and walked down the stage, finally turning to Commander Pang and saying, "Too much of a hindrance, old Pang. List the families of everyone lying on the ground for me, and then I'll go visit each of them." Old Pang nodded and bowed, accepting his fate. The spectators, seeing this scene, said with a mixture of grief and indignation, "Zhuo Fan, you don't need to shed crocodile tears. You killed so many people today. We don't need you to visit us to atone for your sins. We won't let you off." "Visit us to atone for sins?" Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Ha ha! Are you guys overthinking it? When have I, Zhuo Fan, ever regretted killing people, let alone visit you ants to atone for anything? I remember each and every one of you who rushed up to kill me just now. The reason I need this list is to go to each of your houses in the future and eliminate you all, to avoid future troubles." Everyone present, hearing these words, gasped and looked at him with fear. This was too cruel. He killed so many people, and now he wants to hunt them down to the end. For a moment, everyone had the idea of leaving their family and retreating to the mountains to avoid his pursuit. Taking everything into his eyes, Leng Wucheng curled his lips, admiringly saying, "This kid's methods are truly brilliant. People are conservative only for survival. When survival is directly threatened, hatred will conversely fade. So those people today will probably immediately scurry back to their hometowns to prepare to hide, and won't cause any obstacles to this 100 Schools tournament for Han." Huangpu Tianyuan pondered for a while, and also said indifferently, "But this kid's actions are like those of a tyrant, difficult to win people's hearts." Leng Wucheng chuckled and shook his head, saying, "A tyrant is only a tyrant until he keeps winning. Then he's an emperor of the ages. Also, the means are just means of acting. There's really nothing to compare. At least from what it looks like now, his success has left a deep impression on the families. Offending the Luko family or the 7 families is basically courting annihilation. Then, aside from us, who would dare to target the Luko family?" Huangpu Tianyuan took a deep breath and nodded calmly. "This person not only has the qualifications of a hero, but also the talent of an emperor. It's still better to eliminate him as soon as possible." Having said that, the two of them stared intently at the stage, constantly thinking of countermeasures in their minds. As soon as Zhuo Fan stepped down from the stage, he was greeted by Xie Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang. At this moment, a bright smile bloomed on his face, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the two people in front of him. What he didn't notice was that his actions had been observed by Leng Wucheng. At this moment, Leng Wucheng showed a strange smile and said to Huangpu Tianyuan, "Sect leader, I seem to have found a clue to this kid's weakness." His eyes lit up. Huangpu Tianyuan frowned and said, "Could it be that Mr. Leng has already figured out how to break it? That kid's divine power suddenly disappears and reappears?" Leng Wucheng shook his head and said indifferently, "Not yet. I feel that it's probably similar to space teleportation. Perhaps we need to use a formation to restrain him, to separate him. But how do we trap him in the formation? His cunning is not something ordinary people can compare to." Huangpu Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and said doubtfully. Leng Wucheng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile and saying, "That's right. This kid is as cunning as a fox. Even I find it difficult to deceive him. But even the smartest people have moments of inconsistency." "Oh, it seems Mr. Leng already has a plan." Huangpu Tianyuan frowned slightly, a light flashing in his eyes. However, Leng Wucheng did not answer at this time, only nodded silently, revealing an inscrutable smile. At this moment, under the stage, seeing Zhuo Fan coming over, Shui Ningxiang couldn't help but smile and say, "Brother Zhuo, congratulations on successfully entering the 100 Families' decisive battle." Zhuo Fan looked at her with an innocent smile.
a hint of affection in his eyes, and nodded in reply.
Of course, those bandits, even a few thousand more, are nothing to be afraid of. Shui Ningxiang nodded and smiled, purely and innocently, and didn't know the danger of this 100 schools tournament at all. But quickly, she frowned and hesitated, saying, "Then, Brother Zhuo, before, our Shui family almost had our clan wiped out. Knowing that despair and fear, I beg you, can you spare them?" As soon as she said this, the people of the Shu family were immediately frightened and trembled, saying to stop her, "Ninger, you can't. Who are you begging in front of?"
He's the Chongtian devil dragon who has been wreaking havoc in Tianyu for the past few years. Countless people have died at his hands. How much weight does a girl like you have to dare to beg for mercy? But unexpectedly, Zhuo Fan was only stunned for a moment, then rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Okay, no problem. I was just scaring them. As long as they don't come and provoke me, I'll spare them." Everyone was immediately stunned. How could he be so easy to talk to? Was this still the devil who overwhelmed the entire field with one move just now? It was as if he and the person who was just stomping on corpses on the stage were two different people. The smiles on everyone's faces were a little stiff. However, a naive girl like Shui Ningxiang didn't pay much attention to it, and immediately smiled happily. Shi Tianyang suddenly came over, brushed away Zhuo Fan's hand that was still rubbing her head, saying, "Hey, take your hand away. Don't you know the concept of men and women shouldn't touch each other?" Luo Yunshang, who didn't know when she had come over, also spoke in agreement. That's right. How can a decent girl's body be casually touched by others?
"Ninger, don't mind it. This Zhuo steward is a rude person.
I will definitely teach him a lesson when we get back." "Oh, no need. I'm fine," Zhui Ningxiang said, a little confused. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows at their actions. A bit of inexplicable irritability suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, Commander Pang came to his side and handed him a thin piece of paper. Steward Zhuo, this is the list, Zhuo Fan took it casually, without even looking at it, tore it to pieces, and threw it away, saying coldly, "I don't need it."
Commander Pang was slightly startled, not understanding, and muttered suspiciously, "Why is Steward Zhuo so angry?" Everyone looked at his departing figure, feeling a little confused. Wasn't he fine just now? How did he suddenly become like he was looking at everyone with displeasure?
At this moment, Zhuo Fan didn't understand either, feeling suddenly uncomfortable without any outlet. Recalling the words just now, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He just rubbed her head a little, and they were making such a fuss about it. Also, he saw Ninger as his little sister, so what was wrong with rubbing her head? These two were opposing him, making him so angry. But at this moment, he happened to see the treacherous people from the Tai and Sun families, and immediately vented his anger on them. Wait, originally they were planning to escape in the chaos, but they were suddenly called back by Zhuo Fan. The four people from the Tai family immediately trembled and stopped.
Stuttering, they said, "WH. What's the matter? What's the matter?" Zhuo Fan smirked, snorted coldly, and shouted, "Tai Rong, Tai Xiaoding, and the two father and son Su Jia. Didn't you say just now that you wanted to kill me? Now you're asking me what's the matter. Didn't the four of you want to kill me to avenge your revenge? Come on. I'll give you both hands." However, after the commotion just now, who would dare to challenge him? As long as they were not afraid of death and stepped forward, what awaited them was inevitable death. Thinking of this, the four people from the Tai family gritted their teeth in fear, not daring to move a step.
Seeing that they still didn't make a move, Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "You're not making a move, huh? If you don't have the guts to make a move, then obediently kneel down for me and listen to my teachings." As if granted amnesty, the four of them immediately knelt down in front of him. Having walked through the gates of death once, they were naturally afraid of dying.
So as long as they could protect their lives, they wouldn't care about losing any dignity. Luo Yunshang saw this scene, and her heart was a little panicked. She questioned, "How did you guys become like this?"
What else could it be? Isn't it all thanks to the Underworld Valley teaching them this self-destructive, demonic art? Before the four could even reply, Zhuo Fan interrupted loudly, "Look at yourselves now. You're neither human nor ghost. What face do you have left to live in this world? Is this the powerful family you were chasing after? Seriously, especially you. You had it good as an elder of the Lubao family, but you wanted to follow your son to the Sun family for an easy life. Useless. You know why you ended up like this? Serves you right. You had a good life, but wanted to be someone's dog. When you were an elder in the Lu Bao family, you wanted to climb the underworld valley's high tree. Now that you've climbed up, you're living worse than a dog. After being scolded by him, Tairong's face turned red with shame. He could only lower his head and endure it, unable to say a word in rebuttal. Luo Yunshang looked at his erratic behavior, her expression a bit complicated, but she didn't say anything. After pondering for a long time, Tairong took a deep breath and couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Zhuo Fan, you can kill us if you want, but don't humiliate us anymore." Zhuo Fan looked at them and laughed coldly. "Kill you? Why should I kill you?" "You're not going to kill us." Tairong was stunned, and asked a bit strangely, "Of course. In my eyes, Zhuo Fan, there are only two kinds of people, those I'll befriend and enemies I'll kill." Saying this, he sneered and said, "Which one do you think you are in my eyes?" "Enemies," Tairong tentatively asked. But Zhuo Fan didn't answer, and just stood there with a cold smile. Tairong took another chance and said, "Could it be friends?" Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "You guys, you've never even been in my eyes. A bunch of clowns not worthy of me killing, let alone being friends with. Get lost. Live your lives like dogs. Taste all the suffering in this world, and wake up to what you did before. I'm still waiting to see a good show." After scolding these people, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long also felt much better. Having vented his anger, he regained his composure, and his expression softened a lot. But the four of Tairong weren't so lucky. Being nakedly humiliated like this, they were so angry their faces turned red. But they couldn't resist, and could only endure the shame and leave. However, Zhuo Fan didn't let them have their way, and spoke again in a sinister tone. "Who told you to stand up? Crawl out of here! Like dogs!" The four bit their lips hard. They could only do as he said. Crawling out of the place like dogs, Zhuo Fan was aggressively intimidating, completely destroying their dignity. But they couldn't help but endure it, and live on. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh. His methods were indeed insidious, especially the people of the Shui and Deng families, who lived by relying on other families. Seeing Tairong and the others crawling on the ground, their faces were a bit ugly. The two families were just like these four, acting like people in front of others, but like dogs behind their backs. If they were unlucky and lost their backing one day, the Shu family would be just like these people, enduring and living on. Seeing the four gradually disappear, head butler Pang came to his side and said with a smile, "Steward Zhuo, calm down. Why bother getting angry with them?" Zhuo Fan shrugged, indifferently shook his head, and said coldly, "I'm not angry because of these useless trash." Then he turned to the people of the Shu and Deng families and said politely, "Well, everyone, the Louis Zhuo family still has things waiting for me to deal with. I'll take my leave first." On the way back, Lu Xiaoyuanshang said with a somewhat complicated expression, "Zhuo Fan, you towards Ningxie girl." Seeing that she still didn't finish her sentence, Zhuo Fan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" But Luo Yunsheng only glanced at him, seeing that he didn't seem to realize anything. She shook her head and said, "Nothing. Let's go back." Zhuo Fan looked at the erratic young miss in confusion, his expression a bit puzzled. What's wrong now? She's the one who wanted to talk, and she's the one who doesn't want to talk. Are all women as fickle as the weather? Not long after, Zhuo Fan and the others returned to the Lu Shao family's lodging. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Lei Yuntian and Tu Wei Tiangshuan welcoming them. Seeing him return, Lei Yuntian cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Steward Zhuo made a move. Today must be a big win, right?" Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention here. He pointed to the people behind him and said, "Elder Lei, each of these two gets 20 strikes. Hit them hard!" I didn't have time to worry about them these past 2 days. Did they think I forgot? The day the Luo family was attacked, even our allies, outsiders, were seriously injured because of the 2 siblings. And you guys? You didn't care about the safety of your masters. I'm being merciful by not beating you to death. Lei Yuntian was a bit stunned. What's wrong with Steward Zhuo? He's furious as soon as he gets back. Did someone offend him in the battle? On the contrary, the people behind knew his methods. One of them said in fear, But they are the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. We going up is useless. It's just giving our lives away. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan immediately waved his hand and sent that person flying, angrily saying, As guards of the Luo family, even if you know you can't win, you have to be a meat shield in front of me. The masters absolutely can't die before you. In my eyes, you don't see the Luo family as your masters, so you need to be taught a lesson, Elder Lei. What are you still standing there for? Execute it immediately. Saying that, he didn't turn his head and immediately went into the room.
Lei Yuntian looked at his leaving figure and asked in confusion, Yunsheng, what's wrong with Steward Zhuo today? He seems to be giving orders very impulsively. Luo Yunsheng's mood was a bit complicated, but she didn't reveal it, looking at Lei Yuntian and smiling. Forget it, Uncle Lei. 20 strikes each, hit them hard. Just give them some punishment.
Luo Yunsheng looked deeply at the closed room, her expression sinking. Could it be that Zhuo Fan really feels that way about Ningguer, so that's why he's so angry? But I hope it's just me overthinking.
Back in the room, Zhuo Fan immediately poured himself a cup of tea, taking a long sip to regain his composure. At this time, Luo Yunsheng and head butler Pang also followed in. Glancing at them, Zhuo Fan said indifferently, Where are old Li and the others? They must be nearby, right?
Zhuo Fan knew that Cheng Yunlong didn't allow godly illumination experts inside. Guessing that they must be waiting for instructions not far outside, head butler Pang slowly shook his head, saying calmly, Lei Niang and Elder Yan said that you had arrangements, so they didn't follow.
Right, I did tell them to take action at this time. What about the others? Zhuo Fan nodded, saying after pondering for a moment, head butler Peng Chen spoke up. The others didn't follow. Why, Zhuo Fan had been busy these past few days and didn't have time to ask about the Luo family situation. Now hearing this news, he asked in shock,
Is it my idea? Luo Yunsheng stood to one side and said indifferently, Cheng Yunlong doesn't allow godly illumination experts inside, and you told us before not to easily reveal our trump cards, so... Are you a pig? Before she could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan scolded loudly, angrily shouting, The 7 noble houses don't bring godly illumination experts because they have the strength. You don't bring them? If you and Yunhai are killed here, then what's left for the Luo family to do? What's the point of the family that I spent so much effort building? She had already suffered a lot of grievances on the stage just now, and now being scolded by him, her heart was filled with resentment, her eyes turned red, and she gritted her teeth and cried out, That's right, I didn't think it through, I couldn't arrange everything properly, and you disappeared for 5 years. And when you came back, you found everyone unpleasant to look at, and you were filled with anger at everyone. If that's the case, it would have been better if you hadn't come back. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and resentfully slammed the door shut and left. Head butler Pang was stuck between the two, not knowing what to do, awkwardly looking at Zhuo Fan and saying, Well, Steward Zhuo, don't take it to heart. Those weren't her true feelings. All right, I know. Is it the first time she's showing her young mistemperament? Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed, taking a deep breath, then calmly saying,
Old Pang, immediately send a jade slip to inform Elder Lion to come and support us. I predict that we'll have to completely turn against the Emperor Gate this time. Head butler Pang nodded and accepted the order, immediately going to send the message. After he left, Zhuo Fan suddenly sighed, realizing that he was a bit unusual today, as if his anger flared up and he wanted to scold everyone he saw, and even acted rashly. This isn't a good sign. Flying off the handle like that is just reckless. If he can't control it, it could lead to eternal damnation. He absolutely can't let that happen. Right then and there, suddenly his right eye pupil reacted, as if there was a sign it wanted to break through to the second stage of the Void Illumination Divine Eye. Sensing this, Zhuo Fan immediately activated the protective formation and entered a cultivation state right away. 4 days later, Zhuo Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead drenched in sweat. However, this cultivation attempt wasn't successful. He slumped to the ground in disappointment, letting out a long sigh. Ugh, still failed. Is it that his primordial spirit isn't strong enough to break through to the second stage? Or are there too many distracting thoughts in his heart?
making it hard to calm down and recognize the danger. Zhuo Yifan secretly resolved that he must cultivate his mental state further and not let external things bother him. He can't let anything hinder his path to becoming a powerhouse. He absolutely won't allow it. At this moment, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Just like when he first opened them after his body-snatching rebirth, he will resolutely walk the path of the strong, heartless, and without Daffio. Just single-mindedly pursue his own path. Regaining his composure, Zhuo Fan decided to get up and leave the room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Luo Yunchang and the others waiting outside.
He walked over and asked, "What's up?" Seeing that he finally came out, Luo Yunchang smiled and said, "The Long Sect leader sent someone with a message, wanting to discuss the final 7 families' battle with you." But before she could finish, Zhuo Fan went straight past her, coldly saying, "All right, I got it." Luo Yunchang stared blankly at his departing figure, the lonely back making her heart ache a bit.
Glancing at Pang Tongling beside her, she asked in confusion, "Commander Pang, do you feel like he's changed again?" The commander shook his head in delighted surprise. "It's not that Steward Zhuo has changed, but he's actually reverted to how he was 8 years ago, back to when we met him in the Misty Forest." Hearing this, Luo Yunchang was stunned.
The Zhuo Fan of 8 years ago was ruthless and uncaring, not giving a damn about anything.
She feared the him of 8 years ago, but even more she felt sorry for his loneliness, leaving everything behind. Zhuo Fan made his way to the council chamber, constantly pondering his path of cultivation. The demonic path is about having only yourself in your heart, not caring about anyone else, and not being disturbed by external things. But these past few years, getting along with the Luo family and experiencing feelings he'd never had before, have made his thoughts no longer as calm as they once were. That's why he couldn't break through to the second stage of the void illumination divine eye. He has to eliminate all those distracting thoughts and emotions. A strong person doesn't need those useless entanglements. The distracting thoughts he wants to eliminate are the close friendship with Shi Tianyang and Hai Yu, or the familial affection for the Luo family, or the unforgettable longing for that beautiful heart-stirring figure in the slums back then. In his heart, he had already made a clear decision. But at some point, he will realize that emotions are something he should have for himself. Life is meaningless without ups and downs, and we should cherish life. The emotions that he thinks will hinder his cultivation path will sometimes help him get things he can't imagine. But this is a matter for the future. He must enlighten himself before he can understand the true value of the relationship between people. Lost in thought, it didn't take long for him to reach a courtyard. Longju and the 3 from the Flower Rain Pavilion were already waiting outside. As soon as he saw him, Longju happily rushed over. "Brother, that thought-based killing move you used that day really opened Zhu Jie's eyes." But Zhuo Fan didn't respond to his enthusiasm, coldly walking past and coolly saying, "Long time no see, Ge."
Longju was taken aback, a bit confused by his attitude. Xiao Dan, however, didn't notice his expression and happily laughed. "Hubby, you were so cool that day. If she dares to call you randomly again, I'll rip her tongue out." Zhuo Fan glared at her maliciously, coldly warning, "Shut it!" Xiao Dan trembled slightly, fearfully closing her mouth, a bit of sadness on her face. Seeing her disciple get scared, Pavilion Lord Peony angrily spoke up. "What did you say?" And you, Zhuo Yifan's voice took on a sinister tone. "If you can't manage your disciples and they cause trouble in the future and get punished, don't blame others for being cruel and ruthless. You can only blame yourself for not teaching them properly." With that, he walked away without a second glance. Longju watched this scene, muttering suspiciously, "What's up with this kid today? It's like the whole world is his enemy." This feeling is a bit hard to describe. As soon as he entered, all the family heads of the 3 allied families were already present. They were sitting around a round table, smiling and greeting him as he entered. He just politely nodded in return, deliberately lowered his head as he walked to, trying not to look at Chu Qingcheng, and sat in the remaining empty seat. The moment he decided to return to his ruthless self, he would have to abandon even Chu Qingcheng. But he didn't realize that he could coldly scold and lecture others. In front of her, he could only avoid her and dare not face her. It was as if he couldn't bear to use harsh words on her. Chu Qingcheng, on the other hand, didn't know what he was thinking,
But seeing that he didn't even spare her a glance, she angrily bit her lip but didn't say anything.
Seeing that he had settled in, Shi Xiaofeng didn't wait and seriously spoke up. Steward Zhuo, the family war preliminaries are over. Because of your battle that day, many families were disqualified, so the final battle, originally scheduled for next month, has been moved to the day after tomorrow. So you're looking for me because, Zhuo Fan said indifferently.
Before he could finish, Shi Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Well, because the Luo family has never participated in the Seven Families battle before, there might be some things you don't understand. Actually, each final battle is held in different locations, and the rules are also different. But the one thing that doesn't change is that they're very brutal. Wasn't what he said too obvious? He naturally knew the brutality of this 100 schools of thought contend. Everyone had their own purposes.
The Emperor Gate, the royal family, and him all had ulterior motives. Fierce competition was inevitable. Nodding coldly, Zhuo Fan casually said, "Oh, the Seven Families battle isn't being held in Yunlong City? Hasn't the 100 schools of thought contend been held here every time for the past 1,000 years?
This is the royal family's brilliance," Shi Xiaofeng said solemnly, explaining to him for a while that only by constantly changing the terrain could the true strength of the Seven Families be seen. Also, based on the strength of the Seven Families' disciples, the difficulty of the challenged terrain will be greater, so this time it might be a treacherous terrain. These words startled Zhuo Fan. As if knowing what he was thinking, Chu Bijun chuckled and said, "Steward Zhuo doesn't need to find it strange. To prevent cheating, there's a large 8th grade teleportation formation in Yunlong City. That's the real final battle. So that's how it is. The royal family is really thoughtful." Zhuo Fan regained his composure, nodded, and hearing their words made him think a lot.
Arranging such a large teleportation formation for the 100 schools of thought contend.
Isn't that a bit of a waste? He was a bit puzzled. Huang Tuo's going all out this time. Could he be up to something?
Long Yifei looked at Zhuo Fan and chuckled.
"Steward Zhuo, we were really enlightened by your abilities yesterday, but we still want to ask one question. Are you confident in dealing with Huangfu Qingtian? No?" As if knowing what they were hoping for, Zhuo Fan still spat out a word that disappointed them. Knowing what everyone was thinking, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with an evil smile, "But don't worry, holding him back isn't a problem for me. One of the remaining 3 is crippled, so then we..." Long Yifei grinned widely and said, "Haha, as long as Steward Zhuo can hold back Huangfu Qingtian, if we can't deal with the remaining 2.5, then we don't deserve the title of Imperial Seven Families." As soon as he finished, everyone looked at each other and laughed, and soon scattered. Just as everyone was leaving, Zhuo Fan was about to return, when a graceful figure blocked his way.
He didn't even look up, clearly knowing who it was, and coldly said, "What is it?" Chu Qingcheng's eyelids trembled slightly, and looking at his cold attitude, she suppressed her anger and said, "Zhuo Fan, I'm still asking that question. Did you ever have any attachment to those days in Flower Rain City?" Hearing that she was still asking that question, still stubbornly clinging to it, he walked past her and said indifferently, "I said it long ago. I only went there for the benefits. Once I achieved my goal, what was there to be attached to? Then what about that day, the time we spent together in the little house?" Seeing that he was about to leave, Chu Qingcheng shouted again to stop him. Unconsciously remembering that time, he really did cherish it in his heart, but he hid the flicker of emotion in his heart, bit his lip slightly, and finally turned around and approached her, sneering, "Just acting, you thought it was real? If I hadn't reluctantly sacrificed myself for the sake of benefits those days, how could you have obediently handed over the Bodhi Jade Dew?" Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qingcheng raised her hand and slapped him, leaving 5 finger marks on his face. He got what he wanted. Zhuo Fan sneered, his words hurting the person in front of him even more. "Silly woman, so easy to fool. I'm really worried about how Flower Rain Pavilion will develop in your hands after I'm 100 years old. Why not hand over Flower Rain Pavilion to me?" Chu Qingcheng clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her skin, causing her pain. But it was not as painful as the words he spoke. She bit her lip lightly, tears uncontrollably falling from her eyes, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Scoundrel, you're truly heartless and ungrateful." As if the heavens also felt sorry for her, sorry that her feelings were misplaced. Heavy rain began to fall. Chu Qingcheng stood in the rain, her body trembling,
extremely pitiful. Zhuo Fan also walked in the rain, still not turning back to her, and sneered disdainfully, "Ha ha! I, a demonic path cultivator, am already inherently heartless and ungrateful. Don't even mention that there was nothing between me and you back then. Even if there was something real, what could you do to me?" His words completely crushed Chu Qingcheng. Her heart felt like it had a large hole carved out, and she painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. You know, the Qinghua Tower Mistress and Peony Tower Mistress just popped out of nowhere, saw her collapse, and rushed over to catch her. "Qingcheng! Qingcheng!" Zhao Cheng only paused for a sec, but didn't turn back. "Gotta stick to the plan. Can't go soft now," he thought, then strutted off all high and mighty. Like what happened to Shui Ningxiang was none of his business. The Peony Tower Mistress had been itching to give him a piece of her mind for ages, and now he's gone and hurt Shui Ningxiang. She just couldn't hold back, yelling, "Zhao Cheng, you freaking jerk! Seriously, you're not a man. Shu Ningxiang must be blind to fall for you. Zhao Cheng, you heartless bastard." Zhao Cheng just ignored the ranting behind him, didn't even flinch, and kept walking. But man, he hadn't even left the courtyard before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His situation wasn't all that different from Shui Ningxiang's, One's hurting, the other's forcing himself to say hurtful stuff. Neither of them are feeling great. After today, it's like they're officially just allies. They're tossing their past into a corner, something you just don't bring up. But Zhao Cheng's doing a bit better, because he's calling the shots, and he knows if what he's doing is good or bad. Wiping the blood off his face, Zhao Cheng grit his teeth and told himself, he's a demonic emperor. Gotta climb to the top of the demonic path, gotta be heartless and unfeeling. All this emotional baggage, screw it. In the west, at Cloud Assembling Dragon Mountain, there's Qianling Mountain. At the very top is a traditional formation called the Star Cloud Formation. Right now, all the families have gathered a bunch of people, getting ready for the final showdown. "Hey look, the Lupero family's here." Just then, someone shouted, and everyone looked over. Sure enough, there was Zhao Cheng and Luo Fencheng leading the Luo family, heading their way. Luo Yunhai's injuries were totally healed, and he was looking all fired up for battle. Seeing this, everyone's faces got serious, kinda excited. What kind of miracle would this dark horse pull off? While everyone was secretly watching, not daring to move, Zhao Dage, Shui Ningxiang's voice came from somewhere. Zhao Cheng's face, which had been all gloomy, suddenly broke into a smile, and he looked at the person walking up to him. He asked softly, "What are you doing here? Aren't you not into all the fighting and bloodshed?" Luo Fencheng glanced at him, biting her lip. Her heart ached a bit. This was the first time in days she'd seen him smile like that. But the smile wasn't for her, and she sighed, feeling a little bummed. Shui Ningxiang smiled, looking pretty excited. "It's okay, Zhao Dage. This time, my Shu family's fighting, so I gotta join in." Looking a bit worried, Zhao Cheng quickly shouted, "No way, Ninger! This battle's super dangerous, not some kid's game. A girl like you definitely can't be here. It's okay, because I know that every time I'm in danger, the Thunder Lotus Ring will glow and you'll show up to save me. It's always been like that, right?" Shui Ningxiang blinked her eyes and said innocently, her body shaking a bit. Zhao Cheng chuckled, nodding. "All right, I'll keep an eye on you, don't worry about it. Aren't you supposed to be dealing with Huangpu Qingtian? I'll keep an eye on Ningyer." Shi Tianyang had managed to get over and pull Shui Ningxiang away, whispering to her, "Okay, let's go. Don't cause him any more trouble." Everyone from Shui Dingtian's group came over, looking apologetic at Zhao Cheng. "Sing, what can we do? This girl's way too headstrong, she just had to come. But don't worry, her two senior brothers and Shi Gongzi are watching her. She won't cause Gongzi Zhao any trouble." Zhao Cheng watched Shi Tianyang pull Ningyer away, raising his hand to say something, but he ended up just dropping it. He turned away, not looking at them anymore, like he wanted to draw a line between them. Just like back in the beast-taming mountain range, they were only using each other to get what they wanted. After thinking for a while, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but say, "Keep an eye on her. Don't let anything happen to her." "You don't have to tell me twice." Zhen Tianyang understood, nodding confidently. "Zhao Cheng, I'm joining in too." Suddenly, Luo Fencheng looked at Zhao Cheng, speaking softly. Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why, didn't we agree that this time I and Yunhai would take some guards? You don't need to join. It's okay, you'll protect me anyway." Luo Fencheng blinked, shaking her head slowly. Zhao Cheng said coldly, "No way, it's too dangerous. Do you care about me?" Ah, that's not it. Zhao Cheng touched his nose, his lips twitching. I'm afraid I'll get distracted looking after you and end up in danger. As soon as he said that, Luo Fencheng yelled angrily. You said you'd protect Ningzhi. Am I just a burden? What are you even thinking? But she didn't get an answer, only seeing his lonely back. She suddenly realized that this guy had locked his heart up tight, like a proud, lonely hero, wanting to quietly bear everything alone, making people feel sorry for him. The people from the 7 noble houses are here. Just then, another excited shout rang out. Everyone turned again. Sure enough, the people from the 7 families were coming, led by the Emperor Dragon Gate, with the other 6 families following behind. This time, every family brought their strongest fighters. Can't afford to screw up. After the incident the other day, the people from the Flowing Fragrance house didn't give Zhao Cheng a good look. Even the young ladies were no longer enthusiastic, just lowered their heads and walked past him. The moment Zhao Cheng brushed past Shui Ningxiang, he turned away, trying not to pay attention to her. Seeing her here meant her injuries from yesterday weren't too bad, and he didn't have to worry too much. As for Shui Ningxiang, after his heartless words yesterday, she'd completely lost hope, biting her lip and walking past him, not even giving him a glance. But her hands were clenched into fists. She snorted, Lao Lao was right, that guy's a heartless jerk, not worth any woman in the world sacrificing for, so I should just let it go. She figured she'd lost completely. Old Marshal Dugu's here too. Right after that, another shout rang out. Dugu Zan Tian led 10,000 soldiers, waving his hand to surround the entire area. Seeing Zhao Cheng, Dugu Zan Tian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, good kid. That day at the martial arts stage, this old man was ready to step in and save you at any time. Turns out you'd learned a spirit illumination stage divine ability, hiding it so well, making this old man worry for nothing. Old Marshal was there that day too? Zhao Cheng frowned, asking suspiciously, nodding slightly. Dugu Zhantian said happily, Of course, after seeing Huangpu Qing Tian use his divine ability to kill people with his mind a few days ago. This old man was afraid you'd be at a disadvantage, so I was hiding nearby, watching. Never thought you two would both be monsters. This old man was just being paranoid. Ha ha. All right, let's go, it's about to start. Laughing again, Dugu Zhantian went to Luo Yunhai, gave him a few instructions, then turned and left. The 4 heavenly tigers of Tianyu followed close behind, heading to the high platform. The 7 noble families also went in one after another, forming a lineup. But, to everyone's surprise, the Luo family actually raised their own banner, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 7 noble families. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes, showing a hint of fear on their faces, chattering. Turns out the Luo family wasn't affiliated with any family, and they were determined to stand equal with the 7 noble families. But wasn't this just challenging the 7 families' authority? Would they agree? If Zhao Cheng dared to kill the high-ranking officials of the 7 families, what's stopping them from eyeing their position? This was just making a mountain out of a molehill. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Oh, want to get into position so quickly? Haha, sure enough, people still have to do things his way. Looking in the direction of the voice, everyone saw one of the 4 pillars of Tianyu, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng, slowly walking over. Behind him were 2 old men with unfathomable cultivation. They didn't expect this guy to be here. Shouldn't he be in the imperial capital, doing his job as prime minister? Why'd he come here to join the fun? Similarly, someone else was rejecting Zhuge Changfeng's appearance, one of the 3 great intelligences, divine calculator Leng Wucheng. Narrowing his eyes at the person coming, Leng Wucheng couldn't help but sigh. In his whole life, there were only 2 people he couldn't see through, and Zhuge Changfeng was one of them. But actually, Zhuge Changfeng didn't pay attention to everyone's reaction, just walking straight to Zhao Cheng, smiling slightly. Thought it over? You're about to get caught in a whirlpool now. This action shocked everyone. Could it be that the Luo family had some connection with Zhuge Changfeng, the head of the 4 pillars? But they were disappointed. If the Luo family was entering the 100 Schools tournament today, they were temporarily on the opposite side. What connection could they have? Huangfu Tianyuan was also startled. How could they have imagined that the old fox Zhuge Changfeng would come for Zhuo Fan's sake? If they were really connected, wouldn't the Luko family be climbing up a high branch? Thinking of this, his face immediately darkened.
and his hands clenched into fists. Seeming to know what he was thinking, Leng Wuchang waved his hand and said indifferently, "Sect leader, don't be impatient. This Zhuge Changfeng is different from Dugu Zantian. He's someone who only cares about his own interests, even if he really intends to befriend the Luo family. It's not necessarily because he sees Zhuo Fan's talent. Once Zhuo Fan is eliminated, everything will naturally be easier to solve. That also means, no matter what, we must eliminate that brat in this 100 schools tournament." His eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in Huangfu Tianyuan's eyes. Leng Wuchang nodded slightly, and looked again towards the one he hoped would solve him, Huangfu Qingyun. However, he didn't seem to be listening to them. Only a fighting spirit burned fiercely in his eyes, and there was also hatred. Seeing this scene, Leng Wuchang nodded and chuckled in satisfaction, as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. At the same time, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who came, and said with a faint smile, "How did you know so much?" Now that it's not, the Lu Dou family jumped into the whirlpool, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Zhu Changfeng took a deep look at Zhuo Fan, nodded and smiled. "This old man believes in your judgment. As long as I'm not forced to walk this path, this old man is still looking forward to the day when the ambition that Steward Zhuo Fan spoke of becomes a reality." Zhuo Fan nodded and smiled. Zhu Changfeng also laughed loudly, brought yin-yang, and walked up to the high platform, and looked at Dugu Zantian and said, "Old Marshal, you don't blame this old man for coming uninvited, do you? How could it be? It is only right for your excellency, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, to come and observe a major event like the 100 schools tournament." Dugu Zantian's mouth twitched, and he said with a cold smile, slowly waving his hand. Zhu Changfeng glanced at everyone and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, old Marshal, don't be so serious. This old man is just a lonely old man, bored and idle, so I came to join in the fun. You don't need to pay attention to me." Dugu Zantian smiled on the surface, but snorted coldly in his heart. "Only a dog would believe your words, old man. You've always been smarter than anyone else. There's no way you'd come here for no reason. You must have some conspiracy." But he couldn't figure it out now, and he didn't have time to pay attention to him. Thinking this, he swept his eyes over everyone and announced clearly, "The Emperor's grace is vast. The 100 schools tournament. Only disciples under the age of 30 from each family are allowed to participate this time. Those who are over the age limit are not allowed to muddy the waters. Otherwise, once discovered, this old man will kill them without mercy. As for the specific rules, please invite Fang Chubai, the Jade Flute Sword God, from the royal family's 5 guardian dragon gods, to announce." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately looked in the direction of his hand, only to see an old man with white hair floating in the air, with a jade flute hanging beside him. It was undoubtedly the Jade Flute Sword God Fang Chubai. At this moment he was also holding mineral stones in his hand, and with a casual wave, they instantly flew to the edge of the traditional formation. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Changfeng murmured in surprise, "8th grade spirit artifact teleportation, 5 elements suppressing national stones." Fang Chubai nodded slightly and said indifferently, "That's right, these are the 8th grade spirit artifact teleportation, 5 elements suppressing national stones, passed down by the royal family's ancestors." With that said, Fang Chubai formed a seal and struck towards the southern stone. A light emitted, and a landscape of green mountains and clear waters, and spirit beasts everywhere, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was surprised to see it. At this time, Fang Chubai spoke again. "Now I will announce the rules of this 100 schools tournament. I think everyone has seen it already. These are considered to be 2 one-way teleportation formations. Later, everyone will enter the star cloud formation, and I will personally teleport you to the destination of this decisive battle. But if you want to return, you must pass through these 5 suppressing national stones: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth." As soon as his words fell, everyone was immediately stunned. They didn't understand. They discussed in doubt. "How can we return without a teleportation formation on the stone? I don't understand either." Fang Chubai continued to explain. Each of these 5 suppressing national stones corresponds to a one-way teleportation formation,
The only difference is that it teleports from the place of the decisive battle. However, if you want to activate the formation there, you must first find the formation gate corresponding to these 5 suppressing national stones, and then you must also find the key to activate the formation gate. However, each formation gate has 2 keys, yin and yang. You must use both keys at the same time to return, and the order of returning will determine the ranking of this time.
Sounds simple enough. Huangfu Qingyun chuckled indifferently. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that it wasn't too difficult. Simple. Feng Chubai curled his lips and chuckled, and said contemptuously, "But if you know where the decisive battle of this time is, you probably won't think so. The decisive battle this time is Beast King Mountain." The words caused an uproar throughout the entire place.
Beast King Mountain? The 100 Schools tournament this time is actually held in such a dangerous place, full of ferocious beasts. With just a little carelessness, they might lose their lives. Beast King Mountain is not as dangerous as the Myriad Beast Mountain Range, but it is also a place full of high-level spirit beasts. And there are even spirit beast kings, a 6th grade or higher spirit beast, hence the name Beast King Mountain. Finding things there,
even heavenly profound or divine illumination experts can't guarantee absolute safety, let alone young people like them. Contrary to everyone, Zhuo Fan didn't have much reaction, and said calmly, "So it is." Seeming to see the worry on everyone's faces, Feng Chubai grinned and said lightly,
"Where there is danger, there will be opportunities. The battlefield this time is indeed a bit dangerous, but to compensate, I have left 5 high-grade, 8th-grade elixirs there, spirit escape pills. However, whether you can find them or not depends on your luck." As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan and Huangfu Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and a determined look appeared on their faces. They would definitely snatch this precious elixir. The Spirit Escape Pill is a high-grade elixir prepared by Divine Illumination Realm or Quasi-Divine Illumination Realm cultivators, and it can be said to be extremely rare in Tianyu. Even the 7 noble houses may not have one.
With just one pill, one can break through to the Divine Illumination Realm in an instant,
without leaving any sequelae afterwards. If a Divine Illumination Realm expert consumes it, it can increase the power of their primordial spirit several times. Qingyun, Huangfu Tianyuan, excitedly looked at Huangfu Tianyuan, his lips slightly chapped. He had been at the peak of the heavenly profound realm for many years, and still couldn't break through. This was a good opportunity. Huangfu Qingyun nodded slightly, and said with a confident expression,
"Don't worry, I will definitely be the one to get it."
Zhu Changfeng suddenly raised his eyebrows, lightly waved the fan in his hand, and murmured,
"This old guy is really generous this time."
It seems like he can't wait any longer. He has to take action. At this moment, Feng Chubai formed a hand seal and pointed towards the star cloud formation, shouting loudly, "All right, go, you brats!"
In an instant, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, causing everyone to squint their eyes to look.
The disciples of each family also rushed in, and in an instant they were teleported inside. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the formation, then glanced at the Lukeo family and said, "I think that formation is a random teleportation formation. We might be separated when we get there. The first thing to do when we get there is to find our own people." "Yes, Steward Zhuo." The 10 teenagers trembled slightly and nodded quickly. Luo Yunhai also nodded seriously and replied, "Don't worry, big brother Zhuo. I've participated in the commando and field reconnaissance training at my godfather's place before. I believe I can find everyone quickly." A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Zhuo Fan nodded indifferently. "It seems that sending you to the old marshal's place was the right decision at the beginning. I don't need to worry too much now. Let's go."
Everyone nodded in unison, following Zhuo Fan and stepping onto the high platform.
Luo Yanshang looked at everyone worriedly and shouted loudly, "Everyone must be careful. Return safely." Suddenly, a shout full of hatred rang out at this moment. "Zhuo Fan, I will definitely make you pay for your teacher's murder with blood." Zhuo Fan turned his head and saw Yan Fu looking at him with an ugly expression below. He grinned and chuckled. How could he forget this brat? But this brat is too cowardly.
Waiting until he was about to leave before daring to speak, helplessly shaking his head, he ignored him and entered the teleportation formation. Yan Bangui, who was behind him, couldn't stand it anymore and said disdainfully, "You're really useless. You only dare to say bold words after people have already entered. You coward. Don't do such embarrassing things in the future. It's just the two of us now. Let's go." In an instant, Yanfu lowered his head in embarrassment, not daring to refute a single word, and could only quietly follow Yan Bangui into the teleportation formation. Feng Chubai watched the descendants of the various families enter, one after another, immediately forming a hand seal to close the formation. A beam of white light descended, and Zhuo Fan's figure was teleported into a dense forest. Before he could even take a look around, Zhuo Fan suddenly heard a roar behind him.
Zhuo Yifan muttered in surprise. A rank 4 spirit beast, an earth-splitting mountain-crushing bear. The powerful aura rushed towards him, ready to strike, but Zhuo Fan didn't even flinch.
A spark of blue flame appeared in his eyes, then quickly vanished. The instant that flame appeared, the earth bear froze in place, as if it had seen something terrifying. It hurriedly turned around and fled into the forest. Watching the earth bears disappearing back, Zhuo Fan smirked triumphantly.
Who knew this azure flame would have such a strong deterrent effect on all spirit beasts? This makes moving around Beast King Mountain way easier.
Other people have to be afraid of spirit beasts, but he can just run wild. He couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. With that thought, Zhuo Fan immediately used his thundercloud wings to search for the Luo family members. Sure enough, just as he expected, they had been teleported to different locations. The size of this Beast King Mountain is beyond his imagination, and there are also many high-level spirit beasts, which is very disadvantageous to Luo Yunhai and the others. He has to find them quickly.
Suddenly, at this moment, a woman's scream was heard. Help! Hearing the scream, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but think, this is the dangerous Beast King Mountain. Ordinary people won't come here. Maybe it's a disciple participating in the final battle. But that scream just now was a woman. Could it be her? There are quite a few women here right now. But just hearing the scream, Zhuo Fan could only think of Chu Qingcheng's graceful figure, worried about her. However, after the incident the other day, he had clearly broken ties with her.
So at this moment, he still doesn't know whether he should care about her or not. He pondered for a long time, not knowing if it's because he's afraid something will happen to her, or afraid of losing an ally. He still decided to go to the rescue. At a large lake in the dense forest, a woman was struggling in the lake, with a large, giant python constantly baring its fangs and brandishing its claws towards her. Seeing the fierce beast in front of him, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "A rank 6 spirit beast, a river-overturning, sea-toppling flood dragon. It has the blood of the water dragon flowing through its body, making it a top-tier spirit beast among rank 6 spirit beasts, with strength not inferior to a rank 7 spirit beast." Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, secretly surprised. Never thought there would be so many fierce spirit beasts here. After thinking for a while, Zhuo Fan's right pupil suddenly flashed, instantly entering the lake, and rescued the woman. The flood dragon lost its prey without even realizing it, blankly searching in the lake. Holding the person in his arms, hiding behind a large rock, Zhuo Fan spoke with concern. "Are you all right?" But as soon as he looked down, he discovered that it wasn't the person he was thinking of. In his arms was a strange girl, and she wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. He exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" At this moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw him, she remembered that she wasn't wearing any clothes, and immediately screamed, "Ah, pervert!" She closed her eyes, and unknowingly, killing intent gathered in her eyes.
Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown in surprise. Looking at the woman in front of him, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Daring to enter this place without even wearing clothes! At this moment, the woman screamed again, "I need to get dressed, pervert! Who allowed you to peek?" Zhuo Fan turned around, curling his lip in disdain. "You're the pervert, teleporting here without any clothes. When did the flowing cloud house become so open?" "Flowing cloud house what?"
"I don't know about any flowing cloud house or herb peak house. What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll gouge out your eyes." Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue in mockery.
"Trisk, it's not like you haven't seen it before. What's the big deal?" The woman immediately blushed in embarrassment and lowered her head, biting her lip tightly without making a sound, constantly lamenting.
How embarrassing! This guy has seen my whole body from head to toe. How will I ever dare to meet anyone again? The woman behind him hurriedly got dressed. Zhuo Fan remained silent, scratching his head helplessly, sighing, "Damn it, I rescued the wrong person. Wasting my time." These words entered the woman's ears, and she immediately became enraged, stepping forward to block his path.
"Stop! What do you mean? You regret saving me, right?"
Looking at the woman in front of him, Zhuo Fan realized something was different. Her clothes were not like the women of Tianyu, and her clothes only had a few pieces of cloth covering her body, revealing something unusual.
A heroic posture, with jangling bracelets on her wrists, full of wildness.
Only now did he realize that she was a foreign tribesman, staring blankly at her. He didn't expect to meet a foreign tribesman in this place, but he didn't care. He still had important things to do. Thinking this, he brushed past her, his face gloomy. "Get out of the way! Don't block my path!" Watching him brush past her face, the woman was a little startled, complaining inwardly.
Standing in front of a woman like her, and still so cold. Is he even a man?
Is he not interested in women? Or is she not attractive enough? Just as she guessed, Zhuo Fan really had no interest in her, and moreover, he had more important things to do, and didn't bother to talk nonsense here, walking straight ahead. In his heart, he constantly lamented. He had wasted too much meaningless time. He had to quickly find Luo Yunhai and the others. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud roar erupted, and a gust of wind howled. In just a moment, a panther, with a golden light shining all over its body, with gloomy and cold eyes, was approaching the two of them. The woman saw it, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock,
"A rank 4 spirit beast! A mountain-piercing Gold Kingdom panther!"
Looking at the spirit beast in front of him, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but worry. There were so many rank 4 spirit beasts in Beast King Mountain. He really didn't know if Yunhai and the others would run into trouble if they encountered one, but it's just a rank 4, he didn't really care. Thinking this, he acted, lifting his foot and charging straight towards the opposite side, quickly resolving it. But before he even got close to it, suddenly, the sound of bells ringing continuously came from behind him. In the end, the panther just let out a roar and then lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground.
This was the first time he had seen such a method of dealing with spirit beasts.
A little surprised, he glanced at the woman behind him and grinned. "Ha ha! I didn't expect you to have some skill. Don't evaluate my beast-controlling methods with such arrogance, as if you're so great." The woman couldn't help but snort coldly, scornfully saying, "A 9th layer bone-tempering realm? I don't know if you were frightened silly by seeing a rank 4 spirit beast, or if you're really stupid, actually rushing up for a suicide mission. Me? Frightened? I don't know who was screaming for help in the water, and stark naked too." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle, opening his mouth to ridicule. As soon as these words came out, the woman's face unknowingly flushed red, and then she puffed out her chest arrogantly, unwilling to admit defeat, saying, "Are these two things the same?" What was in the water was a rank 6 spirit beast. Oh, that's right. How could someone in the bone-tempering realm rescue me from the hands of a rank 6 spirit beast? Even though I'm already in the 2nd layer of the profound heaven realm, I felt like I had absolutely no chance of survival at that time. Of course, it's because I'm very fast. Zhuo Fan certainly wouldn't tell a stranger he didn't know the secret of his intelligent divine pupil, only displaying the thundercloud wings behind him, and smilingly replied,
"So that's how it is?
A rank 6 flying spirit weapon." The woman blinked a few times unconsciously, and was also startled. Then suddenly thinking of something, she turned to Zhuo Fan and said seriously, "Hey kid, you saved my life just now, and now I saved yours, we're even. But you saw my whole body just now. Taking advantage of this lady is the same as owing me." "Oh, is that so?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, don't worry. I won't owe anyone anything, you wait." Finishing speaking, he unhurriedly took off all his clothes, revealing his strong body in front of the woman, but the woman shyly turned her head, constantly scolding loudly. "Pervert, what are you doing?" Zhuo Fan smiled evilly, looking at the woman who turned her head and trembled in front of him, and mocked. "You told me to take advantage of you, so I'll also let you see my whole body. so you can also gain an advantage from me. That way, we won't owe each other anything. Don't worry, miss. I won't owe anyone anything, including shame.
The woman was about to be angered to death by his words. Her whole body trembled, and she couldn't help it anymore, scolding loudly again. You damn pervert!
I didn't mean that. So what's your angle, missy? You want to take advantage of me some more? Zhuo Fan smirked, deliberately saying. Not only can you look, but you can also touch, you know. Go ahead, exploit me all you want. I don't mind, haha, seriously, I don't care at all. The woman pouted angrily.
I just want you to help me get the transformation nectar. If that happens, we're square. And I don't want to see your whole body. Transformation nectar, Zhuo Fan muttered, surprised. Transformation nectar is an underground river that flows for tens of thousands of years. Through continuous washing and refining by the fire in the Earth's core, it's condensed into the essence of water. Its value is immeasurable. Like diamond sand, transformation nectar is also the best material for refining artifacts, even more precious than diamond sand. Just adding a bit of transformation nectar during the refining process will turn the artifact into a divine weapon capable of expanding and shrinking. Ever-changing, it can transform into a 1,000-pound giant mace when large, with unstoppable force, or a tiny needle when small, perfect for sneak attacks. However, unknown to many, this transformation nectar has another miraculous effect. It can be combined with a grand body-refining formation to cultivate the transformation technique. In my Lei Yun space, there's a giant heaven-supporting ginseng, but if I can get real transformation nectar, maybe the transformation nectar secret technique from the 9 Nether secret records will succeed. This deal is getting interesting. If I have such power, teaming up with Ji Yu San Tong will undoubtedly create an incredibly formidable force. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan revealed a sinister smile, looked at the indifferent woman, and spoke. Miss, what do you want me to do? Tell me. Inwardly puzzled, she looked at him strangely, her face full of suspicion. Why is this person suddenly so enthusiastic? How bizarre. But this person is only at the bone-forging realm, so she calmed down and didn't pay much attention. Thinking this, she smiled and nodded, saying, Follow me, just help me get that transformation nectar, and all the things you did to me earlier will be over. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, smiled faintly, a cunning smile still hanging on his face. As the woman walked ahead, she suddenly felt a wave of malice washing over her. Involuntarily turning her head, Zhuo Fan looked at her and smiled, saying, What's wrong? Feeling strange? She clearly felt it just now, but now he's smiling so happily. Could she be mistaken? Shaking her head, she dismissed it, surprised. Nothing. Maybe I was wrong. Is that so? Then let's go. Smiling and nodding, Zhuo Fan said calmly. Zhuo Fan secretly sneered, following closely behind the woman, feeling smug in his heart. Another naive girl already took the bait so quickly. In a short while, the two arrived at the small lake from before. Zhuo Fan looked around and raised his eyebrows in suspicion, saying, Huh? Isn't this? As if knowing his doubts, the woman chuckled and said, Do you know why I was in such a desperate situation earlier? What else could it be? Bathing in someone else's lake without permission, of course. They were being easy on you by just beating you. If it were me, I'd have swallowed you whole, Zhuo Fan said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. The woman blushed shyly, glaring at Zhuo Fan angrily, and said resentfully, Who said I was taking a bath there? Then what else could you be doing? And you weren't wearing any clothes, could it be? Zhuo Fan touched his nose and huffed, You scoundrel! The woman gritted her teeth in anger, constantly cursing. She must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today, bumping into such a shameless person. But the only way to get the transformation nectar is to cooperate with him. Thinking this, she could only endure his shamelessness and pointed towards the cave, saying, Look across. See that cave entrance? I see it. So, Zhuo Fan nodded, following the direction of her hand. That's the demonic serpent's lair. The woman said indifferently. Zhuo Fan was startled, saying in disbelief, How is that possible? The demonic serpent is hundreds of feet long, but the cave entrance is so small. Could it be? Before he could finish, she explained, Looks like you're not that stupid. You finally guessed it. That's right, the demonic serpent must have swallowed the transformation nectar, allowing it to change size and move freely through such a small entrance.
Zhuo Fan frowned, asking suspiciously, "But how can you be sure there's transformation nectar inside? What if the demonic serpent ate the transformation nectar somewhere else? Or if it's already eaten it all?"
Before he could finish, a small fish emerged from the bottom of the lake, creating bubbles. Seeing this, he nodded, understanding. "So you have a water-type spirit pet. You had it scouted the way while the demonic serpent was away, right? You're pretty smart."
"That's right, them."
The woman winked, playfully saying, "Ever since discovering this strange rank 6 spirit beast, I've been monitoring the demonic serpent for over a month. It usually stays inside, but it left the cave 3 days ago.
I took the opportunity to let my gold koi fish scout it out. Sure enough, it found the place with the transformation nectar. Unfortunately, the demonic serpent is too cautious. I had no choice but to wait until 3 days later when it still hadn't moved. I was just about to directly confront it, so you stripped naked, hoping to seduce that beast with your beauty?" Zhuo Fan mocked, looking at her smug expression.
"You, what nonsense are you talking about? Who said I was seducing that beast with my beauty?" Her face flushed red, the woman said in embarrassment. "I just wanted to use my clan's beast-taming secret technique to subdue it." "Beast-taming technique," Zhuo Fan muttered, startled and surprised.
"Hey kid, can you stop saying such rude things?" The woman glared at him angrily, explaining, "Our clan's beast-taming secret technique focuses on the unity of heaven and man. The closer one is to nature, the greater the power. With my strength, I can only tame rank 4 spirit beasts at most, so this time, I had to fully immerse myself in nature."
"Unfortunately, I still failed."
Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes at her and snorted coldly. "After all, it's related to the flood dragon. How can it be compared to an ordinary rank 6 spirit beast? It would be strange if you succeeded." After the woman finished speaking, she looked at him intently, revealing a mesmerizing smile, saying, "Hey kid, weren't you flying pretty fast earlier? Later, you lure the demonic serpent out, and then I'll go inside to get the transformation nectar. That way, I won't hold you accountable for disrespecting me."
"Deal. I couldn't ask for more."
Zhuo Fan grinned evilly, and used the thundercloud wings to fly away. The woman watched him go according to her plan, secretly feeling pleased.
"This guy is really an idiot. The transformation nectar will finally be mine."
But is everything going too smoothly? So smoothly that she couldn't believe it. Soon, Zhuo Fan arrived at the cave entrance and forcefully knocked on the mountain wall, making a loud noise, like knocking on someone's door. Calm and carefree, the woman watched his actions, her eyes widening in surprise as she grumbled inwardly, "Why is he so reckless? Is it because he's fearless or just brainless?" The woman looked at him and burst out laughing. "This guy is a bit strange." Just then, a sound rang out, and the small snake slowly swam out of the lake. But as soon as it reached the cave entrance, its body instantly grew larger. Looking at Zhuo Fan standing in front of it, it angrily attacked. Zhuo Fan didn't panic, calmly narrowing his eyes at the snake in front of him, nodding. Sure enough, the woman was right. This snake must have swallowed the transformation nectar, allowing it to change size at will. The woman in the distance watched him, standing still, desperately covering her mouth, inwardly anxious. Why is that kid standing still? Could he have been scared stupid? She couldn't help but curse. Damn it, always screwing things up at the most crucial moment. On the contrary, it was Zhuo Fan. He looked at the large snake in front of him, coldly snorting inwardly, not even bothering to glance at it, and directly walked into the cave as if not taking the monster seriously at all. He casually said, "Don't run. You guard this place. Don't come in without my permission." The snake was stunned, dumbfounded. What did he mean by this, wanting it to guard the door for him? How arrogant. Just thinking this, it angrily attacked. Another loud roar echoing as it once again approached Zhuo Fan, wanting to swallow him whole in one bite. The woman, observing from afar, was so frightened that her head was covered in cold sweat, inwardly cursing, "I told you to lure it out, not provoke it. Even if you want to die, you have to lure it far away before you die." At this rate, my plan will definitely be ruined, and I won't get the transformation nectar. But Zhuo Fan wasn't afraid. He glared fiercely at it, muttering, "Don't make trouble." Being looked down upon again, the snake was so provoked that it almost vomited blood. It was actually being despised by this human. At this moment, it really wanted to kill the kid in front of it, attacking with murderous intent. The woman closed her eyes, not daring to look, muttering, "He's definitely dead." But Zhuo Fan remained calm, suddenly widening his eyes, azure flame. An invisible pressure appeared in his eyes, instantly washing over the large snake's body, instantly silencing it, unable to move. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan helplessly shook his head, muttering, "Didn't I tell you? Don't make trouble, Sai. I told you to guard this place. But you wouldn't listen, you just had to invite trouble upon yourself." The woman, who had been covering her eyes, not daring to watch, secretly peeked over, only to see the snake standing still, while Zhuo Fan leisurely walked inside, her eyes widening in shock. "Am I seeing things? What's going on? Since when did that poisonous snake become so tame? I can't believe it actually listened when I told it not to enter the cave. And that kid's just at the bone forging realm? How could he do that? Could it be he also has some secret beast taming technique? Turns out he's not as dumb as he looks. Maybe I wouldn't have even needed to step in. He might have thought of this way out." The girl suddenly shouted, "Hey, wait up!" Not caring about any outside reactions, Zhuo Fan went straight into the cave, instantly reaching the deepest part. But the scene before him made him gasp. He muttered smugly, "This pile is 7th grade, 8th grade. There's so much I can't even count them all. This level of richness, even the 7 noble houses can't compare. Sure enough, wealth lies in nature. Haha, well, don't mind if I do." Zhuo Fan walked back and forth in the cave, waving his hand to collect everything into his ring, so happy he forgot himself. Seeing all those top-grade medicinal herbs falling into his hands, he couldn't stop his excitement, feeling utterly satisfied. Meanwhile, the little girl outside tried to get closer to observe, but gnashed her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, that kid's hogging it all this time." Zhuo Fan grinned. He sucked up all the precious top-grade stuff, then used his soul power to search for traces of the transformation nectar. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly, and he lightly stepped forward, running towards the deepest part of the cave, his eyebrows raised in satisfaction. "Ha ha, so it's here." In just a moment, he arrived at a hot spring. But when he saw the bottom of the spring, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It really is transformation nectar, but why is there so much of it? I could bathe in this stuff every day. Quickly collecting the transformation nectar into bottles, Zhuo Fan gleefully thought to himself, "This trip to Beast King Mountain has been a huge win." Even if he didn't find the 8th grade spirit-seizing pill, it wouldn't be a loss. He'd already gotten so many medicinal herbs and transformation nectar, how could it be a loss? But right then, he found a small porcelain bottle under the flow of transformation nectar. Holding it in his hand, he mumbled in confusion, "What's this? A porcelain bottle? Why is there a porcelain bottle here?" But as soon as he saw the words "spirit-seizing pill" on the bottle, he laughed in shock. "Is my luck really this good? I just stumble upon a spirit-seizing pill in this situation. And there's even a restriction on the bottle to prevent spirit beasts from detecting the scent. Looks like I'm right." He figured it out. Feng Chuanbai had just randomly scattered 5 bottles of pills down Beast King Mountain. One of them had fallen into an underground stream and happened to flow into this lake. But was his luck this terrifyingly good? He came here for transformation nectar and accidentally got a spirit-seizing pill. Who would have thought such a lucky thing could happen? Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, "But if I have such good fortune, how can I waste it?" He finished speaking and opened the lid of the porcelain bottle, putting the pill into his mouth and swallowing it. The moment the pill entered his mouth, a powerful surge of soul power flooded out, making him feel like he was about to explode. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming in shock, "Is the medicinal power this fierce?" But he was somewhat happy instead, quickly laughing loudly. "Ha ha, it hurts so much, but this is exactly what I wanted." Void Illumination Eye, 2nd stage, open for me. With his shout, his right pupil instantly burned like fire, and golden radiance flickered constantly. He bit his lip lightly, enduring the pain, persisting despite blood flowing from his one eye, enduring the pain and not making a sound. As time passed, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but tremble, veins popping out on his hands, but he still clenched his teeth, his face pale as he knelt on the ground. At this moment, a second ray of golden light had appeared in his right pupil. After a moment, an invisible force shot from his eye straight into the sky, directly creating a small hole. Looking up at the sky, he was both happy and afraid, his face somewhat tired, but a crazy smile appeared on his lips, able to break through the power of the void in any environment. This is the Void Illumination Eye's second stage, Void Break. Haha. In that case, I really am standing on invincible ground. With the power of the Void Illumination Eye's second stage, even if I'm swallowed in a barrier, I can break out with brute force. But at that moment, Zhuo Fan felt his body gradually weakening. He knew he had consumed too much soul power to open his eye. It seemed he had to rest and recover his energy before planning further. With that thought, he sat down to meditate. The next day, Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes, the divine light in his eyes even deeper now. Spreading out his soul power, he actually discovered that he could now search over a much greater distance. He chuckled softly, nodding in satisfaction. Using the thundercloud wings, he quickly flew away, not even paying attention to the big snake behind him. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. As he flew, he couldn't help but smugly sigh. Good deeds are rewarded. He saved that stinky girl's life, and unexpectedly made such a big score. It seems that saying isn't without reason. I have to do more good deeds in the future. But not long after flying away, the girl appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path, and shouting fiercely, "Hand it over!" Zhuo Fan pretended to be innocent, and asked back, "Hand what over?" The girl raised her eyebrows and yelled, "The transformation nectar and all those medicinal herbs." I don't know how much you profited in there, I'm just not arguing with you, but according to the rules of the cultivation world, you have to share half of what you got. Oh, little girl, if you say that, then I definitely can't share. Zhuo Fan shook his head with a look of emotion, and ridiculed. You say you have to share half of what you got after meeting, but have you even met me yet? If you haven't, why should I split half of it with you? You shameless guy. I was originally going to let you off the hook because you saved my life, and was even willing to split those natural treasures in half. But now you don't know what's good for you. The girl coldly cursed angrily, and as soon as she finished speaking, she released the pressure of the second level of the Heaven Profound realm, glaring at Zhuo Fan with fierce eyes. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan was slightly surprised. It was not bad to reach this level at such a young age. However, he didn't take this level of strength seriously when he had just broken through the bone-tempering realm. Moreover, now that he had reached the 9th level of the bone-tempering realm and had a body of skills to support him, her strength was just trash in his eyes. With that in mind, he grinned, and his eyes were gloomy as he said to her, "Miss, the level of strength sometimes has little to do with cultivation base." Of course, the woman didn't believe it, and sneered contemptuously. "HMPH, you arrogant and flamboyant kid, stop showing off. That trick that works on spirit beasts doesn't work on people. You want to scare me with that? Dream on, take this move." As she said that, she immediately sent a palm towards Zhuo Fan. However, Zhuo Fan was still indifferent, waiting for that palm to hit, and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already restraining her hand from behind. The woman was in pain, and couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch! Ah! My hand! My hand! My hand is about to break. Let go! Let go!" The woman was quickly restrained by Zhuo Fan, staring in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. How did that kid do it? He clearly only had the strength of the 9th level of the bone-tempering realm, but his speed was so fast, and his strength was so great, that he could easily lock down a Heaven Profound 2nd level like her. This was too unreasonable. It was really strange. This kid was obviously a monster. Zhuo Fan shook his head and laughed unconsciously, gently letting go of her hand and pushing her away. Having regained her freedom, she hurriedly backed away from him, then bit her lip slightly, waved her hand, and following that, 3 4th-level spirit beasts immediately appeared in front of her. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Zhuo Fan glanced at the girl, nodding with a bit of surprise. "Heh, this little missy's got some skills, huh? So young and already has 3 4th-grade spirit pets. Pretty impressive, haha, scared now, aren't ya?" the girl said smugly, raising an eyebrow with pride. "It's too late to be scared now. But if you're willing to admit defeat to yours truly and hand over all those heavenly treasures, considering you saved me once, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Forgive your previous disrespectful actions towards me. What a little brat, he thought, trying to fight me with that tiny bit of strength. I can even tame a 6th grade spirit beast. These things are nothing in my eyes. He squinted disdainfully and snorted, "How do you know I'm scared?"
Glancing at her with contempt, Zhuo Fan let out a cold laugh. "Have you forgotten already?
A 6th grade spirit beast was as docile as a kitten in front of me, and you think your 3 little 4th grade spirit beasts can scare me, ha." The girl, fuming, shouted, You stop bluffing! Who knows what you did to that poison flood dragon? Your tricks must be similar to my beast taming technique, attacking its primordial spirit, right?
But these 3 4th grade spirit beasts of mine already have a master. I'm connected to their primordial spirits, and for them the master's command is supreme. It's impossible for you to subdue them.
Oh, is that so?
Let's give it a try then, Zhuo Fan sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Sensing Zhuo Fan's disdain, the girl angrily waved her hand and shouted, You 3, attack! Show this stinky brat how powerful you are. Hearing her command, the 3 spirit beasts charged toward Zhuo Fan, but he wasn't flustered at all, his expression as calm as ever, standing perfectly still. Just as the 3 spirit beasts were about to reach him, a green light suddenly flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the 3 spirit beasts froze stiff, trembling in fear,
and then they turned tail and fled. Seeing this, the girl shrieked in astonishment, Hey, you guys, come back here! Stop running! But just then, she suddenly trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Zhuo Fan had, at some unknown point, appeared behind her, remarking with malicious amusement,
Seems like having spirit pets telepathically linked to you isn't always a good thing, huh? Because even the fear of those 3 spirit pets, you, as their master, have to share half of it. Who in the world are you? The girl cowered, her voice trembling with fear. As if seeing through her confusion, Zhuo Fan smirked slightly and declared nonchalantly, In the future, I will be the master of this world, haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a loud laugh, and with no intention of killing her, he quickly spread his wings and flew off, disappearing in an instant, leaving the girl still engulfed in fear, trembling horrifically, her eyes fixed on his departing figure as she muttered in horror, Tianyu, how can there be such a terrifying man?
Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and 2 figures in black cloaks appeared from behind, calling out in unison, Lian Hare, what's wrong with you, sis? Young miss, are you all right? The girl knew who they were. Glancing at the 2, the fear still lingering in her eyes, she stammered, Oh, Tianyu, it's not a place we can conquer. We should leave quickly. With those words, her vision darkened, and she powerlessly fainted. Seeing this, the 2 anxiously rushed to catch her, calling out her name repeatedly, their hearts filled with confusion.
What on earth did she mean, Lian or young miss?
A while later, in a dark cave, lit only by a small fire someone had made, a weak girl lay on a pile of grass, surrounded by quite a few people, all bowing their heads solemnly. Just then, an old man with a white beard looked at the unconscious girl and, stroking his chin, said,
Young Marshal, the young miss just suffered from excessive fright.
It's nothing serious. Please don't worry. The young man raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar as he asked, Excessive fright? How's that possible? It's not like I don't know my little sister's temperament. She's been friends with spirit beasts since she was a kid and is incredibly bold. What could possibly scare her to this extent? Ah, about that. The old man gently stroked his beard, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. Sigh, this sort of thing is different for everyone, so please forgive this old man for not knowing. Glancing at him briefly, the young man also sighed and waved his hand. All right then, you may leave. Just then, the girl's eyelids suddenly twitched slightly, showing signs of waking up, and not long after, she slowly opened her eyes. Startled and weak, she said worriedly, Big brother, Lian Hanger, I'm awake. Seeing her awake, the young man exclaimed happily and repeatedly, asked about what happened.
What on earth happened to you, sis?
With your skills, even if you messed around in this Beast King mountain for a few months, I wouldn't have been worried. But why did you suddenly faint? That was really dangerous.
Lian Hare nodded slightly, her eyes seemingly welling up with tears, and hurriedly said, "We shouldn't try to meddle with Tianyu anymore. There's a natural enemy of ours there. If we rashly send troops, we'll definitely suffer a terrible defeat. By then, our family will be completely wiped out."
Lian Hare, what on earth is going on? Hearing this, the young man looked at her with a strange expression, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. Having no other choice, she had to recount her entire encounter with Zhuo Fan to him. Upon hearing this, the young man was horrified, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Tianyu has someone with the power to intimidate spirit beasts? How could this be possible?" Not only him, but his subordinates beside him also looked tense and worried. After a long pause for thought, the young man spoke again. "Indeed, Tianyu is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It cannot be underestimated. And our Xuanrong clan has always been proficient in beast-taming arts. Our grand army of spirit beasts is victorious wherever it goes, invincible. Even that god of war, Dugu Zantian, wouldn't dare face us head-on, only able to fight us on equal terms by relying on formations and formation arts. But if Tianyu has someone who can intimidate spirit beasts, even making them so scared they disobey their masters, wouldn't our grand army of spirit beasts just fall apart in an instant?" Suddenly, a burly man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Young Marshal, please give the order for this subordinate general to go and deal with this dangerous individual first." After a long moment of contemplation, the young man slowly waved his hand and shook his head. "No, Tianyu is currently holding the 100 schools contend. We must take this opportunity to observe that teleportation array. We absolutely cannot expose ourselves. If they discover any clues, our plan will be ruined just when it's about to succeed." "Ah, brother, you still want to proceed with that plan?" Leander frowned worriedly and said anxiously. But that brat, nodding slightly, the young man's face showed determination. "Precisely because of this, we must continue. If we can't conquer Tianyu this time, then in the future, on the main battlefield, we probably won't have any chance of victory left." Hearing this, everyone nodded gravely. Only Lianjir sighed helplessly, still worried. "But big bro, is that person really trustworthy? Can we really conquer Tianyu in one go?" "Ha ha, don't you worry, sis. Within Tianyu, there's no spy more trustworthy than that person. Ha ha." The corner of the young man's mouth curled into a strange, confident smirk. Elsewhere, Zhuo Fan was currently still flying through the air, searching for traces of the Luo family members to regroup with them. But just then, the strong stench of blood assaulted Zhuo Fan's nostrils. A little surprised, he flew towards the source of the smell, his eyes scanning the corpses in the riverbed below, and he raised an eyebrow, thinking, "These are clearly man-made wounds, not caused by spirit beast bites. There must have been a clan battle upstream." With that thought, he immediately followed the traces left behind, only to see Yunhai and Ningre's group being forced into a valley. Looking down from the sky at the people outside, he sneered contemptuously. "A cripple still dares to come out hunting, truly courting death." That's right, the ones leading the siege against the Lu Kuo family group were the vassal families of Kuai Huaolin. The leader was none other than Lin Quanfeng. Although Zhuo Fan had crippled one of his legs, his strength was still there, and dealing with the Luo family's group wasn't a problem. At this moment, Lin Quanfeng stared coldly into the valley, his face grim as he shouted, "Everyone inside, listen up! Today, I, your old man, am here to settle scores with the Luo family. I don't have time to bother with you lot. Anyone sensible, get your asses out here for me now. Otherwise, you can all go to hell with the Luo family." Meanwhile, inside the valley, Luo Yunhai heard this, and his face showed a hint of worry. This Lin Quanfeng was clearly venting his grudge for his crippled leg on the Luo family. He couldn't drag the people from the Zhui and Dong families into this. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone and said helplessly, "Everyone, you and my Lupo family have merely met by chance. This matter shouldn't involve you all. If you all..." Suddenly, Shui Ningxiang shouted out loud and clear towards the outside, "You damn leg-crippled bastard! We'll live and die with the Luo family. We're not afraid of you one bit. If you've got guts, just wait till big brother Zhuo gets here and see how he deals with you." The moment these words came out, Everyone except the Luo family members immediately looked awful. This foolish girl wanted to live or die with the Luo family, and they wouldn't stop her. But she shouldn't be dragging them into this kind of hatred. Lin Quanfeng had clearly marked them down now. With his temper, he definitely wouldn't let anyone off. Her words had clearly cut off their escape route. Everyone couldn't help but curse silently. Damn it! Who the hell brought this idiot along? On the contrary, Luo Yunhai gave her a deep look and said with some emotion, Ningzhi, thank you. Thank me for what? Anyway, Big Brother Zhuo isn't here. Let this sister take care of you. Shui Ningxiang proudly patted her chest, speaking confidently. As soon as these words came out, the two Zhuo family brothers immediately broke out in cold sweats. Where does this little girl get the confidence to take care of others? Her strength is nothing to write home about. She herself needs someone to protect her. And she dares to say she'll take care of someone else. Look at the young master of the Luo family. So young, but his strength is already so strong, and he spends all year in the army with the war god Tianyu, Dugu Zantian. Does he really need those nobodies to take care of him? Luo Yunhai didn't mind these words. He chuckled, scratching his nose, and said, Hey, I appreciate Xiangji's sentiment, but let me take care of you in place of Big Brother Zhuo. Shui Ningxiang seemed to be deaf to his words, still firmly believing that Zhuo Fan would come to rescue her, and nodded slightly, saying, No problem. I firmly believe that when I'm in danger, Big Brother Zhuo will definitely find me, and then come to protect us. This time it was Luo Yunhai's turn to be stunned. He had relied on Zhuo Fan since he was young due to his lack of strength, but now he's grown up and learned a lot of skills. He can't always depend on him every time. Yet this woman, time and time again, only relies on him to save her life. Should he say she's naive or just plain stupid? With her personality, if it weren't for the protection of the Sword Marquis Manor and the Shui family, she'd be dead in these deep mountains and dense forests, no doubt about it. He also doesn't understand why those two families let her in here. Can they really be sure they can guarantee her safety? But look at this, now they're surrounded by the seventh family. With no Sword Marquis Manor here, who else can save them? At the same time, Lin Quanfeng on the opposite side was enraged by Shui Ningxiang's crippled remark, his body radiating, killing intent, his eyes coldly staring inside. Someone beside him glanced at his face and muttered, Young Master Lin, we... The other person didn't get a chance to finish their sentence. Lin Quanfeng bit his lip fiercely, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, You ignorant fools, kill! Kill them all for me! Accompanied by his angry roar, Lin Quanfeng's group immediately rushed towards the Bone Valley. Luo Yunhai looked at the overwhelming force rushing towards them and couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. What should he do? The current situation is too unfavorable. Even if they had the right time, the right place, and the right people, they still wouldn't have the advantage. In military strategy, this is a trapped dragon in a pool. Only bravery can break through. He has to find a glimmer of hope, otherwise they'll all be wiped out. Thinking this, he suddenly shouted, Everyone, is there anyone here that you're willing to risk your life to protect and ensure their safe departure? Although the enemy is strong, they're disorganized, I have a plan now. Arrange the people you want to keep safe in the middle. Then we surround them and protect them, forming a drill formation to break through the encirclement. By doing this, although it's very likely that those on the outside will die, those protected inside have a very high chance of survival. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned serious, and then they turned to their own people, hoping, Brother, you and Ninger stay inside. I'll protect you two from the outside. What nonsense are you talking about? It should be you and Ninger inside, and I'll protect you two to break through. Little sister, you must stay close inside. Don't get separated from the group. Brother, I want to live and die with you. Brother-in-law, you stay inside, I'll get you out. You silly kid, if you die and I survive. What face would I have to face your sister? In just a blink of an eye, everyone seemed to have forgotten the murderous enemies rushing towards them. Instead, their eyes flashed with a spark of fighting spirit. Luo Yunhai nodded slightly at this scene. This was exactly what he wanted. If that's the case, then let's gamble. Turning his head to look at the entrance of the mountain valley, he took a deep breath, and a profound light flashed in his eyes. After following Dugu Zantian for so many years, he learned quite a bit about leading troops, and at this moment, he seemed to have the aura of a marshal on the battlefield. Suddenly, at this moment, Shui Ningxiang's figure blocked in front of him, and she said confidently, "Yunhai, I'll stand in front of you later and protect you." Luo Yunhai couldn't help but break into a sweat on his forehead. This woman still wouldn't give up. What does she have to protect him with? Moreover, he has strength, and he can set up formations. As the family head leading a family, how could he let others protect him? He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ha ha, I appreciate your good intentions, but as the commander of this breakout, I should be at the very front."
Xingang and Shui Lin hurriedly dragged the self-unaware Shui Ningxiang away and said with a wry smile, "Ninger, they are stronger than us. Don't show off. Listen to your brothers. You go inside the formation. Let your brothers help you break through." As soon as Xiangxiang left, an old man appeared in front of Luo Yunhai and said firmly, "Young Master Luo, you are not safe standing alone. Let this old man stand beside you to protect you. Only, if anything happens to this old man, please be sure to give my regards to Grandmaster Zhuo. This old man can't worship him as my master in this life. It really is my greatest regret."
Seeing this person, Luo Yunhai sighed and said helplessly, "Hey, Grandmaster Liu is really stubborn. If it weren't for Grandmaster Liu always protecting us, we might have been wiped out long ago. If we can really escape this time, after meeting Big Brother Zhuo, I will definitely find a way to persuade him to accept you as a disciple."
"Then thank you, young Master Luo."
Grandmaster Liu nodded slightly, with a somewhat desolate look on his face, and said, "Let's talk about it after we survive. But even if I can't become Grandmaster Zhuo's disciple, I can do something for him, and that would be an honor."
Luo Yunhai nodded slightly, a light of approval flashing in his eyes.
This person is also loyal, but the shouts from the other side are getting closer and closer, and the sounds of killing are constantly ringing out.
Luo Yunhai focused his eyes forward, waiting quietly.
Until the enemies were very close, he shouted loudly, "Hold the formation steady, so our family members can survive." With his shout, everyone gathered together, and an overwhelming aura suddenly burst out, and those who were rushing over were caught off guard and sent flying. Lin Quanfeng's eyes widened at this scene, and, enraged, he narrowed his eyes, looking at the formation in front of him. After pondering for a long time, he finally shouted, "A bunch of trash! You can't even deal with a few people like that!" Someone next to him showed a look of embarrassment, and said awkwardly, "Young Master Lin, it's not our fault. It seems that there is someone on the opposite side who understands the art of arranging troops. We can't get close at all. Each person is as if they're fighting against 4 or 5 people. It's too weird." "Weird, my ass? It's just the art of arranging troops."
Lin Quanfeng snorted coldly, gritting his teeth, and said,
"I almost forgot that little devil Lu Kaio family has followed Dugu Zantian for years. If he didn't have that little skill, that would be strange. Damn it, we really can't let the Luo family continue to develop." With that said, he immediately rushed towards Luo Yunhai and shouted, "Luo family brat!" Luo Yunhai was surprised and raised his head, exclaiming, "Lin Quanfeng!" Lin Quanfeng gritted his teeth and said with angry contempt, "With this little trick, you want to break through the encirclement in front of me. Are you looking down on me too much? Now I'll destroy your formation first, and then take your head." In an instant, Lin Quanfeng entered the center of the formation, catching everyone off guard, and with a roar his figure appeared and disappeared, quickly sending the people in the formation flying.
The formation immediately collapsed. Luo Yunhai's face turned ugly, he fell to the ground, and cried out in secret, "It's over!" After dealing with the crowd, Lin Quanfeng reappeared in front of Luo Yunhai, and revealed a cruel smile, saying, Good, brat, you're all doomed. Don't be stubborn anymore. I'll cut off your head and give it to Zhuo Fan as a gift. I wonder what expression he'll have when he sees his young master's head. Haha, HMPH, do you have the guts?
Aren't you afraid that what brother will chop off won't just be your legs at that time? Luo Yunhai sneered with a look of contempt, immediately shutting the other person up. Lin Quanfeng's face instantly darkened. He, a dignified member of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, was actually being looked down upon by a newly rising family's brat, exposing the deep scars in his heart, which made him both hate and anger. And his eyes turned red, and he shouted,
You stinky brat! Do you think we can't do anything to Zhuo Fan? HMPH, let me tell you the truth. We've had a plan to deal with him for a long time,
but it's a pity you won't be alive for much longer. Luo Yunhai looked at the person in front of him in panic, feeling a little nervous in his heart. What he said didn't seem false. He must quickly remind Zhuo Fan. Seeing him nervous, Lin Quanfeng thought he was afraid of death and immediately laughed. Now I'll send you down there first, and then let that bastard come down to accompany you, but don't worry, for the sake of Dugu Zantian, I'll give you a complete corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Quanfeng struck down without hesitation, his eyes flashing with madness. Just at this moment, an old voice shouted, "Stop! You can't hurt the Luo family's young master." Along with the shout, a flame suddenly struck towards Lin Quanfeng. However, he wasn't afraid, he just chuckled. And with a light wave of his hand, a gust of wind immediately swept over, blowing away the flame. The other person was also blown away, unable to hold back a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Quanfeng smiled evilly, and turned his head to look at Luo Yunhai again, and said cruelly, "Brat, no one can save you now. Obediently die. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first." Shui Ningxiang, appearing out of nowhere, once again stood in front of Luo Yunhai. Lin Quanfeng looked at her with disdain, thinking, "This trash dares to obstruct me. She's just courting death." His killing intent growing stronger, he sneered, "It's you again, you damn girl. Hee, don't worry, even if you didn't say anything, I was going to take your life anyway. You two little brats, die here for me." Shui Ningxiang, fearless as ever, shouted loudly, "Zhuo Da Ji." However, as soon as Lin Quanfeng heard the name Zhuo Fan, his body trembled involuntarily, fearfully searching around. "Zhuo Fan? Where is he? Is he nearby?" Seeing this, Shui Ningxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha, you coward, I knew you were afraid of my Zhuo Deji." "All right, you damn girl dares to trick me." Lin Quanfeng's face darkened as he glared at her, his killing intensifying, and he struck out with another palm. "You little bitch, Zhuo Fan isn't going to show up. I'll kill you first, then devour both of you whole. Go die for me, ha." Shui Ningxiang was finally terrified. The thundercloud ring still hadn't reacted. She shouted in alarm, "Zhuo Da Ji." She still foolishly believed that Zhuo Fan, no matter where he was, would always sense when she was in danger. Then, the thundercloud ring would flicker and he would come to rescue her. But in reality, Zhuo Fan only happened to arrive when she was in danger by chance. Her constant reliance on his protection would inevitably lead to problems in the future, because no one has the ability to appear in time and protect someone in times of crisis. Even Zhuo Fan, with all his skills, couldn't do it. This time she was lucky. Zhuo Fan didn't arrive in time, but he still had the ability to save her life once again. Zhuo Fan was on his way here, always using his spiritual sense to monitor the situation, and seeing the dangerous situation. He immediately used the second stage of the Void Clarity Divine Eye to tear through space and arrive. An invisible force flickered, instantly heading towards Lin Quanfeng's group. Everywhere it passed, obstacles turned into nothingness. In the mountain valley, everyone who was attacking and killing each other suddenly, for some unknown reason, found a large hole piercing through their chest, blood flowing everywhere. Lin Quanfeng, seeing this scene, immediately stopped his movements and cried out in horror, What is going on?" In that moment of confusion, Zhuo Fan, on the other side, took a deep breath and shouted towards the mountain valley with all his strength. "You bastard Lin Quanfeng, how dare you touch my people? Don't you dare move. Wait for me to come and rip your head off." Hearing the voice, Lin Quanfeng's body trembled uncontrollably. Because he was too familiar with this voice, it was the person who tore his leg apart. Soaring demonic dragon, he stammered in fear. It's him. He really appeared. In contrast, Luo Yunhai and Shui Ningxiang were excited when they heard the voice. They were finally saved. Their guardian deity had finally arrived. One of Lin Quanfeng's subordinates stammered in shock. Young Master Lin, Crisis." But when the person turned around to look, Lin Quanfeng was already nowhere to be seen. Seeing this scene, the person immediately shouted, "Retreat! We're retreating!" Following his cry, everyone ran away in fear. Luo Yunhai shook his head and sighed in admiration. "Zhuo Daji is indeed Zhuo Daji. He's awesome wherever he goes." Just one sentence, and he scared them into running away. Shui Ningxiang heard this and proudly nodded, as if she was the one being praised.
The Shui family siblings saw this and helplessly shook their heads and sighed. It seemed like their air was sinking deeper and deeper. Now in her heart, Zhuo Fan was like a god. It seemed like every time she was in danger, he would appear in time.
That's definitely not a good sign. This is clearly a bad sign. Relying too much on one person will definitely bring disaster. Moreover, she also overestimated herself. Her strength was obviously lacking, and she had no scheming skills. Yet she ran to this place to join in the fun. She was simply courting death. In other words, she was living proof that enthusiasm plus stupidity equals destruction. Everyone luckily escaped a calamity, hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, and then treated each other's injuries. A moment later, a thunderclap echoed in the sky, and Zhuo Fan's figure appeared.
Scanning the surroundings, Zhuo Fan said fiercely, "That brat Lin Quanfeng ran away again. Wait until next time I run into him. I will definitely break his remaining leg, so that he can only crawl in front of me from now on." Then he went to the side, and Luo Yunhai and Shui Ningxiang said with concern, "Yunhai, Ningxie, are you two all right?" Shui Ningxiang saw him and happily shook her head. "Zhuo Daji, don't worry, I'm fine. I knew that in times of danger you would definitely appear by Ningxie's side." Then she proudly held up the thundercloud ring.
Zhuo Fan smiled without saying anything. At this time, Luo Yunhai next to him also smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, Zhuo Daji. Later I'll take Elder Liu's healing pill, so I should be fine." Elder Liu, Zhuo Fan frowned, looking towards him and murmuring. Liu Yizhen respectfully looked at him and said, "Haha, Zhuo Dashi. Long time no see, how have you been lately?" Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be stunned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Why are you here? Isn't it that only disciples from the age of 3 and under in the family are allowed to participate in this 100 schools tournament?" "Elder Liu, how old are you?" Livjin. Liu Yizhen quickly waved his hand to explain, "Zhuo Dashi, don't misunderstand. I'm not a disciple participating in the 100 schools tournament. I just happened to come to Beast King Mountain to collect medicine." "Is that such a coincidence?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and asked with a slight smile. Liu Yizhen nodded, smiling sincerely. "It's such a coincidence. Maybe this is fate between me and Zhuo Dashi."
Zhuo Fan snorted coldly.
"No comment. Stop trying to latch on to me. What fate do I have with you?" Luo Yunhai saw that he wanted to refuse again, and couldn't bear it. So he spoke up for Liu Yizhen.
"Zhuo Daji. Actually, this time we were able to turn danger into safety. A large part of the reason is thanks to Elder Liu's help. He is really a great benefactor of our Luo family.
I heard that he admires you very much and wants to take you as his teacher. Or else." He hadn't finished speaking.
Zhuo Fan impatiently interrupted
and said to Liu Yizhen, "Liu Yizhen, after so many years, you still haven't given up on your intention to take me as your teacher?" "Of course. Zhuo Dashi is a master of alchemy, reaching the pinnacle among those I have ever met. To be able to join your sect, Steward Zhuo, is truly my lifelong wish." Liu Yizhen sincerely nodded, replying firmly. "If that's the case," Zhuo Fan said calmly, looking at him with evil eyes. "All right, we're short on people right now, and you just happen to catch up. If you can protect the Luo family during this 100 schools tournament and make contributions to the family, then I might consider the matter of accepting you as a disciple. I will definitely do my best, and will not fail to live up to the expectations of Daishi," Liu Yizhen said respectfully. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with light. He nodded slightly without comment, and finally swept his eyes over everyone and said, "All right, I will guard here. You guys quickly heal your injuries." Everyone nodded slightly. As an alchemist, Liu Yizhen was assigned to heal everyone. With Zhuo Fan here, they could also heal their injuries in peace without fear of being disturbed. At the same time, on another side of the dense forest, the people of the Shu family had gathered in one place, divided into 2 opposing sides. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that Zhuo Fan's allies had fallen into a disadvantage. Huangfu Qingtian took a step forward arrogantly with cold eyes, looking at the people opposite him, and said contemptuously, "What? Haven't you guys realized yet that an ant is just an ant?"
Huangfu Tianyuan on the outside saw this scene and curled his lips in disdain, sweeping his eyes over everyone, and said with a smile, Ha ha, there's no more suspense. It seems that the Yishen pill is ours. The people of the Underworld Valley and Joyful Forest, following the Emperor Winding Path, heard these words and were overjoyed. It seemed that they were right to follow the Emperor Winding Path. On the other hand, the people on Chu Bijun's side gritted their teeth in anger, originally thinking that Chu Qingcheng and the others had obtained the Yishen pill, taking the lead. But they didn't expect that this monster, Huangfu Qingtian, would openly block the road and rob them. It was too shameless. It was a pity that there was no other way. This battle was undoubtedly lost. Zhuge Changfeng nodded slightly in amusement upon seeing this scene. Indeed, one side has a monster with freakishly strong strength, while the other side's monster hasn't arrived yet. This situation is indeed the most unfavorable. It's better to surrender obediently. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, and they immediately turned gloomy. What he said was not wrong. In this 100 schools tournament, both sides had two monsters leading them. But at this time, one of the monsters was nowhere to be seen. What on earth was he doing? Why didn't he go with the people from the Flower Rain Tower? Just one sentence from Zhuge Changfeng stirred up a series of doubts in everyone's hearts. Inside the Beast King Mountain, standing in front of the mountain valley receiving the sunlight, Zhuo Fan suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Zhuo Fan touched his nose and said with a murderous face, "Who is talking bad about me behind my back?" But on this side, Huangfu Qingtian kept moving forward, relaxed and unhurried, as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. On the other hand, on Chu Qingcheng's side, everyone stared at him, stepping back, their faces unconsciously solemn. Just like that, he advanced one step, they retreated one step, immediately falling into a stalemate, neither side yielding. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Qingtian finally stopped, a hint of arrogance on the corner of his mouth. "How much further do you want to retreat? Hand over the spirit-snatching pill, and I won't hurt you." Chu Qingcheng bit her lip lightly, remaining silent. She didn't want to hand it over, no matter what. As long as she wasn't dead, she definitely wouldn't give it to him easily. Long Xingyun, protecting the Huayu Tower group behind him, looked at Huangfu Qingtian and joked, "Huangfu Gongzi, no matter how you put it, you're still the eldest young master of the emperor-wielding sect. How can you shamelessly do things like a thief? There are still 4 more spirit-snatching pills anyway, you can go find them. Why do you have to rob ours?" But Huangfu Qingtian didn't pay attention, arrogantly laughing. "Ha ha, Long Xingyun, I know you're quick-tongued, best at useless sophistry. It's true that my emperor-wielding sect doesn't covet robbing the things in your hands. But don't forget the 100 schools contend. Following the law of nature, the strong are respected, all treasures must belong to the strong. Therefore, I'm taking all 5 spirit-snatching pills. You all better hand over your pills, otherwise—" He paused, then challenged, "Otherwise what? At worst, we'll just fight." But before his words finished, Xi Tianshang suddenly shouted and charged forward, slashing a sword at him. Long Xingyun was shocked to see this, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He sighed inwardly. In just a few days, this Xiaozi's strength has increased another level. But since things had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and follow along. He bit his lip lightly, then decisively joined the battle, yelling, "Profound Flood Dragon Martial Skill, Hidden Dragon Reversal Sea Palm." In an instant, everyone immediately heard the sound of a dragon's roar, but couldn't see the illusion of a dragon. When that invisible force came before him, Huangfu Qingtian merged into the earth. At that moment, the ground under Huangfu Qingtian's feet suddenly shattered. A giant dragon appeared, opening its mouth to swallow him. But before that giant dragon could get close, a loud explosion reached everyone's ears. The giant dragon exploded in an instant. Huangfu Qingtian was surrounded by glittering golden light, seemingly unaffected in any way. On the other hand, Long Xingyun was sent flying backwards by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground with difficulty. Seeing this, Xi Tianshang didn't hesitate, firmly gripping the sword in his hand and charging forward, shouting continuously, "Void Spirit 9 style, strongest style, Nirvana style." This sword strike seemed to turn everything in the world into nothingness. Only this sword appeared, its spiritual light illuminating the world. This was the Sword Marquis Manor's unique profound grade martial skill, the strongest move of the Void Spirit 9 styles, a sword strike that destroys the heavens and earth.
unstoppable. Zhi Zhaofeng, observing the battle from outside, excitedly yelled when he saw this sword strike.
Good kid, that sword has already surpassed your father. Not far away, Huangfu Tianyuan saw this and sneered, Sect leader Xie is so excited to see such powerful martial skills. Is your expectation for your son a little too low?
Hearing these words, Zhi Zhaofeng's face immediately darkened, coldly laughing.
Of course, I know that the eldest young master of the emperor-wielding sect has extraordinary talent, but if I may be blunt, facing this sword strike, your son would have to exert some effort to block it, I'm afraid.
In tears.
Oh, then we'll just wait and see. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Huangfu Qingtian's mouth, mocking, as if proving his words. Inside the battle, Huangfu Qingtian didn't seem to move at all. But with a boom, the golden light appeared again, and Shi Tianshang's sword instantly exploded.
And he was also sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, seriously injured. How could this be? Zhi Zhaofeng cried out in fear at this scene.
Huangfu Tianyuan, on the other hand, had a joyful expression, laughing loudly. Ha ha, sect leader Xie. To tell you the truth, my son's talent is not something ordinary geniuses can compare to. In terms of strength, he surpassed this old man 5 years ago.
As soon as these words came out, the group of Chu Biqing's side immediately fell into a state of horror. If Huangfu Qingtian's strength was already this powerful, how could they continue to fight? At this moment, their last hope wasn't there, and things looked grim. Zhi Zhaofeng looked at his injured son, biting his lip in secret, cursing him as a monster.
But no one knew. Huangfu Tianyuan praised his son on the surface, but in his heart he was constantly wary. This stinky brat has now become the greatest threat to me, the sect master. How great would it be if he could die at Zhuo Yifan's hands? At the same time, inside Beast King Mountain, Huangfu Qingtian retracted his hand and looked at the person kneeling on the ground, nodding and smiling. Ha ha, interesting. Unexpectedly, in just a short few days, your strength has increased more than those two behind me. How about you surrender? This Gongzi will not mistreat you in the future. Shi Tianshang grinned and said straightforwardly, I am a disciple of the Sword Marquis Manor, who I ally with. It's not my decision to make. But Huangfu Qingtian slowly shook his head, lightly smiling, and retorted, Old-fashioned, whether it's the 7 noble houses or this world, in the future, they will all belong to us. Those old fogies will be in their coffins sooner or later anyway. Why do you care about them? As long as you agree, it means that the Sword Marquis Manor agrees. That's enough. Finishing speaking, he looked at Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun again, saying, The two of you as well, if you are willing to submit to me.
The 100 schools contend will not need to be fought. The 7 noble houses will forever be one family.
As soon as his words fell, the group of Chu Qingcheng opposite was immediately horrified.
Even those outside were no exception. He actually openly declared this, almost not fearing his power.
This guy is really too rebellious. In other words, I'm afraid the internal emperor-wielding sect is not as stable as the rumors say. Can a father and son fighting for power be stable?
On the other hand, the elders of the emperor-wielding sect, hearing his words, proudly said,
Well said, worthy of being the successor of our emperor-wielding sect.
This is the tradition of the emperor-wielding sect. However, Huangfu Tianyuan's face darkened upon hearing these words. Trembling with anger, gnashing his teeth and filled with rage. Damn it, this rebellious son, his father, me, is not dead yet. And he dares to openly seize power in front of everyone. Damn it!
Standing before Huangfu Qingtian's invitation,
if they accepted, it would be like slapping themselves in the face.
The 3 of Chu Qingcheng obviously did not agree. Seeing that the 3 were still stubborn, Huangfu Qingtian no longer wanted to negotiate, directly revealing his killing intent.
The 3 of Chu Qingcheng quickly joined forces. This time she used her special ability, and her special ability was to merge the martial skills of the 3 families into one. Seeing this, everyone was extremely stunned, including Huangfu Qingtian. After merging the 3 people's moves, they are called Wind, Snow, Dragon, Shadow, Slash.
Shi Tianyang stood at the head holding the sword. The point of his sword was continuously magnified and stabbed into the opponent. Zhao Cheng used his hand to block the sword strike, and then BAM! 5 stone dragons from Long Xingyun appeared,
all crashing down on him at once, causing a pretty big explosion. When the dust settled, Huangfu Qingtian was basically a frozen popsicle thanks to Chu Qingcheng's ice powers. stuck in place. At first, everyone thought they had him cornered, but before they could even relax, a roar exploded from him. Right after, a huge golden dragon smashed through the ice, completely breaking free from Chu Qingcheng's prison. As soon as he was free, he flew up to a higher spot and unleashed the 9 dragons' Vajra body, Dragon Might Claw. With just a flick of his hand, Chu Qingcheng and the others felt like they were slammed into the ground by some massive, invisible force, unable to even put up a fight. Then, he walked up to them, demanding they hand over the Yishen pill or he'd kill them all. Left with no choice, Shi Tianyang tossed him the pill. After making sure it was the real deal, Huangfu Qingtian just had to trash talk. See, you handed it over eventually. What was the point of resisting? You gotta understand, only the strong deserve treasures, and you guys are still green. Outside the Starfall formation, 2 dudes were huddled under blankets, watching the live stream. After seeing that performance, they felt like their trip to Tianyu hadn't been a waste, and each of them had already picked out someone they wanted. Once he left, Xiao Dandan rushed over to Chu Qingcheng, helping her up and asking worriedly, "Qingcheng Ji, are you okay?" Ji Ye Tianyang went to Shi Tianshang's side as well, calling out with concern. Shi Tianshang didn't even care about his own injuries, glaring at Huangfu Qingtian's retreating back, silently cursing, "Damn it, the power gap is so huge even the 3 of us together couldn't do anything." Just then, Chu Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, before finally speaking, resigned. "Let's go. We need to find the key to the formation and get back." And as soon as she said that, even though Long Xingyun was unwilling, he nodded in agreement. Chu Qingcheng was right. They were getting completely crushed by Huangfu Qingtian. Living now was just running away. Thinking about it, he sighed inwardly, wondering when they, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, had become so useless. Huangfu Qingtian up ahead heard her righteous words, stopped in his tracks, and smirked, showing a trashy, disdainful smile. The guys from Yu Mountain behind him also laughed mockingly, same as him. Outside, the Emperor Gate's people also looked down on them, while the Huayu Tower's crowd had dark and ugly faces. It seemed like at this moment, the battle was already decided, no need to even fight anymore, the strength difference was just too big. Huangfu Tianyuan saw this and laughed triumphantly. "Victory is decided, looks like there's no need to fight anymore, what do you say?" Haha. Right at that moment, sounds of hurried footsteps came closer from inside. Huangfu Qingtian frowned, facing the direction of the sound, and shouted, "Who's coming out?" Not long after, a person suddenly appeared, looking panicked as he ran towards everyone. This person was none other than one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Lin Quanfeng, who had been scared off by Zhuo Fan earlier. When he looked up and saw Huangfu Qingtian's group, his face relaxed, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Young master, I finally found you. That guy's coming to kill me, young master, save me." Hearing him, Huangfu Qingtian's face turned a bit ugly, muttering, "Could it be?" He immediately scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, but unfortunately, he couldn't see Zhuo Fan at all, and didn't seem to detect anyone either, Lin Quanfeng said in surprise. "Why isn't he here yet?" Huangfu Qingtian slapped Lin Quanfeng across the face, sending him tumbling to the ground, angrily scolding, "That brat isn't even here, what's your problem? 10 days ago I clearly heard him say he wanted to twist my head off. He's really not coming?" That's great. Lin Quanfeng's eyes darted around, completely losing face as he breathed a sigh of relief, looking terrified. The 2 guys from Yu Mountain secretly sighed. How embarrassing. They were just laughing at the Huayu Tower people for being scared and wanting to go home, and now this guy was scared to this degree. What a disgrace. Why did they have to be allies with this cowardly wimp? Huangfu Qingtian picked up on the key point, coldly staring at him, grimly questioning. "You're saying you saw him 10 days ago, but with your strength, how did you escape?" Well, I didn't actually see him." Lin Quanfeng seemed too panicked, his thoughts jumbled, and after a long pause he stammered. "But I heard his voice. It was definitely him. He said he wanted to twist my head off." As soon as he said that, the 2 guys from Yu Mountain immediately burst out laughing, mocking. "Ha ha, Lin Quanfeng, you're supposed to be one of the 6 dragons, and you got so scared just from hearing a voice that you ran for 10 days straight. Ha ha." Lin Quanfeng seemed to sense everyone's contemptuous gaze, and couldn't help but glare at the 2 guys from Yu Mountain, angrily cursing, "What are you 2 laughing at? If you were in that situation, you'd be scared out of your minds too. Haha, we admit we wouldn't dare to fight him one-on-one, but we'd at least take a look at him, right?" Ha. With a slight smirk, Yonquan and Yan Bangui exchanged glances, laughing out loud in unison. Hearing this, the people behind them couldn't help but want to laugh out loud too, but out of respect for Kuaihuo, they still covered their mouths and chuckled softly. Lin Quanfang saw this scene and got angry again, yelling, "What do you guys know? That kid didn't even show his face. He was thousands of miles away. Just straight up lost my hand." In a flash, the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other in horror, as if confirming what they had just heard. Even Huangfu Qingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes, asking solemnly, "What did you say? You didn't even see when he crippled your hand." I don't know what happened. This hand just suddenly disappeared, and when he gave me the warning, mountains hundreds of meters high were shaking, like a god descending. How could I not run in that situation? Lin Quanfeng wiped the sweat off his forehead, seemingly still terrified, trembling as he spoke. Hearing this, Yu Yushan and Yan Bangui behind him were immediately shocked. Even Huangfu Qingtian was equally wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. To be able to take Lin Quanfeng's hand, the fastest of the 6 dragons, from thousands of miles away and completely undetected, was simply impossible. How the hell did Zhuo Fan do it? Hearing this, Huangfu Qingtian narrowed his eyes and looked towards Chu Qingcheng and the others, shouting loudly, "Tell that brat! This young master is stationed 10 miles east. If he wants to snatch the divine pill, tell him to come find me. I want to see how he can take this pill from 1,000 miles away." With that, he flicked his sleeves, turned, and left. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Could it be that in all of Tianyu, the first person to ignite his fighting spirit was Zhuo Fan? Long Xingyan watched him leave fiercely, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "I never thought that the dignified town monarch emperor Huangfu Qingtian would issue a challenge to someone. Truly rare." Chu Qingcheng pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally shouted loudly, giving orders. "Everyone listen up! Search for Zhuo Fan. Yes." Everyone shouted in unison, nodding together, and issuing orders to everyone. Chu Qingcheng helplessly looked up at the sky, lamenting. Although that person was heartless, this time he was the last hope to regain her dignity, and she could only rely on him. On the other hand, a leisurely group walked along, laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of Beast King Mountain. And the leader was Zhuo Yifan. After saving Luo Yinhai and his group, he had to lead these useless people along. Looking at the carefree group laughing and playing behind him, Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth and complained. He really didn't understand why Luo Yinhai had saved them and even wanted to take care of them. These good-for-nothings couldn't even keep up with his pace, and he had to slow down to wait for them. They were such a hindrance. If it weren't for Luo Yinhai's soft heart, he could have let the spirit beasts kill them all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He really wanted to ditch this noisy bunch here. The people behind him didn't seem to notice his anger, and continued to fawn over him. Hero Zhuo is truly skilled. The 4th and 5th level spirit beasts run away in fear with just a glance from him. That's right. With Hero Zhuo here, this dangerous Beast King Mountain is like taking a leisurely stroll. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Zhuo Fan glared fiercely at the group, shouting coldly, "All of you, be serious and thorough. Find the gate and the key quickly. Then you can all go back quickly. You'll be better off, and I'll be even better off. Got it? Yes." Hearing this, the group responded in unison. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but curse. Now that he was carrying this bunch of deadweights, he could only find the gate and the key first. As for snatching the divine pill, he'd figure it out after he got rid of these good-for-nothings. But after walking for a while, the people behind him continued to laugh and chat noisily, annoying Zhuo Fan to the point where he wanted to kill them. His anger surged up immediately, and Zhuo Fan wanted to shout at them. But before he could unleash his anger, Xue Ningxiang, who didn't know when she had the time, wove a wreath and came over to put it on his head. In this dangerous Beast King Mountain, only she had the mood to pick flowers and weave wreaths. So carefree it was frightening. Approaching Zhuo Fan, Xue Ningxiang smiled and said, "Brother Zhuo, this is for you. Don't be angry anymore." Looking at her carefree smile, Zhuo Fan couldn't bear to get angry. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and said, "No, I'm not angry at all. Really? Shui Ningxiang asked, seemingly unconvinced. Seeing the two of them, one big and one small, laughing happily, Luo Yunhai couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Ningir was here. Otherwise, with Zhuo Fan's temper, this slow group would have been taken away and refined long ago. With his ruthlessness, refining them would be no different from sending them to hell, since it would be creating monsters. He couldn't help but recall the past. When the young guards of the Lutuo family were all trained through life and death experiences, each of them was as strong as a monster. Back then, it was already lucky if 1 out of 100 elite youths could survive. Even after following his adoptive father, Du Jiyu Zantian, for 3 years, Luo Yunhai still couldn't bear the thought of that cruel training. After discussing it with Luo Yuncheng, he decided to stop it. From then on, the Luo family no longer selected and trained young guards like that. If Zhuo Fan knew about this, he would definitely spank his ass until it bloomed, so he chose to hide it from him for now. But how could Luo Yunhai know that there were no footprints of the weak on the road to success? Zhuo Fan provided such cruel training because he wanted them to be able to survive in battle, not to practice casually so they'd be sending themselves to their deaths as soon as they went to the battlefield. The world was cruel, so weakness was a sign of defeat. Current ruthlessness was for the sake of the future. Everyone thought Zhuo Fan was ruthless, but this was the method he created to protect the lives of his subordinates. They only saw the present and couldn't see the future. Being too soft-hearted, no wonder his entire family was exterminated in one night. Putting everything aside, the group continued to move forward, but at this moment, a rustling sound came from the grass nearby. Zhuo Fan frowned, looking vigilantly at the source of the sound, and shouted, "Who's there? Get out here!" Brother Zhuo, it's us!" A timid voice came from the grass. Immediately after, Deng Xiaowan, her face covered in mud, came out, and Tong Tianba also appeared from behind her. Zhuo Fan glanced at the two of them, not paying attention, and looked away. Only Shui Ningxiang excitedly ran over to ask, "Sister Wanjie, you're okay?" "That's great! Yes, I'm okay." Deng Xiaowan nodded and smiled. Zhuo Fan pondered for a long time, finally unable to hold back, and spoke up. "What? You haven't found other allies yet? Do you want to join our group of old, weak, and disabled?" Hearing this, Shui Ningxiang giggled, then glanced at him and said, smiling, "Brother Zhuo, how could we be so weak? Back then, when we fought Ling Quanfeng, we beat him until he was crying and begging for mercy." Zhuo Fan didn't think so, snorting coldly in response. "You dare to admit that? Then why are you guys so timid now?" "Isn't that because of you, brother?" Shu Ningxiang giggled, saying nimbly, "Because you're really too strong, too reassuring. Of course, we've all lost our fighting spirit." Sure. Zhuo Fan looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She could even say something like that. But he didn't refute it, and gave her a happy smile. Deng Xiaowan looked at the two of them laughing and chatting happily, and a hint of jealousy arose in her heart. If only she could be so carefree, laughing and joking with Zhuo Fan like that. But she understood clearly that she had never truly appeared in his life, so what right did she have to ask for so much? Thinking of this, even though she was unwilling, she could only sigh and lower her head. Tong Tianba seemed to understand his mom's thoughts, and quickly stepped forward to pat her shoulder in comfort, then looked at Zhuo Fan and spoke up. "Brother Zhuo, actually, we're under orders from Building Lord Chu to find you." Chu Qing Cheng. Hearing her name, Zhuo Fan unconsciously felt a trace of anxiety, not daring to face her. But he didn't realize he was stammering as he asked, "Isn't she supposed to be finding the gate and the key and snatching the divine pill? What does she want with me?" Giving him a deep glance, Tong Tianba said calmly, "Actually, it's not exactly that Building Lord Chu is looking for you, but Huangfu Qingtian has issued a challenge to you. He heard that you crippled Lin Quanfeng's hand without showing yourself, so he's using a divine pill in his possession as a challenge, to see if you can snatch the pill from his hands." "You mean that brat will be staying in one place, waiting for me to challenge him?" Zhuo Fan frowned unconsciously, a glint flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Tong Tianba nodded slightly. "Yes, that's right." "Ha ha, then doesn't that mean we don't have to worry about running into the Emperor's sovereign sect anymore?" "That idiot, let him wait there for me," Zhuo Fan smirked, and said to the group, "Now everyone, go find the Yi Shen pill for me. There will be rewards for finding it." The group immediately shouted excitedly upon hearing his orders. Deng Tianbao widened his eyes in shock upon seeing this, and quickly stopped them. "Wait, if you don't go, wouldn't people think you're afraid? We're allies. Where's our dignity? Won't we be unable to raise our heads in front of them forever? We'll be laughed at, you idiot. Just say you didn't find me. Wouldn't that be enough? Moreover, the most glorious era has arrived."
So what? Benefits are what matter most. Once I, your grandpa, find everything and shove it in their faces, face and reason will follow. That's the ultimate victory. Zhuo Fan grinned, shamelessly laughing out loud. "I've never cared about those fluffy things. Real, tangible benefits are what truly matter."
Ha ha. As soon as he spoke, everyone burst into laughter, shouting in agreement. Young hero Zhuo is indeed a hero. Brave and resourceful, playing the enemy in the palm of your hand. Following young hero Zhuo will surely lead to riches and success. Zhuo Fan smirked. "Huangpu Qingtian, you think a war declaration alone is enough for me to fight you just because of face? This guy doesn't care about face, even about reason. How can he win like that?"
Thinking of this, he laughed triumphantly. "Huangpu Qingtian, you're doomed to lose today." Seeing that he was determined not to return with them, Deng Tianba's expression was somewhat disappointed, and he sighed helplessly. "All right, then I can only go back and report your intentions to Hallmaster Chu. Looks like Hallmaster Chu has to endure for a while longer."
Hearing this, Zhuo Fan suddenly felt a little confused and asked suspiciously, "Wait a minute, the person Huangpu Qingtian wants a war declaration with is me. I'm not going. But why does she feel humiliated having an ally like me? What needs to be endured?" Oh, that's how it is. Originally thinking that persuasion had failed, he suddenly asked clearly, and Deng Tianba could only tell him everything in detail, from Huangpu Qingtian ambushing and robbing elixirs, to defeating Chu Qingcheng's 3 people, and constantly mocking them. Everyone explained everything clearly. As Zhuo Fan listened, his expression darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. His hands clenched into fists, unsure whether he was angry because his allies were bullied or because of that woman's dignity. At this moment, he clearly wanted to change his mind. Regardless of who it was for, he had to go back and fight Huangpu Qingtian. After everyone spoke out, Deng Tianba's expression was a bit sad, and he sighed and said,
"After a period of despair, Hallmaster Chu has instructed us to find the key." Preparing to return to the manor, only later Huangpu Qingtian's war declaration gave everyone a little hope. "But you are unwilling to go then." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Fan hurriedly waved his hand, revealing a cruel smile, and said, "All right, if that little brat made a move to snatch first, then I, your grandpa, must get this back. If anyone dares to touch my people, they'll have to pay the price." Hearing these words, Deng Tianba immediately became happy, as if he understood something. Although he was not very scholarly, he was extremely clear about matters between men and women. Look at that. Zhuo Fan has long decided on the woman in his heart, but he keeps refusing to admit it. The ancients were indeed right. Those involved are always confused. In a lush green forest, after receiving Huangpu Qingtian's war declaration, Chu Qingcheng's people went to the formation gate to set up camp, no longer wandering around, but everyone dispersed from the rear, joining forces to search for Zhuo Fan. However, Chu Qingcheng had waited for so many days, but she couldn't even find Zhuo Fan's shadow. At this time, she was a little desperate, and she couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh repeatedly. Just at this moment, Shi Tianyang came from behind and called her. "Hallmaster Chu!"
Hearing the person coming, she turned her head to look back, her expression a little serious. "What's the matter?
Is there any news of Zhuo Fan yet?"
Not a single clue. Shi Tianyang shook his head helplessly and said sadly, "It's been 8 or 9 days already. If we continue like this, our morale will collapse completely. We don't even need to participate in the 100 schools contend for eminence anymore. We'd be lucky to escape."
Hearing these words, Chu Qingcheng sighed in complete despair. She had people search for so long, but she couldn't find her last hope after all. The dignity of the 3 families of the 7 noble houses. Do we really have to give up?
But just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in front, right at the wooden formation gate. Chu Qingcheng's eyes widened in surprise. This voice was the person she had been waiting for. She couldn't be more familiar with it. Looking towards that place, She really hoped that the person she was waiting for would appear and not disappoint her. Dong Tianba led Zhuo Fan to this place, still explaining to him.
That's right, and Hallmaster Chu and them are stationed in front.
In an instant, everyone was overjoyed and gathered together to surround Zhuo Fan's group. Shi Tianyang alone ran over excitedly, laughing loudly. Haha, we finally found you guys. You're all right. That's great. Nigger, you know what? After being teleported over, we got lost these days. I've been looking for you all along, but I couldn't find your shadows. I was so worried. Unfortunately, the person he pounced on was not Zhuo Fan, but Xue Ningxiang, who was following behind him.
Zhuo Fan paused for a moment, his face full of black lines.
What kind of brother is this? He didn't even bother to hug him. How annoying. Deng Tianba saw this scene and couldn't help but comfort him. Haha, Zhuo bro, remember our conversation in Huayu City? Men are indeed animals. Zhuo Fan didn't care much, and then went straight to Chu Qingcheng's place. Deng Tianba saw her and respectfully saluted. Hallmaster Chu, we have found Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng nodded slightly, her face full of frost, and strode past Zhuo Fan's face. Suddenly feeling the murderous aura rushing over, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but tremble. A fear arose in his heart, but his expression remained the same, and he didn't dare to show it. Chu Qingcheng looked at him expressionlessly, and said coldly, Do you know why I asked you to come here? Zhuo Fan looked at her. The cold air around her was pressing, and he felt a little lost in his heart. This woman always had a gentle and tender appearance when she met him in the past, but now she was so cold. But isn't this what he wanted? Who was he showing this expression to? After pondering for a long time, he quickly hid the lost look in his eyes. He stiffly nodded. Since you know, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go. As an ally, it's time for you to exert your strength. In Chu Qingcheng's eyes, there was only coldness at this moment. Like a stranger she had never met. Zhuo Fan gave her a deep look, and without saying a word, he used the lightning cloud wings to leave, sighing in his heart. Perhaps that day in the courtyard, his words really made her completely despair, hating him to the extreme. But this is also good. The relationship between him and her should only be an alliance, which will avoid a lot of trouble. Being able to abandon all of this is what he expected, isn't it? Thinking of this, he quickly accelerated his speed and left. Looking at his figure leaving, Chu Qingcheng's expression became more and more ugly, her hands clenched into fists, and she muttered angrily, This kid really doesn't have anything to say to me. Xiao Dandan fearfully walked over, carefully looking at her and whispering, Sister Qingcheng, were you too fierce with your husband just now? What to keep or not, that kind of heartless and unrighteous person?
Doesn't deserve a good look. Also, don't call him husband. He doesn't deserve any woman to call him that. Chu Qingcheng glared at her fiercely and scolded loudly. Xiao Dandan was so frightened that she trembled and didn't dare to speak anymore. This was the first time she had seen Chu Qingcheng angry to this extent. At this time, Shi Tianyang's teasing voice came from not far away, his face with a little worry, and said, Ninger, you were besieged by 1,000 people again. Were you injured? Xu Ningxiang indifferently waved her hand and smiled. It's okay. Big Brother Zhuo came down from the sky to save us, and even crippled one of Ling Quanfeng's arms. As long as Big Brother Zhuo is here, we all have nothing to worry about.
Shi Tianyang heard these words, reluctantly pouted, and said jealously, Although that kid is powerful, his temper stinks. Can you guys even put up with him? Xu Ningxiang blinked innocently and said, Big Brother Zhuo's temper is very good, approachable and friendly. Although he often scolds people, he gets over it quickly. Everyone has a lot of fun interacting with him recently. The two of them laughed and talked happily. But they didn't know that these words reached Chu Qingcheng's ears in front, which made her even more angry and cursed inwardly.
Great, he can smile at others, but he's so heartless and unrighteous towards her.
Seeming to understand her thoughts, Deng Tianba unconsciously smiled and muttered,
Hallmaster Chu, there's something I don't know if I should say or not.
Chu Qingcheng coldly shouted. After pondering for a while, Deng Tianba said shyly, Hallmaster Chu, I am an uneducated person, but I still have some insight in matters between men and women. In my opinion, although Zhuo Bro is surrounded by many butterflies, only 3 people can catch his eye. Perhaps he himself is not even aware of this.
He hadn't finished speaking yet. Chu Qingcheng's expression softened a little. Continuing to speak, Deng Tianba nodded slightly and explained. According to my observation of these three people, one is the eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yunxiang, two is the third daughter of the Shui family, Xue Ningxiang, and three is you, Hallmaster Chu. He has never seriously looked at other women, including my little sister. Why am I ranked third? Chu Qingcheng heard and felt a little relieved, but she still unconvincedly said. Deng Tianba was sweating cold, and he sighed in his heart. Even this little ranking is worth comparing. Indeed, a woman's jealousy is terrible. After pondering for a while, he still smiled flatteringly and spoke again. Hallmaster Chu, don't worry. This is not the ranking in his heart, it's just an arrangement. According to the attitude of the three people's feelings, don't blame me. In my opinion, Zhuo Bro has more responsibility towards the eldest daughter of the Luo family.
Like taking care of relatives, it can be said that he treats Miss Lubao like family. As for matters between men and women, I have not yet discovered it. As for Miss Su, innocent and romantic, she is a rare, kind person, not polluted by the secular world. He probably sees her as a younger sister, and it is impossible to say whether she can develop into a lover or not. As for Hallmaster Chu, to say something that shouldn't be said, domineering outwards, the title of Flying Sky Cold Phoenix is real. Zhuo Bro's feeling towards you. Before he could finish his words, Chu Qingcheng anxiously asked, what is it? After thinking for a long time, Deng Tianba finally boldly said straight, reporting to Hallmaster Chu, it's being afraid of his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qingcheng's cheeks suddenly turned red, a little shy, but more joy in her heart. If it's really as Deng Tianba said, he has an attitude of being afraid of his wife towards her, then wouldn't he have regarded her as his wife back in Huayu City? So among the three women, she is the one with the closest relationship with him? Thinking of this, a sweetness suddenly rose in her heart, and all the ruthless words he had said the day before were completely forgotten. On the other hand, while floating in the air, Zhuo Fan suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, which made him a little panicked and muttered, suddenly sneezing, I thought there was going to be a big war, but Huangpu Qingtian wasn't here. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes, finally finding the group of people, and immediately descended from the sky. Everyone was startled, and took a deep breath, looking at the figure that appeared, and shouted, Surging demonic dragon Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan swept his eyes towards the group of people. Zhuo Fan cracked a devilish smile. I, your grandpa, am here as promised to retrieve the stolen divine pills. Where is Huangpu Qingtian? Oh, the young master saw that you hadn't been around for days, so he and Yanfu went looking for the remaining elixir. The two of them were waiting for them. Not knowing, someone got scared, and honestly told him everything. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan became even less cautious, and said with a sinister smile, So you guys deliberately messed with me? Oh no, really? Well, this daddy is pissed, and the consequences will be serious. Ignoring their explanations, Zhuo Fan revealed a hint of murderous intent, and said with a cold laugh, This daddy really wants to kill someone right now. Who do you think I should kill? Hearing this, everyone was scared to tears. Who let this tyrant out? They're scared to death. Look at him, he's a devil. His murderous aura is so strong that just looking at him scares them witless. But why should they be scapegoats in a fight between two monsters? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Zhuo, Master Zhuo, we're just a bunch of small fry, not worthy of being on the stage. If you act against us, it would be beneath your status. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Without warning, Zhuo Fan glanced at the person, and an invisible force brushed past him. Immediately, the person slowly fell to the ground. Dying with his eyes wide open, Zhuo Fan glanced at the crowd and chuckled. You guys don't seem to understand one thing. When this daddy kills people, I do it as I please. Seems like you guys haven't figured it out yet. This daddy doesn't have that many rules when it comes to killing. As for status, haha, don't be so formal. I'm just a small steward of a third-rate clan, just like you guys. What status is there to talk about? Killing you guys isn't insulting at all, right? As soon as these words came out, the crowd fell silent, constantly complaining inwardly, This guy is too shameless. In Tianyu, which third-rate family dares to provoke the 7 noble houses, like the Luo family? This kid looks humble, but he's obviously pretending. As if understanding their thoughts, Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly. That's right, this daddy is just pretending. I'm just bored. Killing you guys to relieve boredom. It doesn't matter how many I kill, it's just a hobby. Who told you to oppose me, haha?
After saying this, he laughed maniacally, immediately moving his hands, threatening the crowd in front of him to tremble and scatter, screaming incessantly, "Run! He's a maniac! This guy is a lunatic! He's a demon! Demon, help me, Mom!" Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan snorted triumphantly. "Killing people is just a means. People are afraid of death. As long as they fear me, they won't dare to attack me. So what if Huangpu Qingtian set them up here to trap him? At the most crucial moment, these people will definitely be scared and mess things up." Thinking of this, he laughed again, looking evilly at the fleeing crowd. "Ha ha! Interesting. Well then, this daddy will wait for Huangpu Qingtian to return and play with you guys here to relieve boredom. I wonder who the next unlucky one will be." He smiled cruelly. Zhuo Fan glanced at the crowd, and everyone he looked at instantly fell to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. Only in the end, after someone shouted loudly, "Run quickly!" did they react and run away. However, not many managed to escape. The entire army was almost slaughtered by Zhuo Fan, like mowing grass on the ground. Zhuo Fan smiled as he watched everything, not bothering to chase after them, and curled his lips triumphantly. If the goal has been achieved, this daddy is too lazy to look down on them. Zhuo Fan took a breath, his eyes deep as he waited for Huangpu Qingtian to return. But just at this moment, a gasp of air entered his hand. A look of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he instantly grabbed the person hiding in the grass and pinned them to the ground. But when he saw the person, he was stunned, a complicated expression on his face. "It's you, Yanfu." He didn't expect this kid to be here too. If he involved him and caused his death, wouldn't he be sorry to Yan Song? He never wanted to owe anyone, not even to anyone. Yanfu didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. Raising his head proudly, he glared at him hatefully and scolded, "You demon! You killed my master! I must kill you to avenge him!" "Just you?" Zhuo Fan frowned and spoke indifferently, the corners of his mouth unconsciously drooping. "Yanfu, you're not reconciled in your heart. He wasn't wrong. He couldn't beat him. But he didn't give up either, gritting his teeth and saying, 'That's right. With my strength, I'm no match for you at all. Now, I've fallen into your hands. HMPH. If you have the guts, kill me and send me to see my master. I'll go as this useless disciple who couldn't avenge him, but at least in the underworld, I can serve him.'" Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This kid may be timid and afraid of trouble, and a bit of a playboy, but this filial piety is truly rare, and no wonder Yan Song doted on him so much. Couldn't help but chuckle, he opened his mouth to explain. "Rest assured, I won't kill you, and neither will your master." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound, his expression changing drastically, and his voice stopped abruptly. At this moment, the group led by Huangpu Qingtian also slowly appeared. Huangpu Qingtian looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "You've arrived." Turning his head to look back, Zhuo Fan slightly curled his lips and said evilly, "Young Master Huangpu, how could Zhuo Fan not come?" Sweeping his eyes around, seeing nothing but corpses, Huangpu Qingtian said indifferently, "The soaring demonic dragon is indeed as rumored. Wherever you go, you have to cause a ruckus. Not even letting the small fry off, with your strength, wouldn't letting them off be a bit beneath your dignity?" Yu Yushan also sarcastically chimed in, shrugging indifferently, offering no comment. Zhuo Fan said indifferently, "Just playing around casually. What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for the small fry? Then no, it's just that this young master has arrived. If you want to play, then let this young master keep you company." Huangpu Qingtian shook his head and finally looked at Yanfu, saying coldly, "As for that kid, kill him quickly if you want to, then this young master will learn from you." Yanfu gritted his teeth in fear but quickly sighed. Forget it. It can be considered a comfort that master and disciple can die together in Zhuo Fan's hands. At least Zhuo Fan is our enemy, better than dying at the hands of our own people." Thinking this, he secretly waited for death, his mood a little lighter. Giving him a deep glance, Zhuo Fan secretly nodded, slowly grabbing his neck and pulling him back, seemingly unintentionally or intentionally turning his body around. With his back facing Huangpu Qingtian, blocking their view. Yan Fu, a tragic character like you, seems to suffer more from living than dying. This daddy likes to see enemies suffer the most, suffering in the world, so this time I won't kill you. But if you still want to die, then come find this daddy.
This daddy will definitely fulfill your wish and lead you down to hell to meet your dead ghost master.
Saying this, he simultaneously patted Yanfu's chest, pushing him to the ground.
But no one saw that at that moment he had secretly stuffed a jade slip into his chest. Yanfu fell to the ground, suddenly opening his eyes and looking at him strangely, only to see him smile mysteriously and say, "Remember, if the human world is too bitter, you can come find this daddy at any time. This daddy will definitely lead you down to hell to see your master." Huangpu Qingtian seemed a little suspicious, slightly narrowing his eyes and saying coldly, "Zhuo Fan, letting a duck that's already in your hands go, such a thing is rare on you." "Helpless. My heart is kind." Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan shamelessly said, his evil eyes looking at him. He wanted to see if he was really letting this guy go. Thinking this, he suddenly chuckled. "It's just that holding your hand isn't worth the effort, so this young master will do it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck Yanfu with a palm. But at the moment the palm was about to strike in front of Yanfu, he stopped and glanced at Zhuo Fan. Could it be that he guessed wrong? He wasn't afraid of this guy dying either. Zhuo Fan saw that he didn't attack from the side, snorting coldly and mocking, "What's wrong? Why don't you strike down?" Unconsciously chuckling,
Huangpu Qingtian said indifferently, "Although this kid is useless, this young master really wants to deal with him. But luckily this young master's heart is also very kind, and I can't bring myself to do it." As soon as these words were spoken, the two seemed to understand each other and laughed loudly, but it made others unable to help but tremble.
At the same time, on a small cliff, an unnoticed phantom was observing the whole process attentively. Looking at Zhuo Fan's back, the phantom smiled strangely.
"This is the opponent that the Town Heaven King Dragon Huangpu Qingtian has to take seriously. Haha, interesting, he's really not ordinary. Even compared to Huangpu Qingtian, this kid named Zhuo Fan is more to my demonic liking. His strength is very good, and his methods are not bad. I just don't know who is stronger between the two of them. Anyway, this old man doesn't pick up trash, picking up the loser. I didn't expect that Tianyu has produced a lot of good stuff in recent years. This trip of mine wasn't in vain. Not in vain."
Ha, the last probe didn't go as planned.
Huangpu Qingtian slightly curled his lips, raising the ring in his hand to the main issue.
"All right.
The purpose of your coming today is for this mind-stealing pill. It's just that it won't be easy for you to get it from my hands. Well then, let this young master see your true skills." Unconsciously frowning, Zhuo Fan offered no comment, laughing and saying, "Haha, do you think I'm a fool? Fighting you in your territory is very disadvantageous for this daddy." "That's right, indeed it is," Huangpu Qingtian nodded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes.
"But if you're not going to make a move, what'd you come here for today? You can't beat me, can't get the pill." He hadn't even finished his sentence when bam, an invisible force swooped in, and the ring in his hand vanished. When he looked again,
it was already in Zhuo Fan's hand. Zhuo Fan grinned. "What were you saying?"
Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. They stared at Zhuo Fan in disbelief, speechless. Even Huangfu Qingtian, who was usually cool as a cucumber, couldn't help but pale, looking at him in shock. What the heck did this kid just do? He couldn't even see his speed, and that shadowy figure observing from afar couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of cultivation technique is this kid using? Even I can't figure out the trick behind it. So weird." Zhuo Fan coldly glanced at them and sneered, "I just came to snatch this spirit recovery pill. Now that I got it, I'm out of here." That sly fox said his piece. Bam! Lightning wings instantly appeared, turning into a bolt of lightning and disappearing without a trace. Everyone stared at his vanishing figure, speechless, totally stunned.
It took a long time for the crowd to come to their senses. Huangfu Qingtian's face darkened slightly. He actually got played. "Young master, this," Yu Wushan, standing right next to him, said with a grave expression. Huangfu Qingtian slowly waved his hand, instead looking at Lin Quanfeng and saying, "The ring, bring it here." Hearing this,
Lin Quanfeng quickly ran up to him, flattering, Hey, young master, you're a genius. I already had the ring with the pill handed over to me for safekeeping. If that Zhuo Fan takes back and sees it's empty, he'll be so pissed, haha. Hearing this,
Huangfu Qingtian wasn't happy. He took the ring in his hand, clenched it tightly, and said unwillingly, "This switch was planned for emergencies. I never thought I'd actually entrust this pill to a cripple like you for safekeeping. But I didn't expect that it'd be used so soon. Zhuo Fan is a truly formidable opponent."
Lin Quanfeng was also annoyed inside. Huangfu Qingtian had just called him a cripple. The two people behind him thought the same thing, nodding solemnly in agreement, when suddenly a tremor rang out. Huangfu Qingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he opened his palm to look, only to find the ring was gone. His heart skipped a beat. Huangfu Qingtian turned his head to look around, shouting angrily, "Zhuo Fan, yo, did you call my name?" With a swoosh, Zhuo Fan suddenly appeared in front of a tree, grinning at the three people behind Huangfu. Huangfu Qingtian looked at him in shock. He had already left a while ago, so why is he back? Huangfu Qingtian bit his lip, glaring at him. "That trick from before, that was you, wasn't it?" "Yup, young master Huangfu. I didn't expect you to get chicken and not tell me where is the real pill. Are you unsure of your chance of winning?" Zhuo Fan laughed, and put both rings into his hand and looked at him and mocked, his body suddenly shaking.
Huangfu Qingtian was secretly furious but smiled coldly. "I didn't say I had the spirit recovery pill in my hand. I was just casually showing my hand. You misunderstood, so how can you blame me for deceiving you, bullcrap?" Zhuo Fan threw his head back and laughed. "But now that the pill is in my hands, I'm really leaving this time. See ya."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan disappeared again in an instant. Everyone was startled, terrified. Disappeared again! What kind of divine power is this that's so bizarre? Free movement! Yu Wushan looked at Huangfu Qingtian with a worried expression. "Young master, temporary gain or loss isn't important. What's important is that Zhuo Fan is incredibly strange, his whereabouts unpredictable."
How will we deal with someone who can appear and disappear like a ghost in the future?
If we can't pin him down, then once the fighting starts, he'll just be killing us, and we won't even be able to touch a hair on his head. This is quite disadvantageous for us.
It's fine.
Huangfu Qingtian slowly waved his hand, a light flashing in his eyes.
"Mister, Leng had already anticipated this. Isn't our previous plan specifically prepared for him?"
"You mean?" Yu Wushan was slightly stunned, finally nodding and understanding. "I understand. Now I will go find those people who ran away in fear and ask them to train hard."
"No need." Before he could finish speaking, Huangfu Qingtian coldly waved his hand, saying ruthlessly, "Those people no longer have any value. Let them live or die in this Beast King mountain. There are still some dependent families that we haven't found. Gather them together and have them do this work." Stunned, everyone couldn't help but shudder. This guy is so heartless, just throwing people away like that.
As if understanding their thoughts, Huangfu Qingtian spoke again.
"Do you guys know the difference between assistance and burden? Assistance is strength that can help you succeed, while a burden will only hold you back and may even take your life at a crucial moment. These people may have been our assistants before, able to help us restrain that monster Zhuo Fan. But now they're scared of Zhuo Fan, so they've become our burden. If we let them continue to participate in this action, they might cause us to lose our lives at a crucial moment. So I have to get rid of them. Or do you want them to be implicated and die in Zhuo Fan's hands?" As soon as he said this, the three people immediately came to their senses and nodded, looking at Huangfu Qingtian with even more respect. Giving them a glance, Huangfu Qingtian spoke again. "Yu Wushan, weren't you wondering before why I let go of those people from Huayu Tower?"
"Ha. Now I can tell you that all of them are Zhuo Fan's burden. With Chu Qingcheng and a group of people like that holding him back, we can grasp his movements and deal with him much easier. This is a Yang plot. Even if you, Zhuo Fan, know it so well, what can you do?"
His eyes lit up, and the three people glanced at each other, admiring Huangfu Qingtian's foresight. At the same time, on the way back, Zhuo Fan wasn't happy at all. His expression was somewhat solemn. Huangfu Qingtian saw through me again, but that's not the biggest worry. Just then, if I hadn't put on a show of watching a good show, making Huangfu Qingtian embarrassed, I'm afraid Yanfu would have been killed already.
He's the type of ruthless person who would rather kill by mistake than let anyone go. In the psychological battle, I was at a disadvantage, being restricted by others. Second, saying I'm supposed to be a heartless demonic cultivator, Having so many burdens will be disadvantageous in battle. I need to get back immediately and tell them to find the key and formation gate. I have to get them back first. On another aspect, Zhuo Fan has been thinking how to deal with Huangfu Qingqian and quickly returned to Chu Qingchang's location. Not long after, a tearing wind sound rang out, accompanied by thunder, and Zhuo Fan appeared immediately in front of everyone. In an instant, everyone looked back and saw him return. Their eyes immediately brightened, with a hint of anticipation.
I don't know if he will eventually bring Yi Shendan back or not.
At the same time, at that moment, the Huayu Tower crowds were also watching him intently. On the one hand, their expression are also solemn. He didn't let everyone down. Zhuo Fan had 2 rings appeared on his hand, glanced at everyone, and laughed smugly. Guess what? The Yi Shendan is on which ring? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. However, they immediately realized something.
Isn't this just saying that he got the Yi Shendan? This news really made everyone regain their morale, shaking people's hearts. Seeing this scene, Duji Yuzantian sighed, carefully looked at him, and nodded slightly. Although that kid is arrogant, he has never disappointed people at the critical moment. If the 2 armies were to fight, his pill-snatching skill could reinvigorate morale, and his merits would be worth more than winning 100 battles. Feng Chubai nodded slightly and smiled. It seems that choosing this person to restrain Huangfu Qingtian was indeed the right choice. In this world, only he can do this. But very quickly, Feng Chubai saw a strange figure pointing towards that direction, and said to Duji Yuzantian, "Old Marshal, what is that you see there?" Following the direction he was pointing, Duji Yuzantian saw Liu Yizhen in the Luo family's team. His face suddenly froze, and he cursed inwardly. This kid is indeed not running out of oil, and openly violated his ban. Mr. Fang, what are you pointing at? I'm old, so my eyesight is poor, I can't see clearly anymore. Duji Yuzantian avoided it slightly, pretending to be innocent. Feng Chubai couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head helplessly, he did not expect Duji Yuzantian to protect the Luo family. But that's good too. Everyone is working for the emperor, and protecting the safety of the Luo family will naturally not pay attention to details. Thinking, Feng Chubai stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Haha, it's nothing. I just saw a very strange spirit beast and wanted to show it to the old marshal, but if the old marshal's eyesight is not good, then forget it." Duji Yuzantian avoided his gaze, turned away, and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. I can't do things for personal reasons anymore in the future. Zhuge Chengfeng stared at Zhuo Fan, smiled and nodded, and looked at Huangfu Tianyuan profoundly and said, "Haha, Sectmaster Huangfu, it seems that in the first game your son has lost a step." However, Huangfu Tianyuan didn't care too much, his face was indifferent, and before he could answer, Leng Wucheng smiled slightly and nodded. Victory or defeat is common in military affairs, it's nothing worth mentioning. Giving him a deep glance, Zhuge Chengfeng narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Well, it seems that Mr. Leng has long had data, and he must have been fully prepared. Children playing can't be put on the table, and made Prime Minister laugh, just dealing with a monkey, and still be unable to just say it's done, Leng Wucheng said in a low voice, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Zhuge Chengfeng nodded non-committally, but looked at the joyful crowd inside. His face was a little melancholy and shook his head. It seems that this group of kids are too happy. Zhuge Chengfeng is a smart person, smiling on the surface but secretly shaking his head in his heart. These ordinary mortals are blinded by temporary victory, but what is Zhao Cheng thinking? Don't let him be too disappointed. On the other hand, Zhao Cheng took out the Yishen pill porcelain bottle from his ring, laughed loudly. Look carefully, this old man snatched it back. Got it. Everyone nodded together, their faces full of worship, excitedly shouting, corners of their mouths twitching into an evil curve. Zhao Cheng put the porcelain bottle away with one hand, glanced at everyone. All right, you've seen enough. Everyone disperse. Immediately go find other pills and the array gate keys. We still have to aim for complete victory this time. Everyone inevitably stagnated together, quickly sulking. Shi Tianyang couldn't help but glare fiercely. Zhao Cheng, are you planning to pocket it all for yourself, you bastard? In his eyes, condensation involuntarily occurred. Zhao Cheng pointed at him, his face full of heartache, and said, Shi Tianyang, it's truly not worth it for me to be brothers with you in adversity.
Yet you don't trust me like this. This kind of thing, like pocketing it all for myself. How could I do that? Am I that kind of person? Shi Tianyang raised his eyebrows, coldly said.
Precisely because I've been through thick and thin with you. That's why this old man knows your character better than anyone.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into boisterous laughter again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Cheng's complexion suddenly turned serious, pretending to be angry. "Ya, you really know me too well. I'm truly defeated by you. Quickly hand over the pills. How can I rest easy with an 8th grade spirit pill in your possession?" Zhao Cheng indifferently shrugged his shoulders, calmly said, "If you all don't trust this old man so much, then this old man will just swallow it for you to see. Anyway, this spirit pill was snatched back by this old man. If you have the guts, snatch one for me to see."
Shi Tianyang curled his lips, adding fuel to the fire.
See that? I know this kid's personality too damn well. Trying to secretly pocket it didn't work, so he switched to openly grabbing it. Anyway, once it's in the hands of the official, it's the officials. You can forget about getting it back. What can we do? Seeing the two people bickering back and forth. But the atmosphere was extremely harmonious like that. Everyone was like one big family, laughing and joking without restraint, as if they had returned to the happy days on the Myriad Beast mountain range. And all of this was brought about by Zhao Cheng. At least with him here, the chances of winning would be higher. But then there's the saying of Tao of absolute emptiness, or Tao of sentient heaven. They wouldn't think that winning is possible like this, right? After a bout of laughter and jokes, Shi Tiansheng thought for a moment, looked towards Zhao Cheng, seriously said, "Zhao bro, right now, you are the strongest here.
This Yishen pill was snatched back by you, so logically it should be given to you to use. When your strength increases greatly, our chances of winning will be that much greater." Everyone nodded involuntarily upon hearing this. These words were not wrong. The Yishen pill was always coveted by others, so it would be better for him to use it, sometimes.
But Zhao Cheng shook his head in rebuttal. "No way, Shi bro. Could it be that you really think Huangpu Qingtian held onto this 8th grade spirit pill for nearly 10 days, yet didn't use it, just because he wanted to keep his promise and wait for me to take it back?" Shi Tianyang looked confused. Waiting for him to explain again, Zhao Cheng chuckled softly. A profound glint flashed in his eyes.
"Because he doesn't dare."
As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at him in astonishment. They didn't quite understand what he meant. Seeing everyone's doubtful looks, Zhao Cheng continued to say,
"To refine an 8th grade spirit pill requires a lot of time. If an enemy attacks now, even a bit of distraction would cause his cultivation to scatter, even causing severe injury. So before the two sides have their final showdown, whoever obtains the pill won't dare to refine it at will."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately came to their senses, so that's how it was. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Cheng with even more worship. Shi Tianyang's expression was somewhat unsightly as he looked at him. If that's really the case, then perhaps we also won't be able to resist the temptation to use it. When that time comes, I'm afraid we will be taken advantage of by the enemy, causing a disaster of destruction.
Hearing these words, Zhao Cheng chuckled softly. Unfortunately, they're overthinking it. Huangpu Qingtian still needs them to restrain me. Moreover, even if they find the pill, he can come and snatch it at any time. Thinking of this, he sighed slightly. It would still be better to quickly send them back. Suddenly, at this moment, a singing voice was transmitted into everyone's ears. Reporting to all you young masters. We have discovered the whereabouts of the second Yishen pill," everyone hurriedly asked. "About 50 miles away at the Bloodbath Beach." That person clasped his fists, his face becoming excited. That bottle just so happened to fall into the middle of a herd of level 3 blood alligators. We didn't dare to take action, so we quickly ran back to report. Everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. Long Xingyun looked towards that person, seriously said, "A herd of blood alligators. How many?" This lowly one's eyesight is poor, roughly perhaps about more than 30,000. That person involuntarily became flustered, trembling as he spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions immediately turned unsightly. 30,000 blood alligators. The number was already considered very large. Even if you divine illumination combined, you wouldn't be on top. With only the remnants of troops and weak generals like them, how could they? But at this moment, Zhao Cheng suddenly spoke out and ordered, "Lead the way first." Long Xingyun's expression was anxious, worriedly asked, "What's wrong, Zhao bro? Do you have a way to deal with it?" Zhao Cheng indifferently shook his head, calmly chuckled and said, "Ha ha, let's go and figure it out later."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Cheng took the lead and left. Everyone quickly stuck close behind. It could be said that their only hope right now was him, so they could only listen to him. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer a single person at that array gate. Everyone had set off towards Bloodbath Beach. Not long after, Zhao Cheng went ahead, leading the way and ordering everyone to search for items as they walked, so the speed was relatively slow.
However, he was also not impatient, just following their footsteps, slowly walking forward. Searching for some time, Zhao Cheng glanced at the crowd and asked, "How is it? Any discoveries?"
Long Xingyun heard his words, helplessly shook his head, suspiciously spoke. "Zhao Steward, shouldn't we be quickly going to find that 8th grade spirit pill right now? Now we're wasting time on this road." "What if that Huangpu Qingtian finds it?" He hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Qing interrupted. "That's precisely why we should search carefully, isn't it?"
Something like the Yishen pill is a treasure to compete for, to decide the final victory or defeat. Finding it first doesn't have much significance. What's important now is to find the array gate and the keys. Compared to being chased by Huangpu Qingtian everywhere, sending some people back to reduce the burden is the most important thing. Right at this moment, Xu Ningxiang suddenly excitedly shouted, "Zhao, big brother, I found a key!" Finishing her words, she immediately held the red key in her hand and brought it in front of Zhao Cheng. Looking at this item, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but happily laugh. This was the yin attribute key of the fire torture array gate. As long as he found the yang attribute key and the location of the fire torture array gate, he could send Xue Ningxiang and the others back. Clearly in this battle, not to mention the useless people with no strength and no brains like Xue Ningxiang, even the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, people like Chu Qingcheng, in his eyes, only had a little use, so he still had to quickly send them back, to avoid hindering it. When that time came, he could display his skills and seize the final victory. Then thinking of this, he looked towards Xue Ningxiang, excitedly praised. "Good, Ningzher, you've made a contribution." Being praised by him, Xue Ningxiang secretly rejoiced. Finally, she wasn't useless, having found something he needed for once. But at this moment, Long Xingyun, behind her, interrupted her excitement. "Miss Xu, if you could find an Yishen pill, that would be even better. When that time comes, the problem will no longer be making a contribution,
but making a great contribution to our 3 major families."
Xue Ningxiang heard these words, coldly snorted, "HMPH, I won't look for any Yishen pill or whatever, that's what you want. I'll only find what Zhao big brother wants." Long Xingyun heard these words, helplessly shook his head and retorted, "Miss Ning'er, you're wrong. With Zhao bro's strength, how could he want to find these keys? Only the kind of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death,
who want to quickly leave this place. Pay attention to that. A master like Zhao bro, he wants to find treasures like the Yishen pill even more. Right, Zhao bro?" Zhao Cheng coldly snorted and glared at Long Xingyun. "Stop trying to read my mind. Xue Ningxiang is the one who guessed my thoughts correctly." But at this moment, he also couldn't let others feel that he was afraid and avoiding battle. If he really said straight out that they were a burden, it would affect the harmony between the different houses.
Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng helplessly said, not wrong. The Yishen pill is probably more important than the key."
Long Xingyun heard this and laughed loudly.
On the contrary, Xue Ningxiang was dejected, somewhat lost, as she said, "I still thought I had found what Zhao big brother wanted the most."
"Ningxianger, don't be sad, actually this key."
Zhao Cheng was somewhat anxious, quickly explaining. He hadn't finished speaking, when suddenly a whistling sound came over. He quickly grabbed it. When he opened his palm and looked again, a golden key neatly lay in his hand. This was the yin attribute key of the metal torture array gate. Who on earth made such a great contribution? Truly understanding him too well. But when he looked towards the direction the key had come from, he only saw Chu Qingcheng standing there with her eyes narrowed. At this moment, he was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to speak to her. Chu Qingcheng coldly looked at him, and finally pulled Xu Ningxiang's hand and left. "Let's go, we'll go find other array gate keys."
"But Zhao, big brother, said he doesn't want these things."
"This kid is always saying one thing and meaning another. Don't listen to what he says." Chu Qingcheng was still as cold as before, coldly scolded. Watching the 2 young women leave him, Zhao Cheng felt somewhat flustered in his heart. Having lived another life, Unexpectedly, the people who understood him the most were these two young women. One believed in him unconditionally, giving him a feeling that he didn't have to calculate anything when he was by her side. And the other's feeling was even harder to describe. He had experienced a peaceful feeling with her that he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes, but she was also the person he didn't want to face the most. This feeling was somewhat indescribable.
On the contrary, Long Xingyun, he was still looking at the 2 people disappearing with a confused expression, strangely saying, "How strange. It's one thing that the little girl Ning'er doesn't understand the ways of the world and misunderstood Zhaobro, but the Chu Pavilion Master is a hero, so why would she quickly search for these things too? Haha, you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" Zhuo Fan just chuckled coldly and gave a vague answer. His style has always been to be a lone wolf, and few can truly understand what he's thinking, but this time it's different. 2 young ladies saw right through him.
Could it be what people call soulmates? But he quickly denied it. How could a heartless devil like him deserve soulmates? But for a guy who's been alone his whole life, this feeling was really new, and not bad at all.
So they slowed down and searched as they went, finally reaching Bloodbath Beach. Along the way, they'd gathered quite a bit, enough keys, just waiting to find the formation gate to open it. Now, in front of them, was the Bloodgator's base. The bloody swamp reeked of fresh blood, making everyone want to puke. But there wasn't a single Bloodgator in sight. Long Xingyun looked at the messenger strangely and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't there any Bloodgators? Did you really see the swarm of Bloodgators and the spirit-shattering pill here?" "Yes, young Master Long, how would I dare lie to you? There were really tens of thousands of Bloodgators here, and not far away. I spotted that pill right away." The guy pointed ahead, in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Zhuo Fan ordered, "Let's move on." But
they hadn't taken more than a few steps when everyone stopped, shuddering involuntarily as they looked at the open ground. On a cliff, Huangpu Qingtian stood proudly, looking at Zhuo Fan and smirking. "You're late. This young master has been waiting here for hours."
"I'll count the first round of the spirit pill snatching as your win. Let's start round 2, haha." Seeing him, everyone was shocked. Why is he here? Could it be the second pill is already in his hands? Maybe there's a traitor among us who leaked information, otherwise how could he be here?
Guessing what they were thinking,
Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head helplessly, saying blandly, "All right, you don't need to guess. I was the one who told him." "What? You? Why?" Everyone was stunned, looking at him in fear. Shi Tiancheng also snorted coldly, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Shi Tianyang had been through life and death with him.
Even though he didn't fully trust him, he understood his personality. He laughed and sighed. "Bro, listen to what he has to say first. He's the strongest here. If he wanted to, he could just throw the pill over there. Why make it so complicated?" "This is," Shi Tiancheng said, stunned and confused.
Before he could finish, Luo Yunhai laughed and said calmly, "Big Brother Zhuo just wants to warn us that doubting each other will only weaken our forces and make us fall into the opponent's trap. We can talk about the details later. For now, we're still allies fighting together." As soon as he said this, the Shi Tiancheng group immediately bowed their heads in shame. Look, even a newbie could see through the scheme, but they couldn't. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but marvel at the Lu Huo family. Now, not only did they have a cunning and treacherous steward like Zhuo Fan in charge, but even the young master, before even taking over the family, had such insight. No wonder they're called one of the 5 wolves of Tianyu, able to stand beside the sword demon Dugu Zantian back in the day. If this keeps up, the Lucio family's rise is only a matter of time. "Big Brother Zhuo, there's definitely a trap here."
Luo Yunhai narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around, and whispered to Zhuo Fan, "The terrain here is perfect for an ambush. We have to be extra careful."
Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan said calmly,
"So, how do you think they'll ambush us? Heavy troops attacking from the front, pincers from both sides, and someone lying in wait behind?" Taking a deep breath, Luo Yunhai said firmly, seemingly seeing through the opponent's scheme, and nodded with a faint smile. Zhuo Fan revealed a satisfied smile. "Good kid, you've learned a lot from that old man Dugu, not disappointing me. Then you lead them to break through from the rear. Leave the front to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward, without much reaction in his eyes. Luo Yunhai trembled slightly, nodding in agreement. Long Xingyun behind him saw this and asked in confusion, "Huh? What does Zhuo Fan want to do?" Just like Long Xingyun, everyone was stunned,
just wanting to move forward, when Luo Yunhai raised his hand to stop them, saying seriously, "Everyone, please listen to my command, or else I'm afraid we'll suffer a complete defeat." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, giving him a deep look, but also a little disdain, not knowing which family's disciple couldn't help but mock. A kid who hasn't even lost his baby fat dares to wave his hands around in front of us.
Luo Yunhai bit his lips secretly. Damn it! With his current seniority, he can't convince these prodigies from the 7 houses. If this continues, Zhuo Fan's plan will definitely fail. Thinking this, he looked at them anxiously, but couldn't say a word to persuade them, because he couldn't bring himself to say it. Suddenly, at this moment, a clear voice rang out.
Was this decision made by Zhuo Fan? Slightly startled, Luo Yunhai looked up to where the voice came from, and saw Chu Qingcheng looking coldly at him. He quickly nodded, joking. This person was one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. How dare he hide it? Moreover, perhaps if she agreed to follow his instructions, these people would listen at least a little. Receiving his confirmation, Chu Qingcheng pondered for a long time as she looked at Zhuo Fan's back,
and finally slowly said, "If that's the case, what do you want me to do?" As soon as Chu Qingcheng said this, everyone was immediately shocked. She was the overall head of one of the 7 houses, yet she was willing to listen to the command of a kid who still smelled of milk, who hadn't experienced anything.
But she followed so firmly, and people were a little at a loss, hesitant for a long time. Chu Qingcheng persuaded from the side, and the crowd finally agreed to obey. On the other side, Zhuo Fan walked up to Huangpu Qingtian and said with an indifferent expression, "Young Master Huangpu, if you say this is the 2nd round of the spirit pill battle, then you must give a hint, right? Where is this spirit pill?"
Haha, don't even talk about giving you hints. Even if I put the spirit evasion pill right in front of him, it wouldn't matter. But this young master has deeply experienced Steward Zhuo's bizarre skills. If you have the ability, go find it yourself. Huangpu Qingtian smiled as he spoke.
Seeing that he didn't fall for the trap, Zhuo Fan sighed lightly. Without knowing the location of the item, he couldn't use his space displacement to take it. This was troublesome. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly, revealing a bitter smile, suddenly waved his hand and retreated, saying, "Young Master Huangpu, if you don't intend to show the pill, then consider it my loss. We'll meet again in the 3rd round, old fox."
But before he could leave, Huangpu Qingtian smirked and mocked. "Steward Zhuo, this young master admits that with your skills you can come and go as you please, and no one can stop you, including this young master. But it's easy for you to leave, but what about them?" As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands lightly.
The people of the Underworld Valley who were ambushing nearby immediately rushed over, their killing intent surrounding the people of Chu Qingcheng's side. And the team leading the attack at this time only had 2 people, Yu Wushan and Yan Bangi, missing Huangpu Qingtian's confidant, Lin Quanfei. Zhuo Fan heard the sounds of constant shouts of killing all around, his face thoughtful. Obviously there were so many people, but the team leaders were only Yan Bangi and Yong Wushan, so there was only one answer. Just as Luo Yunhai had guessed, that kid was ambushing on the retreat route, waiting to kill them. Seeing this scene, Xie Tianyang went up and patted Luo Yunhai on the shoulder, sighing, "Good kid, no wonder you're the 5th wolf of Tianyu, you really have skills." Luo Yunhai nodded, excited in his heart. This was the first time he had experienced the feeling of being a marshal, being able to mobilize the disciples of the 3 houses to fight. However, they listened to him because of Zhuo Fan's prestige. But he believed that one day he would have his own team and truly become a great marshal. Thinking of this, Luo Yunhai's expression suddenly became serious, looking at everyone and saying, "Then everyone listen to my command. Take your own family as the standard, and divide into 3 teams, led by the Huayu Tower, the Sword Marquee Manor, and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion respectively." In addition, the Huayu Tower forms a sharp blade formation, waiting for the order to attack from the rear. The other 2 teams protect both sides, and advance together, without getting greedy for battle. Everyone listen to my command, only attack when I say so. Huangpu Qingtian coldly took everything into his eyes, and chuckled. "Steward Zhuo, your allies seem to be scared silly, huddling together, not daring to move."
They will probably be swallowed up by my troops very quickly, right? That must be what you want, right? Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan chuckled, seemingly without any worry. Looking at his expression, Huangpu Qingtian suddenly felt a little uneasy about the current situation. Why wasn't he nervous at all? He was a little confused. At this moment, a change occurred on that side. Luo Yunhai suddenly shouted, "Charge!" Along with his shout, everyone from Chu Qingcheng immediately rushed out, breaking through the encirclement. The troops led by Yan Bangi and Yu Wushan saw this scene and were stunned, saying with some confusion, "A bunch of idiots. Charging out will definitely reveal flaws on both sides. Everyone, go up and kill them before they can react." But they didn't expect things to turn out the way they imagined. Although everyone from Luo Yunhai was being killed from behind, the two wings were protected. As soon as they rushed up, they immediately broke through the two wings' protection, and the two wings' guards also moved along, without being greedy for battle. As a result, a strange phenomenon immediately occurred. Yan Bangui's troops couldn't react in time, and were crushed to death by the Huayu Tower's combination moves like flowing water. Miserable screams rang out continuously. Yan Bangui and Yang Wushan glanced at each other, their expressions a little strange. What's going on? Can't stop them? Huangpu Qingtian looked at the chaotic battle in front of him. His face immediately darkened, gritting his teeth in anger. Two useless pieces of trash. So many people dealing with these people, yet they can still be beaten like this, losing all dignity. What use does he have for them in the end? And inside the battle, Yan Bangi and Yu Wushan looked at their troops being reversed, now being besieged. And with more and more people dying, their faces became unsightly, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. They immediately ordered the people beside them to quickly send a signal to Lin Quanfeng to stop them. Damn it, three forces working together, they will have no place to be buried. Swoosh, swoosh. Receiving the signal, Lin Quanfeng, all hyped up, jumped out with his troops, a smug grin on his face. Finally, it's my time to shine. Trap those escapees, leave no one behind. But before he could even finish, Chu Qingcheng charged out and attacked him head-on. The Huayu Tower people followed right behind her, surrounding and slaughtering the troops he had just brought. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle and nod approvingly. Luo Yunhai's doing a great job, pulling off such a beautiful fight. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, taunting Huangpu Qingtian. "Young Master Huangpu, I think they want to leave, and it doesn't seem too difficult, huh?" Huangpu Qingtian's face was a bit ugly at the moment, taking a deep breath to barely suppress his anger. He looked at Zhuo Fan and said, "Haha, Steward Zhuo is indeed skilled in both literary and martial arts. Everything was arranged perfectly in advance. No, I didn't arrange it, they did it themselves. I absolutely won't take credit for others." But before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and sneered, biting his lip hard. Huangpu Qingtian's killing intent flared up, and he said coldly, "Steward Zhuo, originally I didn't want to make a move against them, but if you talk like that, what do you want? To personally run over and snap their heads off? Ha ha! Then you have to get past me first." A wicked smile formed on the corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Huangpu Qingtian smiled faintly. "My battle with you is of course inevitable, but before that..." Just as he finished speaking, he raised his head and roared to the sky, his aura radiating outwards. Accompanying the roar, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Just from his throat, he can emit a dragon's roar. Special martial skills often carry a dragon's roar. Could he be a dragon? But he quickly denied it. That's impossible. If it were true, his strength would definitely be no less than Jiyu Santong's. With what he's showing now, how could he compare to the monster Jiyu Santong? So this is fundamentally impossible. Everyone on the other side, seeing this scene, was also confused, and asked suspiciously, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? But before everyone could react, the entire area suddenly shook, emitting a terrifying sound. Accompanying it, behind Huangpu Qingtian, countless blood-red creatures with rough skin crawled on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Tier 3 spirit beasts! Blood alligators!" In an instant, Luo Yunhai's face became solemn, and he said with some worry, "I once heard my adoptive father say that the Xuanyun army has spirit beast tamers, and wherever their army goes, they win. But I never expected Huangpu Qingtian to have this skill as well. Our army can only fight with numbers through formations and tactics. This is troublesome. What? You mean Huangpu Qingtian summoned these? Long Xingyun couldn't help but be startled, glancing into the distance, constantly shocked. Finally, he believed Luo Yunhai's words and said solemnly, "That monster, Huangpu Qingtian, is really not human." Everyone looked at the group of blood alligators, and their hearts suddenly sank. With the current situation, they were probably just baiting for those beasts. Chu Qingcheng also looked at the blood alligators, then at Zhuo Fan, sighing with regret and a hint of reluctance. But at this moment, Luo Yunhai shook his head and said, "But when I discussed with Big Brother Zhuo earlier, we had already anticipated that the opponent would advance with heavy troops from the front. People all have fear in their hearts. With Big Brother Zhuo's methods, using a small trick, he should be able to hold out for a while." Hearing these words, Long Xingyun shook his head helplessly, looking at Zhuo Fan with anticipation. It seems that whether we can escape depends entirely on whether Little Four can stop these beasts. Of course, for someone who believes in Zhuo Fan like Shui Ningxiang, she could still believe in him at this moment, even entrusting her life to him, let alone now. Shui Ningxiang clenched her fists and said firmly, "No problem. Big Brother Zhuo definitely has no problem." Zhuo Fan coldly looked at everything, but he wasn't afraid at all, looking at Huangpu Qingtian with a faint smile. "Spirit beasts? Young Master Huangpu, I didn't expect you to know the art of beast control." "Ha ha, just a small skill." Huangpu Qingtian raised his eyebrows triumphantly and said with a smile, naturally seeing through the thoughts in his heart. Zhuo Fan smirked, revealing a wicked smile. "Young Master Huangpu, you seem relatively confident in your abilities." "It's not confidence, it's just that it should be this way." Huangpu Qingtian chuckled lightly, raising his head arrogantly, and said like an emperor, "Everywhere under the heavens is the king's land, and the people on the land are all the king's subjects. Even these beasts should submit when they meet the true king." Zhuo Fan snorted coldly in his heart. This guy dared to show off in front of him, refusing to comment. He shook his head and smiled. "If that's the case, then let's make a bet." "Bet on what?" Huangpu Qingtian frowned and asked suspiciously. Taking a step forward, drawing a line in front of him, Zhuo Fan looked at Huangpu Qingtian and sneered, "I bet your army of beasts can't cross this line of mine." Wild words, a flash of anger in his eyes, Huangpu Qingtian shouted loudly, the corner of his mouth revealing a wicked smile. Giving him a deep glance, Zhuo Fan mocked, "Then, young Master Huangpu, do you dare or not? We'll bet using Yi Tiangxing, who's in my hands. The loser hands over his bottle." Huangpu Qingtian's face darkened slightly, and he thought for a moment. He knew there was a trap in this, but he was still confident in his own abilities, not believing that he could turn the tables, and finally nodded decisively, without hesitation. "All right, this young master wants to see. How exactly are you going to stop my tens of thousands of spirit beast army? Then just wait and see." A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Fan instead looked at the blood alligators, and then rushed towards them without hesitation. Shui Ningxiang, seeing this scene, exclaimed in fear, "Big Brother Zhuo!" Even Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew he was powerful, but with so many blood alligators, no matter how terrifying he was, he would definitely be injured. At this moment, she was really worried, afraid that something bad would happen to him. But the moment the blood alligators opened their mouths wide, preparing to swallow him, an invisible force suddenly emanated out. Zhuo Fan's pupils flickered, appearing with a strange cyan color, and the fierce blood alligators instantly froze upon seeing it, then began to tremble in fear together. As if a command was issued, the leader of the blood alligators immediately led the blood alligator army to flee in droves, disappearing without a trace. Everyone immediately fell silent. What exactly happened just now? Even Huangpu Qingtian, who was confident before, had his confidence collapse at this moment. He never expected him to have this move. Yu Yushan, in utter shock, said in disbelief, What's going on? Isn't this the great young master's ultimate move? How could this be?" At this moment, Yan Bangi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Zhen Tian Emperor Dragon was just pretending to be cool in front of them. After meeting the Soaring Devil Dragon, he not only couldn't be cool, but was constantly slapped in the face.
It seems that he really encountered a nemesis.
The Luo Yunhai people on this side were nervous to death before, but now they see that the blood alligators can't even do anything. They were worrying unnecessarily.
Luo Yunhai shook his head helplessly and laughed. Sorry everyone, it seems I still underestimated Big Brother Zhuo's abilities. Xun Yingxiang was no less excited, smiling happily. See what I said? Long Xingyun gave a thumbs up on his face and said with a smile, these two guys are both monsters. Is there anything they can't do? But Huangpu Qingtian on this side, looking at the blood alligators constantly retreating and fleeing, couldn't help but tremble a few times, clenching his fists and roaring, Stop! Stop for this young master! Stop! Don't retreat anymore! Another step back and you're dead! Why aren't you listening to my orders? I am your king! However, none of the blood alligators listened to him, still fleeing frantically, regardless of his orders. In an instant, he erupted in anger, his anger reaching its peak, his fists clenched tightly in utter disappointment. Zhuo Fan touched his nose, looked at him with disappointment, and mocked triumphantly. Young Master Huangpu, don't be so disappointed just yet. After all, the loser gives a lot. You're not the first, it's just that our bet, it seems I've won. I wonder if you can fulfill your promise. Huangpu Qingtian slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with madness, looking fiercely at Zhuo Fan. This young master's word is his bond. Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? After saying that, Huangpu Qingtian took out a porcelain bottle from his body. Zhuo Fan stared at the object in his hand and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Young Master Huangpu is really cunning. I thought you would give it to that cripple again, but I didn't expect you to keep it directly on your body, not even putting it in a storage ring. Hey, you already knew last time that the pills were hidden on him. Why would this young master be stupid enough to give it to him again? Huangpu Qingtian sneered, then flicked his finger and let Zhuo Fan take the pill bottle away. Whoosh! A sound of tearing wind echoed, the porcelain bottle creating a bizarre arc in the air, heading straight for Zhuo Fan. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Not daring to be careless, he quickly moved to intercept the bottle. Like a shooting star, it hurtled towards him. He couldn't help but take several steps back, struggling to withstand Huangpu Qingtian's casual shot. Zhuo Fan bit his lips slightly, somewhat impressed. The power of his casual shot was unexpectedly so strong. He really was a monster among body refiners. Even his own body-tempering art couldn't compare to his strength. Before he could stabilize himself, a figure instantly appeared before him, striking. Startled, he hurriedly raised his arm to block, a powerful force continuously pounding down, instantly shattering the ground beneath his feet. Zhuo Fan looked up in alarm, only to see Huangpu Qingtian glaring fiercely at him, his body overflowing with killing intent. Zhuo Fan, this young master really can't let you live, Huangpu Qingtian sneered, turning to raise his hand, another palm strike heading toward Zhuo Fan, coldly laughing. This young master never thought he'd want to kill someone so badly. You're the first. Frowning unconsciously, facing this sky-splitting attack, Zhuo Fan didn't dare to block. Quickly using his spatial shift to escape, Huangpu Qingtian struck empty air, not seeing Zhuo Fan's shadow, grinding his teeth in anger. Zhuo Fan, is that move all you use for is running away? Having escaped his attack, Zhuo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't expect such a proud guy to attack me without warning. Guess he really got hit hard this time. Yeah, running, assassinations, peeping like a spy, and stealing your rings. Seems this move of mine has a pretty wide range of uses, huh? At the same time, the illusionary figure who had been observing the battle from beginning to end once again smiled strangely. These two are natural enemies, competing against each other. Either of them is a peerless genius, a rare find in 10,000 years. If they keep fighting like this, and one of them gets injured or dies, it would truly be a pity. Then, he suddenly sighed, but quickly regained his spirits, laughing. Maybe I should just take them both? But never mind. There can't be two suns in the sky, or two tigers on a mountain. These two natural enemies are together. There's bound to be a fight sooner or later. Might as well use this opportunity to let them decide a victor, and I'll just take the strongest one. On Huangpu Qingtian's side, hearing Zhuo Fan's words, his expression grew increasingly ugly. He had originally intended to mock him, but never expected him to be so calm, directly responding to him. His killing intent became even denser. This time, he truly wanted to kill him. After pondering for a long time, he shouted loudly towards Yu Yushan's group, "What are you all spacing out for? Kill them all!"
Awakened by his words, Yu Yushan's side immediately commanded their forces to surround them.
At this moment, Luo Yunhai finally reacted. Inwardly lamenting that things were going bad, Yu Xing's soundwave attack to shock the blood crocodiles was cut off, their speed has stopped, they're basically useless now. Thinking of this, he hurriedly spoke up, changing the heaven, earth, and man formation in a flash. The two teams immediately fell into a stalemate. Luo Yunhai's side couldn't break through, while Yu Yushan's side couldn't attack either, temporarily balanced. Seeing this situation, Yan Bangyi couldn't help but feel anxious. Not getting in. Yushan wasn't in a hurry, reassuring him. No rush, we have so many people we can wear them down. Then, looking at them in the back, Zhuo Fan was extremely annoyed. If these guys couldn't break through, then he couldn't escape either. He was really getting dragged down by these people. A slight smirk on his lips, Huangfu Qingtian pointed towards Chu Qingcheng's group, evilly laughing. Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, now this young master wants to go trample all over those people. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan coldly laughed and said, Would someone with your status attack them? If you wanted to, you would have already done it, wouldn't you? Ha ha, this young master really doesn't care to move them. But it's different with you around. This young master would be very pleased to trample them in front of you. Huangfu Qingtian didn't mind laughing loudly. As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan immediately sank. Damn it, he guessed right. Huangfu Qingtian is keeping these people to control him. He definitely can't let him see any weaknesses again. Thinking this, he showed a strange smile, coldly saying, Young Master Huangfu, do you think I would risk my life for them? Oh, that's okay. At least your young master, Luo Yunhai, is still in there, right? A gleam flashed in his eyes. Huangfu Qingtian seemed to see through him and immediately rushed towards the battle circle on the other side. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan quickly rushed to intercept him, feeling a surge of tension. Just like that, the two officially exchanged a few blows, one wanting to leave, the other wanting to block, and they fell into a stalemate. Having achieved his goal, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. You finally couldn't help but act. Saying that, he swung his hand to attack. A fierce punch headed towards Zhuo Fan. His expression drastically changed. Zhuo Fan disappeared in an instant. That punch landing on the ground, a loud boom echoed, the entire area instantly engulfed in dust. The fight between the two created such a violent commotion that everyone was thrown into panic. Seeing such a scene, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. What kind of power is needed to create such force? If he fought him head-on, he really wouldn't be confident of winning. So he should retreat first. Looking up slightly, Huangfu Qingtian spoke in a mocking tone. Zhuo Fan, now I want to continue moving forward. I wonder how many steps you can stop me. His eyes inadvertently condensed. Zhuo Fan slightly bit his lip and continued to charge forward. But each time he only tried to slow down Huangfu Qingtian's speed, relying on spatial shift to evade. Being lightly injured was unavoidable. Huangfu Qingtian continuously missed, his expression sinking. You're rushing. Even if you dodge this attack of mine, don't expect to always get the advantage. Following the fight between the two, Long Xingyun couldn't help but swallow. Struggling to say, could it be that even Zhuo Fan can't withstand the might of the Emperor of the Zhen Tian Divine Dragon? Only Chu Qingcheng saw what he was trying to do, and she was also very worried about him. After pondering for a long time, she hurriedly said, It seems it's because of us. Zhuo Fan is being held back by Huangfu Qingtian. We need to break through the encirclement quickly. Hearing these words, everyone finally reacted, realizing they had become Zhuo Fan's burden. An awkward look involuntarily appeared on their faces. Luo Yunhai frowned, sighing helplessly. But now we're trapped here. The enemy's strength is several times ours. It's difficult to escape. What should we do? As soon as he finished, everyone fell into despair again, only able to sigh together. Chu Qingcheng thought for a while, then turned to look at Long Xingyun and Xi Tiansheng. Do you have any spirit beasts with you? The two suddenly woke up, their eyes lighting up, saying in unison, That's right. During this 100 schools contend, they both brought protective spirit beasts. How could they forget? Afterwards, the two nodded together. Chu Qingcheng smiled lightly. A glint flashed in her eyes, and firmly said, Let's use our trump card. Release the spirit beasts to clear a path. Finishing speaking, the three acted together, summoning their protective spirit beasts.
Fifth rank spirit beast, four-directional frost sky condor, Chu Ching Cheng coldly shouted. Fifth rank spirit beast. Purple gold soaring cloud leopard. Shi Tianshang solemnly yelled.
Fifth rank spirit beast, earth-shattering heaven flipping python, Long Jingyun similarly yelled. In an instant, 3 fifth-rank spirit beasts simultaneously appeared before everyone, creating a wave of shock. The momentum of Chu Ching Cheng's group also rapidly increased, overwhelming the enemy.
The enemy forces were terrified by the roar of the spirit beasts and instantly collapsed, scattering in panic. Run! Save me! For a time, screams echoed incessantly. Chu Ching Cheng waited until they had finished dealing with the enemies, opening a path in front of them.
She turned to look at Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, the path is open. Let's break out.
Luo Yunhai nodded and wanted to take everyone along that path to leave. However, at this moment, an eerie laugh echoed. When they turned around to look, they saw Yu Yushan standing there, looking at them with disdain. Ha ha, Chu Ching Cheng. Everyone here is from the Imperial Xia, 7 families. Did you think that only you could summon spirit beasts?
Don't underestimate our 3 families too much. When it comes to Emperor Qi, we're definitely not below your 3 families. Finishing speaking, he shouted loudly. 5th rank spirit beast, intercepting winged eagle Yan Bangi was no less competitive, immediately summoning his spirit beast.
5th rank spirit beast, white cloud 100-tong grasshopper. Lin Quanfang nodded, excitedly shouting,
Then you guys can see my 5th rank spirit beast, Wind Curtain 9-clawed pot. But before his spirit beast could even attack, Yan Bangi's group had quickly jumped into the battle circle with the 3 spirit beasts of Chu Ching Cheng's group, creating a stalemate. Seeing the situation was not good, Chu Ching Cheng felt a bit anxious. She had forgotten that they were all 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. How could they not have protective spirit beasts? She had miscalculated, but unfortunately, the arrow had been fired, and she could only press on. Thinking this, she turned to look at the affiliated families behind her, anxiously saying, Does anyone else here have a 5th rank spirit beast that can join the battle to turn the tide? Hearing these words, the affiliated families immediately drooped their heads. Tong Tianba helplessly said, Tower Master Chu, we're not the Imperial Xia 7 families. How could we have that Emperor Qi raising a 5th rank spirit beast? She should have known. How could second-rate and third-rate families like them have something as precious as a 5th rank spirit beast? She couldn't rely on them. It seemed like this situation was hopeless. In the distance, watching them fight, Huangfu Qingtian revealed a relaxed smile. He didn't expect Chu Ching Cheng to actually use her trump card, using the spirit beasts raised by the families to fight each other, but unfortunately the battle seemed to have not changed much. Zhuo Fan unconsciously frowned, glancing towards that side, feeling a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Huangfu Qingtian laughed and said, Ha ha! It seems you're finally worried. You wouldn't have so much free time for a bunch of dead people, would you? Then I'll put your mind at ease. A sinister curve appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly shouted, Crimson Flame Lion King, go end everything. Accompanied by the shout, a powerful aura immediately rushed over, creating a tremor. A lion covered in flames, with huge wings, roared and attacked towards Chu Ching Cheng and the others, full of bloodlust. A 6th-level spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Lion King. As soon as the spirit beast appeared, all that could be heard was a loud roar. The other spirit beasts trembled in fear, completely suppressed by it. Chu Ching Cheng was now drenched in cold sweat. Once this Lion King joined the battle, even heavenly profound experts would die. Were they really going to die here? On the contrary, the people from Yu Mountain, with the Lion King boosting their morale, became increasingly arrogant, smugly watching Chu Ching Cheng's group fall into despair. If you leave here, who will stop this young master? Huangfu Qingtian sneered at Zhuo Fan, raising his eyebrows triumphantly. After so many exchanges, he could finally play with this guy in the palm of his hand. He could take revenge for everything, and it felt so good. Glancing at the others who were struggling against the Lion King, he felt a surge of frustration. What should he do? Huangfu Qingtian didn't want him to help them. He had to confront him head-on. No matter what choice he made, he would lose. But at this moment, an anomaly appeared on the thundercloud ring on his hand. Lightning flashed continuously, as if the thing inside was excited. Zhuo Fan sensed the strangeness of Queer, but didn't understand why it was suddenly so agitated.
After pondering for a long time, he understood. This Crimson Flame Lion King was the one who killed its mother. Even though this one was different from the one in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the inherited hatred still made it unable to forget the unforgettable grudge of its mother's death. That's why it was so excited just now, wanting to go out and fight. Looking at the thundercloud ring on his hand, he felt a bit awkward. Quer was only a 4th level spirit beast now. How could it be a match for the 6th level Crimson Flame Lion King? But if he didn't use it now, he was destined to lose this battle. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to take a gamble, betting that Quer could create a miracle. With this in mind, he quickly calmed down, looked at Huangfu Qingtian and smiled. "Ha ha, young Master Huangfu. I do indeed have a doppelganger technique, but what you have, wouldn't I have it too?"
With that, he reached out, and the thundercloud ring excitedly roared, "Go! Queer!" In an instant, accompanied by purple lightning flickering on the thundercloud ring, a streak of purple lightning soared into the sky, chasing after the Crimson Flame Lion King, its eyes full of killing intent.
What is that? Involuntarily, his face twitched. Yu Mountain looked at the flickering purple lightning, surprised, and stared intently. Gimingbai nodded. "It seems to be a 6th level spirit beast." Thundercloud Sparrow, "What? A 6th level spirit beast? That kid also has a 6th level spirit beast."
Slightly startled, Lin Quanfeng shouted loudly, shocked. "Then wouldn't we be evenly matched?"
Yanban Gi pondered for a long time, looked into the distance, and shook his head dismissively. "Don't worry, that won't happen. This Thundercloud Sparrow is probably just a cub that has just grown to the 4th level, not comparable to the fully grown Crimson Flame Lion King. Moreover, even a fully grown Thundercloud Sparrow wouldn't be a match for the Crimson Flame Lion King." Hearing this, Lin Quanfeng understood and nodded, laughing happily. "Ha ha, then what is Zhuo Fan doing?" "Complaining that his spirit beast is too trash, especially making snacks to feed the Grand Young Master's Lion King." Looking up at the Thundercloud Sparrow in the sky, Chu Qingcheng's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Could it be that even Zhuo Fan had reached the end of the road, resorting to desperate measures in his desperation? Even he had no way, so were they destined to lose? Similarly, Huangfu Qingtian also looked at the Thundercloud Sparrow, mocking loudly. "Zhuo Fan, are you really out of options? You even dare to release such a spirit beast to its death?"
Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan pretended not to care and said, "No choice. It's willing to die. I can't control it." Zhuo Fan bit his lip slightly. After that time, at Thunder Accumulation Mountain, he actually didn't know how strong Queer was now. Logically speaking, a 4th level spirit beast wasn't even qualified to fill the gaps between the teeth of a 6th level one, so Queer's journey would probably be a narrow escape from death. Seeing his expression, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't stop being smug. It seemed that this kid really had no more tricks up his sleeve. This time was really his last resort. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. At the same time, the Crimson Flame Lion King in the sky roared angrily, causing everyone's ears to ache. But Quer ignored everyone, looked at the Crimson Flame Lion King, and also let out a challenging cry. After a long standoff, the Crimson Flame Lion King finally couldn't bear it anymore, immediately released its killing intent, opened its mouth, and spat a fireball towards Quer. Looking up at the battle in the sky, Zhuo Fan secretly felt worried. He could only hope that Quer could avoid the Crimson Flame Lion King's fireball. Because Quer was born from lightning, its speed far surpassed the Crimson Flame Lion King, so as long as it dodged, it would have a chance. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Huangfu Qingtian smiled wickedly and said, "You must be thinking, with the Thundercloud Sparrow's speed, the Crimson Flame Lion King can't catch up, right?"
"Ha ha, you're wrong. You have to know whose spirit beast this Lion King is." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Qingtian looked towards the distant Crimson Flame Lion King, his eyes flashing with a deep meaning, and nodded slightly.
The Crimson Flame Lion King immediately understood, spread its wings wide, and in an instant, raging flames suddenly formed, surrounding Quer.
Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown, shocked. The Crimson Flame Lion King was usually so generous. How did it know such a delicate move? "Ha ha, you raise spirit beasts, don't you know?" The difference between spirit beasts and spirit beasts lies in the fact that the owner can design martial arts techniques based on the characteristics of the spirit beast. We trained it, knowing that the Crimson Flame Lion King's weakness is speed, so this move is specially used to deal with those of the same level. Oh, so there are still spirit beast martial arts? A sneer crossed his lips. Huangfu Qingtian mocked, clenching his fists tightly, secretly biting his lips. He had always come and gone alone, and had never raised a spirit beast before, so he didn't know about these things. After all, this was Queer's own choice, so he could only let it fight freely, and whatever the consequences, it could only bear them itself. This was his demonic path. Queer was hatched by him, equivalent to his child, so it should follow his path. At the very moment when Zhuo Fan was still pondering, suddenly an explosion rang out. The fireball slammed into Queer's body, and the surroundings were surrounded by scorching flames, erupting with a deafening sound. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan bit his lip fiercely, but didn't look at Queer, only clenched his fists tightly. Huangfu Qingtian grinned smugly, mocking from the side. Zhuo Fan, you're really heartless. You even let such a weak little spirit pet go out to its death. But before he could finish speaking, another anomaly occurred over there, and another explosion rang out. A thunderous sound came from within the flames. After a moment, streaks of purple lightning scattered below, and in an instant, the sea of fire was blasted away. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, looking incredulously at the sky. They never expected that a mere 4th-level spirit beast could emit such powerful lightning. To be able to contend with a 6th-level spirit beast, it was truly unbelievable. What kind of move is that? Huangfu Qingtian stared blankly at the sky, exclaiming in shock. Does the Thundercloud Sparrow have such a move? Looking at the lightning barrier protecting the Thundercloud Sparrow's body, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be shocked. That protective move looked very familiar. Where had he seen it before? After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered. Was it similar to the barrier of Luolei Gorge? Could it be that? But before he could figure everything out, Queer moved again. A long cry rang out. Queer roared and charged towards the Crimson Flame Lion King, its whole body emitting a fierce aura as it attacked. Accompanied by the cry, streaks of purple lightning emitted from the Thundercloud Sparrow's body, distorting the space it passed through. A terrifying pressure descended, spreading everywhere, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and the earth. The people of Chuqingcheng below held their breath and watched this scene, hoping to rise again. Only the people of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Long Xingyun, frowned slightly at the purple lightning. Long Xingyun looked at the two people, Long Yi, behind him, and muttered, Xiao Gi, the purple lightning on the Thundercloud Sparrow's body is... Before he could finish speaking, Long Kui already understood who he was referring to, and nodded firmly. Yes, it's Ninth Uncle's purple lightning, but the power of this aura is much stronger than Ninth Uncle's. Receiving the affirmation, Long Xingyun took a deep breath, shocked. He never thought that the thunderous dragon Ninth, who made a name for himself with purple lightning golden eyes, but at this moment, he could actually see a copy of it on a spirit beast. And Huangfu Qingtian, who saw everything, was even more stunned. Zhuo Fan, this is the Thundercloud Sparrow, that's right, and it was trained by yours truly. Raising his eyebrows triumphantly, Zhuo Fan smiled coldly, looking towards Queer in the sky. Queer, kill that beast. Originally, Queer already wanted to kill the Crimson Flame Lion King, but now that it heard that its father, Zhuo Fan, also wanted it to kill the spirit beast, it became even more excited. The killing intent became increasingly intense. Its sharp fangs emitted a terrifying sound, accompanied by terrifying purple lightning, like a bolt of lightning attacking towards the Crimson Flame Lion King. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Queer. At this moment, within the heavens and the earth, there was only purple lightning flashing in everyone's eyes. Queer let out another loud cry that resounded in everyone's ears, only this cry carried a mighty and imposing aura. The Crimson Flame Lion King trembled, involuntarily took a few steps back, looked at the purple lightning being emitted, its eyes flashing with shock, hurriedly spat out flames, roaring and charging towards Queer. But Quare wasn't afraid at all. With his whole body crackling with violet lightning, Sparrow plunged into the fire gap, and when he appeared before the Scarlet Flame Lion King, his body suddenly spun, transforming into a streak of purple light that shot straight through. In an instant, Sparrow pierced through the Scarlet Flame Lion King's body, creating a massive hole, with blood gushing out, its eyes wide with terror. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Even Sparrow's master, Zhuo Yifan, was stunned. A level 6 spirit beast killed instantly by a level 4 one. Sparrow's strength was beyond his wildest imagination. Not only did it possess the 4th level of violet lightning, but it had also comprehended 2 offensive and defensive techniques on its own. This was clearly a sign of heightened intelligence. You gotta know, when a nether beast's intelligence increases, it means it's evolving, with the potential to become a sacred beast. At this rate, it looked like he was about to have a sacred beast as a spirit pet. Thinking about this possibility, he couldn't help but feel smug. Seems like the heavens are on his side. Huangfu Qingtian, who had been so confident just a moment ago, now fell into utter despair. What the hell was that thing? Even his strongest spirit pet died without even knowing what hit it. That little thing was basically the Zhuo Yifan of the spirit beast world. A total monster. Zhuo Yifan's eyes darted around, suddenly flashing with a glint as he looked at Sparrow and shouted, "Sparrow! Open a path for them to escape!" As soon as he said that, the Yu Mountain crowd was shocked. Even a level 6 spirit beast like the Scarlet Flame Lion King was killed in one hit, not to mention their own spirit beasts. How could they stop Sparrow from clearing a path? Sparrows obeyed Zhuo Yifan and flapped its wings towards the barrier. Lao Sao led Chu Qingchang's 3 level 5 spirit beasts and charged forward, their whole bodies emitting violet lightning. Wherever the violet lightning struck, it immediately exploded. Without any armor left, the Yu Mountain crowd, seeing this scene, immediately fled, shouting, "Run! Recall your spirit beasts, or they'll be blown to smithereens!" Seeing this scene, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to escape. Chu Qingchang secretly sighed in admiration. As expected of Zhuo Yifan, he always managed to create miracles at critical moments. Or rather, he always gave people the feeling that as long as he didn't give up, miracles would definitely happen. Her choice to trust him and to choose his budding faction as an ally was indeed the right one. Escaping from danger, Shi Tianyang looked at Zhuo Yifan, reversing the situation once again, feeling a bit envious. The yin-yang strange qi and the violet lightning that little brat Zhuo Yifan pulled out were both so overpowered, and even his spirit pet was extraordinary. He had to admit, he was impressed. Chu Qingchang sighed. She knew his words were just a joke. If it weren't for him, would they even be here blathering? No matter what he had, as long as it helped everyone, there was no need to dwell on it. Thinking this, she glanced at everyone and immediately ordered, "All right, stop the chatter and hurry up and get out of here." Her eyes couldn't help but narrow. Huangfu Qingtian bit his lip fiercely, stomping his foot as he chased after the fleeing crowd, a look of madness in his eyes. "A mere beast dared to ruin this young master's plans. In your dreams. Ha! What if you add me to the mix?" Zhuo Yifan snorted coldly, quickly rushing towards Huangfu Qingtian to stop him. Huangfu Qingtian's eyes flashed with disdain, and he sneered. "You think you can really stop this young master? Do you really think this young master's strength is only this much?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Qingtian quickly threw a punch, his imposing aura like a towering mountain pressing down, making others feel suffocated. However, before that punch could land, Zhuo Yifan suddenly flashed with a bolt of violet lightning. A moment later, a sudden explosion rang out. Huangfu Qingtian suddenly felt an even stronger pressure rebounding back, and at the same time, he heard Zhuo Yifan's faint laughter beside his ear. Hey, who isn't playing coy, huh? Huangfu Qingtian was knocked back several steps, and before he could steady himself, Zhuo Yifan had already charged forward again, his hand crackling with violet lightning. "Young Master Huangfu, we're both the same kind of person, not easily revealing our trump cards until the very end." His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Yifan smirked, revealing a devilish curve, and punched down on top of Huangfu Qingtian's head, his eyes involuntarily contracting. Huangfu Qingtian hurriedly raised his hand to block. Another violent explosion rang out, and streaks of violet lightning struck the ground. instantly collapsing the land into a large pit. Everyone looked in horror at the shaking ground, dust flying everywhere, and creating such a large pit. The power was truly extraordinary, almost no less than Huangfu Qingtian's. They wanted to go forward and check it out, but before they could check, Huangfu Qingtian stood up from the rubble, startling them back several steps, their eyes involuntarily shrinking, looking at the person who had struck even more fearfully, under such power, yet he suffered no injuries. It was truly shocking, young master. Are you all right? The Yu Mountain people hurried to his side, asking questions. Taking a deep breath, Huangfu Qingtian's face was unsightly as he glanced around and said coldly, "Where is that brat, Zhuo Yifan?" The others exchanged glances, a look of confusion on their faces, and finally, Yu Mountain bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "This, young master." From the moment Zhuo Yifan threw that punch, the smoke and dust obscured everything. After the smoke dissipated, we only saw young master appear here, and never saw his shadow. He must have run away. His eyelids twitched slightly. Huangfu Qingtian spread his divine sense, observed for a moment, and confirmed that Zhuo Yifan had left, and continued, "Where are Chu Qingcheng and the others?" Their faces turned awkward, lowering their heads, and the three simultaneously bowed and said, "Please forgive us, young master, we let them escape." His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold look appeared on Huangfu Qingtian's face, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, the three became even more tense, cold sweat pouring down their backs. After pondering for a long time, Huangfu Qingtian suddenly said indifferently, "If they escaped, then they escaped. It's not a big deal." As soon as these words came out, they were stunned. This wasn't the cold and ruthless young master, was it? After so much effort, they still failed, and according to his usual temperament, he should have already exploded in anger and vented his anger on them. But what was happening today? Could it be that this guy had changed his personality? As if understanding their thoughts, Huangfu Qingtian said coldly, "Don't you all forget the 100 Schools tournament. What is our goal?" Ling Quanfeng seized the opportunity to flatter him, immediately excitedly saying, "That goes without saying, it's of course the top position among the 7 families." Disdainfully curling his lips, Huangfu Qingtian shook his head arrogantly and said, "My royal gate has always been at the top of the 7 families for thousands of years, not something obtained through this childish 100 Schools tournament, but through true strengths. So we don't need to prove anything through this boring game. We didn't need to before, we don't need to now, and we certainly won't need to in the future." His forceful words made the three secretly admire him. So this was the aura of a sovereign. No wonder he was known as the most terrifying person among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Could it be for snatching the divine pill? Yu Mountain pondered for a long time and speculated, a smirk appearing on his lips. Huangfu Qingtian shook his head, smiled strangely, and said, "The Yi Shen pill, this kind of rare 8th grade spirit pill, our royal gate must of course obtain, but that is not our main goal." Then what exactly does young master want to do? Please enlighten us. Everyone couldn't guess. Yan Bangui bowed and said, his naked eyes radiating killing intent. Huangfu Qingtian slowly raised his hand, fiercely clenching his fist, and gritted his teeth. Zhuo Yifan. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yu Mountain crowd froze in place, speechless. Wait, is Emperor Gates seriously jumping into this whole mess just for Zhuo Fan? If that's true, aren't they, totally overhyping the guy? I mean, no matter how terrifying he is, right now he's, bone-tempering realm at best? And from some third-rate family? He barely makes a dent in Emperor Gates' radar, so why go all out like this? Seeing right through them, Huangfu Qingtian let out a disdainful snort. "So, you guys think a mere Zhuo Fan isn't even worth comparing to this whole 100 schools contending sacred assembly, huh?" Hearing this, the three from Yushan immediately bowed their heads, pretty much admitting, "Yeah, that's exactly what we were thinking." Huangfu Qingtian saw this and just scoffed. HMPH, talk about tunnel vision. The only reason you guys think he's no big deal is because you're only seeing his raw power as a cultivator. But what if I told you this guy's got world-shaking talent, on par with even Mr. Lang and Zhuge Changfeng? Once he gets a foothold, he'll shoot for the stars, and no one will be able to stop him. We gotta nip him in the bud before he's fully fledged. Otherwise, the 7 houses will be wiped out by this very guy. So do you still think he doesn't measure up to this boring 100 schools contending game? Yu Yushan and his crew were floored when they heard this, looking at him in disbelief. How could this be? These were Mr. Leng's exact words. Huangfu Qingtian chuckled, oozing confidence. What, mister? Leng said that? Ignoring their shocked reactions, Huangfu Qingtian continued, his face turning grim. It's laughable. Those three from Flower Rain Pavilion are just helping the enemy dig their own grave. They'll definitely be swallowed up by him later. Too bad the Luo clan usually has the imperial family protecting them, plus that old coot Du Ji Yu Xian Tian as a backer. Zhuo Fan plays both sides, so we can't touch him. That's why this 100 schools contending is our only shot. And our goal? Just one. Zhuo Fan's head. Startled, Yu Yushan narrowed his eyes at Huangfu Qingtian, deep in thought. This was the first time he'd heard Huangfu Qingtian spill the beans on Emperor Gate's real objective. But this target was even tougher than snatching a divine pill or facing a spirit beast. Whether they'd succeed, nobody could tell. One tiny slip-up, and it'd be their lives on the line, plus earning Zhuo Fan's eternal grudge. Thinking this, he spoke in a low voice. Young master, how should we go about ambushing Zhuo Fan? The best chance was to trap those guys here before Zhuo Fan could escape. But even then, it'd be hard to keep him, now that they're on guard. A chance like that will be even harder to come by. Was that really the best chance just now? Huangfu Qingtian smirked, turned, and said with a cold laugh, "Ha ha, that was just bait. Now that little rascal has taken the bait, and there's poison hidden inside. We just wait for it to take effect. They think they've escaped, but actually, they're trapped." This cage was personally designed by Mr. Leng. Even if that Zhuo Fan is 10 times more cunning, he absolutely can't escape. With that, he burst out laughing and led the way, leaving Yu Yushan's group exchanging confused glances. What on earth was this Huangfu Qingtian plotting? They hadn't a clue, but if Leng Wuchang himself had set up the formation, then it probably wouldn't go wrong. They could rest easy. Little did they know, this move of theirs was a gamble with their own lives. The godly diviner was basically just a title. Too clever for their own good, they ended up failing spectacularly. But that's a story for later. Back to the present. Once they had all left, a familiar shadowy figure reappeared on the tree trunk. Watching the battle between Zhuo Fan and Huangfu Qingtian, he laughed excitedly. Heavenly Universe's godly diviner? Leng Wuchang? I've heard of him, but I didn't expect him to suddenly make a move against a junior. This sky-shaking Emperor Dragon, Huangfu Qingtian, has exceptional talent and astonishing strength. Plus that Leng Wuchang scheming for them both in the background. Zhuo Fan, oh Zhuo Fan, do you even know you're up against 2 top masters? One of strategy and one of might? If you fail, I'll have to give up on you. Which seems a bit unfair. But if you can win even like this, then your value will be even greater. He. In the vast sky, a tower-like shadow flickered and then vanished. Each time it reappeared, it was closer, until it finally landed right among Chu Qingcheng's group, who were hightailing it out of there. "Who's there?" Shi Tianyang yelled, his long sword already unsheathed. Then, seeing who it was, he nodded happily. "You're finally back." "Yeah, so what are you still holding your sword for? Put it away already." Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Zhuo Yifan chuckled and shook his head. Shi Tianyang immediately sheathed his sword, grinning. "Even if I have to experience Brother Zhuo's skills one day, it definitely shouldn't be at a critical time like this." His face twitching involuntarily, Zhuo Fan felt a wave of helplessness. This martial arts fanatic never forgot about wanting a fight. Good thing he still had some sense, otherwise they might have had internal strife. And everyone else, seeing Zhuo Fan return, cheered ecstatically, as if he'd single-handedly won them the war. He paid them no mind, just strode past them for a moment, when suddenly Chu Qingcheng noticed he was injured, her eyebrows knitting slightly as she let out a soft cry. "Zhuo Fan, are you hurt?" Though she maintained a cold expression, she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Seeing the pain in her eyes, Zhuo Fan quickly looked away, waving his hand dismissively, seemingly not wanting to get too involved with her, and hurriedly changed the subject. "It's nothing. This Huangfu Qingtian is indeed very tough to deal with. Hey, where are Ningolder and the others? And where's my old man's spirit pet?" Chu Qingcheng bit her lip silently, knowing he was intentionally avoiding her, so she didn't say much, just felt a little resentful. Dong Tianba's analysis had somewhat reassured her, But Zhuo Fan always avoided her while playing coy and getting all chummy with others, making people misunderstand, so she couldn't help but worry. Long Xingyin couldn't help but chuckle, pointing to the sky. Brother, you probably don't know yet. That spirit pet of yours is unusually fierce. Strangers can't get near it. None of us dared to approach. But strangely enough, it seems very close to Miss Shu and second young Master Ji. Look, see for yourself. Looking up at the sky, Zhuo Fan couldn't help feeling puzzled. This thunder skylark was a high-level spirit beast. How could it get friendly with strangers so easily? But then he saw the thunder skylark ring on Shi Tianyang's and the girl's hands, and understood. They were wearing rings refined from the body of Little Sparrow's biological mother. Naturally, it carried her scent, so it wasn't too strange that Little Sparrow was close to them. Chuckling and shaking his head, Zhuo Fan sighed softly. This must be fate. Up in the sky, little sparrows seemed to have spotted Zhuo Fan's return and joyfully flew towards him. Xu Ningxiang's eyes lit up when she saw him, shouting towards him, "Big brother Zhuo, you're back!" Only Shi Tianyang wasn't as excited. His face immediately darkened, and he secretly pouted. "The third wheel is back again." Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile, gently reaching out his hand to bring Little Sparrow back to his side. Ningxiang jumped down from it, walking excitedly to Zhuo Fan's side, saying, "Big brother Zhuo, is this the one from the 10,000 Beast mountain range? The baby of that thunder skylark we met?" "That's right, I hatched it." "What do you think?" Zhuo Fan patted her head, smiling. Xu Ningxiang nodded repeatedly, exclaiming happily, "It's so cute, just as cute as its mom." Long Xingyin nearly stumbled. What a carefree young lady. Have you ever seen a 6th-level spirit beast that just killed a terrifying spirit beast like the Crimson Flame Lion King and can unleash such horrifying purple lightning? Be called cute? This fierce beast is terrifying, not cute at all. Zhuo Fan chuckled looking at her, shook his head without commenting, then pondered for a long while, then scanned everyone and instructed, "All right, everyone spread out and patrol. Who's going to patch me up?" After a burst of activity, as night fell, everyone dispersed to patrol, while people like Zhuo Fan and the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix group, including Chu Qingcheng, gathered to discuss their next steps. Long Xingyun looked at Zhuo Fan, his expression serious. "Brother Zhuo, what should we do now?" Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment, then murmured, "The urgent matter now is to quickly find the formation's exit and the key, so we can get out of here. As for snatching the divine pill, we can ignore it. After all, our lives are most important. Or I can go look for it alone." Hearing this, the members of the vassal families behind him immediately bowed their heads in embarrassment. Even if he didn't say it outright, the meaning was clear. They were a burden to him, hindering his plan to search for and snatch the divine pill. But they had no words to refute him. What he said was absolutely right. In this god-forsaken place, fighting spirit beasts was already a problem, not to mention Huangfu Qingtian's group lurking around day and night. With their lack of strength, they were indeed holding him back. Finally, Xian Tianyang sighed, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but he still conceded. "Brother Zhuo is right. Even if we want to keep fighting, with our current strength, it's better to withdraw early." With that, he turned to Long Xingyin and said, "Long Xingyin, take that thing out. Let's discuss it with Brother Zhuo and prepare to leave this place." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, thinking, could it be they're still hiding some secret weapon, only taking it out at such a critical moment? Long Xingyin pondered with a sigh. Then suddenly, with a flash in his hand, he presented a piece of silk, saying, "Long Xingyin, I'm someone who likes to seize the day. I'm not as obsessed with this 100 schools contending as Brother Shi is, but leaving just like this still makes one feel unwilling." Glancing at him deeply, Zhuo Fan took the silk and unrolled it. His eyes couldn't help but constrict, and he exclaimed in shock, "A layout map of the Beast King Mountains formation. Where did you guys get this? Is it reliable?" Shi Tianyang and Long Xingyun exchanged a look, and Long Xingyun said calmly, "This is also what we wanted to discuss with you. Bring them up." Following the shout, 2 people were brought forward, trembling with fear, not daring to lift their heads. But even without seeing their faces, Zhuo Fan recognized them. He spoke with a strange tone. "Why is it you guys, Kai Xiaoting,
Sun Yufei, didn't I tell you to scram back home? Why are you showing up again? And as hostages, those two exchanged a glance. Their faces looked like they were about to cry, keeping absolutely silent and not daring to speak. Long Xingyun blankly looked towards Zhuo Fan. Brother Zhuo, do you know them? Yeah, former traders of the Luo family. For my sake, he was once an elder of the Luo family, and had some connection with the old patriarch. That brat Yunhai is kind-hearted, so he spared them once. Zhuo Fan was non-committal, shrugging, then said with some curiosity, Right, how did you guys catch them? Why not kill them and instead recapture them? Waste of manpower and resources. Long Xingyin took a deep breath, his expression suddenly serious. To be honest, we encountered them not long after we escaped the bloodbath battlefield. Originally, we weren't planning to be polite with them, but we found this distribution map, and they also had 2 key pieces and a bottle of Yishen pill. As soon as Zhuo Fan heard Yishen pill, his eyes suddenly lit up. He put his arm around Long Xingyun's shoulder, frowning and saying, Brother Long, where's that bottle of red pills? We looted that. I know, but wouldn't it be safer to keep it with me? Zhuo Fan smiled slyly and said calmly, If you were caught by Huangpu Qingyun, wouldn't the pills fall into his hands? Wouldn't everyone's interest be ruined because of you alone? Long Xingyun felt a little helpless hearing this. He always put the collective interest first. What else could he say? Helplessly shaking his head, suppressing his tears, he handed the bottle of pills to him. Receiving the Yishen pill in his hand, Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows triumphantly. This time, he was only missing one more Yishen pill. And then it would be the big gates of the Fire Formation and Earth Formation. These 2 keys happened to be the missing pair in his hand. The only obstacle was breaking through Huangpu Qingyun's blockade along the way. If he were alone, he could have returned long ago. It's just that there were so many people, making it a bit difficult to carry them along. Thinking of this, a light flashed in his eyes. He swept his gaze towards the 2 people kneeling on the ground. Zhuo Fan said indifferently, Brother Long, I'm afraid this distribution map of the gate array is a trap. Hearing these words, Long Xingyun's eyes lit up, looking towards Zhuo Fan and saying, Brother Zhuo is brilliant, that's right. Although the 2 of them both said that Huangpu Qingyun sent them half a month ago to find the location of the Warm Formation key in order to control the overall situation, I always felt uneasy in my heart. Why did we encounter them as soon as we broke through the encirclement, and even offer the distribution map of the gate array to us? The more I think about it, the stranger it feels, so I locked them up and waited for Brother Zhuo to come back to discuss it. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but look at him with different eyes. Although Long Xingyun always had his head in the clouds, he was actually quite meticulous in his thinking. This distribution map of the array had a great attraction for a group of fleeing losers. It was almost certain that this thing was a trap. But it had to be said, even if the possibility of it being a trap was 9 parts, it was worth taking the risk. This was a really big deal. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards the 2 people, Tai Xiaoting, and said coldly, You 2 listen carefully. You must answer all my questions honestly. If I detect even a little bit of dishonesty, at that time, even if you want to die, it might be a distant wish. The 2 of you were sent by Huangpu Qingyun, deliberately waiting for us here, right? Tai Xiaoting hurriedly denied it. No. We already said we ran into you by chance. On the way back, after searching for the array gate, there was absolutely no deliberate deception. Narrowing his eyes at the 2 of them, although they were panicked, their eyes were firm and didn't seem to be lying. Where was the problem after all? Thinking of this, he coldly questioned again. Then these 5 array gates were found by the 2 of you, and then drawn into a map. No, the array gates are distributed extremely widely. How could we 2 possibly find them all? Tai Xiaoting shook his head in fear and hurriedly said, We had a total of 5 teams, dividing up to search 5 areas, using jade slips to communicate, and then the 2 of us compiled the map to hand it over. Then these 2 keys and the bottle of pills were found by the 2 of us, but we originally found 2 pills. But 1 pill was snatched away by a heavenly profound expert. We only secretly hid 1 pill. And it was also snatched by you. Tai Xiaoting seemed to have a trace of sadness rising in his heart, and the last words were a little lonely. Zhuo Fan carefully looked at the 2 of them, wanting to see a trace of deceit on their faces. But he couldn't find any.
after looking for a long time, slightly nodding. Long Xingyun on the side saw this, and anxiously asked,
Brother Zhuo, how is it? Is this a trap, or—
Before he could finish his words, Zhuo Fan indifferently interrupted. They were once people of the Luo family. I also understand them a little bit. They don't seem to be lying much. Long Xingyun heard this, and immediately happily cheered.
Then is there a high chance that this map is real? We have hope of escaping.
Everyone also secretly nodded, extremely excited. But before they could be happy for long, Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly. Don't be too happy. This map might still be fake. Everyone was slightly startled, not understanding what he meant.
Seeming to know their doubts, Zhuo Fan explained again. Even if they are not lying, it doesn't mean that Huangpu Qingyun didn't deceive them. With a hint of calculation in his eyes, Zhuo Fan's speculation didn't seem wrong. But if that was the case, should they use this map or not?
On the other side, Huangpu Qingyun was also holding a similar copy to the one in Zhuo Fan's hand earlier, and said indifferently,
Yu Yushan, you lead a team to ambush in front of the Golden Heart Gate Array. Yan Bangui, you lead a team to the Fire Formation Gate.
This young master and Lin Quanfeng will go to the Earth Formation Gate. Don't forget what I told you. The others can be ignored, but there is one person who must be killed. The more miserable his death, the better. The three of them were a little stunned, and a feeling of unease rose in their hearts. The person they had to kill was the Mad Dragon. Soaring to the heavens, his strength was extremely terrifying, and his protective spirit beast was just as powerful. How could they kill him? Young master, we understood your intention just now, but will killing that person really make that monster Zhuo Fan helpless? Yu Yushan frowned and muttered, If not, we can offer the location of the array and the key to them, and even give them a Yishen pill. If they are quick, they can escape. It would be better to give them a fake map. We can still ambush them and catch them off guard. Huangpu Qingyun sneered.
Idiot! Zhuo Fan is more intelligent, insidious, and cunning than others. How can he be fooled by a fake map?
But with that guy's suspicious nature, even if we give him a real map, will he believe it? Yan Bangi's eyelids twitched slightly, worriedly said, chuckling lightly. Huangpu Qingyun said, as if he had expected it. Precisely because of his suspicious nature, everything we give him must be real, including those two prisoners are also real.
Perhaps the two of them don't even know themselves. That they can find the array gate, the key, and the pills is entirely because this young master sent people to secretly guide them, so what they said is completely true. It's just that Zhuo Fan didn't expect that we deceived our own people first, and then let those two deceive him. No matter how clever Zhuo Fangan is, he can't find a false statement in their testimony. Hearing these words, the three of them were enlightened, and their eyes couldn't help but light up as they nodded in agreement. Lin Quanfeng on the side also flattered, Young master is truly wise, with both literary and martial talents.
HMPH, this is the strategy of Mr. Leng. It has nothing to do with me. Huangpu Qingyun laughed and shook his head. A porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, containing the Yishen pill inside.
Yu Yushan looked at the porcelain bottle and couldn't help but sigh and said, Hey, we originally had 3 bottles, but now there is only 1 left. What are you in a hurry for, mister? Leng is sure that Zhuo Fan is greedy. Even if he already has 3 bottles of pills in his hand, he still won't be satisfied.
On the contrary, he will want to get the last bottle even more. As long as he goes, there will be nothing to stop us from attacking those people. Huangpu Qingyun disdainfully curled his lips. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and when the plan goes smoothly, Zhuo Fan will obediently hand over the 3 bottles of pills, along with his head, to this young master. Ha ha. At this moment, the plan to besiege Zhuo Fan, targeting the soaring to the heavens demonic dragon, finally officially began. Who wins and who loses is completely impossible to grasp. On this side, Zhuo Fan's group was still hesitating and didn't know what to do with this map. They were still sitting around in one place, hesitating and unable to decide.
After pondering for a long time, Long Xingyun finally couldn't bear it anymore, looking toward Zhuo Fan and saying, Brother Zhuo, how is it? Can you see any problems? No. Whether it's the people or the map, I can't see any flaws. Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head and sighed.
But I absolutely don't believe that there is such a sudden stroke of luck. Especially this kind of delivering water to someone who is thirsty. There must be a problem.
Hearing these words, everyone was silent again. After a while, Chu Qingcheng carefully said, "Or we shouldn't use this map anymore. Or go in the opposite direction."
"Why not use it?" Before she could finish speaking, Zhuo filed and interrupted. "If it's real, even if there's a trap, it's worth us trying. If they dare to set a trap for us, then we'll use their trick against them. The golden cicada sheds its shell." Everyone was stunned and didn't understand. Zhuo Fan threw 3 jade slips towards them and smiled mysteriously. "Only 5 more days until we check the jade slip. All right, listen to my orders and let's move out. The 3 major families will lead, splitting into 3 directions towards the 3 array gates. We're getting out of here." Master Long Xingyun furrowed his brow, asking doubtfully, "Won't that scatter our forces?" "Exactly, we're splitting up," Zhuo Fan nodded casually, stating matter-of-factly. Ignoring everyone's doubts, Zhuo Fan spoke again. "Too many people make it easy to be tracked. Fewer people, spread out, are easier to hide. It's harder to get discovered, and in the mountains, even if we encounter an enemy attack, we can quickly conceal ourselves and escape." Everyone nodded. This made sense. After a long silence, Chu Qingcheng approached Zhuo Fan and whispered, "But what if this map is fake, and the locations of these array gates are all traps? What do we do?" Zhuo Fan leaned close to her, confidently replying, "How will you know if you don't try? Either way, it's rare to have a chance at survival. If we keep playing it safe with them in this Beast King mountain, how easy will it be for us to escape if we run into them a few more times? It's much harder for Bone-Forging Realm cultivators to run. In the end, they'll definitely drag us down to our deaths, so we absolutely have to go." Hearing this, Chu Qingcheng frowned slightly. Seeing her still worried, Zhuo Fan chuckled and said nothing more, turning to everyone and instructing, "Each team send out 3 Heavenly Profound Realm experts to scout ahead every 3 miles, reporting back every hour." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Zhuo Fan turned to look at Chu Qingcheng, smiling. "That way, even if there's an ambush ahead, we can retreat in advance." Meeting his gaze, Chu Qingcheng laughed and shook her head. "Only you are this scheming." Zhuo Fan indifferently shrugged, not offering an opinion. He didn't pay much attention to her. Once everyone started moving out, Long Xingyun brought Tai Xiaoting and Sun Yufei before Zhuo Fan, asking, "What should we do with these 2? "Let them go," Zhuo Fan uttered coldly, not even sparing them a glance. Everyone exchanged glances. Stunned, Long Xingyun exclaimed in alarm, "If we let them go, won't our whereabouts be exposed? Even if we don't let them go, our whereabouts are already exposed. Don't forget the bloodbath incident. There's already a spy among us. It's likely that their situation has already been reported. Letting them go or not doesn't matter," Zhuo Fan chuckled, shaking his head and sighing softly. As soon as these words came out, everyone reacted and exchanged shocked glances. "That's right. How did we forget about this? There's still a spy we haven't purged." Seeing this situation, Zhuo Fan's expression immediately darkened. Dan Shear spoke up, "I said it already. Now is not the time to catch the spy. If we want to catch them, we have to wait until we've completely returned to Dragon Cloud City." "But having a spy beside us is relatively dangerous." Xie Tianyang frowned slightly, his expression grave, and dismissively curled his lip. Zhuo Fan brushed it off. "What's so dangerous? Isn't it just transmitting information? As long as we're fast enough, even if he has time to send a message, if he doesn't have time to act, it's nothing to fear. On the contrary, if we start suspecting each other, that will truly be a disaster. That would be bad. We'd only let others profit as fishermen. So set out now for me. Without stopping for a moment, we must get to the 3 array gates." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again, nodding and marveling at him. His consideration is too thorough, and Luo Yunhai looked at him with even more admiration. "My big brother Zhuo is truly a capable hero. I'm afraid even my adoptive father wouldn't have such boldness when commanding the army. No wonder so many important figures value this man." Zhuo Fan waved his hand and shouted loudly to everyone, "All right, move out immediately. Don't forget, we'll meet in Dragon Cloud City in 5 days. "Yes," everyone replied in unison, then quickly left. Only the 3 of them, Chu Qingcheng, heard the meaning behind his words, and secretly nodded. 5 days. How could they reach the array gate? It would take at least 7 or 8 days. He was reminding them that, no matter what, they had to open the jade slip he left behind in 5 days. Zhuo Fan deeply looked at them, understood their agreement, and chuckled softly.
Everyone received the order and quickly acted according to Zhuo Fan's instructions, splitting into 3 directions. Tai Xiaoting took Sun Yufei with him, leaving dejectedly. As he passed Zhuo Fan, he couldn't help but look at him suspiciously, asking, "Zhuo Fan, thank you, but why did you let us go?"
If you guys think well of me, you can give me some face for Luo family's sake. If you think badly about me, you can think I want to screw you to your deepest misery to have some fun out of it. But in the end, I don't think anything matters. Killing or letting you go doesn't matter for me. With that, Zhuo Fan ignored them and walked away. Not even glancing at them, Tai and Sun were stunned, watching his back.
Tai Xiaoting and Sun Yufei could only sigh, and finally left. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw that Shi Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang were still there, and asked in surprise, "Why haven't you two left yet?" Shui Ningxiang hesitated to leave, and hurriedly asked, "Big brother Zhuo, aren't you on our team?" Smiling faintly, Zhuo Fan shook his head. "I still have things to do, Ningxier. You guys follow the rare Marquise Mansion team and move forward." Even if Shi Tianyang can't be relied on, the strength of his big brother, Shi Tiansheng, isn't bad. Only Huangpu Qingtian has very few people who can defeat him. He will protect you well. Zhuo Fan wanted to rely on the Shi Tianyang brothers to protect Shui Ningxiang and the Shui family, which was impossible. After all, for Shi Tianyang, Shui Ningxiang was important to him, but he didn't have the ability to protect her. But for Shi Tiansheng, she was at most a young lady from a dependent family. As long as she was within his sight, he could protect her, but he wouldn't necessarily go all out. Her life and death had nothing to do with him, so why should he drag himself into it? Facing danger and entrusting one's life to others without the ability to protect oneself is simply courting death. Therefore, Zhuo Fan made a wrong move. Shi Tianyang pursed his lips, unconvinced, and said, "What do you mean? Even if Shi Tianyang can't be relied on?" Shu Ningxiang didn't pay attention to him, still looking at Zhuo Yifan with a smiling, expectant face, and said, "Then, big brother Zhuo, when will we meet again?" 5 days later, Zhuo Fan said with a faint smile. "Then it's a promise. You must come to see Ninger in 5 days." Hearing this, Shui Ningxiang happily touched the thundercloud ring in her hand with his hand.
At that moment, the 2 rings touched, and the thunder spirit flashed. Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I wouldn't lie to you."
Shui Ningxiang laughed nonstop, making Shi Tianyang jealous for a while. "Ninger, touch rings with me too, I don't want to." Shui Ningxiang shook her head and refused. After a commotion, the 2 chased after Shi Tianshang's team. Zhuo Fan looked at the 2 of them, little dumbfounded, shook his head, and looked at Liu Yizhen, saying,
"Master Liu, you come with me. I have something I need your help with." Liu Yizhen was stunned, then quickly followed behind him.
Before long, the 2 landed on a cliff. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and said cheerfully, "Heh, those bastards are almost home. It's been a long time since I've felt so relaxed."
Liu Yizhen chuckled inwardly and said respectfully to him, "In this battle of 100 families, not only were the Flower Rain Tower, Submerged Dragon Pavilion, and other underlings useless, but everything depended on Ambassador Zhuo alone. Ambassador Zhuo has truly worked hard." "Who says otherwise?" Zhuo Fan chuckled in response. Liu Yizhen blinked his eyes, probing, "If Master Zhuo has any instructions, please don't hesitate to give them. This old one will definitely do his best." "Oh, it's not to the point of instructions. I just want to know where Huangpu Qingtian is right now." Turning to look at him, Zhuo Fan no longer smiled, but was replaced with a gloomy face.
Liu Yizhen flinched slightly, stunned, secretly frightened in his heart, and feigned composure on the surface, saying, "How would this old one know Huangpu Qingtian's whereabouts? Well, this old one doesn't quite understand Master Zhuo's words." He smiled awkwardly. Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly. "Hey, Master Liu, things have already come to this point. Why do you still need to hide it? If you don't know his whereabouts, how would you report to him? Master Zhuo, what do you mean I never?" A little panicked, Liu Yizhen hurriedly waved his hands to explain, but before he could finish, Zhuo Fan coldly interrupted. "All right, you don't need to say anything. I won't do anything to you either. I just want you to badmouth Zhen Tiandi, Wang Long, and Wang Zita a bit for me." Liu Yizhen secretly broke out in a cold sweat, carefully observing his expression. He didn't know if this guy was just bluffing
or if he really knew everything, catching him completely off guard. He didn't know what to say, regardless of his reaction. Zhuo Fan burst into laughter and said, "Grandmaster Liu, my temper. Even if you haven't seen it firsthand, you should have heard about it, right? If I want to kill someone, I don't need that many reasons, I'll just do it. But on the other hand, if I don't want to kill someone, I won't touch a hair on their head, no matter how heinous their crimes are. I suspected you long ago. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need any evidence. You'd already be dead. But you're still alive, which proves I don't want to kill you. So what if you admit you're a spy? Who doesn't want wealth, high positions, and generous rewards? Everyone's loyal to their master. It's no big deal. Didn't I let both Tai Xiaoting go?" Slightly startled, Liu Yizhen couldn't help but sigh. This guy was just too clever. Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, he sighed and reluctantly said, "Grandmaster Zhuo is indeed insightful, far beyond ordinary people. I admit I was ordered by the divine calculator Leng Wucheng to deliberately approach Grandmaster Zhuo. I wasn't willing at first either." All right. The reasons spies give are all similar. It's either for fame, fortune, or forced circumstances. I totally get it. Zhuo Fan didn't even wait for him to finish, interrupting him again. "Now that we've laid it all out, help me pass a message to Huangpu Qingtian." "Pass? Pass what message?" Liu Yizhen exclaimed. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Zhuo Fan suddenly changed his expression, smugly saying, "Grandmaster Liu, when you meet that little brat Huangpu Qingtian, look at him like this, then yell, 'Huangpu, you little punk. Your grandpa Zhuo already sees through your schemes, so stop playing tricks with me. When it comes to scheming, I'm 8 generations more experienced than you." Liu Yizhen's face involuntarily twitched, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he awkwardly said, "Grandmaster Zhuo, could your words be a little more subtle? Also, I don't need to practice that look, right?" "Haha, forget it, whatever. Just get the message across." Zhuo Fan coughed awkwardly, chuckled, and then suddenly became serious, saying, "But you absolutely must deliver this next sentence for me. Tell him, Huangpu Qingtian, you're so proud of your intelligence, but you don't even know that your last pill of godly distraction has long fallen into my hands. You wasted your effort setting traps to harm me. It's truly laughable." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 shimmering pills of godly distraction suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing the objects in his hand, Liu Yizhen couldn't help but be shocked. 3 of these were stolen from Huangpu Qingtian. So where did he get the last one? Could it be, as he said, that he stole another one? Unable to figure it out, he asked, "Grandmaster Zhuo, the 4th one, did you also steal this one from Huangpu Qingtian? Then why do you still need to send this message?" Raising a hand to his mouth in a silent gesture, Zhuo Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "This last one wasn't stolen, it was pilfered, and he's still being tricked. Huangpu Qingtian knows my skills, tell him that, and he'll understand what's going on. Also, remember his angry expression, and tell me about it next time we meet." "Ha!" Liu Yizhen broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Looking at his smug expression, it didn't seem fake. So he wanted him to deliver the message just to deliberately humiliate Huangpu Qingtian. Thinking of this, his expression turned ugly, and he sighed. "Grandmaster Zhuo, you truly have the skills to do what others can't." "I will definitely deliver Grandmaster Zhuo's words, but I probably won't be as harsh as you are." "Understood. As long as the meaning gets across, he'll probably be so angry he'll vomit blood." "Haha." Zhuo Fan laughed and nodded, understanding his meaning. Liu Yizhen turned around, looking like he was about to leave, but he stopped after a short distance, turned back, and asked, "Grandmaster Zhuo, I have one more thing I'd like to ask. Can you tell me?" "Go ahead," Zhuo Fan said casually, not caring. Without hesitation, Liu Yizhen asked his question. "When and where did you start suspecting me?" "I suspected you the first time I met you at Beast King Mountain." "You were so contemptuous right off the bat," Zhuo Fan coldly replied. So fast, Liu Yizhen was stunned, exclaiming, "I didn't expect to be discovered so early. Getting caught red-handed right away." Zhuo Fan chuckled, shook his head, and said casually, "First, I've never believed in coincidences. We were conducting the 100 Schools tournament at Beast King Mountain, and it was too bizarre that we just happened to meet you gathering herbs. You must have been brought in through Huangpu Qingtian's storage ring, right? Second, When I agreed to take you as a disciple, your reaction only showed respect, not surprise. That was completely different from how eager you were to become my disciple before.
That's when I saw the problem, and the reason you gave for helping the Luhao family to become my disciple didn't hold up. So it's obvious why an old man like you would approach the Luhao family. Liu Yizhen stared at him intently, then sighed and bitterly smiled. Ha ha ha, I'm a truly pathetic spy. I've been exposed from the very beginning. Then why did Steward Zhuo still keep me around? Why didn't you get rid of me? Of course, it was to understand Huangpu Qingtian's movements. Zhuo Fan frowned, sneering. In fact, I've been reading all of your communication jade slips. That way, I roughly know what Huangpu Qingtian wants to do. He probably wants to target the people around me. Liu Yizhen's old face involuntarily wrinkled with shame. So embarrassed he wanted to crawl into the ground. Liu Yizhen lowered his head and left, bitterly laughing. Steward Zhuo's mind is so deep that ordinary people can't fathom it. I bet this time I'll force that divine calculator Leng Wuchang to personally take action. As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan was immediately startled. So all of this wasn't Huangpu Qingtian's scheme, but Leng Wuchang's plan.
If that was the case, he had to act quickly. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan quickly followed Liu Yizhen without letting him notice. A day later, while hiding in a nearby ancient tree, a gust of wind suddenly rushed over, and a communication jade slip appeared in his hand. He probed it with his spiritual sense. He saw 8 neatly written characters in the jade slip. Small soldiers return. Dragon King Angxiang.
Reading the information in the jade slip, Zhuo Fan's expression immediately darkened. It was indeed so. That formation map was indeed a trap. The reason he let Tai Xiaoting and the other two go was to see Huangpu Qingtian's reaction. If Huangpu Qingtian was furious, then the route they took to the 3 formation gates would be much safer. If Huangpu Qingtian didn't blame them, then it would be as he thought. All of this was a trap, so he had to tell the 3 teams to quickly change their routes, and the person transmitting this information was the spy he had placed beside Huangpu Qingtian. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. Zhuo Fan immediately wrote information in the jade slip, then immediately sent messages to everyone, including Chu Qingcheng's side, so they could be careful. Who's scheming against whom?
A stream of light streaked across the sky. Huangpu Qingtian and a group of people led by Lin Xuanfeng landed on the ground, but suddenly turned their heads to look over. Just at this moment, a gust of wind rang out, and Liu Yizhen's figure fell down. Huangpu Qingtian looked at him, involuntarily frowning and coldly shouting, "Liu Yizhen, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to follow Zhuo Fan?"
Before he could finish speaking, Liu Yizhen hurriedly bowed, reluctantly nodding and saying, "Reporting to the young master, I've been discovered." "What? Discovered?" Huangpu Qingtian exclaimed, frowning. "Zhuo Fan has always been ruthless. How could you have returned?"
But now Tai Xiaoting was alive, and even Liu Yizhen was the same. Both groups of spies had been released unharmed. Liu Yizhen was terrified, lowering his head and breaking out in a cold sweat. He finally understood. It turned out that these two had never wanted him to return alive at all. Unfortunately, he was already committed. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, lowered his head, and solemnly said, "Reporting to the young master, when he released me, Zhuo Fan told me to pass a message to the young master." "What message?" Involuntarily frowning, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flickered with suspicion as he asked again, pondering for a moment. Liu Yizhen considered for a moment and said, "Zhuo Fan told me to inform the young master that he had seen through your plan, and told you not to waste your efforts anymore."
Just that sentence, with his personality, your words don't seem like the original words he told you. Hearing these words, Huangpu Qingtian snorted disdainfully. Liu Yizhen fearfully trembled, regaining some composure, and solemnly said, "As you said, but his original words were really too vulgar, so I changed them a bit." "Ha, you're understanding, that's good too. This young master doesn't want to hear his vulgar words." Huangpu Qingtian couldn't help but laugh, smugly saying, "It's just laughable that he thinks he's so smart, thinking he's seen through everything, but he doesn't know he's still stuck in the fog." Lin Xuanfeng and the others were a little confused, looking at him blankly. But then Liu Yizhen spoke up again. "Reporting to the young master, Zhuo Fan still has something he wants this old one to relay. This young master doesn't want to hear it. It's probably just some self-aggrandizing nonsense to mess with my mind, right? Let him keep daydreaming." Huangfu Qingyun dismissively waved his hand, sneering.
Liu Yizhen quickly bowed, nervously saying, "Although Zhuo Fan's message is offensive to the young master, the intel is extremely urgent." "Oh," Huangfu Qingyun frowned slightly, his expression serious as he gestured for him to continue.
Permission granted. Liu Yizhen nodded and said, "Reporting to the young master, he got his hands on the 4th bottle of Yishen pill you used as bait long ago, and mocked that you still didn't know." Before he could finish, Lin Quanfeng interrupted in surprise. "What? Impossible! The 4th bottle of Yishen pill has always been kept by me. How could it fall into his hands? Young Master Lin, please calm down." I didn't believe it at first, but he really did produce the 4th bottle of Yishen pill.
Moreover, he said that the young master and everyone else clearly knew his abilities and would automatically understand everything. Liu Yizhen awkwardly smacked his lips, quickly explaining.
Huangfu Qingyun frowned, lost in thought.
Lin Quanfeng exclaimed in shock. Could it have been stolen by his strange divine power? Thinking of this, Lin Quanfeng subtly moved, and a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, gleaming with light. It was indeed the Yishen pill.
Seeing it still intact, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, that kid's just trying to scare us. Isn't the Yishen pill still in our hands?" Huangfu Qingyun, seeing his actions, coldly scolded, "Idiot, who told you to take it out? Put it away."
As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound rang out, and the object in Lin Quanfeng's hand instantly disappeared. Lin Quanfeng trembled, fearfully shouting,
Zhuo Fan." Just then, a loud laugh echoed from the forest. Zhuo Yifan said triumphantly, "Ha ha! Many thanks to young Master Huangfu for gifting the pills once again. It would be impolite of me to refuse." At this moment, Liu Yizhen was stunned. Zhuo Fan had actually followed him here, so this was all part of his plan.
Only Huangfu Qingyun slapped his forehead in exasperation, sighing, "Sigh, you bunch of idiots. This is just Zhuo Fan's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. He didn't even know where this Yishen pill was originally. And you guys had to go and display the pills right in front of him. What else could he do but steal them?" Suddenly enlightened, Lin Quanfeng snapped awake and glared at Liu Yizhen, angrily shouting, "You traitor! You dared collude with Zhuo Fan to steal my pills. I'll kill you."
"Young Master Lin, please calm down. I was just delivering a message. I don't know anything." Liu Yizhen trembled in fear, quickly waving his hands. Seeing this scene, Liu Yizhen was even more terrified. He thought he was just relaying a message, but who knew there was such a sinister plot involved? Zhuo Fan's cunning was truly extraordinary and terrifying.
Before Lin Quanfeng could act, Huangfu Qingyun waved his hand to stop him, saying calmly, "Stop. This has nothing to do with him. He was just being used. The young master is wise." Liu Yizhen breathed a sigh of relief, trembling as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, Huangfu Qingyun paid no attention to him, simply scanning his surroundings, and coldly said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a chat? Ha ha, what do I have to chat with you about? But since you insist, I'll come out and see the look of despair on your face when things are about to succeed but fail." Zhuo Fan chuckled. Zhuo Fan suddenly appeared from the forest in front of everyone. Seeing the newcomer, the people behind Huangfu Qingyun immediately retreated several steps in fear, their faces twitching as they muttered, "It's the sky-soaring demonic dragon." Zhuo Fan pointed at everyone, sarcastically saying, "Looks like your people are scared less by me." Huangfu Qingyun coldly snorted, not angered, but contemptuously said, "Zhuo Fan, there's a saying in the world that suits you best. Don't pretend, or you'll get struck by lightning." "Ha ha, I've been pretending my whole life and never been struck by lightning. I don't know what it feels like. I really want to try it sometime." Zhuo Fan didn't care, laughing wickedly. Shaking his head slightly, Huangfu Qingyun's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I think you'll find out soon enough." Zhuo Fan's eyes involuntarily narrowed, sensing unease. Huangfu Qingyun spoke with such confidence, and with Leng Wuchang's guidance behind him, there must be a lot of trickery involved. Huangfu Qingyun looked at him, a hint of smugness rising in his heart as he confidently said, "That's right, Zhuo Fan. The pill you used to trick old man Liu must have been the Yishen pill you found earlier, but always kept hidden, right? That's why, when he saw the 4th Yishen pill, old man Liu mistakenly thought you had stolen the 4th pill from me and fell for your trap. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to lie in front of me." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, not hiding it, and nodded. Young Master Huangfu isn't stupid. Looks like you're not some mindless brute. Aha! It's not easy to see through you. It was something else of yours that reminded me. Oh. Huangfu Qingyun's eyes flashed with smugness, and he said with a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan, don't you still have 2 water-shaped keys of the array gate, and haven't shown them to anyone?
Zhuo Fan was surprised. He actually knew that I had the keys. His face showed a bit of shock. Huangfu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh out loud, mocking, Don't be so surprised. I had someone drop them along the road you and Yunhai were traveling.
But according to Liu Yizhen's report, when you gathered with Chu Qingcheng's group, you didn't mention it at all. This shows that those 2 keys were hidden by you, kept as crucial items, to be used at the very end. You once said that we are the same kind of people, not easily revealing our trump cards, ha 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 ha. Too bad those 2 trump cards were given to you by me.
His body trembled slightly, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Zhuo Fan seemed to realize something, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Taking it all in, Huangfu Qingyun felt the pleasure of revenge, and continued with a cold laugh. Mr. Leng said, The highest realm of life is to go with the flow, not just simply luring the enemy into your own trap, but completely controlling the enemy's actions, making them do as you intend. In fact, since you reunited with Luo Yunhai's group, every path you've taken, everything you've done, has been arranged by me from the very beginning. Although it's true that I have a headache and can't do anything about those divine powers of yours, allowing you to win repeatedly was also part of my plan, the purpose of which was to raise your status in their hearts, to gain absolute leadership, so that you would continue to follow the path I had laid out for you, personally pushing them into hell. Don't you feel that this 100 schools of thought contest has been too smooth? Or do you feel that your strength has reached the point where you can fight against 10,000 people and save everyone from danger? Your failure this time is due to arrogance, just like the battle at the blood-killing field. You only need to think about it a little, and you'll understand. Back then, I didn't fight with all my strength because I was really arrogant enough to think that I could catch you all in one fell swoop, so I leisurely played with you like that. Ha ha, it was all intentional on my part to let you escape. His eyes involuntarily narrowed, and his body trembled slightly.
Without a word, Zhuo Fan used thundercloud wings to leave.
Seeing Zhuo Fan rushing back, Huangfu Qingyun was extremely smug, secretly laughing to himself, thinking that Zhuo Fan had lost completely this time, and that he had even designed for him to personally send his loved ones to their deaths.
At Cloud Dragon City, everyone was intently staring at the town-securing stone, holding their breath as they waited for the battle inside. Just 3 days ago, Yu Shan and Yanban Gi had led their men to ambush this place.
Chu Bijun, outside, watched them wait for 3 days without any movement, and finally understood their intention. They wanted to ambush Chu Qingcheng's group, and as soon as they arrived, they would be surrounded by this group of people.
At this moment, Chu Bijun could only secretly pray, hoping that Chu Qingcheng would be alert and not fall into their trap. On the other side, Huangfu Tianyuan smiled smugly, thinking that their plan would likely succeed. Lang Wucheng also smiled faintly. Sect leader, it seems that the young master has reached the final step. The 2 dragons nodded, and Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't help but praise. Mr. Leng's plans are as accurate as a god's.
This sect leader has never doubted this elimination of evil. As long as Mr. Leng takes action, that little devil will surely die.
Leng Wucheng didn't get arrogant, despite being praised, humbly bowing. Sect leader overpraises me. Although this old man has given the young master 10 strategies for him to follow, it still requires the young master's intelligence and adaptability. Wucheng really doesn't dare to take all the credit. But before he could finish speaking, Huangfu Tianyuan coldly interrupted. No, Mr. Leng deserves the most credit. If Mr. Leng had personally taken action, the operation would have been even faster.
Hearing this, Lang Wucheng was immediately stunned, but quickly understood that Huangfu Tianyuan was quite dissatisfied with his son. Perhaps he was afraid that he would use this victory to snatch the position of family head, so he shifted the credit to Lang Wucheng, trying to reduce Huangfu Qingyun's accomplishments. He shook his head inwardly. This is the imperial family. Even father and son have to fight for power. Just then, Zhuge Changfeng, appearing from nowhere, smiled faintly and said, Mr. Leng,
Are you sure you can use those people to hold Zhuo Fan back? Humbly bowing with clasped fists, Leng Wuchang said calmly. This small skill is nothing to brag about in front of the Prime Minister, but this ambush isn't meant to deal with Zhuo Fan. Narrowing his eyes at him, Zhuge Changfeng understood his meaning. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. Like Zhuge Chengxiang said, that's exactly right, knowing we can't hide his cleverness. Leng Wuchang chuckled and said confidently, usually, if you want to make someone lose it, you have to drive them crazy first. Zhuo Fan's awesomeness isn't just in his many bizarre tricks, but also in his treacherous and sinister nature. If we can't make him lose his mind and say something disrespectful, even if you and I set up an inescapable net, we won't catch a single hair of his. Hearing this, Zhuge Changfeng nodded in agreement. What he said wasn't wrong, and he wasn't surprised at all. He asked back, oh, it seems like Mr. Leng has already grasped his fatal weakness, otherwise you wouldn't be saying such definitive words. So who exactly is it? Luo family's young master, Luo Yunhai, or... Before he could finish, Leng Wuchang interrupted him, finally chuckling lightly. Zhuge Chengxiang, just keep watching and you'll know. I'm afraid even you wouldn't expect that his fatal weakness is that person. Profound, ha. Mr. Leng is even keeping secrets from this old man. Zhuge Changfeng nodded, unable to help but chuckle. All right, then this old man will see who can make that little demon, who can summon wind and rain, completely lose his mind. After saying that, the two of them stopped talking, focusing their attention on the nation-protecting stone. At the same time, Long Xingyun and Shi Tianshang's group had gathered together at some point and were now heading towards the formation gate together. Shi Tianyang was walking and complaining, constantly lamenting, I really don't know what Zhuo Fan is up to, telling us to go to the metal gate first, and now sending a message telling us to look at the brocade pouch, and then telling us to go to the water gate. It's been 3 days already, a complete waste of time. Long Xingyun, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh loudly, nodding and saying smugly, Young Master Xi, you don't know, in the art of war, reality is made from illusion, and illusion is achieved through delay. Perhaps Zhuo Zhang is telling us to go to the 3 formation gates as a feint to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Changing directions quickly and moving to this place is the real destination. That's right, Tianyang-GE, you should learn more from Long Dage. Even he can see through it better than you now. At this time, Shui Ningxiang also pointed at Long Xingyun, seemingly wanting to lecture Shi Tianyang. Ji Tianyang, hearing this, disdainfully curled his lips, refusing to comment. Long Xingyun also couldn't help but twitch his face. What did this girl mean by saying that? Even he can see through it? Even though he usually smiled and talked, he wasn't the uneducated young master type. What right did a girl like her have to praise him here? Just a naive girl, useless, relying on them for protection, and now questioning him. This 6 dragons and 1 phoenix thing needs to be reconsidered. However, before they could continue arguing, a cry of surprise rang out. Shui Ningxiang pointed at the water-shaped formation gate, shouting, We're here, this is the water-shaped formation gate. The map of the formation gate location isn't wrong. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, looking at it in surprise. Lifting his feet and running over, Long Xingyun couldn't help but laugh loudly, leading the way. Ha, there really is a water-shaped formation gate here. It seems Zhuo Xiang's arrangements are correct. Let's go. Xin Tianyang, seeing this scene, immediately scoffed, pouting and shouting, Even if you find the formation gate, you don't have the key. I don't know what he's doing. Why does everyone trust him so much? Idiot. If Zhuo Xiang told us to come here, he definitely has the key in his hand. In these few days we've been together, has he ever been wrong? It's rare for us to suffer losses. Following his plan won't be wrong. Long Xingyun was probably so happy he was about to cry, directly cursing loudly. Shi Tianyang was momentarily stunned, secretly angry in his heart, pouting and saying, That's not necessarily true. He was once tricked by Yugi Qi. Shui Ningxiang also didn't look at the situation. Before he could finish his words, she seemed to be angrily rebuking him. There's no Yugi Qi here. Zhuo Dage is the strongest. And besides, Zhuo Dage wouldn't tell us to come here for no reason. Use your brain a little, idiot. Where Shui Ningxiang got the confidence to say the word idiot to Shi Tianyang, with her naive self who never did anything with her brain. When did she get the right to scold others? In this situation,
From the moment she entered Beast King Mountain, the only thing she could do was wait for Zhuo Fan to save her when she was in danger. At least Shi Tianyang followed Sword Marquis' mansion to contribute to the fight. What did she do to criticize others? Shi Tianyang's anger rose higher and higher, his hands clenched into fists. Others were one thing, but even Shui Ningxiang, whom he liked, had this attitude towards him. At this moment, he seemed to vent all his anger on Zhuo Fan, forgetting who they owed their lives to at this point.
On the opposite side, the Uyu Mountains ambushers, seeing the group rushing towards them, smiled triumphantly.
When Long Xingyun's army got closer to the water-shaped formation gate, Uyu Mountain immediately ordered to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from Uyu Mountain immediately acted. Suddenly a shock was emitted. 36 light pillars shot straight into the sky from the ground, surrounding Long Xingyun's group inside. At the same time, a figure vaguely appeared in the light column. 36 people sat cross-legged in the light columns,
and the surrounding scenery completely changed. The water-shaped formation also suddenly disappeared. This is the 16-person joint imprisonment formation.
Couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Long Xingyun cried out in fear, "Crap, we've been ambushed. They're disciples of the 7 noble houses. They definitely know about formations like this. Formations that are controlled by multiple people require a long time to prepare." Thinking of this, Xi Tianshang cried out in shock. This is clearly a pre-planned ambush, but how could that be?
This is the order given by Zhuo Fan. How could he lead us into a trap? No. Before they could get over their shock, a shout rang out again from outside. "Charge! Kill them all!"
Everyone was stunned and horrified, not knowing how to escape from this large-scale formation. Long Yi anxiously worried, looking at Long Xingyun and hurriedly shouting, "Big brother, what do we do?" Helplessly shaking his head, Long Xingyun sighed and said, "If we want to break through, we have to break this imprisonment formation." However, although this is a level 3 formation, it's not something that ordinary formations can compare to. The 36 streams of light are linked together and are extremely sturdy. It's impossible to break the formation from the inside. We must find the location of the Gate of Life to escape.
Don't even talk about finding the Gate of Life of the imprisonment formation. Just the large army of enemies is enough to trap us to death. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into despair. This is fundamentally impossible. But at this moment, Xi Tianshang next to him made a somber sound. HMPH. Isn't it just finding the Gate of Life? Just try each one.
Saying that, he immediately rushed towards the gate of the formation, immediately slashing down with one sword after another, creating waves of ripples on the barrier of the formation. The people outside, seeing this scene, fell into fear. Long Xingyun's eyes flickered on his face, and he happily praised, "Xie Xiong, you truly deserve the name of martial madman. You're really reliable at critical moments." Ignoring the reactions of the people behind him, Xi Tianyang once again raised his sword, golden light everywhere. He shouted again, "No spirit, 9 styles, 100 slashes." Following his shout, the long sword in his hand immediately split into 10 illusory sword shadows, slashing at the opponents in waves, bodies scattering everywhere. The ground was stained a dark red color. Without Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingtian here, Shi Tianshang, he is the strongest person of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix right now, so as long as he can kill a few more waves, the enemy's army will definitely collapse, and they can break through the encirclement. Suddenly at this moment, Yan Bangi shouted loudly, attacking toward Shi Tianshang. "Shi Tianshang, don't be so pleased with yourself, I'll be your opponent." Shi Tianshang raised his head to look at the person coming, his expression unchanging, and even smiling loudly with a bit of joy. "Ha ha, Yan Bangi, you came at the right time. This young master is tired of killing these ant-like things. It's just the right time to use you to practice." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xi Tianshang pointed his sword to the sky. A soaring sword aura erupted.
Seeing this scene, Yan Bangui couldn't help but be shocked. His body tilted to the side. The sword aura grazed his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. That demonic sword aura shot straight into the sky, creating a huge sound. All 36 light pillars shook violently in an instant, and the figure inside was also affected, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, fiercely biting his lip.
Yan Bangui didn't expect that this one sword of his would be so powerful, almost breaking the formation.
He can only risk it now, falling into a dead end. Yan Bangui no longer dared to dodge, and had to stubbornly fight against Shi Tianshang. In his hand at this moment, a 7-colored poisonous bone suddenly appeared, striking toward Shi Tiansheng with one palm, shouting,
"Die!" Shi Tiansheng on the opposite side, seeing this scene, his expression immediately froze, and he didn't dare to confront it head-on either, hurriedly dodging. That poisonous bone fell to the ground and exploded, quickly spreading, causing the people around to lose focus. Stuck by the bone poison, he immediately fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain as he started bleeding. In just a moment, he stopped breathing, completely turning into a pool of blood, looking extremely disgusting. Seeing this scene, Shui Ningxiang was so scared that she hid behind Shi Tianyang. Everyone else was equally terrified, their hearts filled with panic, and they unconsciously retreated backward. But Shi Tiansheng's pupils narrowed slightly, his expression instantly becoming serious. Yet he remained relatively unafraid. The sword light flashed again, and Shi Tianyang shouted loudly, rushing towards Yanbangyi, Void Spirit 9 forms, Spirit Surge. Seeing this, Yanbangyi was also frightened and hurriedly dodged, not daring to block even a single move. Shi Tiansheng's target missed him and fell into those 36 light pillars. The people inside couldn't help but spit out blood, and naturally, the grand formation was on the verge of collapse in that instant. Yanbangyi was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with anxiety. At this rate, forget about capturing Zhuo Fan, he'd lose his own life. Who would have thought that luring away one person would reveal such a fierce Shi Tiansheng? A bitter taste suddenly filled his mouth. The capture had failed. Now he had to face Huangpu Qingtian's wrath. Thinking of this, Yanbangyi bit his lips slightly. His hands immediately waved twin palms, and 7 types of bone poison suddenly flew out, finally using the 7-colored cloudnet palm, a unique skill of the Medicine King Hall. In an instant, the bone poison quickly spread, killing indiscriminately, instantly turning everything into pools of blood. Even Yanbangyi was affected to no small extent. Every time he used the 7-colored cloudnet palm, the toxins within him would also be disrupted. However, he still endured the pain and continued to unleash the bone poison. Seeing this scene, Shi Tianyang gritted his teeth and said, "So ruthless, not even sparing his own people." Long Xingyun's expression was serious, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Releasing the 7-colored cloudnet palm of the Medicine King Hall. Basically, without an antidote, it means that guy is invincible. It doesn't matter if we have more people or face more enemies. It can be said that by releasing the 7-colored cloudnet palm, he has reached an invincible position. Especially in this formation, his bone poison can even chase us to the ends of the earth. Are we out of options?" Xie Tiansheng frowned unconsciously and said coldly, nodding slightly. Long Xingyun's eyes flashed with profound light. "Of course there is. Break the formation and get out. His bone poison's diffusion also has range." "Yeah, easier said than done." Shi Tiansheng sighed and looked at the cloud of bone poison, shaking his head helplessly. "I tried 10 consecutive slashes just now and still couldn't break it, unless you give me more time, but it looks like we won't make it." Hearing this, everyone unwillingly bit their lips. Who would have thought that a trap that was almost broken would have to face this terrifying bone poison? Fortunately, the team led by Chu Qingcheng was able to catch up at this time. Looking at the formation in front of her, Chu Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise, "A level 3 formation!" Falling into a panic, why did a formation suddenly appear when Zhuo Fan asked them to change their route here? Luo Yunhai also exclaimed in shock. "That's right, and this is something used in military operations. The formation is easiest to deploy for multi-person control, used for ambushes. It seems we were delayed on the road, and it was indeed too lucky. This place has long been set up with traps, and I think someone has already been caught." "What? How is that possible? You mean Zhuo Fan lured us into this trap?" Chu Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise, shaking her head helplessly. Luo Yunhai said calmly, "Although I'm sure that big brother always calculates carefully and wouldn't make this mistake, the urgent matter now is to break this barrier first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qingcheng bit her lip and thought for a while. He was right, it was still important to solve the problem first. Thinking this, she took the lead in rushing towards the barrier, and ordered everyone, follow me, to break the formation's eye and rescue them. Chu Qingcheng constantly slammed her palms into the formation's barrier, creating a series of tremors. At this time, she could only break the formation first, and then wait for Zhuo Fan to return and give her an explanation. On the other hand, Zhuo Fan was still rushing back to rescue Chu Qingcheng and the others. The order to go to water-shaped formation gate was issued by him. They would definitely not suspect it. There wasn't enough time to inform them now. He had to get there quickly.
He really didn't expect those people to come up with a vicious plan to make him kill all his own people. Divine calculator Leng Wucheng.
The scheming of this person is so deep it basically far exceeds the 7-aperture exquisite ghost from that year.
But at this moment, Zhuo Fan in the air felt a cold air hitting his face, suddenly stopped, and looked down, noticing a millennium ice lake. Not wanting to miss it, he changed direction and flew downwards. At the same time, at the water-shaped formation gate, Chu Qingcheng was still directing everyone to continuously attack the formation gate. However, even though they could make the 36 light pillars shake,
they still couldn't destroy the formation. And inside the barrier, Long Xingyun and the others, faced with Yanban Gi's terrifying bone poison, were completely helpless and could only retreat backwards. When there was no place left to retreat, they then came up with a way to reduce the number of their own people to create space. Seeing this scene, Shui Ningxiang felt pity and spoke up indignantly. Everyone is human, why must there be sacrifices? Long Xingyun looked at her naive words and said with disdain, "Do you want the people of the imperial 7 families to sacrifice? If this really happens, what will be the result of facing their entire family? It would definitely be extermination." Long Xingyun was right. The imperial family 7 families gave them help, so they could only sacrifice to preserve their interests at this time. No matter what, the lives of the 7 families were more valuable than the disciples of ordinary families like them, and they needed their strength for the final battle. To let them sacrifice here, she was too naive. However, where did Shui Ningxiang get the qualifications to criticize this approach?
Like them, her Zhu family also enjoyed the grace of the Sword Marquis manner, escaping extermination. If they could stand firm in the affiliated family, they must be aware of how to return the favor for them. If not for Zhuo Fan and Shi Tianyang's protection, with her uselessness, becoming the first cannon fodder was beyond doubt. No matter what, the current situation was life-threatening, and the more burdens they could shed, the higher the chance of survival, and no one would care about a young lady from an affiliated family like her. Shi Tianshan's expression was also a little impatient with Shui Ningxiang, but in the end, he still let it go,
not wanting to pay attention, looking at the poisonous mist in front of him, and having sacrificed a lot of people already. Shi Tianshang sighed helplessly, shaking his head. With the speed that bone poison was spreading, even with sacrifices, it wouldn't be enough to create much more space. Before he finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads in sorrow, looking at the blood all around them, their expressions extremely bleak. But at this moment, the barrier suddenly shook, and Long Xingyun's eyes lit up. A glimmer of hope appeared. Someone is breaking the formation. That's right, but we can't wait. By the time they break the formation, we'll probably already be minced meat. Shi Tianshang looked up at the sky, nodding slightly, but he was not optimistic. As soon as he said those words, everyone had a little hope, but it quickly sank again. Seeing this, Long Xingyun waved his hand, saying seriously, "You can't say that. Maybe we can succeed. Who knows?" After finishing speaking, he went to the side of a person and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, which family are you from? How long have you been following my Qianlong pavilion?" "You." "Yun Yucheng, Chen family, 150 years ago became an affiliated family of Qianlong Pavilion." The man's face fell, understanding what he meant. He bowed and saluted, saying, "I hope the young master will take care of my Chen family in the future. Rest assured, you are an old family following us. This time your sacrifice, Long Xingyun, will never dare to forget when I get out." Long Xingyun nodded, saying sternly. The man sighed, and on his face a smile emerged that was a bit ugly. "Thank you, Long Gongzi." Finally, he lifted his foot and went straight into the cloud of bone poison. Long Xingyun looked at the man's back, sighing involuntarily. This was the privilege and style of the imperial family. 7 great families. They originally didn't want to sacrifice anyone else. In the end, everyone would die anyway, but if someone was already breaking the formation,
then they still had hope of living. Even if they died, the people of the imperial family, 7 families, must be the last ones, because maybe they could still live, who could give up the chance to live. But outside at this time, Chu Qingcheng's attacks were almost useless, still unable to break the formation's barrier. At this time, anxiety had arisen in her heart. At this rate, the people inside would be in danger, and outside, everyone was equally worried. Secretly praying that she could succeed, Du Guilin looked at this scene in panic and headed toward Du Jiu Zantian saying, "Marshal, this 36 Heavenly Gang formation." Before he could finish, Du Jiu Zantian hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. "No need to say more. Yun Hai will surely have a way." Hearing this, Du Jiulin nodded slightly, focusing all his hope on the young man. Inside the National Stone, Luo Yunhai was deep in thought, hoping to find a way to break the formation. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After careful observation, Luo Yunhai finally found a solution. He walked up beside Chu Qingcheng and said gravely, "Tower Master Chu, this is the 36 Heavenly Spirits Array. It's laid out according to the 36 Heavenly Stars, meaning they all flourish or fall together as one. The only way to break it is to attack the gate of life while shattering the gate of death." "You have a way to do that?" Chu Qingcheng's eyes lit up as she shot the question back at him. Nodding slightly, Luo Yunhai confidently said, "This formation is often used by the military. I studied it with my foster father for 2 years. I asked sect leader Chu to give me command. Everyone, listen to Yunhai's orders now." Hearing that he had a solution, Chu Qingcheng agreed without hesitation and ordered everyone to listen to him. Luo Yunhai took a deep breath, his expression serious, and shouted loudly, "Dong Tianba, lead a team to attack the life gate in the west. Xiao Dandan, lead a team to attack the second death gate in the east. The rest of you, follow me to attack the Du Gate." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately followed his instructions, splitting into 3 teams to attack the barrier. In an instant, the 3 teams charged fiercely into the 36 beams of light, unleashing their attacks. At the moment Dong Tianba struck the life gate's beam, that beam suddenly emitted a burst of fluctuation. Then, it began to transfer towards the other beams of light. But at that moment, Zhao Dandan and Luo Yunhai simultaneously attacked the Death Gate and Du Gate. Instantly, these 2 fluctuations blocked the previous transmission. As a result, the 3 fluctuations gathered in one place, and the beam, bearing the impact from all 3 sides, exploded in an instant. The people inside also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Luo Yunhai continued to order, "The Jing Gate has been broken. Move towards the Sheng Gate, yes." Everyone responded in unison, immediately following his command to attack the Sheng Gate. Outside, Du Jiyu's Hantian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Good job, kid. These past few years following this old man haven't been in vain." On the other hand, Huangfu Tianyuan's expression immediately darkened, looking somewhat unpleasant. Seeing his bad expression, Leng Wuchang chuckled to reassure him. "Ha ha, sect leader, don't worry, it's nothing." At the same time, inside Beast King Mountain, under Luo Yunhai's command, continuous bursts of explosions hit, instantly destroying more than half of the light pillars. Seeing this, Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but shout in joy, "We've broken more than half of the light pillars already. Judging by the look of the barrier, it probably can't withstand much more. It's about to be broken." Luo Yunhai was equally pleased, but he didn't dare to be careless, and spoke again. Final, all-out attack. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone attacked the remaining light pillars with all their might. Before long, under the fierce momentum of the outer forces, the barrier was broken and the light pillars exploded. Everyone saw this and hurriedly ran outside. But it was too late. The Great Formation had exploded. What surprised everyone was that when the Great Formation collapsed, all sorts of colorful poisonous bones suddenly spread out from the formation. Those who were a step too slow were swallowed by it, turning into puddles of blood. Seeing these poisonous bones, everyone was immediately terrified, constantly retreating. Chu Qingcheng was even more familiar with them, shouting loudly to warn everyone, "Everyone be careful! It's the colorful cloud Luo Palm of the Medicine King Hall." As soon as she finished speaking, she created a layer of ice wall, blocking everyone from the poisonous bones. However, as soon as the poisonous bones touched the ice wall, they emitted a strange sound. Immediately afterward, the ice wall disappeared in an instant, and she couldn't help but panic. Feeling that she couldn't hold on for long, Chu Qingcheng exclaimed in shock, "This ice wall won't hold for much longer. Retreat quickly.
"Ha, Sect Leader Chu, you've come just in time. Sect Leader Chu's life-saving grace is unforgettable."
But at this moment, a loud laugh echoed, and a figure suddenly fell from the sky, appearing in front of Chu Qingcheng. Taking a closer look, it was Long Xingyun and Shi Tianyang who had escaped from the Great Formation. However, the army at this time only had a few people left, all from the two major families. The dependent families were almost completely annihilated, with only the Zhu family remaining.
Chu Qingcheng looked at the number of survivors and asked in shock, "Why are there only a few of you left?" Shaking his head slightly, Shi Tiangxiang didn't answer her question and said sternly, "That's not important. The urgent matter now is to stop Yan Bangi, otherwise our people will be killed by him." Long Xingyun also nodded in agreement, saying seriously, "That's right, Dad. At the front of the water gate, all the major families in Tianyu are watching. If the three of us are defeated by Yan Bangi alone, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Gentlemen, I have a method we can try, but it requires the combined strength of the three of us, and the risk is very high. I don't know if you two dare to do it." Exchanging a glance, Chu Qingcheng and Shi Tiangxiang didn't speak, as if waiting for Long Xingyun to continue. Seeing this, Long Xingyun knew that they had agreed, and immediately went to their sides, discussing the method he had come up with. A moment later, the three nodded in understanding and charged towards the poisonous bones together, shouting, "Charge!" Everyone saw this and stared in confusion, not knowing what they were doing. But what happened next surprised everyone. Just as they charged forward, Shi Tiangxiang took the lead and swung a sword, but as soon as the sword energy was released, it instantly sprayed into the poisonous bones, immediately scattering them in all directions, suddenly opening up a bright path. The three rushed in together, but in an instant the mist began to gather again, enveloping them inside. At this moment, Chu Qingcheng waved her hands, condensing ice bones in her hands, blocking the poisonous bones outside. However, the corrosive sound rang out again, and the ice wall disappeared instantly. Immediately afterward, Long Xingyun also rushed forward and unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, a dragon-head phantom flew into the sky, continuing to open up a passage for the three to enter. With Long Xingyun paving the way, Chu Qingcheng and Shi Tiangxiang immediately rushed to the center, breaking through the mist, revealing Yan Bangi, who was coughing up blood with difficulty. Shi Tianyang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Found him! He's over there!" Yan Bangi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to run in shock. Seeing this, Long Xingyun sneered dismissively, "Trisk, you want to run?" Just as Yan Bangui was about to flee, Long Xingyun swayed to his side, laughed loudly, and struck down with a palm. Yan Bangui was sent flying out, spitting out fresh blood, and lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, the three women of Chu Bijun outside couldn't help but shout in joy, "Well done!" However, on Huangfu Tianyuan's side, he didn't show any signs of urgency, which made Chu Bijun feel a burst of doubt. What exactly are these people plotting? They're not anxious, even though the situation is about to fail. While everyone was still wondering, Chu Qingcheng's angry voice reached everyone's ears. "Yan Bangi, your move has caused so many lives to suffer, and sees human life as grass. You deserve to die." Hearing this, Long Xingyun waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "Sect Leader Chu, there's no need to be so angry. Now that we've defeated Yan Bangi, the sacrifice of those people is also worth it. Besides, most of the dead were the forces that Yan Bangi brought himself. Now that we think about it, we haven't lost anything in this great battle, ha." Glancing at him, Chu Qingcheng secretly sighed. Men are all so cold-blooded. But she understood that this was the cruel world of war, so there was no room for soft-heartedness. The moment they become soft-hearted, what awaits them is death. The 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the talented disciples who bear the glory of their families in this battle. They cannot be weak, they cannot take risks, and they cannot bet their entire families on a moment of weakness. The price is too great, they cannot gamble. Ha, you haven't lost, and we haven't lost either. Suddenly, a soft laugh echoed, followed by a loud explosion. When they looked again, they saw that Shui Ningxiang was unknowingly already in Yong Wushan's hands, with a sinister curve on the corner of his mouth. The young master ordered to make this girl die miserably. I didn't know how to kill her miserably, but I think I've got it now. Little girl, you're really something, huh?
We had to sacrifice so many people just so that guy can see your most painful look clearly. Haha, Ningzhi, Zhui Gang, and Shui Lin couldn't help but rush forward anxiously, but Yu Yushan didn't even glance at them, lightly waving his hand, sending the two flying out. Seeing this, Xue Ningxiang hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, second brother!" Chuckling, Yu Yushan grinned, saying, "Haha, don't worry, they're fine. This young master isn't interested in killing those insects." Just then, a sword light suddenly flashed, and Shi Tianyang had already charged forward, yelling, "Kongling ninth form, starry sky form, I swear bro." In an instant, the entire space fell silent, with only that dazzling sword light rapidly approaching Yu Yushan. Unfortunately, he wasn't afraid, casually raising his hand to grab the sword, then flinging his hand, sending Shi Tianyang flying. HMPH, if it were your big brother using the Kongling ninth form, this young master would still be a bit wary, but you... Forget it, Tianyang, Shi Tianchang cried out anxiously seeing this. Chu Qingcheng and Shi Tianyang, seeing this scene, immediately wanted to rush forward. Without hesitation, Yu Yushan grabbed Xue Ningxiang by the neck, using her body as a shield, his eyes sinister. "Don't come over, or this girl will die." The three bodies that were preparing to rush over immediately froze, their faces grave. Seeing them stop, Yu Yushan laughed triumphantly. "The three of you are favored disciples of major families. Yet today you're worried about the miss of a second-rate family. How rare, haha, see that? How important you are in their eyes, little girl. This status was given to you by that man, and he's also the one who's harming you. If it weren't for him, why would we target a little girl like you? Haha, he's not wrong. She can live until this moment because of Zhuo Fan's ambiguous feelings. But this is also leading her to her death, because on the path of the strong, there shouldn't be any weaknesses. Yet so far, she's the person Zhuo Fan has shown the clearest feelings for. Moreover, she's just a miss of a subordinate family, with no prominent family background, no powerful strength. If they don't target her, who else would they target?" Chu Qingcheng narrowed her eyes at the scene, feeling a sudden shock in her heart. At this moment, she seemed to understand that all the ambush plans were aimed at Zhuo Fan. To attack such a weak girl was truly shameless. But she also wanted to know what Zhuo Fan would do if something happened to Xue Ningxiang. Meanwhile, outside the town guarding stone, everyone was stunned, whispering amongst themselves, "What's going on? Is she a weakness? Isn't she just the miss of a second-rate family? Why is this happening?" Luo Fenchang, hearing the discussions around her, couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness. But she still had to admit that she had long ago realized that Zhuo Fan's supposedly unstable state of mind was because of jealousy. Jealousy of Xue Ningxiang and Shi Tianyang being together day and night. However, he was so focused on cultivation that he barely understood anything about emotions, so he didn't know the reason for his irritation at all. On the contrary, he pushed himself to the point of extreme apathy. Although his state of mind would be calm for a moment, it would be like building a dam after a flood, only burying those boundless longings at the bottom of his heart. But once the dam broke, that flood would engulf everything. At this moment, she could only secretly pray that nothing happened to Xue Ningxiang, otherwise Zhuo Fan would definitely go insane. Zhu Changfeng coldly watched everything, his eyes flashing, and said to Leng Wucheng, "Mr. Leng, is this the fatal weakness you found? Haha, Prime Minister, you don't know. According to my observations over many days, this little girl is the biggest knot in Zhuo Fan's heart. Perhaps even he himself is unaware of it." Leng Wucheng nodded slightly, chuckling softly. Zhu Changfeng frowned slightly, and said with a light smile, "Oh, if even he himself doesn't know, how did Mr. Leng grasp it?" Leng Wucheng proudly and confidently said, "It's because people always unconsciously reveal their desires. The first time he appeared in Yunlong City was when Zhuo Fan fought with our young master. At that moment, the two women he saved were Miss Luo and this Xue family girl. Can you guess based on this alone?" Frowning slightly, Zhuge Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly shook his head. Leng Wucheng's face lit up, and he said, "Of course it's not that easy. However, in the moment of saving the two women," his eyes kept glancing at the Zhuo family girl. "Tell me, a person who doesn't even care about the safety of his own miss, and instead cares about another woman first, what kind of feelings does that person have? Besides, at the arena, the first time he won and was riding high, who did Zhuo Fan look for first? A man will want to share his heroic image with the woman he values most. not with close friends. Perhaps it's all just unconscious actions, but it clearly reflects his innermost self. Giving him a deep look, Zhuge Changfeng nodded knowingly. Mr. Leng is truly insightful. Just based on 2 small details, you can see through the depths of that kid's heart. Even this old man can't help but say admire. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. It's just that I never know what's on the Prime Minister's mind. Leng Wuchang bowed slightly, respectfully. But when he raised his head, his eyes seemed to hold only provocation, a light flashing within them that was hard to understand. Zhuge Changfeng laughed loudly. Oh, Mr. Leng is also interested in this old man. Does that mean your next target is this old man?
How would I dare to be presumptuous in front of the Prime Minister? Leng Wuchang shook his head, speaking indifferently, narrowing his eyes at him. Zhuge Changfeng sneered and said calmly, Ah, after Mr. Leng catches that monkey, this old man wouldn't mind playing with you. In an instant, the 2 brilliant minds fell into a deadlock again. Leng Wuchang. He was also quite interested in the title of the world's #1 strategist. If he had the chance, he would give it a try. On the other hand, Yu Yushan held Xue Ningxiang tightly in his hand, looking at her who was panicking, and said with a sinister smile, Little girl, originally that old poison freak wanted to turn you into a pool of blood for that kid to see. But I feel like that's not enough to cause hatred, so I thought of a good idea. Big brother Zhuo will definitely come to save me. Xue Ningxiang stubbornly yelled, and it goes without saying. At this moment, Xue Ningxiang was still hoping that Zhuo Fan would arrive in time to save her. How foolish she was. Since no one actually had the ability to always arrive in time to save others, not to mention whether that person had the strength or not, there were also other objective factors to consider. So at this moment, being in Yu Yushan's hands, as long as he moved a finger, she would lose her life. And she still believed in that, so she was foolish to the point of being speechless. Ning Frere, Xie Tianyang cried out anxiously seeing this, shaking his head with a light smile. Yu Yushan ignored everyone, only looking at her with a mocking smile. Little girl, the person in your heart won't come. When you were ambushed by us, he went to fight Huangpu Qingtian for the 4th grade spirit elixir, haha. Or should you become our Yuming Valley's cauldron? Although it's a few years late, you should obediently accept your fate now. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the top of her head, yelling, Netherworld Ghost Hand. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but cry out, He wants to seize Ningzhi's spirit essence. Ningzhi, Xi Tianyang's eyes constricted, crying out in pain, but he was powerless to do anything. Meanwhile, Yu Yushan had quickly sucked Xue Ningxiang's spirit essence out, grinning hideously. Such pure spirit essence, truly 1 in 1,000 years. Heh, letting that little lass escape back then was a real loss, but good thing we salvaged it in time. Yu Yushan, return the spirit essence to Ningxi. As soon as he said that, Chu Qingcheng suddenly flew towards him, slamming down a palm strike. Yu Yushan wasn't scared at all. Reaching out to block her palm, Boo-O-M! A loud sound echoed, and the 2 of them simultaneously retreated. Yu Yushan then let out a loud laugh. Haha, without her spirit essence, that little lass's soul will only last a few days. Just enough time for that brat to see her before she kicks the bucket. Tell him for me, if he wants revenge, come to the Earth Formation Gate. We'll be waiting. With that, he took off and flew away. Shi Tianchang saw this and immediately chased after him, blocking his path. Yu Yushan, killing someone in front of yours truly, you're not worthy. As soon as he made a move, a sky-piercing sword aura erupted. Long Xingyun also chuckled evilly, unleashing a palm strike. You think you can leave after coming here? You're staying here to die. Yu Yushan saw this and immediately trembled in fear. These 2 were both 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. He was no match for them both. In a desperate situation, he barely managed to wave his hand, blocking their attacks, and then made his escape. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, instantly kicking up dust everywhere. When the dust settled, Shi Tiancheng and Long Xingyun saw a spirit beast lying motionless on the ground. Long Xingyun saw the spirit beast and exclaimed in surprise, A chimera falcon! That guy actually used his spirit beast to take the hit. He then scanned the ground, not seeing Yanbangi anywhere. Long Xingyun spoke up again. Yanbangi ran too. Let's just clean this up first. Shi Tianchang didn't care about any of that. Turning his head to look at his little brother, Tianyang, are you all right? Shi Tianyang shook his head with difficulty. Big brother, don't worry about me, Ningxie. What about you? But when they turned their heads to look, they saw Shui Ningxiang lying limply in Chu Qingcheng's arms.
And Chu Qingcheng, looking at the girl in her arms, her eyes were unfocused, her life force constantly fading away.
She couldn't help but feel sorrow in her heart. At this moment, she slowly reached out her hand, channeling her Yuan energy. Tung Xiaowan saw her actions and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Sect Leader Chu, what are you trying to do?"
Miss Ninger's spirit essence was stolen. Her soul is dissipating. Her soul will slowly float out of her body like needles stabbing her, causing unbearable pain until her soul completely vanishes. Instead of that, it's better to let her die a clean death. Chu Qingcheng's eyes hardened, gritting her teeth as she said miserably. As soon as she said this, everyone's faces turned sorrowful. Although taking action now was a bit cruel, it would at least help alleviate some of her pain. Only Leng Wuchang slightly nodded, speaking indifferently. This way of dying isn't bad, much better than dissolving into a puddle of blood. Looks like Yu Yushan put his heart into this plan.
Huangpu Tianyuan nodded slightly, his face full of smiles. Meanwhile, inside the town patron stone, Chu Qingcheng felt Shui Ningxiang's aura getting weaker and weaker. She raised her hand and struck down, muttering with difficulty, "All right, Ninger, I'm going to do it, don't blame me." But before she could strike, Shui Ningxiang, who didn't know where she got the strength from, stopped her. "Sect Leader Chu, please give me a little more time. I want to see Big Brother Zhuo one last time." Chu Qingcheng stared blankly, and after hearing her words, she couldn't help but tremble. After pondering for a while, she retracted her hand. She knew very well how painful it was to have one's soul essence stolen, but Shui Ningxiang was willing to endure it all. How much love did she have for Zhuo Fan to be willing to wait to see him before she died? As if knowing that she had agreed, Shui Ningxiang gave a weak smile, saying with difficulty, "Thank you." And Shui Tianyang, seeing Shui Ningxiang getting weaker and weaker, his eyes filled with more and more sorrow. He finally couldn't bear it anymore, turning around to leave. Shi Tianchang saw this and stopped him. "Tianyang, where are you going?" "I'm going to snatch back Ningzhi's spirit essence," Shi Tianyang said with gritted teeth, resolutely. "Nonsense!" Shi Tianchang scolded angrily. "Everything has to wait until Zhuo Fan arrives before we discuss it." Hearing these words, Shi Tianyang became even more angry, almost exploding, shouting, "Wait for him! 3 days have passed. That bastard hasn't even shown his shadow. The spirit essence has to be recovered within 12 hours. Otherwise, Yor will die if we keep waiting." But as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed the thundercloud ring suddenly emitting lightning. Shi Tianyang looked up at the sky, saying with grief, "He's here." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Zhuo Fan appeared, panting. In front of everyone, he scanned the area but didn't see the team of people from before, and his heart sank. He then looked at Chu Qingcheng and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Everyone's faces showed a hint of gloom, and they all remained silent. Zhuo Fan saw this scene and felt a bit of unease. Shi Tianyang's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Zhuo Fan, there was almost hatred in his eyes, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhuo Fan, you're too late." One could understand his heartache, because Shui Ningxiang was in trouble. But he had no right to blame Zhuo Fan. He was always confident in saying that he could protect Shui Ningxiang. But now that she was in trouble, the person he should hate the most was himself. He couldn't even protect the person he loved. What right did he have to place a hint of hatred on Zhuo Fan? Ignoring the hatred, in his eyes, Zhuo Fan involuntarily trembled, muttering, "Something happened to Ninger." But Shi Tianyang didn't answer, taking a deep breath, tears already streaming down his face. Seeing this scene, the unease in his heart grew even bigger. Zhuo Fan instantly turned his gaze to the girl, her breath weak, leaning against a tree, slowly walking over. Shui Ningxiang saw him and gave an extremely weak smile. "Big Brother Zhuo, you're back." He walked step by step to Shui Ningxiang's side, then used his divine sense to check her. His eyes suddenly constricted. Ningzhi's spirit essence. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, muttering, "How long has it been?" Chu Qingcheng's face darkened, glancing at him before saying dejectedly, 3 days. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath, closing his eyes tightly, trying to suppress the anger within him. The spirit essence could only be saved within 12 hours of leaving the body, but now it had been 3 days. Even if he wanted to save her, he couldn't. Shui Ningxiang then revealed a faint smile, saying calmly, Big brother Zhuo, you said you would return to find me within 5 days. You didn't lie to Ningxia, you really did it. Big brother Zhuo, you kept our promise. Zhuo Fan looked helplessly at her weakness, biting his lip gently. Ningxia, I'm late. Before he could finish, Zhui Ningxiang gave a bright smile. Big brother Zhuo, you don't need to say anything, it's not late in my heart. Today is indeed the 5th day, big brother Zhuo. Fulfill our promise one last time. As soon as she finished speaking, she tried her best to raise her hand. Zhuo Fan also raised his hand, and the moment their hands touched, the thundercloud ring instantly flashed, and lightning kept erupting. Zhu Ningxiang saw this scene and immediately nodded, happily smiling. Big brother Zhuo, you don't need to blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. I believe that this time we were ambushed because you were also trapped by them, so I don't blame you at all. In fact, to them, they killed me because of you, and I'm even a little happy.
This also proves that I hold an important position in Big Brother Zhuo's heart, so they targeted a little girl like me. Then she looked at Shi Tianyang and said, Brother Tianyang, didn't you want to touch rings with me? Now I don't have much time left. I want to hear the thunder of our 3 rings calling out one more time. Shi Tianyang felt sorrow in his heart, tears constantly falling, and quickly walked to her side, placing his own ring in the same place as theirs. In an instant, the 3 thundercloud rings touched each other, and bursts of thunder roared non-stop. Shui Ningxiang heard the sound, and her eyes lit up with happiness, really wanting to go back to that time. The first time we were together was in the Thousand Beast mountain range. Before she could finish speaking, Shui Ningxiang's hands fell weakly, her life completely gone. Zhuo Yifan and Shi Tianyang saw that she had departed, kneeling on the ground in grief. Outside the town patron stone, Zhuge Changfeng sighed, saying helplessly, No wonder, even that usually arrogant brat got all googly-eyed over this girl. Talk about a rare sight, Sai. Those wicked souls are always looking for a pure soul to cling to for comfort. But once that pure soul is gone, the wicked soul loses its anchor and goes completely berserk. Ain't nobody gonna be able to stop it then. Lan Wu Chang stroked his beard, a glint of knowing deep in his eyes. Zhuge Changfeng shot him a meaningful look, chuckling coldly. Hey, Mr. Lan, you've poked a beast. Be careful you don't get burned. Hey, Prime Minister. Don't you worry your pretty little head. The scariest thing in this world is a calm beast. As for a beast that's lost it, just got strength, nothing else to it. Giving a soft chuckle, Lan Wu Chang flashed a sly grin, not really giving a damn. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head slightly. Instead, he looked deep into the National Protector Stone, giving Zhuo Fan a long, hard stare, sighing to himself, This kid ain't gonna fall for it that easy, is he? He was really counting on this guy in the fight against that old geezer of an emperor. At the same time, inside Beast King Mountain, Shi Tianyang, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, gnashed his teeth. Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Qingtian is waiting for you at the Earth Gate. I'm going with you to get revenge for Ninger. But Zhuo Fan just gave Shui Ningxiang's corpse a cold glance, his face as still as stone. It's a trap. Going will just be throwing our lives away. The water gate is right in front of us. Going through it is the fastest way back to Yunlong City. We gotta hurry back and win the 100 sex tournament. As soon as those words left his mouth, Shi Tianyang fiercely clenched his fists, glaring murderously at Zhuo Fan. You bastard, are you even human? Ninger died for you and you can still act so damn calm? Are you some kind of heartless animal? That's right, I am heartless. Didn't you guys know that from the start, Zhuo Fan's expression didn't change one bit? My mission is to win this 100 sex tournament. How many people die doesn't matter. We all knew we were walking on thin ice the moment we stepped into Beast King Mountain. So no matter who dies, there is no one to blame. It was their own decision. You son of a Derry. Before he could even finish, Shi Tianyang, enraged, punched Zhuo Fan right in the face, roaring, I don't give a damn what your attitude is towards other people, but the one who died is Ninger. She died for you. Zhuo Fan silently flew backward from the impact, kneeling on the ground without moving. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it, coldly saying, You can only blame that girl for overestimating herself. Those words aren't wrong. The 100 sex tournament is full of danger, and this is Beast King Mountain. Not to mention Huangpu Qingtian and his goons lurking around. Even the ferocious spirit beasts in Beast King Mountain could kill a useless person like Shui Ningxiang in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Fan was willing to save her once, but he wasn't obligated to. After all, with her lack of strength, and even less with plans and strategy, she wanted to come and play in the Beast King Mountain, which was no different than seeking death. As soon as Zhuo Fan said those words, Shi Tianyang was stunned with rage. Chu Qingcheng also fell into deep thought. She naturally knew that with Shui Ningxiang's strength, coming here was truly overestimating herself. But even so, wasn't he always smiling happily with her before? How could he not feel a single bit of pain now that she was dead? She didn't expect him to be this heartless. Thinking of this, she helplessly shook her head and sighed. Long Xingyun nodded slightly, speaking seriously. Zhuo bro is right. Since we've come, no one can guarantee that they can survive and get out. We still need to leave this place as soon as possible and return to Yunlong City. Right, Zhuo bro. I heard that you obtained the 4th Yuan Yi spiritual pill. Do you have it now? Yeah, I'll get it. Zhuo Fan laid on the ground, slightly nodding. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. Shi Tianyang, filled with killing intent, his eyes bloodshot, charged towards Zhuo Fan. You bastard, I get it now. This is another feint from you. You're using us as bait to go and snatch the spiritual medicine yourself. You killed Ning Sher. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the empty spirit 9 strikes to stab fiercely towards Zhuo Fan. Seeing this, Shi Tiansheng called out in alarm, "Stop it, Tianyang!" But seeing this situation, Zhuo Fan didn't change his expression, instantly disappearing. After a moment, he appeared again, behind Shi Tianyang, striking him with a palm, instantly sending him flying. Everyone was momentarily stunned, feeling shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect Zhuo Fan's strength to be so powerful he could casually counter Sword Marquis Mansion's unique move, and defeat him with just one move. Xi Tiansheng hurriedly rushed over, cupping his fist, and said, "Zhuo bro, I'm sorry, my younger brother was too impulsive. It's all right, let's go." Without even glancing at him, Zhuo Fan spoke coldly, both hands revealing the key of the water figure formation gate. In just a flash, invisible undulations suddenly emerged. In front of the water figure formation gate, Zhuo Fan pointed towards it and said, "The formation gate is open, let's go." After saying this, he made a gesture towards everyone. Shi Tiansheng hugged Shi Tianyang, then took the lead and walked towards the formation gate, stepping out. As for Shui Ningxiang's corpse, the Shui brothers also carried her out. Zhuge Changfeng looked at this scene, then smiled faintly. "Mr. Lan, it seems that the beast isn't going crazy. He can still calmly handle everything." Lan Wuchang frowned, slightly bit his lip, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be that he was wrong? For him, she didn't have that much weight. Everyone gradually stepped into the formation gate and left. Waiting until Chu Qingcheng was behind, when there was no one left, she hesitated and walked over. Waiting until she was standing parallel to Zhuo Fan, disappointment and heartache flashed across her face as she said, "Zhuo Fan, I was really wrong about you before. A heartless and ungrateful person like you doesn't deserve to be loved by any girl." As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted her foot and stepped into the formation gate. Zhuo Fan didn't pay any attention, still remaining silent. But at this moment, Chu Qingcheng suddenly saw the blood stain. She knew clearly that he had a diamond body, so how could he injure himself to this extent? Suddenly startled, she looked towards him and called out, "Zhuo Fan bro." But without waiting for her to say any further words, Zhuo Fan suddenly pushed her hand, sending her through the pillar of light. Instantly returning to Yunlong City, Chu Qingcheng, after escaping, stood in front of the National Protector Stone, nervously and anxiously looking at the cold Zhuo Fan inside, trying hard to shout, "What does Zhuo Fan bro want to do?" Unfortunately, she had already returned to Yunlong City. No matter how she shouted, he wouldn't be able to hear her. Zhuo Fan inside took out the key and destroyed it with a wave of his hand. The pillar of light immediately disappeared without a trace, slowly extending his hand that was covered in blood, his body faintly trembling. Zhuo Fan's eyes were bloodshot. Raising his head and roaring towards the sky, "Ninger, Ninger, 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 Ningxer!" Zhuo Fan went mad inside Beast King Mountain. Chu Qingcheng was crying her eyes out outside, trying hard to shout, "Zhuo Fan, Zhuo Fan, Zhuo Fan, Zhuo Fan." Chu Qingcheng incessantly cried loudly, softly biting her lip, with endless regret in her heart. So they all misunderstood. Zhuo Fan, Shui Ningxiang died. The person who suffered the most was him.
He was merely suppressing the grief in his heart. After safely getting everyone away, he would go and settle the score with Huangpu Qingtian alone.
Luo Yuanshang looked at Zhuo Fan inside, feeling a burst of heartache. With tears constantly falling down, Luo Yunhai at the side couldn't help but lament.
This is the first time I've seen Big Brother Zhuo Fan lose control like that. I didn't expect that a stone like Big Brother Zhuo Fan also has the softest side in his heart. The more anger and brutality he is expressing now, the more grief he has inside. A glance at the people of Huangpu, and Qingtian gritted his teeth in anger. Everything is because of the Emperor Gate. Conversely, Lan Wucheng was constantly complacent. A glance at Zhuge Changfeng, a faint smile. How is it, Prime Minister? I didn't expect even this kid, who is so careful, to fall into this kind of trap. Such a pity. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhuge Changfeng spoke with some regret. Raising his head and laughing loudly, Lan Wucheng spoke profoundly.
It is precisely because this kid is careful, heartless, and unrighteous, seemingly without any flaws, that he is the easiest to lose control. You must know, those who have feelings can still temper them, but those who are unfeeling, once they feel, only then is there earth-shattering and unrestrained events. A deep glance at him, Zhuge Changfeng nodded slightly. It seems that this old man is also an old fox.
The reasoning he spoke wasn't wrong. Those who are heartless, once they feel, will definitely love until they die before they can let go. Right then, inside the Beast King Mountain, after exploding in fury, Zhuo Fan lifted his foot and flew towards the Earth Gate, roaring non-stop, Huangfu Qingtian, I'm gonna take your life. Seeing him go crazy and fly away, Chu Qingcheng felt even more pain, screaming to stop him. Zhuo Fan, don't go, you know it's a trap, don't go. But sadly, even if she screamed her lungs out, he wouldn't hear a word. Not to mention she was already back in Yunlong City.
Even if she was there, in his rage he wouldn't listen to her. Powerless, she could only cry in pain. Outside the state-protecting stone, Chu Bijun walked over from afar. Seeing her condition, she couldn't help but advise, Silly girl, he's risking his life for another woman, not for you. Why do you keep doing this? Before she could finish, Chu Qingcheng's eyes filled with tears, mumbling, Didn't you say he was a heartless man? How did he become like this? Chu Bijun was slightly startled, helplessly shaking her head. How could she answer this question? Clearly, from the first time she met Zhuo Fan until now, he always showed her that he was a heartless person and someone with grand ambitions. Someone like this, based on her many years of experience, definitely wouldn't bury himself in romantic entanglements. Just look at it. That day in the small courtyard, at Duguzantian's resting place, how could those words of his be from someone with feelings? But the current situation can't say he has no feelings. Maybe whether he is heartless or not depends on who he's facing. It's too obvious. As long as the person can't enter his heart, that person is redundant to him. So she still advises Chu Qingcheng to let go. Sadly, Chu Qingcheng had already stepped into this swamp. How could there be a way back? She still wanted to bet whether her true feelings could be exchanged for his heart to be moved. Even if her heart shattered beyond repair, she definitely wanted to bet once. Chu Qingcheng then gently closed her eyes, murmuring, I knew my choice back then in Huayu City was right. Chu Bijun shook her head looking at her. She was too deep, definitely a disaster, and was about to open her mouth to advise her. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from Chu Qingcheng's ear. Don't speak. If you really want to save that little girl, come alone to the small forest 30 miles away. You have to be quick. Do you want to save that little girl? If you miss the time, there's really no way. Chu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment. Then, without thinking, turned and ran. Lao Lao, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll be back later. Chu Bijun blankly watched her hurry away, not knowing what Chu Qingcheng wanted to do. If she had known that this trip would lead to Chu Qingcheng sacrificing herself to save Zhui Ningxiang, she would definitely stop her. Because the price to pay was too high. She didn't want the girl she had raised from childhood to fall into danger for someone so insignificant. Sadly, she didn't know at all. Chu Qingcheng just fell into danger without anyone knowing. And inside the Beast King Mountain at this moment, Huangfu Qingtian's team was already waiting at the Earth Gate, waiting for Zhuo Fan to poke his head into the trap he had prepared, sweeping his eyes over the team. Yushan was still a little worried, saying, Young master, you say the trap is so obvious, Will that kid come? Earlier I saw a beam of light reaching the sky from the water gate. Could they have taken the 4 spirit-devouring pills back to Yunlong City already? If that's really the case, not only will we lose the spirit pills, but we won't even win the 100 Schools tournament. It'll be considered a complete loss.
HMPH, short-sighted. Huangfu Qingtian coldly snorted, coldly saying, "This young master has long said, our goal this time is only Zhuo Fan alone. Everything else is unimportant."
Moreover, what Mr. Leng said is absolutely correct. Even if the others return, Zhuo Fan will definitely come. Even before he finished speaking, his divine sense sensed a burst of lightning approaching. Of course, knowing who was coming, he smirked smugly. Finally arrived. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked around. Not long after, a figure surrounded by killing intent with bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in front of everyone, like a Shura from hell. At this moment he had come to claim the lives of Huangfu Qingtian's group. Seeing the killing intent he released, Huangfu Qingtian was not at all afraid. The plan had succeeded. He laughed smugly. "Ha, Zhuo Fan, I, this young master, am the same as you, with kingly qualities. But unexpectedly you would be entangled by emotions and become like this." Unworthy of being called a king, he fiercely bit his lip. Zhuo Fan didn't reply, angrily shouting, "Huangfu Qingtian, I'll take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Huangfu Qingtian. However, Huangfu Qingtian was not afraid at all, coldly smiling. "You don't have the qualities of a king, unworthy of competing with this young master." Saying that, he waved his hand. The people lying in ambush all rushed out, attacking Zhuo Fan. Sadly, at this moment he was like a death god, with bloodshot eyes, glancing at the people who rushed out, and one life after another was lost. Huangfu Qingtian saw this scene and slowly used his divine sense domain to block it. Sadly, the two ideas just intertwined and dissipated into nothingness. Zhuo Fan still killed a lot of people. He was a little panicked. Unexpectedly, in terms of Yuan Shen's strength, he was not as good as Zhuo Fan. Thinking of this, he bit his teeth, coldly saying, "With this young master here, don't even think about using ideas to kill people." Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to his words. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred. Rushing over as fast as the wind, Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll kill my way through." Without saying a word, Zhuo Fan charged with a strong momentum. The people of Huangfu Qingtian who came to stop him were killed by him all the way. "Small fries, get out of my way." His killing intent at this moment was really too deep. He met gods and killed gods, met Buddhas and killed Buddhas. As long as someone blocked his way, there was only one way, and that was death. Seeing the momentum he was rushing in with, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't help but grit his teeth in horror. It seems that this kid really held back a lot of strength before, and now he's using it all. Squinting his eyes and watching one person after another fall, Huangfu Qingtian continued to order, "Keep going." Hearing this, the next group of people were afraid in their hearts, but in the end they still had to rush up. But Zhuo Fan's 2 lightning cloud wings were like death scythes, constantly slashing down, carrying lightning force. The people who just rushed up fell down in an instant. At this moment, Zhuo Fan stood there gloomily. The killing intent around his body was no different from a death god claiming lives, wave after wave hitting down. More and more people lost their lives in his hands. The crowd couldn't help but be horrified, yelling and running away. "Run! Run quickly!" But just as they turned around to run, the death scythe behind them had already slashed down, and they lost their lives in an instant. The remaining people fearfully retreated backwards, falling into a dilemma. Not knowing who it was, at this time their head was full of cold sweat, their eyes full of horror, fearfully saying, "Damn it, going up is death, running is also death, might as well fight him." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining people rushed up again, desperately fighting with Zhuo Fan, hoping to find a chance of survival. But they were simply not his opponents. As soon as they rushed up, they were slashed and lost their lives. Seeing him frantically slaughtering, Huangfu Qingtian raised his eyebrows, smugly saying, "Now I understand the meaning in Mr. Leng's words. If it was the previous Zhuo Fan, he would definitely not kill and attract hatred like this, but mainly suppress. Although we have a lot of people, not many really dare to risk their lives with him. But now everyone knows that Zhuo Fan is seeing red and killing. If he doesn't die, they will have to die, instead arousing their survival instinct. This Zhuo Fan has really been blinded by hatred, no longer scary, ha ha ha. Yu Yushan next to him also nodded in agreement. Young master is absolutely right.
It seems we don't need to take action. That kid will sooner or later be beaten into mincemeat by so many masters. Slowly waving his hand, Huangfu Qingtian once again spoke. That's not for sure. Small fries are small fries, not worthy of taking Zhuo Fan's life.
What they have to do is just consume this kid's energy, clarify how much skill he still has. In the end, I have to personally capture him. Other people, including the three of you, are not worthy.
Hearing this, the three from Yu Mountain couldn't help but shudder, biting their lips slightly. What was said is not wrong. That monster Zhuo Fan is truly not the kind of existence they can deal with. Ignoring their reactions, Huangfu Qingtian's eyes grew colder and deeper as he spoke. All right, let's crank up the difficulty a bit for him. Open the small formation. Prepare the grand formation. Slightly nodding, Yanban Gi waved his hand, and the people hidden within the forest received their orders, immediately forming hand seals. Inside the battlefield, a dazzling light flashed instantly, causing Zhuo Fan, who was frenziedly hacking and slashing, to stop abruptly, suddenly kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Squinting at the formation before him, he muttered, "A cloud star formation. This is just a first-grade formation at most. He can totally break it. But the outer encirclement is still there, and he can't put all his strength into breaking it. Moreover, there are constantly experts outside, holding spirit weapons, and continuously stabbing at the lightning cloud wings on his back. Like this, the lightning cloud wings were restricted, and he was like a goat trapped in a cage, ready to be slaughtered at any moment." Seeing him trapped in the formation, one of the experts outside couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Ha ha! This Chongtian demonic dragon's head is mine."
As soon as he finished speaking, someone turned around and cursed, "Damn it, kid, don't be greedy. Remember the arrangement? You're responsible for holding onto those lightning wings of his. If there's the slightest mistake, the young master will definitely kill your whole family." That person couldn't help but shudder, nervously nodding, his eyes following the two wings on Zhuo Fan's back outside the Zhenguo stone.
Everyone who saw this scene was shocked, but Huangpu Tianyuan excitedly said, "Mr. Leng, even if that kid doesn't die this time, he'll definitely lose a layer of skin, right?" Anyway, being able to finally catch him is all thanks to the young master. Leng Wucheng slightly shook his head, refraining from comment, smiling, his expression suddenly heavy. Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't help but snort coldly, having to give credit to that little bastard in the end, damn it. Inside the battle, the fight continued, with many spirit weapons constantly stabbing down, but Zhuo Fan only had murderous intent at this moment. Laughing at the group of people, and waiting until those spirit weapons were about to stab down, his right eye suddenly flashed brightly. In an instant, Zhuo Fan disappeared, looking at the person who should have been trapped inside the formation, but was now nowhere to be seen. The people outside couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "He disappeared!" Before they could react,
a loud explosion rang out, carrying down purple lightning, instantly killing those profound heaven experts. Leaving no trace, Zhuo Fan slowly stood up, not saying a word, only looking at them, his murderous intent growing deeper, and without another word he rushed over. Only this time, he was protected by purple lightning, and before those people could even get close, they were blown to pieces by the purple lightning. The battlefield instantly returned to the scene, where only Zhuo Fan was frantically slaughtering that group of people, without even a chance to resist. Yu Mountain outside the battle circle saw this scene, and nervously, anxiously, looked at Huangpu Qingtian and said, "Young master, this Chongtian demonic dragon is unexpectedly this perverted. If this continues, even if our experts risk their lives, they won't be able to do anything to him. Besides, in front of the gate of the formation, the seniors from each family in Yunlong City are also watching. If we, with so many people scheming and plotting, setting up traps, still can't deal with one person, I'm afraid we'll become the laughingstock of Tianyu in the future." "This young master knows, you don't need to remind me." Before he could finish his sentence, Huangpu Qingtian coldly snorted, his eyes flashing with a vicious light, and said, "I didn't expect that it would be necessary for this young master to personally take action so quickly. What a useless bunch of trash." In front of the Zhenguo stone, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Zhuo Fan to use the strength of just one person to fight against more than 100 top experts from the three families, crushing his opponents to a terrifying degree. Even the heads of the 7 noble houses couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Only the hidden dragon pavilion looked even more astonished. They didn't expect that purple lightning could be emitted from his body. The same as Longju's purple lightning golden eyes. You should know that Longju had to go through a major life and death battle to obtain the secrets of heaven, to obtain the purple lightning golden eyes, but at this moment, Zhuo Fan could also do it. The 4th elder, with a face of astonishment, turned to look at Longju and said, "Old Ju, what that kid is using, could it be?" Slightly nodding, Longju also said in shock, "That's right, it's the purple lightning in my purple lightning golden eyes, and it's even stronger than mine." The two of them slightly nodded, their hearts filled with unanswerable doubts. At this moment, Chu Qingcheng also returned from outside. When Chu Bijun saw her, she asked, "Qingcheng, what happened?" "Nothing." Shaking her head indifferently, not answering, she asked plainly, "How is he? Look for yourself." Chu Bijun knew who she was talking about, sighed softly, and pointed towards the Zhen Guo stone, muttering. Following Chu Bijun's gaze towards the Zhen Guo stone, Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but be shocked. Zhuo Fan, this is how grief-stricken he is. It was the first time she had ever seen it. She secretly bit her lip in her heart, so Zhui Ningxiang was so important to him. As soon as she died, he fell into this state, which could prove that he was not a heartless person. However, the person in his heart was not her. Should she be happy that he was not heartless, or sad that she would probably never enter his heart? Suddenly, at this moment, Xi Xiaofeng shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention, "Look, Huangpu Qingtian is about to attack." Everyone carefully looked towards the Zhen Guo stone, only to see Huangpu Qingtian's imposing figure slowly walking out, his powerful aura full of murderous intent, attacking Zhuo Fan, constantly shouting loudly, "Zhuo Fan!" Zhuo Fan, who was in a frenzy of plundering the lives of a bunch of henchmen, suddenly heard a loud shout, turned his head to look, and saw Huangpu Qingtian rushing towards him like the wind, a glimmer of fighting spirit roaring in his eyes. As soon as Huangpu Qingtian finished speaking, Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to the riffraff in front of him, and turned to fly towards Huangpu Qingtian. The purple lightning in his body constantly gathered in his palm, and with one punch he attacked the opponent, while Huangpu Qingtian, on the other side, refused to be outdone, angrily rushing over, his whole body emitting golden light, and 9 dragon-head phantoms also appeared. With one punch, he struck out the Huangji Overlord body fist. But looking at the two powerful forces being released, and preparing to clash, the crowd shouted in fear, "This is not good. Run away quickly. Stay away from the young master." In an instant, the two fists collided, creating a loud explosion. Golden light erupted, purple lightning exploded, as if the heavens and earth were about to split apart, with neither side giving way. The two fell into a stalemate. Seeing this scene, Long Xingyun and Shi Tiansheng couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to themselves, just how transcendent are these two monsters? Only Feng Chubai kept nodding in admiration. Truly evenly matched, their strengths are equal. No wonder when he accepted this mission, that kid was so straightforward. It seems that even the emperor-worshipping sect's thousands of years of history might have to be shocked. Not only were the people outside shocked, Huangpu Qingtian inside the battle was also slightly surprised. With one move failing, he was a little shocked by Zhuo Fan's strength, but more so he was angry. He was the dignified young master of the emperor-worshipping sect, invincible all his life. But this time, a person who could threaten him appeared. How could he endure it? Thinking of this, the murderous intent around his body grew stronger and stronger, and he roared fiercely, "Zhuo Fan, today you must die." With a loud shout, Huangpu Qingtian rushed over again. Zhuo Fan also roared in the same way, and the purple lightning around his body exploded as he shot towards Huangpu Qingtian. In just a moment, the heavenly thunder led to earthly fire, and the two great body refiners fought. Each punch struck down created a cataclysmic scene. The aftershocks constantly spread around, and if you didn't run away in time, you would be buried in the rubble. Affected by an earth-shattering shock, the three of Yuyu Mountain immediately dodged to avoid it. Yuyu Mountain said anxiously, "If we stand this close, sooner or later we will be dragged in. Let's quickly find a place to hide." But before they could react, Huangpu Qingtian suddenly attacked Zhuo Fan, his aura extremely fierce, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but have his aura stagnate, and hurriedly leaned back to dodge. At this moment, Huangpu Qingtian grinned. "Zhuo Fan, go to hell." Then he suddenly changed his moves. Facing downwards, a force of heaven and earth pressure descended, instantly pressing Zhuo Fan to the ground, and a look of excitement appeared on the corner of his mouth. He shouted again, "Nine Dragon Golden Bind Divine Art, Dragon Might Claw." Along with his shout, the space seemed to be torn apart. The Dragon Claw, carrying golden light, struck straight down at Zhuo Fan, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Zhuo Fan panicked in his heart. Such a powerful attack had reached the earth-grade level of the cultivation technique. He didn't expect Huangpu Qingtian to have a cultivation technique of this level of power. Similarly, outside the Zhenguo stone, seeing this move of Huangpu Qingtian, everyone was shocked. Even Feng Chubai, the divine dragon guard, couldn't help but panic. He really didn't expect this earth-grade cultivation technique to appear again in the martial world. Chu Bijun was one of the older generation, so when this move was struck out, she had doubts. Perhaps this was the legend inside the Tianyu imperial family. But she didn't expect the emperor-worshipping sect to have this cultivation technique. At the same time, inside the battle, after a moment of panic, Zhuo Fan fiercely bit his lip, but his body still couldn't move. Suddenly, a light flashed in his right eye and disappeared, and he used the first layer of the void illumination divine pupil again. With a blink, Zhuo Fan's figure vanished, gone without a trace thanks to his form and shadow swap. Huangpu Qingtian's strike landed in empty air, creating a deep pit in the ground. His eyes couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, Huangpu Qingtian thought. Not again, that trick. Before he could react, a fist crackling with purple lightning slammed into him. Instantly, the purple lightning invaded his body, wreaking havoc inside and forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Feng Chubai was practically frozen, staring blankly at the battle, completely clueless how Zhuo Fan pulled that off. Is there some kind of technique or skill in this world that I don't know about, he wondered. At least, not around here. That kid never ceases to amaze. Huangpu Qingtian's previous attack had Chu Bijun and the others worried sick, but now they could breathe a little easier. Zhuo Fanyuan really had a way of making you respect him, always pulling off miracles and turning danger into safety. Only Huangpu Tianyuan remained unfazed, watching everything with a cold smile, an inscrutable look on his face. Looks like Qingtian's still no match for that little monster. To deal with his weird tricks, I'll have to rely on Mr. Leng's brilliant plan. Hearing this, Leng Wucheng snorted inwardly. Grand schemes, my foot. Isn't he just trying to undermine Huangpu Qingtian's reputation with the elders of the Emperor King sect? Why put on such a kind facade? But he didn't dare say these words aloud, only offering a bland reassurance. Sect leader, rest assured, everything is arranged. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled contentedly, turning his gaze back to the battle inside the National Protection Stone. At that moment, Huangpu Qingtian, having been hit, scrambled out of the rubble, looking utterly disheveled. Unfortunately for him, before he could steady himself, a sharp figure charged at him again. None other than Zhuo Fan. His eyes were bloodshot, and behind him, his two wings of lightning clouds blazed, now transformed into two sharp blades rushing at him. The pointed blades sliced past his face, leaving a trail of fresh blood. Huangpu Qingtian broke out in a cold sweat, a surge of fear rising in his heart. Zhuo Fan had nearly slit his throat. If he hadn't been quick, his head would be rolling on the ground. Right now, Zhuo Fan was the only one who could threaten Huangpu Qingtian, so he had to kill him. With that thought, his killing intent deepened. He decided to instantly grab Zhuo Fan's lightning cloud wings, and his other hand slammed toward Zhuo Fan's face, a triumphant grin on his lips. Gotcha. But to his disappointment, before his punch could land, Zhuo Fan vanished again. When he reappeared, he was behind Huangpu Qingtian, lashing out with a whip-like strike. By the time Huangpu Qingtian reacted, the lightning cloud wings had become a lightning whip, slamming viciously into his back. The purple lightning invaded his body again, making him spit out blood once more. Zhuo Fan seized the opportunity to relentlessly pursue him, driving him into a corner. Huangpu Qingtian bit his lip, wanting to fight back, but he couldn't muster the strength. Zhuo Fan's ability was just too damn weird, his body shifting and unpredictable, making him impossible to catch. At this point, he could only endure the relentless attacks, but he refused to give in. While desperately trying to evade Zhuo Fan's attacks, he roared, "What are you guys standing around for? Activate the formation already." The Yu Mountain crew, who had retreated far outside the battle circle, their strength meant that getting any closer would be suicide. Hearing Huangpu Qingtian's words, Yu Mountain stammered, "Young master, didn't you say the formation should wait?" Before he could finish, Huangpu Qingtian was pummeled so hard he couldn't take it anymore, cursing, "Damn it! I can't wait any longer. Activate the damn formation now!" Yu Mountain was stunned. This was the first time he'd ever seen the young master lose his cool like this, but he didn't hesitate, immediately ordering his people, "Activate the formation!" In an instant, an invisible force erupted, and a sphere of light enveloped the surrounding area. Zhuo Fan found himself unable to use form and shadow swap, his body frozen, trapped within the barrier, causing him to frown. Zhuo Fan snorted inwardly. "So, they've seen through me, huh?" The divine calculator, Lang Wucheng, watching from outside, stroked his beard and sighed. "They activated the formation too early. From what I know, this kid has some knowledge of formation arrays, so they should have activated the barrier as late as possible, catching him off guard." "But," he was interrupted by Huangpu Tianyuan, "but if they didn't activate it, Qingtian wouldn't be able to hold on. Mr. Lang, even with the formation activated now, does that kid still have a chance to break it?" Nodding confidently, Lang Wucheng said smugly, "Even if he's a formation grandmaster, the chances are slim. Isn't that good enough?" Huangpu Tianyuan raised an eyebrow, saying casually, "You're just worried that if they drag it out, he'll have enough time to study the formation and break out of it. If the chances are slim, what's there to fear? When I make a move, I never give my opponent any chance to turn the tables, especially if they're dangerous." Slowly waving his hand, a glint of malice flashed in Lang Wucheng's eyes. Huangpu Tianyuan sensed the ill will in his words and couldn't help but laugh, musing inwardly, "The competition between strategists is even more ruthless and heartless than the battles between cultivators like us." Inside the barrier, Zhuo Fan squinted, assessing the formation, and couldn't help but frown. "This is a 6th grade confinement formation, the lesser Zhu Heaven formation. Once you step into this formation, unless the person who set it up releases you, there's no escaping it. Not to mention, the space is completely sealed, so form and shadow swap is useless." He had no way out now. His only option was to take a gamble. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan roared towards his opponent, Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian wasn't afraid either, his eyes filled with battle intent, roaring back, "Come on, Zhuo Fan." And so, the two of them clashed again. But after less than 1,000 moves, Huangpu Qingtian fought with increasing ferocity, while Zhuo Fan was clearly starting to tire. Breaking apart once more, Huangpu Qingtian raised an eyebrow and taunted his opponent, "Zhuo Fan, why are you tired already? It hasn't even been 1,000 moves." Struggling to catch his breath, Zhuo Fan was indeed weakening, but he didn't stop, charging at Huangpu Qingtian again. Outside, Xi Tianshang watched the battle intently, taking a deep breath of cold air and sighing. Huangpu Qingtian is truly terrifying. He's facing Zhuo Fan, and he still hasn't gone all out. Feng Chubai, hearing this, couldn't help but say, "Haha, it's not that he hasn't gone all out, it's that Zhuo Fan expended too much energy from the start, exceeding his own limits." Xi Tianshang looked at him in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. As a senior, he didn't mind explaining, "The purple lightning on his body is starting to fade." Earlier, he was probably using the power of the purple lightning to barely match Huangpu Qingtian's strength, but the cost of that is exceeding the limits of his physical body. In simple terms, he's risking his life. If he could rely on his ghostly movements, he'd still have the strength to risk it. But now, the barrier has completely negated his movement techniques. He can only wait until he's completely exhausted. Don't think that he's still evenly matched with Huangpu Qingtian. In reality, he's already at his limit. The victor is clear. There's no need to watch anymore. Sigh. Saying this, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a talent, so difficult to find. Who could suppress the Emperor-King sect? Yet he's going to be eliminated so quickly, it's truly a pity. The two women, Chu Qingchang and Luo Yunsheng, watched with aching hearts, silently praying. Finally, after another 100 or so moves, the purple lightning on Zhuo Fan's body gradually dissipated, and his strength waned significantly. Huangpu Qingtian, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer, "It's time." Thinking this, a golden light suddenly flashed around him, and a dragon's roar echoed. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. With a bang, Zhuo Fan was sent crashing to the ground by Huangpu Qingtian's fist. The surrounding area shattered into pieces, and blood gushed out. Huangpu Qingtian, seeing this, sneered, lifted his foot, and stomped Zhuo Fan into the ground, laughing triumphantly. "HMPH, you little punk, aren't you so strong? Aren't you full of weird tricks? Don't think this young master can't see through it. Sure, the purple lightning is boosting you, but it's also tearing your body apart. You're only fighting me now because you're a cornered dog making a last stand. Your true strength is still miles behind mine." Huangpu Qingtian pressed down harder with his foot. "What a waste. What a damn waste." Zhuo Fan coughed up more blood but clenched his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Huangpu Qingtian narrowed his eyes, dragging out his words with a sneer. "With your potential, you could have been my equal. But you let some dead girl mess with your head. That alone proves you're not worthy to be king. The only true king is Huangpu Qingtian. If you're so sentimental, go keep that girl company in the afterlife. If her death can drag you down with her, then her death wasn't in vain, ha ha ha." As he finished, he raised his foot to stomp down, as if to crush Zhuo Fan completely. But at that moment, the guy who looked like he was on his last breath suddenly raised a hand to block his foot, shouting through gritted teeth, "You want to kill me? Dream on!" Instantly, an iron claw covered in purple lightning appeared under Huangpu Qingtian's foot, even brighter than before. Huangpu Qingtian stumbled back in shock, yelling, "How is this possible? How are you still so strong?" Zhuo Fan, who had been a mess just moments ago, stood up, his eyes burning with hatred. His voice was ice cold as he declared, "Huangpu Qingtian, even if I die today, I'm taking you down with me. Netherworld Eye, restriction release." With that, Zhuo Fan bit his lip hard, roaring fiercely, "Netherworld Eye, restriction release." As soon as he spoke, the even more intense purple lightning within his body surged, completely unleashing all the purple lightning he had absorbed back in Luolei Gorge. In an instant, Zhuo Fan looked like he was about to explode, with torrents of purple lightning energy pouring out, carrying a world-destroying aura that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. Outside the Zhen Guo stone, everyone watched in stunned silence. Feng Chubai's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he exclaimed in shock, "I never imagined he was hiding such terrifying power." Zhuo Fan's body, Luo Yuncheng, suddenly cried out in fear. Following her gaze, everyone realized that Zhuo Fan's body was already showing signs of being unable to withstand the power, on the verge of being crushed with a single punch. Naturally, Huangpu Qingtian, who was facing him directly, noticed this too, and a mocking smile spread across his face. "Zhuo Fan, I thought you were hiding some amazing trump card, but it turns out you're just being a fool, hurting yourself to hurt me. With your current injuries, you can't even hold on. So what if your power increased? You're still no match for me." But before he could finish, Zhuo vanished in an instant. Before he could react, he was struck by a palm and sent flying, burying himself in the dust and rubble. And where he had been standing, Zhuo Fan stood tall, his eyes fixed on him with a grim expression. Everyone who witnessed this scene was instantly dumbfounded. How was this possible? Huangpu Qingtian was clearly in the dominant position just now, and Zhuo Fan was like a dying candle. But now, a single punch had sent Huangpu Qingtian flying. What the hell was going on? Struggling to his feet from the wreckage, Huangpu Qingtian wiped the blood from his face and stared at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. That terrifying power just now, and the speed. What the hell was it? His body was almost collapsing, but he never expected that Zhuo Fan could still unleash such terrifying power, even stronger than when he was at full strength. Then, it suddenly dawned on him. He was afraid. The word fear had never existed in his life. Impossible. He, the destined one, the born king, how could he be afraid of this guy? He bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to regain his composure, and looked up at Zhuo Fan again. But at that moment, the other was no longer there, still in shock, once again hit by a lightning-filled fist, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He hadn't felt Zhuo Fan's aura at all, nor could he keep up with his speed. He had no idea when or how he had disappeared and reappeared behind him, and he bit his lip hard. At this moment, he clearly felt that Zhuo Fan's actions were a blatant insult to his strength, so he had to kill this guy. He couldn't let him continue to exist in this world. He stood up again, his hands clenched into fists in anger, one hand gathering primordial energy, and golden light appeared instantly, forming a claw.
He shouted grimly, 9 dragons locking heaven body, dragon might claw. As he shouted, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Huangpu Qingtian swiped down with his claw, and a piercing sound appeared, as if to tear everything apart. That powerful pressure instantly descended. However, Zhuo Fan remained calm and still, as if suppressed by the pressure.
Seeing this scene, the 3 from Yuyu Mountain outside couldn't help but feel a little happy. A glimmer of hope rising. Lin Quanfeng shouted excitedly, "It's a Earth-rank martial skill! 9 dragons locking heaven body! Ha, that kid is dead for sure this time." Huangpu Qingtian was also very proud of this move, a mocking smile on his face. "You stinky brat! This barrier restricts you.
Let's see where you can run now. Go die."
Zhuo Fan still stood calmly in place, and as the claw came down, purple lightning bloomed and flew toward the sky. As the fist and claw clashed, a terrible sound rang out. But the moment Huangpu Qingtian's claw touched Zhuo Fan, he was sent flying. Before he could react, Zhuo Fan struck again with a fist, carrying purple lightning straight to his face.
He was hit and sent flying into the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood, before crashing to the ground. In an instant, everyone was horrified and immediately screamed and ran around in a panic. "Quick, run, run!" They lifted themselves into the air.
Looking down below, Yuyu Mountain couldn't help but cry out in fear. What's going on? They haven't done anything to Zhuo Fan, and they're about to be wiped out. Even the Zhentian Emperor Dragon, Huangpu Qingtian's strongest move, had been defeated by him. How can they possibly fight this damn monster? Just as everyone was still in shock, a loud bang rang out.
Huangpu Qingtian stood up from the rubble, a trace of blood on his mouth, his eyes fiercely staring at Zhuo Fan. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed a little, and at the same time, they felt even more fear towards Zhuo Fan.
Even in a situation where he was being set up and trapped, he was still able to drive his opponent to this point. He was truly extraordinary. However, Zhuo Fan didn't seem to be doing well at the moment. He had released a lot of purple lightning, and if he continued like this, he probably wouldn't last much longer. The 3 from Yuyu Mountain outside were also frightened and went to persuade him, Young master, that kid is on a rampage right now, about to turn the world upside down. We should retreat now. If we keep fighting, we might all be buried here."
Huangpu Qingtian waved his hand, cutting them off.
"With this young master here, how can we lose? This young master has never failed in his life."
Hearing this, they glanced at each other, unable to shed tears. He had never failed before, but wasn't he failing now? Even Earth-rank martial skills were useless. What else could they do? They bit their lips silently, constantly muttering to themselves, "You've already had your face ruined. Don't force yourself anymore. Blame it on that kid for being too damn freakish." Huangpu Qingtian bit his lip lightly, gritting his teeth and saying, "That bastard, this young master, is invincible. No one can defeat me."
"No one," he shouted loudly, and the roar of a dragon echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, a golden dragon phantom suddenly flew out of his body, hovering in the air.
His eyes couldn't help but narrow. The 3 from Yuyu Mountain exclaimed in shock, "What is that thing, Long Jingyun?" Upon seeing it, also cried out in terror, It's that thing again. Just what kind of monster is Huangpu Qingtian nurturing inside his body?" Huangpu Tianyuan, on the other hand, was furious. He clenched his fist so hard he crushed the teacup in his hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn it, why did that brat use that move in front of everyone?" Leng Wucheng also seemed a bit nervous.
However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "At this point, if he doesn't use it, it'll be hard to deal with that monster. Let's just hope that since that thing hasn't appeared for thousands of years, no one in the crowd will recognize it." But before they could get their wish, Zhuo Fan's chilling voice echoed through the battlefield, reaching everyone's ears. The Earth Vein Dragon Soul.
Feng Chubai finally recognized what it was, and he and Du Guzantian exchanged shocked glances. They then turned towards Huangpu Tianyuan, angrily scolding, Huangpu Tianyuan, you have some nerve. The royal family ordered you to guard Locking Dragon City, yet you dare to touch the royal family's dragon vein without permission, luring out the earth vein dragon soul. Are you planning a rebellion? Luo Yunhai curiously looked at Du Gufeng and asked, Earth vein dragon soul, big brother, what is that thing? Du Gufeng's expression was rather grim as he explained, It's true that apart from the families directly serving the royal family, smaller families, or even first-rate families, don't know much about this. The Earth Vein Dragon Soul is the dragon vein of the royal family, affecting the nation's fortune and vitality of the Tianyu Empire. It's a matter of great importance to the country. Even the Grand Priest of the Sacrificial Palace's third pillar once said, He who obtains the dragon vein obtains the world. So for thousands of years, it has been guarded by the strongest of the 7 families. Emperor Gate. Taking a deep breath and sweeping his gaze over the people from the Luo family, Du Gufeng spoke again. Firstly, the Emperor Gate is related to the Tianyu royal family and is trusted. Secondly, among the 7 families, only the Emperor Gate has enough strength to guard that place, preventing the dragon vein from going berserk and the 9 dragons from changing. But as soon as he said this, everyone's faces changed drastically, looking at the people from the Emperor Gate with growing apprehension and whispering to each other. So this Earth Vein Dragon Soul is the dragon vein of the Tianyu Empire's royal family. So now Huangpu Qingtian is summoning the Earth Vein Dragon Soul. Isn't that revealing his true intentions to the world? Does the Emperor Gate want to monopolize the 9 dragons and replace the Tianyu family? Hush! Don't talk nonsense. That's a serious crime of treason. These whispers reached Huangpu Tianyuan's ears, making him even more furious. The Emperor Gate can't bear the crime of treason. Now that the Dragon Guardian is Feng Chubai, he has the full authority to eliminate us all right here and now, executing us first and reporting later. Right now, they haven't united the 7 families yet, and their strength isn't enough to match the royal family. If a war breaks out right here, the Emperor Gate will definitely be exterminated. Thinking of this, he gnashed his teeth, his eyes becoming even colder as he looked at Huangpu Qingtian, silently cursing, You little beast! Just then, Leng Wuchang narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. Master Feng is mistaken. Although the Earth Vein Dragon Soul is related to the foundation of the Empire, you can't say we have rebellious intentions. We are simply acting according to His Majesty's will, serving and working diligently. Oh? Did His Majesty allow you to lure out the dragon soul and take it for yourselves? Feng Chubai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said with a sneer, If you don't explain the reason clearly today, don't blame Fang for leaving your heads behind in this cloud dragon. Stroking his beard, Leng Wuchang swept his gaze over everyone, finally fixing his eyes on Feng Chubai, and said indifferently, Master Feng, do you know what the Emperor Gate's duty in Locking Dragon City is? To guard the dragon vein, Feng Chubai said coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching, revealing a contemptuous smile. Leng Wuchang laughed mockingly and said, Good. Then do you know why we have to guard it? On the side, Zhuge Chengfeng chuckled softly and said, The 9 dragon veins of Tianyu were sealed in Locking Dragon City by the Grand Priest thousands of years ago, ensuring the Empire has favorable weather and a peaceful and prosperous country. But the dragon veins are ferocious, and once they break the seal and escape, there will inevitably be continuous natural disasters. Therefore, the Emperor Gate's responsibility in guarding that place is actually to prevent the dragon veins from wreaking havoc on the human world. Prime Minister is right. That's exactly the case. Bowing slightly towards Zhuge Chengfeng, Leng Wuchang looked at Feng Chubai and smiled faintly. The dragon veins are inherently violent. In thousands of years, only the founding emperor of Tianyu had a dragon soul by his side. Later, when the founding emperor passed away, no one could tame that dragon soul, so it was sealed in Locking Dragon City. Who could covet it for thousands of years? Aren't you afraid of the dragon soul's backlash? Master Fang said we deliberately lured out the dragon soul, which is too absurd. Don't even mention us. If we gave Master Fang a dragon soul, would Master Fang dare to take it? You are the Dragon God Guardian, with the top strength in Tianyu. Are you confident in taming it? If even you can't, how would we dare to touch that dragon soul? Hearing these words, Feng Chubai frowned slightly, secretly angry in his heart, but he couldn't refute it.
as expected of the divine strategist with his silver tongue. With his words, there was no reason for the Emperor Gate to lure out the dragon soul at all. Looking at Huangpu Qingtian inside, Feng Chubai coldly said, "But Master Leng, can you explain to me how the dragon soul is on the body of your eldest young master? What is there to explain about this? Isn't it normal for the dragon soul to choose its master?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Leng Wuchang swept his gaze towards the national protecting stone stele, and chuckled. Feng Chubai became even more angry, clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth as he said, "What are you saying?" Leng Wuchang didn't pay attention to him, smiling calmly and saying, "That's fine. The Emperor Gate has always been humble, wanting to bear all the bitterness and hardship ourselves, but if Master Feng wants to know, in order to avoid misunderstandings, let's announce this to the entire world. This matter is mainly due to the 9 dragons going berserk 20 years ago. Many of our Emperor Gate's offerings were not strong enough to suppress them, resulting in tragic deaths and injuries, causing a dragon soul to break the seal and escape, unable to be retrieved. Fortunately, the eldest young master, Tianzi Zhuo Yue, was chosen by the dragon soul to be its master, which prevented the dragon soul from wreaking havoc in the human world. However, after this incident, that dragon soul could no longer enter the seal. Seeing that it was stable on the eldest young master's body, we simply left it alone. If we were to force it back into the seal, the remaining 3 dragon souls might take the opportunity to break the seal instead, causing chaos to the world. That wouldn't be good." Feng Chubai snorted coldly after hearing his words.
Damn it! Only their family was present at the scene of the dragon vein going berserk 20 years ago. Who else would know besides them? He can say whatever he wants. Taking a deep breath, Feng Chubai bit his teeth fiercely and said, "Then why are you only reporting this now?" "Report?" Leng Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head helplessly and saying, "Hey, Master Fang is also a member of the court. How could you not know the reasons inside? This matter is clear in principle but obscure in detail. Who can explain it clearly? If it weren't for Master Fang forcing us today, we would rather swallow this bitter pill, forever burying this matter in our hearts, not wanting people to know about the past casualties. We would rather endure it silently, not seeking credit, nor wanting to be doubted by others." Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but chuckle softly, secretly sighing in his heart, as expected of the divine strategist. How can his words be refuted? They are completely reasonable and justified. He not only expresses his feelings, but also mocks the royal family's suspicions. Now, if the royal family takes action against the Emperor Gate, they will definitely be labeled as framing loyal officials. However, the most noteworthy thing is that the dragon soul breaking the seal and escaping actually chose Huangpu Qingtian as its master. This will plant a seed in everyone's hearts, that the Huangpu clan will replace the Yuan clan and become the monarchs of the empire. Feng Chubai, on the other hand, was even more furious. The truth was clearly before his eyes, but he couldn't resolve them, truly infuriating. Feeling powerless, he endured, gnashing his teeth, and said fiercely, "Master Leng, you are indeed good at talking." "Not at all. I'm just speaking the truth, ha." Leng Wuchang shrugged indifferently, laughing and saying. Feng Chubai turned to look at the national protecting stone stele. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, the prophecies of the sacrificial palace had never been wrong for thousands of years. He who obtains the dragon vein obtains the world. In short, no matter what, in order to protect the Yuan clan of the royal family, Huangpu Qingtian, who possesses the dragon soul, must die. Inside the battlefield, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment, staring intently at the figure opposite him. It's just that he didn't believe in the so-called Son of Heaven, like the spirituality of the earth vein dragon soul. Compared to his blood infant, it was only better, not worse. It was the symbol of a true king. But having come to this point, there was no other way to turn back. Not to mention Xue Ningxiang's feud. Even without Huangpu Qingtian, he would not let him go. So this battle must be fought. There was no retreat. But right now, his body was like a lamp running out of oil. Unable to hold on for long, he had to finish him as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, he bit his lip lightly, stepping forward a few steps, in a posture to attack again. Huangpu Qingtian laughed mockingly when he saw this scene. "Oh, you still dare to confront this young master after recognizing the earth vein dragon soul? You're really tired of living. Do you know that even my father couldn't subdue this dragon soul?
But I, who was only a few years old at the time, subdued it? Do you know what that means? It means I possess the mandate of heaven. This young master is a born king, This young master is fighting against heaven and earth. Your ending can only be death. Zhuo Yifan's face didn't change when he heard these words, sneering disdainfully. No wonder those blood gators listen to your orders. The earth-vein dragon soul dominates the earth, and the creatures running on the ground all listen to it. Truly the qualities of a king, possessing the mandate of heaven. But so what? I'm a sky-piercing demon dragon. Even if I rampage through the 9 heavens, I'll shatter the sky. In my eyes, a little earth dragon king like you is nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple lightning on his body erupted again, as if all his power had gathered in an instant.
Huangfu Qingqian saw that he was still so arrogant, gritted his teeth in anger, clenched his fists, and said, "Good, very good. Then this young master will act on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you. You dare to underestimate my royal power."
Without another word, he launched a claw strike. 9 dragon Vajra body, earth dragon divine claw.
In an instant, the dragon soul soared into the sky, constantly shaking everything around it, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from deep within the earth.
Along with it, an earth-shattering dragon roar echoed across the sky. A golden dragon flew around once, finally plunging down with the pressure of heaven and earth. In the next moment, screams erupted everywhere, and the aura emanating from underground terrified everyone. Zhuo Yifan's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he quickly dodged. Even though he had anticipated the power of the earth-vein dragon soul, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Another deafening dragon roar rang out, and the pressure of the giant dragon rushed towards Zhuo Yifan.
The 3 from Yu Mountain were immediately excited upon seeing this.
Lin Xuanfeng was even happier, laughing loudly.
The young master is truly blessed by destiny, invincible under heaven.
That kid is definitely dead this time, ha. Feng Chubai outside couldn't help but darken his face, sighing helplessly.
As expected of the earth-vein dragon soul, even when combined with a low-grade earth skill, its power is already so great. It seems the outcome has been decided. Regardless of the discussions outside, Zhuo Yifan and Huangfu Qingqian were still burning with fighting spirit, neither giving way. Zhuo Yifan's hands had already begun to form hand seals, ignoring his actions. Huangfu Qingqian firmly believed that he had victory within his grasp. He laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with madness. "Zhuo Yifan, this young master is a born king. You dare to oppose me. You're going against the will of heaven. I want you to die. Accept your fate."
Zhuo Yifan's face was cold, and the bloody light in his eyes surged continuously. He placed his hands in front of his chest, continuously forming hand seals and shouting loudly,
"Screw your fate! My fate is decided by me. You're the one who's going to die."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and roared,
"Demonic tribulation 3 styles. 3rd style. Nether dragon ghost whale." Following his shout,
a shocking dragon roar resounded, and a sound wave suddenly erupted from his mouth. Huangfu Qingqian looked at this scene with utter contempt, sneering, "How can a mere profound-grade soundwave skill possibly deal with this young master's earth-grade skill and dragon soul assistance? Ha! Zhuo Yifan, you must be exhausted." But before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The sound wave from Zhuo Yifan rushed forward, but when it was not far from the golden dragon, it suddenly erupted, and finally carried with it purple lightning, forming a huge lightning bird. It looked up to the sky and screeched. The purple lightning exploded, and a terrifying pressure instantly covered his eyes, flying in front of the golden dragon. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Huangfu Qingqian cried out in fear, "What is that thing? It's going to take my life." The corner of Zhuo Yifan's mouth twitched slightly, and his body swayed involuntarily. The attack just now seemed to have consumed all the strength in his body, but he still revealed a cruel smile. Long Zhu, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "It's a sound wave skill, aimed directly at the earth-vein dragon soul, transformed into a lightning bird. Moreover, Zhuo Yifan has poured all of his purple lightning into that lightning bird." Huangfu Qingqian was unwilling to give up, and gritted his teeth. "The earth-vein dragon soul represents the kings. What is your purple lightning that dares to confront my dragon soul?"
"Earth-vein dragon soul, devour him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon looked up to the sky and roared, flying towards Zhuo Yifan. its face ferocious, as if it wanted to tear the other party to shreds. Purple lightning is no match for the dragon's soul. What ignorance, Zhuo Yifan sneered disdainfully. Besides, it's not just purple lightning that will kill him. Earth-grade skill, lightning gale devours the heavens.
Hearing his shout, the lightning bird also gave a long cry, fiercely rushing towards the golden dragon.
In an instant, golden light erupted, dragons roared, purple lightning exploded, and heaven and earth seemed about to collapse. Everyone only saw the golden dragon and the lightning bird collide, emitting a world-destroying explosion that shocked everyone. Even more surprising was that the golden dragon let out a painful scream, breaking apart piece by piece. The Earth's soul dragon vein was frightened and rushed back into Huangfu Qingtian's body. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and Huangfu Qingtian widened his eyes in shock. How is this possible? The Earth vein dragon soul was actually driven back.
On the other hand, without the golden dragon suppressing it, the lightning bird rushed towards Huangfu Qingtian and his group below without another word, its eyes full of murderous intent.
Seeing this scene, the three from Yuyu Mountain immediately screamed in fear. "Young master, run!" Huangfu Qingtian's face darkened, and he bit his teeth unwillingly. He was the one blessed by heaven. He couldn't be defeated by a mortal. He absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. Zhuo Yifan's body was already weakened, and upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. It's over! However, after using this move, Zhuo Yifan was almost collapsing. The purple lightning on his body quickly receded, and his body weakened. He knelt on the ground, painfully spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had bet everything on this desperate attack. Using the final move of the demonic tribulation 3 styles, his original power was almost exhausted, and he could no longer withstand it. The people from Yuyu Mountain were heavily injured by the lightning bird's attack. Yuyu Shan struggled to sit up, blood still staining his mouth, and he gritted his teeth and complained. He really didn't expect Zhuo Yifan's move to be so powerful. They had tried their best to escape, but were still affected. Huangfu Qingtian, who had been attacked head-on, had probably been buried there. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards Zhuo Yifan. Seeing him still standing there gloomily, he shouted in fear. "People outside! Quickly open the barrier! Save us! Quickly open the barrier! Quickly open the barrier!" But before the people outside could open the barrier, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Don't open it." Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Zhuo Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was still alive. Xi Xiaofeng outside couldn't help but shout, "He's not dead." Even a divine illumination realm expert would have died from such a powerful move. Rising from the pile of rubble, revealing a body covered in blood, Huangfu Qingtian breathed heavily, and his right arm had already transformed into the shape of a dragon's claw. It was this arm that had withstood Zhuo Yifan's attack. Feng Chubai, upon seeing this scene, narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Only after cultivating the 9-dragon Vajra body to the extreme state can one reach the transformation realm. He has only cultivated to the first level. How could he transform?" Lang Wucheng, seeing that Huangfu Qingtian was unharmed, glanced at Feng Chubai and smiled. "Ha! He is a man blessed by heaven." Hearing these words, Feng Chubai couldn't help but darken, and became even more frightened. Could Huangfu Qingtian's talent be so monstrous? Before fully cultivating the Earth-grade skill 9-dragon Vajra body, he was already able to reach the middle stage, the transformation realm? If that's the case, then even Jiyu Santong wouldn't be his opponent after he finished cultivating it. When that time comes, the Imperial King sect will declare war on the Imperial family, and the Imperial family will be at a disadvantage. Seeming to see through his thoughts, Leng Wucheng didn't say much, and looked at Chen Guoxi. It seems that victory and defeat have truly been decided. At the same time, inside the battlefield, Huangfu Qingtian, after stabilizing his body, lifted his foot and stomped down without another word, instantly arriving in front of Zhuo Yifan and striking down with a claw, his eyes unconsciously focused. And Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but want to dodge in fear, but there was no way. His original power was exhausted. Biting his lip lightly, he used the last bit of his original power to launch a claw strike. Demonic Tribulation 3 styles, 2nd style, Ghost Dragon Claw. A dragon roar echoed in the sky, but soon fell silent. His claw strike had been caught in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. "I can't give you any more chances." With a glint in his eyes,
Huangpu Qingtian seemed shaken by Zhuo Yifan's earlier move. His gaze was no longer arrogant, but filled with fear and shock as he roared in anger. Like a madman, Huangpu Qingtian struck out, tearing off Zhuo Yifan's right arm.
Everyone who saw this scene stared in wide-eyed horror. Chu Qingcheng was even more worried, shouting, "Zhuo Fan!" Since she returned, she had been watching the battle intently, her heart filled with anxiety. Even though he was now in danger because of another woman, she didn't care, only worrying about him. But seeing this scene, she could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to help. Zhuo Yifan, now missing an arm, had a slightly twisted expression. Yet, he suddenly bit his lip, and the thundercloud wings behind him transformed into sharp blades, stabbing towards Huangpu Qingtian. But this attack was in vain. Huangpu Qingtian simply reached out and grabbed them, not even touching a hair on his head.
A cruel light flashed in his eyes. Huangpu Qingtian growled, "I said, I won't give you any more chances." With a slight frown, Huangpu Qingtian suddenly pulled, and Zhuo Yifan's thundercloud wings were immediately torn off.
Fresh blood poured from his back as he fell to the ground in unbearable pain, gritting his teeth with a groan. Seeing his miserable state, tears streamed down Chu Qingcheng's face, her heart aching beyond measure. On the other side, Luo Yuncheng fainted from the shock the moment she saw it. Luo Yunhai quickly caught her, calling out anxiously, "Sister!" But no one paid attention to her condition. Everyone still focused on the nation-protecting stone. Leng Wuchang smirked triumphantly, saying, "The plan is complete. This kid can't do anything anymore." But that was close. I didn't expect that kid's methods to be so strange and unpredictable. If not for this last-ditch life-saving move, everything might have been for naught. Not to mention that the prestige of the Emperor Gate would be completely gone, and the respect of the direct families for the Emperor Gate would never be the same. Gazing at the people from the various families behind him, Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that after today, everyone would realize that fighting the Emperor Gate was fighting against the mandate of heaven, and there would be no good end. On the contrary, Leng Wuchang nodded in satisfaction. He wanted everyone to have this feeling of submission, and his goal had been achieved. Zhuge Changfeng coldly watched everything, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Alas, with that kid's abilities, if he hadn't been impulsive and lost his mind, he still had a 50% chance of winning.
Haha, Prime Minister, this doesn't sound like your usual style. There's no what-if in this world. After all, every loser brings death upon themselves. With a faint laugh, Leng Wuchang looked at Zhuge Changfeng, speaking leisurely and stroking his beard. A light flashed in Zhuge Changfeng's eyes, and he smiled.
This old man only regrets that the loss of such a young talent is a pity. Of course, this matter was of his own doing, and he can't blame others.
What the Prime Minister says is very true. He who creates his own sin cannot live. As strategists, we hate impulsiveness and recklessness the most. Otherwise, it's just digging your own grave, he said. Stroking his chin, Leng Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng exchanged glances, and together they laughed loudly.
Looking back at the battle inside, the two, Zhuo Yifan and Huangpu Qingtian, were now staring at each other, both panting heavily, looking at each other with murderous intent. Both were exhausted and heavily injured, but Zhuo Yifan looked even weaker. Huangpu Qingtian raised his hand into a claw, slowly reaching towards Zhuo Yifan, and growled, "Zhuo Fan, your existence has become a great threat to me, but everything must end." Narrowing his eyes at him, his right arm still bleeding, his face pale, but his eyes full of murderous intent. "Huangpu Qingtian, you dare to hurt Ningjie, I will definitely kill you." Seeing this, Huangpu Qingtian was a little surprised. He still had the strength to fight, but it didn't matter. He chuckled and sneered. "Oh, really? But now that you're being trampled under this young master's feet, how are you going to kill this young master?" With that, he roared loudly, focusing all his strength into his hand, and swung it down, striking towards Zhuo Yifan's heart, DI. But just as Huangpu Qingtian was fiercely striking down, Zhuo Yifan's right eye suddenly flashed, and a spatial fluctuation suddenly shot out. Zhuo Yifan had used the second form of the Void Clarity Divine Eye, Space Severance, which he had just mastered, and it came as the name implied, severing space. If Huangpu Qingtian hadn't stopped in time, he would have definitely been pierced by this move.
just like Lin Xuanfeng had lost his arm before. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan's space severance only grazed his shoulder, creating a wound, but it still shocked him greatly. How is that possible?
Huangpu Qingtian turned his head to look, and where the fluctuation had shot through, the barrier had created a large hole. His eyes widened in astonishment.
Zhuo Fan hadn't moved at all, yet he had created such a powerful move. It was truly terrifying. But Zhuo Fan was now completely exhausted, lying on the ground, covered in blood, biting his teeth in pain. He hadn't expected the space severance of the Void Clarity Divine Eye to fail to kill him. As such, he could no longer continue fighting, or he would be buried here. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes. He pulled himself up, crying out in pain, and tore the thundercloud wings from Huangpu Qingtian's hand.
Sensing his action, Huangpu Qingtian thought to himself,
"Not good. This guy wants to escape. He must stop him." Then, without saying a word, he struck fiercely with the dragon claw. Zhuo Fan, now without the barrier's restriction, could move freely, and no one could stop him. Originally, the second form of the Void Clarity Divine Eye, Space Severance, could break through formations and attack, making up for the shortcomings of the first form.
He hadn't used it from the start simply because he didn't want to escape. He wanted to kill Huangpu Qingtian with his own hands.
Leng Wuchang and the others thought that the barrier they created could trap him. But it also trapped Huangpu Qingtian, didn't it? As long as that was the case, he would have a way to kill him. On this point, they thought that the divine calculator, Leng Wuchang, had plotted against him, but there was still a chance for him to outsmart them. No one understood this except for him, because he was hiding too deeply, and no one could see through it. Even the #1 strategist, Zhuge Changfeng, hadn't noticed. With another flash, Zhuo Fan had already moved far away, and the thundercloud ring in his hand suddenly lit up, and Jia Fair appeared, taking Zhuo Fan away. The moment Zhuo Fan lay on Jia Fair's back, he was completely exhausted and fell into a coma. "He wants to escape," Huangpu Qingtian roared fiercely, but just as he wanted to chase after him, his body couldn't bear it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, and failing to kill Zhuo Fan, he tilted his head back and shouted unwillingly, "Damn it, damn it!" Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be surprised that he could escape under those circumstances. For Chu Qingcheng and the others, of course it was a good thing that he could escape. Even Feng Chubai breathed a sigh of relief. That it was a good thing for the royal family that such a good seedling could be preserved. Leng Wuchang also stared blankly, sighing, "That kid is indeed more cunning than I thought." "Looks like that kid's got more lives than a cat, Mr. Leng. Your plan went down the drain, huh?" Zhuge Changfeng turned his head to glance at him, chuckling. Leng Wuchang narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly shaking his head, his face not looking too good, but he still tried to keep his cool. "Thanks for your concern, Grand Chancellor. That kid's more capable than Leng here anticipated, but that's something Leng had already planned for. Now that he's heavily injured, the next net should be able to catch him." "Oh, really? Well, don't get too cocky, Mr. Leng, because that kid's the type to pull a miracle out of his, Hey. Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but snicker. Leng Wuchang sighed and said nothing, but the look he gave to the Zhenguo stone was getting deeper and deeper, as if he still had another trick up his sleeve. At this moment, inside Beast King Mountain, the sun had already sunk to the west, the sun had set, the moon was high in the sky, crows croaked, making a harsh noise. Attracted by the smell of blood here, circling in the air for a long time without leaving, Huangpu Qingtian looked at Zhuo Fan, who had disappeared without a trace, breathing heavily. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. He'd laid down so many traps, and almost used all of his strength to fight, yet he almost lost. Now he's escaped again. And this has been seen by everyone else in the clan. His authority might be gone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up and shout, "Zhuo Fan, damn you!" The 3 Yu mountain people fell to the ground, unable to move, watching Huangpu Qingtian angrily shout, but no one dared to speak. They were afraid of disturbing him, and that he would vent his anger on them, young master. Suddenly a timid voice entered their ears. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that at some point, Yan Fu had brought a group of disciples from the affiliated family, trembling in front of them. Turning their heads to look at Huangpu Qingtian couldn't help but laugh. HMPH, you guys are lucky to be alive, aren't you?
So many people died, even hundreds of heavenly profound realm experts were wiped out. But you few bone-tempering cultivators, and that brat Yan Fu, who was at the heavenly profound realm, survived. Truly blessed by your ancestors, bodies unconsciously stagnated. Yan Fu and the disciples knelt down in fear. Yan Fu lowered his head, not hiding his fear, and explained stuttering, "Young master, please forgive us. Just now we were scared by that monster, so we took advantage of the chaos to run away before even fighting." So, that's why you survived. As if you knew everything, Huangfu Qingtian didn't wait for Yan Fu to finish, and sneered. Yan Fu was frightened and trembled slightly, lowering his head even further, nodding in fear. Huangfu Qingtian looked at the people with disdain, didn't say anything, but Yan Banqi on the other side was afraid that he would get angry and affect the Medicine King Hall, like he wanted to clean up the house. He scolded Yan Fu loudly. "Yan Fu, you have lost all the face of the Medicine King Hall. You have a vengeance for your master with that monster, yet you ran away from the battle. What a cowardly act. Young master, as your senior brother, I didn't teach you well. You can punish him however you want. Kill him. Don't give me any face." Hearing this, Yan Fu couldn't help but feel angry. His hands clenched into fists and continued to sigh. This bastard Yan Banqi, in order to protect the face of the Medicine King Hall, he willingly listened to Huangfu Qingtian's orders, flattering the Emperor Dragon Clan. While keeping face, the relationship between the two families became closer. The position of the next Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall was also secured. Only by sacrificing Yan Fu could he achieve those things. Huangfu Qingtian glanced at Yan Banqi, not knowing what he was thinking, chuckled. "Forget it. After this battle, we're all injured and crippled. We need people. Yan Fu is a rare alchemist. How can we just kill him? His survival is useful to us. Young master is generous. I thank you." On behalf of my junior brother, Yan Banqi frowned, then looked at Yan Fu and scolded. "Yan Fu, what are you still standing there for? Don't you thank the young master for his kindness? If not, even if the young master forgives you, I, your senior brother, will not let you off easily." Yan Fu couldn't help but snort coldly, feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. Still respectfully and tearfully said, "Thank you for the grace of the young master. Thank you for your consideration, senior brother," nodding slightly. The two happily accepted. Then Huangfu Qingtian pointed at the 3 Yu mountain people and said, "All right, hurry up and check their injuries." Yan Fu nodded slightly, then hurriedly stood up, took a pill from his ring, and handed it to Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian took the pill, nodded, and said, "Kid, you have good eyes. You know who to give the first pill to." Yan Fu didn't say anything, smiled at him, then went to the 3 Yu mountain people and gave them pills to heal their injuries. Swallowing the healing pill, Huangfu Qingtian kept thinking, "Now Zhuo Fan's gone. The entire Beast King Mountain is so big I don't know where he's hiding. Finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack." He couldn't help but think of the jade slip that Leng Wucheng had given him earlier, telling him not to look at it unless he was desperate. But now the situation is not much different, so he had to do what he could. He didn't know what Leng Wucheng's last plan was. Thinking, he used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. As soon as he finished reading, his eyes widened in surprise, finally exclaiming excitedly, "Mr. Leng is really a genius. He even calculated this. Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, no matter how cunning you are, you still can't escape from my palm." Just then, an excited shout suddenly rang out behind him. "Huh!" He turned his head to look, only to see Yan Fu kneeling on the ground, not knowing what he had picked up. Huangfu Qingtian looked at Yan Fu's kneeling back and asked suspiciously, "Yan Fu, what are you doing there?" "Oh, nothing." His body couldn't help but stiffen, turned around, gave a smile that was uglier than crying, his hands hidden behind his back, his eyes narrowed slightly. Huangfu Qingtian coldly said, "What are you holding in your hand? Hand it over." Sweat broke out, his feet frozen for a long time without speaking. Knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Yan Fu grinned and handed the ring to him respectfully. "Congratulations, young master. I found the 8th grade pill, spirit snatching pill, 4 pills, not missing a single one." "Oh, where did you find it?" His eyes lit up. Huangfu Qingtian took the ring and examined it. Indeed, there were 4 bottles of spirit snatching pills. Yan Fu pointed to the arm that was still bleeding, respectfully said, "Well, reporting to the young master, this ring was taken off from that arm, I think. Isn't that the arm that I cut off from Zhuo Fan?" Before he could finish speaking, Huangfu Qingtian interrupted him, looking at Yan Fu maliciously. You know how to find things. You recognized Zhuo Fan's arm right away. Or were you watching from behind when I was fighting Zhuo Fan, waiting to see who among us made a mistake so you could find the treasures on us? Young master, please forgive me. I wouldn't dare do that. Yan Fu hurriedly knelt down on the ground, his forehead covered with cold sweat. I wouldn't dare, he sneered. Huangfu Qingtian looked at the 4 bottles of pills, coldly said, "If you wouldn't dare, then who removed the seals on these 4 bottles? Don't tell me you wanted to replace the pills inside the bottles?" Thinking of this, Huangfu Qingtian used his divine sense to examine it, and was relieved to see that the pills were still as they were. Yan Fu was already trembling with fear, and quickly explained, "Young master, please forgive me. I just wanted to confirm if there were spirit-snatching pills inside the bottle, and as an alchemist, I also wanted to see what the 8th grade pill looked like." Staring at him, not saying anything, until he was sweating cold sweat, Huangfu Qingtian coldly said, "I'll let it go. Since you didn't dare, now is the time to use people. I'll put this matter aside for now, but remember, you are not allowed to touch anything until I give it to you. Otherwise, even if you just look at it, you are not allowed to, understand?" Yes, I will listen to the young master's teachings." Yan Fu hurriedly nodded, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, bowing and saying, smiling. Huangfu Qingtian nodded indifferently, then handed the spirit-snatching pills to the 3 Yu mountain people. "You all see it, right? I said before, the lost pills, that kid will pay them back sooner or later." Everyone's eyes lit up. The 3 Dongqings exclaimed, "Spirit-snatching pill." Outside the Zhenguo stone, Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't help but excitedly exclaim when he saw this, "Great! If there are 4 bottles, then he is definitely the head of the Emperor Dragon Clan. He will definitely be given 1 bottle." But to his surprise, Huangfu Qingtian threw the 3 spirit-snatching pills to the 3 Yu mountain people. "Drink it down, then join me in capturing Zhuo Fan." The 3 from Yu mountain cried out in shock. "What?" Huangfu Tianyuan outside also widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "What is that little brat trying to do?" Subconsciously letting out a cold laugh, Huangfu Qingtian glanced at the suspicious looks on the 3 men's faces. A glint flashed in his eyes, then disappeared, only saying, "You must remember this. The world will ultimately belong to us." The 3 from Yu mountain exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Such a simple sentence, yet it revealed an ambition that was anything but small. The 3 of them simultaneously let out a profound smile. The pill of divine seizure in their hands felt somewhat heavy at this moment. The moment they swallowed this pill, it meant that from now on, they were on the same side as Huangfu Qingtian, and there would be no more family interests to consider. Their fates were now intertwined. If Huangfu Qingtian managed to seize control of the Emperor Dragon Sect, they would be big winners. If not, they would fall into an abyss of eternal suffering. Thinking of this, they were caught in a dilemma, but quickly, a determined look appeared in their eyes as they cupped their fists towards Huangfu Qingtian and said together, "Thank you for your generosity, young master." Being smart people, they knew that making this decision today meant betraying their families in front of everyone. But if they didn't, they probably wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. Weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately chose to protect their own lives. Huangfu Qingtian looked at the 3 men and nodded with a satisfied laugh. "Ha ha!" Huangfu Tianyuan outside gnashed his teeth in anger, unable to help but grumble. "That damned brat, he's trying to consolidate his own power to compete for my position. If that little brat makes a great contribution, what place will be left for me then?" His eyes narrowed slightly. Huangfu Tianyuan felt uneasy and couldn't help but look at Leng Wuchang and ask, "Mr. Leng, are you sure this final plan can successfully capture Zhuo Fan?" "Well, for others, I'd be 100% certain, but that kid is cunning and treacherous, so I can't guarantee it. Maybe 90%. Leng Wuchang stroked his beard lightly and spoke indifferently, his aura unconsciously stagnant. Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't help but worry, and 90% chance was almost a sure thing, but at this moment, he was a little concerned that Zhuo Fan would die at Huangfu Qingtian's hands, and he couldn't help but feel a little resentment. The all-knowing and all-seeing Leng Wuchang glanced at Huangfu Tianyuan. Leng Wuchang seemed to understand the thoughts in the other man's heart, but he didn't care. To him, it didn't matter who ruled the Emperor Dragon Sect, but Zhuo Fan was the real calamity, who could escape his divine calculation. He was the first,
So he had to die in the beast-taming mountain range. Inside the beast-taming mountain range, Huangfu Qingtian swept his gaze over the three men and said with a faint smile,
"All right, if you've made the wisest decision, then quickly drink the spirit pill.
After breaking through to the divine illumination realm, we'll eliminate the lingering threat of Zhuo Fan together." The three from Yu Mountain couldn't help but flinch slightly and exchange glances, their faces full of suspicion. Finally, Yu Mountain spoke up and asked, "Young master, Zhuo Fan's whereabouts are currently unknown, and besides, why not chase after him to eliminate the threat but break through our cultivation first? Haha, Zhuo Fan fled with serious injuries. He'll definitely hide in a place where no one can find him. Who knows where he is? But Mr. Leng knows that sooner or later, he'll come to a certain place. We just need to wait there. He probably needs some time to recover from his injuries. During this time, we won't be afraid of anyone coming to cause trouble. We can conveniently break through our cultivation, increase our strength, and wait until everything is prepared before ambushing him, making it impossible for him to escape even with wings." Huangfu Qingtian let out a cold laugh and shouted. The three men's eyes couldn't help but light up, and they nodded happily, saying, "If it's Mr. Leng's idea, then it definitely can't be wrong. All right, start cultivating." Huangfu Qingtian nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Yan Fu and ordered,
"Yan Fu, you're responsible for guarding the three of us, understood?"
Yan Fu bowed his head and replied respectfully. Then, the four of them immediately set up a protective formation, swallowed the spirit seizure pill, and quietly cultivated. The four of them were currently at the peak of the heavenly profound realm with the help of the spirit seizure pill. Once they successfully refined it, they would become true divine illumination experts. When Zhuo Fan appeared, he would be like a fish in a barrel. No matter how terrifying he was, he would definitely not be able to escape being surrounded by four divine illumination experts. On the other hand, in a dark cave, a giant bird with purple lightning on its body stood silently, scaring away any spirit beasts from approaching. And inside the cave, a figure covered in blood, on the verge of death, lay there motionless. Looking closely, it was undoubtedly Zhuo Fan. The sparrow had been guarding outside for more than 10 days, a hint of worry in its eyes. The grows. Looking at Zhuo Fan inside, after half a month, a groan suddenly came from within. Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes. The sparrow, seeing this scene, was excited and flapped its wings, chirping happily. Zhuo Yifan grinned faintly, struggled to sit up, and looked at it to reassure it. "Don't worry, the blood infant controls father's entire body's blood vessels. As long as it's okay, even if father dies, even if I lose my heart, I can still live. How long have I been unconscious?"
The sparrow waved its wings and chirped loudly.
Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding what it meant, and chuckled. "Half a month, huh? Looks like it's time. Let's go, let's settle the score with those guys." But as soon as he said that, the sparrow was immediately startled and quickly spread its wings to stop him, flapping them forcefully, as if to say, "In your condition, going to find them is just asking for death."
Zhuo Fan knew it was worried about him, reached out and patted its little head, saying, "Don't underestimate your father. Father isn't a reckless idiot with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, Sparrow. If I'm not mistaken this time, I can crush them all with just one finger. Haha, my right arm wasn't lost for nothing." At the water formation gate, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and walked towards this place, holding a white flower in his hand, gently placing it at the foot of a tree. Everyone who saw the person who came couldn't help but cry out in shock, "It's Zhuo Fan." Zhuo Fan was currently bowing in front of the big tree, a hint of grief on his face, muttering, "Ninger, rest assured, Big Brother Zhuo will make those people go to hell to comfort your spirit in heaven." Ha ha, what big words. Relying on your crippled, flimsy body, you still want to avenge that little girl. What a joke. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came to everyone's ears. Turning their heads to look, they saw Huangfu Qingtian's group slowly approaching, surrounding Zhuo Fan in this place. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't too worried, still standing there calmly, his face coldly looking at them. Huangfu Tianyuan looked at Huangfu Qingtian's group after they successfully refined the pill, their momentum rising, and the more he looked, the angrier he got. That damn brat. would rather benefit outsiders than benefit his own father. What kind of sense does that make? Fang Chubai, on the other hand, looked at his appearance with a little regret, shaking his head and sighing, "Alas, that kid's fate is sealed. He can't escape anymore." Even Dugu Zantian felt the same regret. Although Zhuo Fan was cunning, he had strength, and he could also restrain Huangfu Qingtian. They thought that if he could escape, he could save his life. But today he came back just to avenge that unimportant little girl. Such a person died because of sentimental love for a woman. What a pity. Only Leng Wuchang was extremely pleased, letting out a faint smile. Very good. His plan has finally succeeded perfectly. Zhuo Fan swept his gaze over Huangfu Qingtian's group, raised his head to the sky, and murmured, "Ningzhi, can you see it? The people who harmed you are all gathered. Big brother Zhuo will avenge you right here." A light condensed in his eyes, and the four of Huangfu Qingtian exchanged glances, their faces full of suspicion. At this time, Lin Quanfeng sneered and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, are you scared silly? Now the four of us have broken through to the divine illumination realm, and you haven't recovered from your injuries. The difference in strength between us is like heaven and earth. You're still talking about revenge now. You've already lost completely." Shaking his head slightly, Zhuo Fan let out a strange smile looking at them. "Haha, no. The ones who have lost completely are you. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? With the four of us divine illumination experts here, you were doomed from the start. Stop daydreaming." Lin Quanfeng glared at him and cursed loudly. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. Looking at Zhuo Fan's arrogant expression, Huangfu Qingtian fell into a daze. This person was always cunning. Did he really have some backup plan? Or was he just pretending to be a ghost to trick them? Ignoring their reactions, Zhuo Fan shook his head and laughed mockingly, pointing directly at the National Protector Stone over there and said, "Alas, that Leng Wuchang is indeed a bit capable. He could even predict that before leaving the beast-taming mountain range, I would come to the place where Ninger died to pay my respects, and he even sent you here to ambush me. Truly worthy of the name, Divine Calculator." "What? You knew?" Startled, Huangfu Qingtian cried out in fear. Chuckling and shaking his head, Zhuo Fan said calmly, "I don't know anything. The only thing I know is that no matter what I do, it's probably within Leng Wuchang's calculations. He's been watching me from the shadows for a long time. Maybe he even understands me better than I understand myself. If that's the case, and I can't escape anyway, I might as well go with the flow and let it happen." Frowning slightly, Huangfu Qingtian glanced over, carefully probing, "So you're just accepting your fate and coming here to die?" "No, that's not it. Didn't I say it a long time ago? I'm here to take your lives?" A strange smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as Zhuo Fan spoke indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Huangfu Qingtian's group was horrified. Could it be that he really had a plan to change the situation? But they didn't believe it. Given the current situation, the one at a disadvantage was obviously him. Moreover, with Leng Wuchang setting a trap for them, they didn't believe he could turn the tables in this state. Seeming to understand their thoughts, Zhuo Fan looked up to the sky and laughed mockingly before finally saying, "It's true that I'm being controlled by Leng Wuchang, but in return, Huangfu Qingtian, aren't you also being controlled by me? After all, Leng Wuchang is just standing behind you. But between the two of us, I'm the winner." As soon as the words left his mouth, Leng Wuchang was shocked and secretly cried out that things were bad. He understood at this moment that, in his calculations, this guy knew he couldn't escape, so he turned defense into offense, switching to setting up another big net aimed at Huangfu Qingtian. But throughout the whole process, he didn't notice when he had joined forces with them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Chengfeng couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain and ridicule. Avoid the enemy's strength and attack their weakness. This kid is really quick-witted. He knows it's hard to win in a battle of wits with you. So he switched to accepting the situation, not fighting you anymore, and instead making a move against the eldest young master of the Emperor Dragon Clan. Leng Sheng, you're not near the master. In terms of fighting spirit, that's his weakness. On the other hand, Zhuo Fan's ability to judge the situation is very clear. Haha, I don't believe he can turn the tables. Suppressing his anger, Leng Wuchang said unwillingly. He absolutely didn't believe it. He had designed everything so meticulously. Every move was exactly as planned.
so he didn't believe that Zhuo Fan would turn the tables. Moreover, he didn't believe that Lang Wuchang, the divine calculator, would lose to a brat like Zhuo Fan.
At this moment, a trace of unease appeared in Huangpu Qingtian's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and coldly said to Zhuo Fan, "Zhuo Fan, you're lying to me. This young master doesn't believe it. With your weak body, facing the four of us divine illumination realm experts, even if you turn the tables, how much can you turn them? Haha, you're wrong. To be precise, it's not me turning the tables, but you turning the tables yourselves, offering victory to me. When you chose to break through to the divine illumination realm first instead of chasing me, I had already won."
Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and said calmly, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Huangpu Qingtian angrily cursed. "Damn it, you're just a guy who's always showing off. Now this young master will tear your tendons and skin you alive to see if you can still talk so tough." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangpu Qingtian rushed towards Zhuo Fan and threw a punch. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't afraid at all, still standing there indifferently, not paying him any attention. It wasn't until that punch was right in front of Zhuo Fan that he slowly formed a hand seal. In an instant, Huangpu Qingtian felt his body freeze, unable to control his own body, and opposite him, Zhuo Fan revealed a cold smile as he looked at him, becoming more and more ferocious. Seeing this scene, the three Yu Mountain members cried out in fear.
"Eldest young master!"
Huangpu Qingtian's body was stiff, his eyes wide with horror as he said in disbelief, I can't move. What are you guys standing there for? Aren't you going to rush up?" Zhuo Fan changed his hand seals again, shaking his head and sneering, "Didn't I say it a long time ago? You've already lost." What, Huangpu Qingtian and the three Yu Mountain members heard these words, and their doubts arose as they cried out in unison. Not letting them wait long, in a split second, Zhuo Fan changed his hand seals, and the four of them instantly felt pain all over their bodies. Kneeling on the ground, their bodies equally unable to move, Yu Mountain looked at Zhuo Fan in panic, crying out in fear, What exactly did you do to us?" Coldly looking at them, Zhuo Fan didn't say anything. Walking straight towards Huangpu Qingtian, he said indifferently, "Eldest young master, you possess the qualifications of a king with a mandate of heaven. Didn't the elders in your family tell you not to eat things from strangers when you were a child? What? Could it be? That pill?" His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. Huangpu Qingtian cried out in shock, slowly nodding his head. Zhuo Fan revealed a mocking smile and calmly admitted, "You guessed right. It's the soul-snatching pill." Huangpu Qingtian widened his eyes in shock upon hearing these words. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan sneered, then said with disdain, "I played tricks inside that, so I said, it's because you broke through to the divine illumination realm that you lost completely." Involuntarily taking a deep breath, the four of them were equally horrified that Zhuo Fan had actually played tricks in the soul-snatching pill. They never expected that he had played tricks long ago, and since they had used it, they had also swallowed poison into their bodies. But how was that possible? Clearly, the soul-snatching pill was snatched from Zhuo Fan's torn-off arm. If that was the case, could it be that he used his whole self to plot? Seeing their thoughts, Zhuo Fan smiled faintly, nodding slightly and calmly saying, "It seems you've guessed it, haven't you? That's right. That arm wasn't torn off by you, but I deliberately gave it to you." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately fell silent in shock. Even Lang Wuchang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Longye Zhuo Fan was indeed profound. In order to achieve his goals, he dared to use ruthless means, which was truly chilling. Not waiting for them to regain their composure, Zhuo Fan once again smiled strangely and said, "Haha, you didn't expect it, did you? I knew I might not be able to beat you in terms of strength, so I arranged this situation from the start. Even if you win big, when you're proud and think I'm dying and not enough to pose a threat anymore, you'll lower your guard and obediently drink the poison pill I prepared for you." As soon as these words were spoken, Lang Wuchang understood that he had lost this round. He didn't expect that, as a divine calculator who was invincible his entire life, he would be turned around by this trick of Zhuo Fan's. Even if he always won before, in the end he lost. The matter was about to be completed but failed. A complete defeat. Zhu Changfeng couldn't help but turn his head and sneer at him, chuckling softly. Lang Shensheng, it seems that the person you provoked isn't just a little monkey,
but a real monkey king. Ha ha. His face couldn't help but twitch. Leng Wuchang's face was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it, only able to look down. On the other hand, Huangpu Qingtian was silent for a long time, still unable to believe it, and said, "Impossible. If I didn't discover those 4 pills, wouldn't your plan have failed? Would your arm have been sacrificed for nothing? Moreover, clearly there were still seals on those 4 bottles of pills from Fangang." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly thought of someone, turned his head, looked at Yan Fu, and angrily shouted,
"It's you," Zhuo Fan smirked, a mocking laugh escaping him. "Hee hee, yeah, if those 4 pill bottles lost Fang Shuai's seals with your usual caution, maybe you'd realize there was something wrong with them. But what if those seals were opened right in front of you?
Or, even better, made you think they were just opened right in front of you, huh?" Yan Fu, Huangfu Qingtian, bit his lip fiercely, glaring daggers at Yan Fu.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately started buzzing in shock. A million times over, they never would have guessed Yan Fu had actually submitted to Zhuo Fan, and even worse, secretly become his insider. That Yan Fu guy, he's Zhuo Fan's person, Yan Bagong, was even more terrified, yelling repeatedly, "That brat surrendered to Zhuo Fan."
Clearly, he and Zhuo Fan have a master-killing feud. He's the one in Medicine King Hall who hates Zhuo Fan the most, so why would he submit? Yan Bagong was completely clueless. Ignoring everyone else's shock, Zhuo Fan just kept smiling, his eyes brimming with disdain. "That's right, he's my guy. This final plan was also arranged by me for him, long ago. Even if you guys didn't find the pills I left, he would have helped you get them. Any traces of me touching those 4 pill bottles, he'd help me hide them right under your noses. He's just a small, insignificant character, so you wouldn't even bother guarding against him. But in the end, he cooperated with me, and even though you guys are now in this completely reverse situation, you could say your current predicament is largely thanks to him." "Thank you, Steward Zhuo." Yan Fu, who had been behind Zhuo Fan, now walked to stand in front of him, bowing slightly and speaking calmly. Yan Bagong completely crumbled on the outside, clutching his head in fear. He's a disciple of Medicine King Hall, and a pill-refining genius. His status in Medicine King Hall isn't low, so why would he join under Zhuo Fan? Isn't this just a direct slap in Medicine King Hall's face? Woo! We've lost this battle! Emperor Gate will definitely hold Medicine King Hall accountable for this. What's he supposed to do now? Yan Bangui watched everything, his face beat red with rage, yelling loudly, "Yan Fu, you ungrateful bastard! You've fallen so low, joining the enemy who killed your own master. You truly don't deserve to be a disciple of my Medicine King Hall. And you don't even deserve to exist in this world. HMPH. Ever since my master passed away, I haven't had anything to linger for in Medicine King Hall anyway. Being a Medicine King Hall disciple, I don't need that title." Yan Fu's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with hatred as he looked at him, but then a flicker of warmth suddenly appeared in his eyes. There, quietly tucked away, was a jade slip. That's right, a jade slip. That very moment, Zhuo Fan left it with Yan Fu, and inside was a message from the master he'd constantly thought of and yearned for. So when he clearly saw this, he decided to side with Zhuo Fan, becoming his insider. Thinking this, Yan Fu's eyes involuntarily widened, staring intently at Yan Bangui, and he roared, "Yan Bangui, listen closely. From today onwards, this young master has no more ties to Medicine King Hall. I'm already a member of the Luo family now, and you big loser, have no right to lecture me." A moment of stunned silence. Yan Bangui gnashed his teeth in anger. "You!" Unable to hold back a hearty laugh, Zhuo Fan cast a disdainful glance at them, then praised Yan Fu, saying, "Excellent. My Luko family disciples should have this kind of imposing aura. Look at these 4 who are hailed by the world as the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Look at how they are now. What are they even in our eyes?" Suddenly, Huangfu Qingtian's eyes lit up. He looked towards the disciples from the affiliated families and roared, "What are you all still standing around for? He's heavily injured right now. His strength is greatly diminished. If you all charge together, you can definitely kill him." However, before they could even move, an invisible pressure slammed into them. Those cultivators at the bone-forging realm immediately lost consciousness in their eyes and completely collapsed. Zhuo Fan glanced at Huangfu Qingtian and his group, a wicked smile spreading on his face. You guys must have forgotten, huh? Even though I'm heavily injured, my primordial spirit level is still at the spirit illumination realm. Huangfu Qingtian pondered for a long while, then suddenly raised his head and warned, Zhuo Fan, you need to think this through carefully. If you touch the four of us, it means you're declaring war on 4 major families and over 100 affiliated families. Can you bear the consequences of that? By then, even the emperor won't have any reason to protect you guys. As these words came out, Yanfu couldn't help but frown, a hint of fear in his heart. He just joined the Luo family, and now they're facing such a tragic risk of annihilation. However, Zhuo Fan just smirked, speaking nonchalantly. That's right, killing you guys means declaring war, and I'm totally scared, alright? But I'm the kind of guy who always gets revenge. So, tell me, what should I do now? Huangfu Qingtian and the others heard these words and immediately looked at Zhuo Fan nervously, hoping he'd prioritize the bigger picture, otherwise their pathetic little lives would be hard to save. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers, chuckling wickedly. Got it, I want revenge, but you guys are important figures. And from the grand scheme of things, you shouldn't be killed. So how about we just let heaven decide your fate? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan changed his hand seals, and Huangfu Qingtian immediately felt his body could move again. However, their spiritual energy showed no response at all. Their cultivation had been completely sealed. Before they could even react, a dull thud echoed. Huangfu Qingtian's chest suddenly burst open, forming a bloody hole, making him instinctively look down. The 3 of them, Yu, Wushan among them, seeing this, immediately yelled, Zhuo Fan, you! But he didn't let them say another word. The 3 of them also painfully collapsed to the ground, just like Huangfu Qingtian, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Zhuo Fan, what exactly do you want? Knowing this was Zhuo Fan's trick, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't help but grit his teeth and demand, if you want to kill us, then just kill us. Let us be at peace. Stop playing these games with us. Hey, at peace, huh? Then what about Ninger? Did you give her peace? Zhuo Fan involuntarily frowned, laughing through his anger. Don't worry, I said I'd let heaven decide your fate, so I'll definitely give you a chance to survive. The holes on your chests are your rankings. As he finished speaking, he pointed at the 4 people, saying indifferently. Following his gaze, they saw that Huangfu Qingtian had only 1 hole on his chest, marking him as number 1. Yu Wushan had 2, making him number 2. Accordingly, Yan Bangui and Ling Huanfeng were number 4. But looking at this, they were a bit confused and didn't understand. Zhuo Fan looked at the 4, let out a cold chuckle, and continued. Alright, come on, we're going to play a game of hide and seek. Inside here is the array gate key. I'll give you 3 days to run and find the array gate key, if you can find it, and successfully pass through the array gate and return to Yunlong City. Then you'll keep your lives. But if you die before then, or if I find you, then sorry, but that's heaven's will. Heaven wants you to die by my hand. With that, a light flashed in his hand, and a spatial ring appeared. He casually tossed the array gate key into the air. It vanished in an instant. Then he turned his gaze to Yanfu and ordered, Yanfu, now you'll be the secret box. Put 4 numbers inside. 3 days from now, whichever number is drawn, I'll start hunting the person with that ranking. As for the rest of you, congrats. You're safe, for now. But, to keep you from pulling any funny business, I'll give you a little heads up before I come hunt you down. This whole thing is totally up to fate, though. Good luck with that. Alright, you can scram now. Just remember, don't let me find you. The speaker seems a little uncertain about their motives. Whatever, though, the others don't have time to think. As long as they can save their lives, it doesn't matter what the speaker is planning. With that in mind, the 4 exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and then bolted. Watching the backs of those 4 disappear, Yanfu exhaled and looked toward Zhuo Fan, asking, Steward Zhuo, do you want to kill them, or are you intentionally letting them go? Zhuo Fan snorted, a glint of coldness in his eyes, and sneered, Let them go? How could I? He turned to Yanfu and asked Yanfu, Are you afraid of death? Well, of course I'm scared. Startled, Yanfu thought for a moment and nodded slightly, but deep inside, he was confused. He slowly shook his head. Zhuo Fan said indifferently,
No, you're not afraid of death. You're just afraid of facing it. A pure girl like Ningfear, she was even smiling when she died. But I know she was only smiling for my sake. She knew she was about to die, and she must have been terrified inside. And that fear tortured her for 3 whole days. So I have to make those 4 bastards taste the fear of death, to haunt them in their final days. I want them to wish they were dead. And Yanfu shuddered involuntarily, staring intently at Zhuo Fan. He finally understood that Zhuo Fan never cared about the big picture or anything of that sort. He just wanted Huangfu Qingtian's group to die a way more miserable death than Xue Ningxiang's death. Thinking of this, he quietly left and started making the box, as he was told. As for Zhuo Fan, he sighed and sat down on the open ground, closing his eyes to focus on healing and cultivating. Like this, 3 days passed. When the sun began to appear, Zhuo Fan came out of his cultivation state and slowly opened his eyes, a wicked smile on his face. The 3-day deadline has arrived. Let the hunt begin. Approaching the box, Yanfu took out a wooden slip with a small number carved on it. Zhuo Fan revealed a wicked grin, frowning as he asked Yanfu, "Who's number 4 again? I forgot. Do you remember?" After a moment of pondering, Yanfu respectfully nodded. "Reporting to Steward Zhuo, number 4 is the forest-piercing medicine dragon, Lin Quanfeng." "Ha ha. Oh, it's that unlucky bastard. Seriously, is he cursed or something?" Zhuo Fan laughed uncontrollably. Zhuo Fan waved his hand into the air, and fireworks instantly exploded in the sky. On the other side, Huangfu Qingtian had just found a key to the formation gate, but suddenly heard 4 consecutive fireworks blooming in the sky. But at this moment, they were like the manjusaka flowers on the road to the Yellow Springs. The moment they bloomed was the sign of a life being taken. Too bad Huangfu Qingtian didn't care about this, because it wasn't him. He could only say that the kid Lin Quanfeng was unlucky to be the first one chosen. While Zhuo Fan was dealing with Lin Quanfeng, he had to hurry and find the key and then escape. At the same time, in another part of the forest, Lin Quanfeng had found 2 keys, and couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Ha ha, great! I actually found 2 keys to the wood formation gate. This luck is insane. As long as I go back to the wood formation gate, I can return to Yunlong City. Ha ha, is this a blessing from the heavens?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone approaching. Turning his head in fear, he saw that the person who was coming was none other than Zhuo Fan. Lin Quanfeng trembled in fear, instinctively taking steps backward. Zhuo Fan was slowly approaching like a ghost demanding a life, curling his mouth in a cruel smile as he said, "Lin Quanfeng, you are the first." Seeing the devil-like man strolling towards him, yet each of his steps represented the loss of Lin Quanfeng's life, Lin Quanfeng could not help trembling in fear and about to cry. He pitifully begged, "Big brother, please spare me. It was Huangfu Qingtian and the others who planned to kill that girl. If you want revenge, go find them. I'm innocent. Please don't chase me anymore." Lin Quanfeng picked up one foot and wanted to run, shedding tears and begging all the while, sweat pouring down his head. Zhuo Fan looked at everything, coldly laughed, contemptuously said, "What you said isn't wrong. Among the 4 of you, you can be regarded as innocent, but there is nothing to be done. Who told me to draw your number first? We must follow the rules of the game." Hearing these words, Lin Quanfeng's face was filled with despair, and he secretly complained in his heart, "What the hell is the rule of the game? It's just your trick." But he can only accept that his life is in his hands. How can he not listen? A light flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Fan seemed to see through his thoughts, and said indifferently, "But what you said is also right. You are indeed very innocent. How about this? Within a day, as long as you can return to the wooden formation gate, I will not kill you anymore." What? His eyes couldn't help but light up, and his feet wanted to run again, but Zhuo Fan sneered, and followed behind him like that, not too far away, like playing a chasing game with prey. "I'm behind you. If you don't get there in a day, I'll strike right away." Lin Quanfeng increased his speed, nodded hurriedly, and said, "Are you serious? A real man stands by his word. It is impossible to get back on it. Absolutely not get back on it." A cruel light flashed in his eyes, Zhuo Fan said coldly. Hearing these words, Lin Quanfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. He exerted force under his feet and rushed forward fiercely, running towards the formation gate all the way. But Zhuo Fan kept the distance not far or near, coldly watching everything. A murderous intention flashed in his eyes. Snorted coldly, "Lin Quanfeng, you think I will really let you go? I just choose the most suitable way to die for you. All those related to Ningzhi's death don't expect to survive." Looking at the tired figure fleeing in front of him, Zhuo Fan slowly spoke. Lin Quanfeng still had 5 more hours, and was panting. Lin Quanfeng was already covered in sweat at this time, and his speed had also slowed down. But after hearing these words, he secretly bit his lip and complained, "Damn, why is it so fast?" It's a pity that he can only complain like that, and can't resist, so he tries his best to run. With his cultivation sealed, after running for more than 7 hours, he was exhausted. But he didn't dare to slow down his pace. As long as he was 1 second slower, his life would be lost. There was no way. He could only keep forcing himself to run. His psychology was extremely terrified. Regardless of the person running away in fear in front, Zhuo Fan's voice of demanding his life rang again. "There are still 4 hours left. Remember that your time is running out. If you don't try your best to run to the destination, I will twist your head off." Lin Quanfeng took a deep breath. His face turned pale in an instant, and his speed was increased again. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan laughed evilly, and from time to time, like a machine, he counted down to death, constantly warning Lin Quanfeng. "There are still 3 hours left, 2 hours left, 1 hour left. The time is getting less and less." Lin Quanfeng ran away in even greater fear, only knowing to run forward. Finally, Lin Quanfeng rushed out of the forest and arrived at a formation gate. Seeing hope, Lin Quanfeng shouted wildly with excitement, "Ha ha! It's the wood formation gate. I found it. I can survive and come back. I won. I can survive and come back." He is now in the shape of a person who is not a person, and a ghost who is not a ghost. On this road of escape, he has been driven crazy by Zhuo Fan. At this moment, seeing hope, he shouted frantically, making people frightened and running all day long. He was exhausted at this moment, and could only drag himself step by step to the gate of the formation, carrying the hope of survival. Put the key on the formation gate. As long as it is opened, he can save his life. It's a pity that Zhuo Fan had already chased to the place at this time, came from behind, snatched the key from his hand, making him just step on the door of heaven, and in an instant fell into hell, a bird in fear. Why? Unconsciously dazed for a moment, Lin Quanfeng's voice was hoarse, and he said sadly, "I have arrived. I have won." Slowly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan sneered and said, "Sorry, time is up." Not reconciled, Lin Quanfeng trembled and begged, I'm here! A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Fan smirked and said coldly, "If you were just a little faster, that would have been great. You were so close to getting back. Too bad, no." His expression instantly shifted drastically. At that moment, Lin Quanfeng could only utter a few unwilling sounds. No. Then his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed, dying with wide, unseeing eyes. His death, however, startled everyone, leaving them quite confused. Just then, a whooshing sound echoed. Yanfu instantly appeared before Zhuo Fan, but upon seeing Lin Quanfeng's grim state, he was a little taken aback, and asked, "Is he dead?" How did he die?" Zhuo Fan let out a cold chuckle and casually replied, "Died of fright, died of exhaustion, died of despair." But as soon as he said that, Yanfu became even more puzzled. How could a spirit illumination realm expert die in such an unsightly manner? As if reading his mind, Zhuo Fan suddenly smiled and calmly stated, "I gave him fear, then I gave him hope. I sealed his cultivation, so he could only rely on his physical strength and run for his life. Then I crushed his hope, plunging him into extreme despair, with joy, sorrow, surprise, and fear constantly changing, his blood boiling from anger and despair. Everything turned to dust, his life force extinguished." Swallowing hard, Yanfu pondered for a moment, then carefully asked, "So Steward Zhuo, did he actually make it within 1 day?" Yanfu involuntarily furrowed his brow.
Zhuo Fan gave him a sinister look, then nodded slightly and said, "Haha, that kid really ran fast. There was still an hour left until the full day was up.
But so what? If I say he loses, then he loses." The magnificent forest-piercing winged dragon, the fastest runner among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, ended up running himself to a broken leg and dying of exhaustion right here? Don't you think that's the most fitting death for him?
Haha, having said that, Zhuo Fan burst into maniacal laughter.
Everyone witnessing this couldn't help but sigh in fear. This guy was truly a devil. If you offended him and he didn't die, you'd definitely be tortured by him, living a life worse than death.
After taking care of one guy, dusk had already fallen. But Zhuo Fan didn't stop. He turned to Yanfu and said, "Bring out the box. Let's see who the next unlucky fellow is. This old man is just itching to start the next round." Hearing his words, Yanfu didn't dare hesitate, bringing the box forward and reaching inside.
Zhuo Fan once again took out a wooden slip and looked at the engraved characters on it. The moment he saw the number 2 appear, Zhuo Fan let out a cold snort, his killing intent growing thicker. HMPH, well, if it isn't a fated encounter, the next one this old man hunts is Yu Wushan. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden slip in his hand shot out, and fireworks once again bloomed across the sky. Yu Wushan, who was constantly fleeing on one side of the forest, upon seeing the 2 streaks of fireworks shoot up, instantly turned pale with fear. He hadn't expected it to be his turn so quickly, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it! Wasn't Lin Quanfeng supposed to be the fastest runner usually? How did Zhuo Fan find him so quickly and even butcher him? If you had just bought a few more days, wouldn't everyone have been saved? HMPH, a good for nothing is a good for nothing, useless in life, useless in death, totally worthless. Having said that, he immediately picked up his feet and ran forward, constantly feeling lucky in his heart, as his current location wasn't far from the Golden Formation Gate. Once he reached it, he could return immediately through the Formation Gate, and then he would be safe. Perhaps Zhuo Fan had just dealt with Lin Quanfeng and hadn't caught up to him yet. He still had time. As long as he was fast enough, he could survive. Alas, how could he have known that Zhuo Fan fundamentally had no intention of letting them escape alive? So this opportunity of his was just Zhuo Fan wanting to give them a sense of hope for survival, only to then drag them down to hell and torture them to death. Just like that, Yun Wushan kept running, and not long after, he burst out of the forest. Right in front of him, a formation gate appeared.
Seeing it, Yun Wushan felt his life force return, and he continuously laughed excitedly. "Haha, I'm here, I made it." Just as he was rejoicing over his survival, a deep, cruel voice suddenly reached his ears. "Just getting here now.
This old man has been waiting for you all this time." Looking over, he saw Zhuo Fan and Yanfu step out from behind a tree, their chilling gazes fixed on him. He couldn't help but feel terrified. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground,
staring at the 2 of them in disbelief. He couldn't understand how they appeared there, and how Zhuo Fan knew he would come here and ambushed him. As if seeing through his thoughts, Zhuo Fan didn't bother to answer his questions. He just let out a cold chuckle, took a step forward, and said chillingly, "Yu Wushan, the one who personally killed Ningguer, how should I let you die, I wonder?" Swallowing with difficulty, Yu Wushan, who was being slowly pressured by Zhuo Fan, was already scared to tears. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed for mercy. "Big brother, please spare me. I was just working for others. Dealing with that young lady was schemed by Leng Wucheng behind the scenes, and Huangfu Qingtian was the mastermind. I was just following orders."
If you want revenge, just find them. I'm just a small fry, a nobody. Just treat me like trash on the roadside.
When Leng Wucheng and the others heard this, their expressions immediately turned ugly. Damn it, this guy is such a coward, always eager to shift the blame onto them.
Yanfu saw this scene and also snorted disdainfully. Trisk, what? 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? In the face of life and death, they're all equally cowardly. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't pay attention to his words. A look of disgust appeared in his eyes, his killing intent radiating thickly as he said coldly,
"So, even your act of taking Ningguer's spirit essence was instructed by them." Startled and scared, Yu Wushan was covered in cold sweat, kowtowing for mercy. "They told me they wanted that young lady to die a miserable death. I was just following orders."
Right, that's right. I still have that young lady's spirit essence right here. I'll give it back to you now. Please spare my life. Saying this, Yu Wushan hurriedly took out a small incense burner from within his clothes. Inside it was a spirit essence bead, his eyes full of pleading. But the moment Zhuo Fan saw it, his expression instantly darkened. His heart aching unbearably, he furiously roared, "Yu Wushan, don't you know that if a spirit essence leaves the body for too long, it becomes completely useless?" THTH. That. Yu Wushan trembled slightly, his voice shaking. Unable to form words, he couldn't help but glare. A desperate look in his eyes, Zhuo Fan furiously cursed, "Damn it! You knew that, so why are you giving this thing to this old man? Do you think having your spirit essence ripped out is the most painful thing? Haha. That's only because you haven't seen this old man's methods yet." Zhuo Fan waved his hand and changed his incantation. Young Wushan immediately felt his body unable to move again, collapsing onto the ground in even greater agony. Zhuo Fan slowly walked up to him, a gourd mysteriously appearing in his hand as he chuckled sinisterly. "You, Wushan, you find it strange, don't you? How I can control your actions, and even know exactly where you are. Haha, today I'll reveal this secret to you. Actually, you guys weren't poisoned. Instead, I had a bunch of demonic creatures parasitize your bodies. These demonic creatures are mentally linked with me, so no matter where you are, I know it like the back of my hand." Zhuo Fan opened the gourd. Blood silkworms poured out of the gourd, one by one. His eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Yu Wushan desperately cried out, "So there was no such thing as a death game after all? From the very beginning you had already decided the outcome? Then what was the point of me being so full of hope, searching for keys, thinking I could win a chance to survive?" Zhuo Fan couldn't help but give a sinister chuckle. "You don't need to be so pessimistic. Actually, you guys still had a chance to win, because I wasn't necessarily in a hurry to catch the others. As long as I had someone to play with to my heart's content, the others would have plenty of time to find the keys and escape." "You? What do you mean by that?" Yu Wushan's heart involuntarily trembled, and a look of panic and unease appeared on his face as he looked at Zhuo Fan, who was laughing loudly towards the sky, a cruel glint in his eyes. Zhuo Fan chillingly stated, "This old man's meaning is very clear. This old man is going to play with you now." As soon as the voice faded, Zhuo Fan gently tilted the gourd, and the blood silkworms inside fiercely fell onto Yu Wushan, scaring him so pale that his face instantly turned white, and he shouted in horror, "Zhuo Fan, what do you want to do to me? Haha, still don't get it. I'll let you feel a death that's even more painful than your soul leaving your body." Zhuo Fan's eyes couldn't help but condense with a ferocious glint. Chap 358. A painful groan immediately resounded in everyone's ears. The blood silkworms kept wriggling, rushing into his body, causing him pain as if his body was being torn apart. In just a blink of an eye, Yu Wushan's entire body was covered with wounds caused by the blood silkworms. Fresh blood kept flowing out, and his face was twisted in pain as the blood silkworms invaded. His veins popped out, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tremble, wanting to bite his tongue and commit suicide. But he was controlled by the blood silkworms. How could he succeed? Zhuo Fan coldly watched him twist in pain, rolling around on the ground, groaning in agony, and calmly explained, "Too bad. These 1,000 blood silkworms were fed by me with blood, but how could that little bit of my blood make them full? So they often fight to the point of breaking their heads and bleeding just for a drop of blood, and their temper has gradually become fierce ever since. But now it's good. With your corpse here, they can have a full meal. Haha, their mouths are small but very sharp, and they like to bite and tear human nerves. That pain is probably 100 times worse than having your soul pulled out of your body. Not to mention they like to eat fresh, so they often eat while helping you stop the bleeding. You won't die so quickly, just slowly enjoy it." "Haha! Ah, kill me!" Yu Wushan gritted his teeth in pain and roared. But Zhuo Fan disdainfully curled his lips and said with a chuckle, "You have to know that the pain you're enduring is to buy time for your young master and the other guy. Isn't he your master? Aren't you very obedient to him? What's this little sacrifice, master, motherfucker? Go find them to settle the score. Why do I have to bear all the blame for them?" Yu Wushan was in so much pain that his eyes were about to fall apart, unable to hold back anymore, and roared, his face inadvertently sinking. Zhuo Fan showed a hint of gloom and said, "You don't recognize him as your master anymore? Then why did you listen to his orders and cause Ningzher to die so miserably before? You have to bear the consequences of what you did yourself. Just slowly enjoy it." Zhuo Fan smiled coldly, then ignored him, and went to the side to calmly cultivate. Yanfu looked at him from the side, his heart full of fear, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Look at that, how strong is the person in front of him, to be able to calmly cultivate on the side, in the face of someone's miserable situation. At this moment, his respect for him had increased even more. This butler Zhuo didn't hide his revenge at all. No matter how arrogant the seventh young master was in the past, no one had ever dared to use such cruel methods. But he didn't know that, although Zhuo Fan had long intended to confront the seventh young master, he had never thought of attacking these people cruelly. However, they chose to kill Zhui Ningxiang, which touched his bottom line. So to say, if they fought him head-on, he could have let them die a quick death. But he was a person who repaid grudges. If the enemy harmed him one, he would repay them tenfold, and not a single person involved could live. Time passed just like that, every second, and Yu Wushan's screams never stopped. After a day, Yu Wushan had been gnawed by the blood silkworms, and even the skin on his body was gone. His face was deformed to the point of being terrifying, a shriveled appearance. His whole body was red, but there was no blood flowing out, because the blood in his body had long been swallowed by the blood silkworms, but he still kept screaming in pain. Zhuo Fan looked at Yu Wushan's tragic state, and slowly walked up to him and mocked, "Look at you now, you're no different from a dried corpse soaked in water. Kill me, in so much pain." Yu Wushan couldn't bear it and begged. But Zhuo Fan coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "HMPH, it's only been a day. Continue to slowly enjoy it." Until the second day, all the meridians of young Wushan's body were corroded, leaving only piles of fatty muscles piled on the ground. Without the connection of the meridians, they became a pile of ruins. But young Wushan's pain didn't subside at all, and he still screamed hoarsely. At this time, Yanfu on the side couldn't bear to watch anymore. The terrible state on the ground made him want to vomit. He tried hard to hold back, looked at Zhuo Fan in shock, and said, "Butler Zhuo, his meridians have been gnawed away, turning into mush." Zhuo Fan grinned evilly, not paying any attention to Yu Wushan lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Don't be impatient. Starting tomorrow, they will start biting his bones." The third day passed, and Yu Wushan's muscles had been eaten clean, but although he opened his mouth to call out, he couldn't make a sound. On the fourth day, the blood silkworms gnawed all the way to Yu Wushan's bones. Time passed just like that. Day after day, Yu Wushan was completely corroded by the blood silkworms, and by the ninth day there was almost nothing left. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, the blood silkworms still didn't give him a trace of breath, letting him experience the feeling of his life being stripped away every second. And this tragic scene, the people in front of the town's national stone also slowly followed, and by the ninth day, some people couldn't bear it anymore and started vomiting. The people of the Nether Valley were also in fear, and they couldn't bear to look at Yu Wushan inside. On the ninth day, Zhuo Fan didn't want to torture him anymore, slowly came out of his cultivation state, walked up to him, and looked down arrogantly, like a lion mocking its prey in sight. Want to die? Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes at this moment, glanced at the miserable man, and said indifferently, "Remember, it's better to provoke King Yama than to provoke me." After saying that, Zhuo Fan let go, and thousands of blood silkworms fiercely surged out, completely corroding Yu Wushan, until not even a piece of bone was left. Yanfu was frightened when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but shiver. Yanfu took a deep breath and hurriedly brought the box to Zhuo Fan and said, "Butler Zhuo, please." "No need." Zhuo Fan waved his hand lightly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he said resentfully, "Wasting too much time with this kid. The real culprit is about to escape. Huangpu Qingtian of the number 1, you wait for me, no one can escape except you." After saying that, he once again shot fireworks into the sky, causing Huangpu Qingtian in the distance to inadvertently stop and look back. Seeing only one flower blooming in the sky, Huangpu Qingtian gritted his teeth and said,
"This demon is finally aiming at this young master. Ha ha! You Wu Shan, you did a good job." After saying that, he lifted his foot and ran forward. Because he had already reached the formation gate at this time, and with only a few more meters, he could escape. Thinking of this, he laughed excitedly. But it's too late! Being able to buy that much time from that demon, being sacrificed for this young master, can be considered a meaningful death for you, Zhuo Fan. Ah, you originally had a chance to kill me, but you created this game of death, and you're even going to kill me in the third round, giving me so much time to escape from here? Zhuo Fan, this time this young master will let you win a round first, but this young master is the real king, and sooner or later you will die in my hands. By that time, haha, outside, Leng Wucheng sighed in relief when he saw this scene. It seemed that Zhuo Fan didn't chase after the young master. As long as that was enough, there's still a chance for revenge, it's okay. But at this time, whispers rang out from behind. Could it be that Zhuo Fan didn't catch up? Is the young master about to win? Glancing at the people behind him, Leng Wucheng couldn't help but sigh. Your heart has been shaken by Zhuo Fan. If this continues, he will overthrow the reputation that the Emperor sect has accumulated for thousands of years. At the same time, inside Beast King Mountain, Huangpu Qingtian was standing in front of the formation gate, triumphantly holding the key in his hand and inserting it into the formation gate, laughing loudly. Ha ha! Zhuo Fan, this young master has won. This young master is about to return to safety. Unfortunately, at the moment he stood in front of the formation gate, tidied himself up, and wanted to step into the formation gate with one foot, a burst of pain struck, causing him to roll around on the ground in agony. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and he felt a little panicked in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuo Fan to be able to catch up to him here. Just at this moment, Zhuo Fan walked over from behind, with an evil smile on his face, and said coldly, "Ha ha, Huangpu Qingtian, did you really think that I would let you run away?" Hearing Zhao Fan's voice getting closer and closer, Huangpu Qingtian, unwilling to throw away the face he had always been so proud of, tried his best to crawl on the ground towards the portal. He had to survive, not only for his life, but also for his dignity as a king. He couldn't die amid the mocking laughter of others. He had to become the ultimate victor, revered for all eternity. But just as he was about to enter the portal and completely leave this place, Zhao Fan descended from the sky, slamming straight onto his spine, pressing him deep into the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Young master. The elders of the emperor-worshipping sect cried out in fear, watching Huangpu Qingtian, who was almost at the portal, his face filled with unwillingness. Zhao Fan, sitting on Huangpu Qingtian's back, revealed a cold smile. Huangpu Qingtian, if I let you get away, I'd be at a huge loss. Ha ha, Zhao Fan. From the metal gate to the fire gate is such a great distance. How did you manage to catch up? Huangpu Qingtian turned his head back, speaking with difficulty. But he saw behind Zhao Fan a giant bird with lightning all over its body, slowly descending. Yan Fu also jumped down from it. Zhao Fan laughed coldly, saying calmly, "Now you understand? Although I don't have thundercloud wings, I still have a thundercloud sparrow." The thundercloud sparrow is famous for its speed. Catching up to you in a short time is as easy as flipping my hand. Huangpu Qingtian gnashed his teeth in resentment. How could he have forgotten about this? He miscalculated Zhao Fan's speed, and he even wasted so much time fixing his appearance. This time when he returns, he will become a joke for all the families in Tianyu. Huangpu Qingtian was now free. Zhao Fan had jumped off his back, kneeling on the ground with difficulty, his face somewhat mournful, shaking his head and saying, "Zhao Fan, if that's the case, then just kill me, but this young master is destined to be a king. Even if I die, I must die with dignity." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhao Fan glanced deeply at him, laughing coldly. "Oh, you want to die but still maintain your face? All right, I'll definitely help you die in the most dignified way possible." Huangpu Qingtian's eyes panicked, and he quickly shouted, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Fan sneered, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Let me tell you, the most dignified way to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan suddenly leaned down and bit his ear, and then suddenly tore it off. A miserable scream erupted. "Ah, Zhao Fan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Didn't you want the most dignified way to die? Burying your corpse in my stomach?
Wouldn't that be more dignified than burying it in these mountains?
Zhuo Fan grinned, a hint of bloodlust radiating in his eyes. Those outside who heard this were terrified.
Could it be that the sky-soaring demonic dragon wants to devour the earth-shaking emperor dragon, Huangfu Qingtian? This is simply too terrifying. Such methods towards the enemy are the most cruel methods they have ever seen. Huangfu Qingtian's face changed drastically when he heard this, turning his head to look at the devil in front of him.
He never expected that Zhuo Fan would want to eat him alive. Huangfu Qingtian's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he said in fear, "Zhuo Fan, you devil, you want to eat me alive?" The corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, with bloodstains on his lips. After biting off Huangfu Qingtian's ear, Zhuo Fan's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and a look of madness and ferocity appeared on his face. "That's right, you're right. I was originally thinking about how to torture you to make you suffer the most.
But in the end, I decided to use this method to finish you off. It's not the most painful punishment. Yu Yushan died 100 times more painfully than you. And it's not the most humiliating punishment either. Lin Quanfeng died much more humiliatingly than you. But for you, the mastermind who caused Ningxire's death, I've decided to choose this death for you. Do you know why? Ha. Because this death makes me the most satisfied, eating fresh meat, drinking fresh blood. Only this way can I dissipate the deep regret I have for you and soothe the anger in my heart."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan once again bit Huangfu Qingtian's neck,
biting off a piece of flesh from his body. Unable to bear the pain, he threw his head back and screamed, tears streaming down his face, his skin contracting. Yanfu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids.
Taking a few steps back, not daring to look anymore, everyone outside, seeing this scene, couldn't help but tremble in fear. Only Chu Qingcheng, at this moment, understood what his actions meant. At this moment, how deep the regret for Huangfu Qingtian was,
meant that his heart was hurting just as deeply, hurting to the point where he had to use this beast-like behavior to soothe the wound in his heart, and couldn't help but feel distressed. The more painful Zhuo Fan was for Shui Ningxiang's death, the more her heart ached, not only for her own feelings, but also for Zhuo Yifan himself, biting her lip fiercely.
Huangfu Qingtian threw his head back and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, this young master is destined to be a king. If you dare to devour me, you will definitely be punished by heaven." Involuntarily smiling, Zhuo Fan calmly shook his head. "Punished by heaven? I've always defied the heavens. Not to mention that so-called destiny is just something people fantasize about. But even if you are truly blessed by heaven, so what? If anyone dares to oppose me, even the 9 heavens, I will tear them apart."
Saying this, he once again lowered his head, wanting to bite down, causing Huangfu Qingtian to clench his teeth in pain. But at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly rang out in Huangfu Qingtian's body, emitting a dazzling golden light. Seeing the golden light constantly emitting from Huangfu Qingtian's body, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He had used blood silkworms to seal Huangfu Qingtian's entire cultivation, yet he could still release such great power? But very quickly he understood. A golden dragon fiercely rushed out from Huangfu Qingtian's body, piercing straight through Zhuo Fan.
His eyes involuntarily contracted and he couldn't help but spit out some blood. Huangfu Qingtian, seeing this scene, was overjoyed, laughing loudly. "Ha, Zhuo Fan, you brought this upon yourself. A mortal like you dared to dream of devouring a king like this young master."
As expected, this young master possesses a heavenly destiny blessed by the heavens. Feng Chubai and Dugu Zantian exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of helplessness at the same time.
Feng Chubai, he didn't expect that the dragon soul would appear to protect its master. Could it be that Huangfu Qingtian truly has the destiny of an emperor, causing the dragon soul to stubbornly protect him?
Only Zhuo Fan curled his lip in disdain. Looking at the earth-vein dragon soul flying in the sky, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. A mere earth-vein spirit dares to oppose this emperor, truly tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue flame suddenly appeared on Zhuo Fan's forehead, burning brightly. Immediately after, the azure flame grew larger and larger, transforming into an azure bird, rushing towards the golden dragon.
Fiercely striking down, Huangfu Qingtian looked at Zhuo Fan in terrified horror. Trembling as he spoke, Zhuo Fan, just who exactly are you?
Just now I heard you call yourself this emperor. Who exactly are you? The golden dragon, in the moment it saw the azure flamebird, was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The azure bird immediately caught up to it, striking down with a claw. The golden dragon, which was fierce and powerful a moment ago, was now trembling in the claws of the azure bird.
Being brought back to Zhuo Fan, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Feng Chubai was surprised, shouting loudly, "That little brat indeed has a treasure in his body, and it's even more powerful than Huangfu Qingtian's earth vein dragon soul." Zhu Changfeng smiled at this moment, looking at Zhuo Fan with even more appreciation. On the other hand, Huangfu Tianyuan's face became increasingly gloomy. The stronger Zhuo Fan was, the greater the threat to the emperor-worshipping sect. But he simply couldn't understand. He was clearly just a little brat from a third-rate family, but he was full of treasures, making him unfathomable. Involuntarily sighing, it seems he has to find time to consult the Grand Priest. Thinking of this, Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't help but say in a sinister voice, "Just what is that little brat's background, that even the earth vein dragon soul has to bow down and acknowledge him?" But this question, Leng Wuchang didn't have an answer. Even he, at this moment, was showing a dazed look. It's true that man proposes, God disposes.
Even if Leng Wuchang was an unparalleled diviner, he could only calculate people's hearts, not the will of heaven. Could it be that this kid is also a child of destiny, with the qualifications of a powerhouse? Or is he related to an even stronger existence in the heavens and earth? Huangfu Qingtian turned his head and looked at the Qingdiao, which was constantly filled with fear.
Zhuo Fan looked at him with cold eyes and said contemptuously,
"You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know one thing. Offending me is the biggest mistake of your life." With that said, Zhuo Fan didn't explain, and in an instant he bent down, stretched out his hand to grab Huangfu Qingtian's throat, and cut it off completely. In an instant, fresh blood surged. Huangfu Qingtian's pupils contracted. Feeling his life rapidly draining away, the golden light in his body gradually dissipated. At the same time, the dragon soul in Qingdiao's claws was freed, but it didn't attack Zhuo Fan. Instead, it surrounded him. The golden color immediately flowed and drilled into Zhuo Fan's body, making him couldn't help but raise his face to the sky and roar. Before Zhuo Fan could react, a golden halo surrounded his whole body.
Qingdiao showed a hint of joy upon seeing this scene, nodded, and then drilled into Zhuo Fan's body. Huangfu Tianyuan was shocked when he saw this, and shouted,
"Monarch position shift. Dragon soul recognizes its master. Heaven and earth in turmoil." Huangfu Qingtian fell weakly in a pool of blood, his body becoming weaker and weaker. Looking at the brilliant golden light drilling into Zhuo Fan's body, his face showed a hint of unwillingness. In his heart, he kept roaring. That's his kingly potential. How can the destiny change positions? He is the future master of Tianyu, the master of the dragon soul. Return it to him. But his throat had been ruined by Zhuo Fan. He couldn't make a sound at all. He could only look at it mournfully. In the end, he couldn't bear it, and died completely, his eyes still showing a trace of unwillingness. And outside the Zhenguo stone, everyone carefully looked in Zhuo Fan's direction, their hearts filled with horror. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded at this moment, and the entire sky darkened without any sign. Lightning bolts exploded everywhere. The sky couldn't help but shake. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Only Zhuo Fan still raised his face to the sky and shouted. The golden light around him became even brighter.
"Prime Minister, what's going on?"
The yin-yang duo Lao's face was horrified, looking toward Zhuge Changfeng, and said, glancing at everyone. Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath, carefully looking toward Zhuo Fan, his face solemn. This old man once talked with the great high priest. According to his words, once the world changes, there will definitely be a big, earth-shattering event. It seems that Tianyu is about to undergo a major change. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and looked at Zhuo Fan inside again, unconsciously feeling a trace of fear. At the same time, in Suolong City, right at the headquarters of the Emperor Gate, suddenly the heaven and earth shook, causing the city to shake non-stop.
Gongfeng Huangpu Fenglei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, his face changed greatly, and he shouted, Where are you? What exactly happened? Reporting to the Great Gongfeng, it's not good.
The dragon vein is starting to riot. A profound heaven realm expert hurriedly came in front of him, kneeling on one side, and said, his eyes unconsciously contracted. Huangpu Fenglei looked horrified. How can that be? Our Emperor Gate has guarded the dragon vein for thousands of years, and there has never been a riot, now that one of the 9 dragon souls has escaped the seal. How can there still be a riot? We don't know about this. The other 8 riotous dragon souls are slamming into the seal, extremely ferocious. Just the sound waves that spread out have already suppressed and killed many profound heaven realm experts of ours. We're about to be unable to hold on anymore. Please give instructions. Great Gongfeng. His pupils kept darting around. Huangpu Fenglei frowned, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Pass down the order. Tell all the Gongfeng in the Emperor Gate to go to the sealing point to suppress the dragon soul. Those Gongfeng who are in seclusion are no exception. Once the dragon soul breaks free from the seal, the first to suffer will be our Huangpu family. Yes, this subordinate understands.
Hastily cupping his fists to accept the order, that person hurriedly went down to relay the order.
Huangpu Fenglei pondered for a while. This matter is too strange. Why did the dragon soul of the earth vein suddenly riot when it was peaceful and stable? In the end, unable to think of an answer, he lifted himself up and flew away. At the same time, in a small alley inside Suolong City, a group of people wearing black cloaks quietly hid in this place. Right now, the Emperor Gate's security is tight. How should we infiltrate? Elder Yan, a black-clad person, suddenly spoke at this time. It was the voice of a woman. Raising her head to look up, this was Lei Yuting.
And facing her was the Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Song.
Glancing at the strict security inside the city, Yan Song couldn't help but shake his head helplessly.
Even if we have concealment pills, we can pass the eyes of the Emperor Gate's guards, but inside there are still dozens of Gongfeng-like divine illumination realm experts.
Under their divine sense domains, I can't hide at all.
It's extremely difficult to sneak these people in. Even if it's even more difficult, we have to do it. Zhuo Fan has already said that later, in the battle with the 7 families, our intelligence work is extremely important. Especially since the Emperor Gate also has Leng Wucheng. It's important to grasp the news about his arrangement as soon as possible. Lei Yuting's pupils condensed, and she said calmly. Yan Song deeply glanced at her, sighed, and pondered for a solution. Right at this moment, a loud rumble suddenly rang out.
Misty, dark clouds covered Suolong City, and the entire city was only constantly shaking. Yan Song and the other were slightly startled, not understanding what happened, but suddenly saw teams of Emperor Gate's soldiers and horses heading towards the golden light. Most of them were still divine illumination realm experts. In addition, there were also profound heaven realm experts. Seeing this situation, Yan Song couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, it's really heaven helping me. Something big must have happened to the Emperor Gate. So all the divine illumination realm Gongfeng gathered, and even the profound heaven realm experts followed along. This time can be considered the most empty moment for the Emperor Gate. Lei girl, let's head in. Hearing this, Lei Yuting beamed and followed the crowd into the secret passage of the Emperor's Gate.
The troops following behind were each carrying a white bundle on their back, its contents a mystery. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital's royal city, the emperor was approving memorials, viewing intelligence transmitted from various places, and felt the rumbling explosion. The earth-shaking shock rang out, still holding a piece of paper in his hand, on which were written a few words that made the old emperor incomprehensible. Rivers and lakes all claim to be kings. The 2 dragons of heaven and earth unite as one. The heavenly dragon pacifies the difficult world. The earth dragon wags its tail, and the world is shocked. What does this mean? That old great high priest is giving riddles instead of explaining clearly? The emperor pondered for a long time, quietly thinking. Could it be that my Tianyu will be divided into 5 or 6 parts in the future, igniting smoke and fire? His eyes narrowed slightly. A light flashed in the emperor's eyes, and he said coldly, "No, I will definitely not allow that to happen. Even the heavens can't stop me." Inside Beast King Mountain, Zhuo Fan raised his face to the sky and roared for 9 days and 9 nights before stopping. Accordingly, earth-shattering lightning and thunder also rang throughout Tianyu for those 9 days. Only when Zhuo Fan stopped roaring did it stop. Dugu Zantian helplessly covered his forehead and sighed. He roared for 9 days and 9 nights, finally stopped. Feng Chubai on the side also carefully looked towards Zhuo Fan, his face a little unsightly. This abnormal phenomenon is related to Zhuo Fan. Could it be that it symbolizes that heaven and earth are bestowing kingship upon him? If so, he will become the biggest threat to the imperial family. Should he solve this fledgling bird here, or go back and ask for His Majesty's opinion, and then decide? Thinking of this, he sighed a little, falling into a dilemma on this side. Lang Wuchang seemed to see the thoughts on the faces of the two, unconsciously turned his head to look at Huangpu Qingtian and said, "Sect leader, wait a moment, when that kid comes back, you can join hands with the family head, and the remaining 3 families will rush up together to kill him. Eliminate the great disaster."
How can we do that? Feng Chubai and Du Gi U Zan Tian are both Shenzhou realm powerhouses. Attacking right in front of them? Isn't that just asking for death? Huangfu Tianyuan muttered in shock, slowly shaking his head.
Lang Wuchang sneered. "Sect leader, rest assured, maybe before, they'd try their best to protect Zhuo Fan, the Lucunio family's head steward. But right now, we're probably not the only ones who want that kid dead.
Your grief over losing your son, losing control, and killing that kid? That's the best outcome for everyone, right?" Huangfu Tianyuan's eyes lit up. Thinking for a moment, he immediately understood Lang Wuchang's meaning, nodding and chuckling. At this moment, inside Beast King Mountain, Zhuo Fan was secretly overjoyed. Body refinement with flowing gold, plus the Earth Vein Dragon Q. I've basically gathered all 3 ancient treasures for body refiners. Alright, next, I just need to refine the Dragon Kyo, merge with the Dragon Soul, and my physical body will be even more monstrous than Huangfu Qingtian. Thinking of this, he couldn't help glancing at Huangfu Qingtian lying in a pool of blood on the ground, sneering, "You still dare to call yourself the owner of heavenly fate, possessing the qualities of a king, huh?
Now you're empty-handed. Everything's been snatched by yours truly, including your destiny." But just as he said that, he suddenly thought of something.
Is the Dragon-Tiger convergence actually a sign of heavenly mandate? Or is it a calamity sent from the heavens? Ask yourself, what kind of emperor would allow someone called a future emperor, blessed by heavenly fate, to exist in the world? He couldn't help but sigh, looking at the sky. Looks like it's time to make the Luo family's forces public. Just then, a ripple emanated, and the golden pillar of light, thousands of miles away, suddenly shot straight into the sky. Yan Fu looked in that direction, exclaiming in fear, "Not good! Yan Bangi is about to escape." Zhuo Fan also looked over, shaking his head dismissively, his face indifferent. "Just a little brat, it's nothing." Hearing this, Yan Fu looked a little embarrassed, but said nothing, a hint of unwillingness flashing across his face as he glanced at him. Zhuo Fan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Do you have some beef with him?"
Yan Fu said nothing, only shaking his head slightly. Zhuo Fan chuckled, saying, "Rest assured, now you're my man, I'll definitely help you get it back." Yan Fu looked at him in surprise. Yan Fu pondered for a moment, looking somewhat dazed. "You've already escaped. How would he kill him for revenge?"
On the other side, Yan Bangi rushed out of the formation gate in shock, narrowly escaping. He panted heavily, and when he saw Yan Bangong, he was so excited that he teared up. When Yan Bangong saw him return, he hurried over to Yan Bangi. Not only Yan Bangong, but the elders of the Medicine King Hall also surrounded him at this time, sincerely comforting him. Yan Bangui still looked a little frightened, looking at Yan Bangong and saying, "Hall Master, this disciple escaped from the hands of that monster. It wasn't easy at all." But soon after, Yan Bangong whispered into Yan Bangui's ear, "Bangui, we just discussed it with sect leader Huangfu.
Later, the 4 of us will join forces to kill Zhuo Fan.
And when the time comes, you'll be behind us, taking his life. It'll also be considered a great contribution from you, erasing the shame of defeat at Beast King Mountain, letting the world see the power of our Medicine King Hall." Hearing this, Yan Bangi had just escaped from the gates of hell. How could he dare to face that demon again? He trembled in fear, his face showing some reluctance. Seeing him trembling in fear, Yan Bangong immediately flew into a rage, scolding in a low voice,
"Useless! Just scared by that little monster and you become this cowardly? We'll be there to protect you All we're asking you to do is take his life,
a good deal delivered right to your doorstep, and you still don't know how to pick it up.
Still a little hesitant, Yan Bangui finally nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Yan Bangong smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Now that's what I call a disciple of our Medicine King Hall. Ha ha, let's just wait for them to come out." Having achieved their goal in this way, everyone headed towards the town guard stone, waiting for Zhuo Fan and Yan Fu to step out. Inside Beast King Mountain, Zhuo Fan stood calmly in front of the formation gate, still slowly refusing to come out. Everyone looked on in puzzlement. Even Yan Fu was a little strange. Suddenly, he slowly raised his hand, muttering, "Looks like the time is about right." "Yan Fu, aren't you very unwilling to let go of Yan Bangui?" He couldn't help being stunned.
Yan Fu asked doubtfully, "Steward Zhuo, you..." Not waiting for him to finish his words,
Zhuo Fan laughed loudly, interrupting him, "Ha ha, to reward you for your performance this time, and also to welcome you into the Luko family. I, as the head steward, will fulfill your wish for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and began to count down. Yan Fu was completely confused, looking at him dazedly, while the people outside were equally puzzled. What is that kid up to? Why hasn't he come back yet? Leng Wuchang also became suspicious, looking at his actions in the town guard stone. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Shouting loudly towards the Medicine King Hall people, "Hall Master Yan, get away from Yan Bangui!" "What?" Yan Bangong asked in confusion. But it was too late. Inside Beast King Mountain, Zhuo Fan had counted to the final number.
Yan Bangui outside suddenly exploded, not even leaving remains, and at the moment he exploded, a disgusting, viscous green liquid emanated from his body, sticking to the faces of those around him.
In this way, those who were hit were immediately corroded, quickly turning into puddles of blood. Yan Bangong, following Leng Wuchang's words, was able to dodge out of the range of impact, but he still couldn't escape the horror, muttering in confusion, "Why, Yan Bangui suddenly self-detonated? What exactly is going on? What exactly happened?" But no one could answer his question, because no one understood the reason. Just then, Zhuo Fan's triumphant laughter echoed from inside the town guard stone. Yan Fu saw this scene, his eyes filled with daze, asking doubtfully, "Steward Zhuo, what's wrong with you?" It's nothing. I'm just laughing at those idiots. They really thought I'd spare them a way out, huh?" Not waiting for Yan Fu to ask, Zhuo Fan opened his mouth to explain. "From the beginning, I had everything planned out. Those blood silkworms are telepathically connected to me, so I had long since given them the order. As long as those 4 idiots leave Beast King Mountain, they'll self-detonate within 10 minutes. But it's all just my little game. It's really killing me with laughter. From the beginning, I was the winner in this game. A Shenzhou realm powerhouse exploding will also take the lives of many people standing next to him. As for who's standing next to him, haha, guess who? Alright, let's go back." Hearing this, Yan Fu couldn't help but tremble in fear. At this moment, he finally understood that Zhuo Fan's cruelty was truly terrifying. A moment later, 2 figures entered the red light of the formation gate, disappearing in an instant. Waiting for their next appearance, they arrived in front of the town guard stone. However, not waiting for everyone to come forward to greet them, instantly, Zhuo Fan heard a menacing voice boom out. "Zhuo Fan, prepare to meet your doom." Seeing this, Feng Chubai and Dugu Zantian were taken aback and rushed forward. But after only a few steps, they suddenly seemed to remember something, glanced at each other, and silently nodded, stopping in their tracks. Maybe this was for the best for everyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as they had planned, the moment Zhuo Fan stepped out of the Zhenguo stone, Huangpu Tianyuan charged like the wind, shouting, "Zhuo Fan, return my son's life." Sensing the powerful aura rushing towards him, Yan Fu couldn't help but falter, a look of surprise on his face. The 3 family heads behind him also unleashed their full power. Anyone else would have been scared stiff, but Zhuo Fan stood calmly, a wicked smirk on his face, and said coldly, "Sorry, if you want revenge for Huangpu Qingtian's death, you won't get it today." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard a loud boom, and a dark figure descended from the sky, its immense power instantly sending Huangpu Tianyuan and the others flying. Stunned by the failed attack, Huangpu Tianyuan roared angrily, "Who dares to interfere in the affairs of my Emperor Dragon Gate?" Zhuo Yifan, however, grinned triumphantly and called out to the dark figure, Long time no see, old Li. A sudden commotion surprised everyone, and they couldn't help but look over to see who dared to oppose the Emperor Dragongate and save Zhuo Fan. As the dust settled, they saw a sturdy figure with sharp eyes standing in front of Zhuo Fan, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to crush everything. This sight left everyone in awe. Someone recognized him as one of Tianyu Empire's top divine illumination experts, renowned for his powerful physical cultivation, where strength reigned supreme. In shock, they yelled, "Heavenly Fiend Mad Lord! Li Jingtian! Where have you been all these years as an honored guest of our Emperor Dragongate? Why are you protecting that kid now? He's our Emperor Dragongate's greatest enemy!" These words sent shivers down everyone's spines. The mysterious expert, the Heavenly Fiend Mad Lord, was indeed a legendary guest of the Emperor Dragongate. His incredible strength lived up to his name. Even Feng Chubai and Dugu Zantian's expressions changed drastically upon seeing him, and they couldn't help but frown. Feng Chubai, the Jade Ripple Sword God, was also somewhat hesitant with such a mighty aura. Dugu Zantian was sweating bullets, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why is he here?" But Luo Yunchang, upon seeing Li Jingtian, didn't seem frightened like the others. Instead, a hint of joy appeared on her face as she ran to his side and said softly, "Old Lai, I'm so glad you made it in time, or I was afraid something might happen to Zhuo Fan. Ha ha, don't worry, young miss. With Steward Zhuo's schemes and methods, he won't run into any trouble easily." Li Jingtian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Were their ears deceiving them? The Heavenly Fiend Mad Lord was calling a young lady from a third-rate family young miss, and referring to Zhuo Fan as Steward Zhuo. They couldn't believe that the famous Heavenly Fiend Mad Lord had joined the Luko family and become their guardian. Everyone was shocked. The Emperor Dragongate elders and Huangpu Tianyuan were furious. They had no idea when their family's honored guest had been poached. This was a slap in the face to the Emperor Dragongate. Huangpu Tianyuan finally couldn't hold back any longer, glaring and shouting, "Old Li, what do you mean by this? Even if you have some personal connection with that kid, you should still prioritize the interests of our family. Why are you stopping this sect leader from avenging Qingtian?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Li Jingtian chuckled coldly and said casually, "Ha ha, sect leader Huangpu, you're right. Of course, I have to think about the interests of the family. Therefore, as an elder of the Luo family, I've decided that I absolutely cannot let you touch a single hair on our Luo family's Grand Steward. Isn't that right?" Li Jingtian's words left everyone in silence. They never dreamed that this legendary devil would be subdued by a third-rate family. Even the 7 noble houses never thought they could make him work for them wholeheartedly. But they didn't know that this Heavenly Fiend Mad Lord wasn't working for the Lubio family. But because the Lubio family had Zhuo Fan, the Luko family benefited immensely from his protection, gaining more than many could hope for. The Luko family was just a nameless, third-rate family, but they had the devil Zhuo Fan, with his schemes, power, and ability to seize control. In just a few years, he revived a family on the brink of destruction and transformed it into a third-rate power. And soon, after today, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 noble houses. With Zhuo Fan there, even if the world changed, he could turn crisis into opportunity. Miracle after miracle, the Luo family would quickly become a powerful force. Huangpu Tianyuan stared at him strangely, stammering for a long time, unable to speak. Leng Wuchang then stepped forward and questioned, "Old Lengi, why did you surrender to the Luo family? HMPH, does that even need asking?" "I've always worked for my own benefit. The reason I left the Emperor Dragongate and came to the Luo family is, of course, because the Luo family has something the Emperor Dragongate couldn't give me." Li Jingtian laughed proudly and nonchalantly, but his words caused another wave of commotion as the surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. Was the prestigious Emperor Dragongate actually inferior to the Luo family? They had to admire his ability to win people over. Just how did he do it? Ignoring the surrounding whispers, Li Jingtian slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with pain as he looked at Zhuo Fan's missing arm. He couldn't help but tremble slightly as he stepped forward and embraced Zhuo Fan, his face stern as he said, "Steward Zhuo, give the order." Tilting his head slightly, Zhuo Fan swept his gaze over the people from the Emperor Dragongate and said coldly,
Everyone from the Emperor Dragon Gate here must die. These chilling words sent a cold shiver down everyone's spines, and they couldn't help but look at Zhuo Fan. This demon was actually so ruthless, wanting to eliminate the Emperor Dragon Gate here, but they didn't think that the heavenly fiend Madlord would be so blind to the consequences of opposing the Emperor Dragon Gate. Unfortunately for them, Li Jingtian immediately bowed his head upon hearing Zhuo Fan's words and shouted loudly, "As you command!" Li Jingtian turned to face the Emperor Dragon Gate, his killing intent undisguised, ready to carry out Zhuo Fan's order and massacre the Emperor Dragon Gate. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but curse. The people of the Luo family are all crazy, but they didn't want to get involved. They scrambled to get away, yelling, "Run! They're going to war with the Emperor Dragon Gate? They're insane. The people of the Luo family following Zhuo Fan have all gone mad."
Ignoring everyone's reactions, Li Jingtian immediately charged forward, attacking Huangpu Tianyuan and his group. As his powerful aura was unleashed, Huangpu Tianyuan and the others felt a choking sensation, and they had trouble breathing, unable to resist in the slightest, their faces filled with panic. But at that moment, with a loud boom, a figure in white suddenly appeared in front of Li Jingtian, unleashing a palm strike that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth.
The two divine illumination experts clashed, causing the air to vibrate, creating a violent explosion. After a brief exchange, the two quickly separated and retreated. Looking up, the person who had blocked Li Jingtian was none other than the Jade Ripple Sword God, Feng Qiubai. Obviously, he was the strongest one there, and he was the only one who could fight Li Jingtian. For the sake of the big picture, even if he didn't like the people of the Emperor Dragon Gate, he had to step forward to protect the overall situation. Feng Qiubai cupped his fist respectfully and said solemnly, "Heavenly Fiend Madlord Li Jingtian, your reputation precedes you. I am impressed." A slight smirk appeared on Li Jingtian's face as he looked at the man before him, a fierce fighting spirit rising within him, his bloodthirsty eyes revealing a hint of excitement. One of the imperial family's 5 great dragon guardians, the Jade Ripple Sword God, Feng Qiubai. "I've long admired you, and it's an honor to finally meet you. But are you standing in my way to test your skills against mine?" Hearing this, Feng Qiubai was startled and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Lia, I have no intention of being your enemy, but I must follow the imperial order to protect Yunlong City. If you want to attack the Emperor Dragon Gate, I can't stand idly by. Please, for my sake, don't cause any trouble."
Wouldn't it be better for both the Emperor Dragon Gate and the Luo family? Hearing this, Li Jingtian fell into thought. He had a point. Turning against the Emperor Dragon Gate would be a lose-lose situation for both sides,
which was not a wise move. But he couldn't disobey Zhuo Fan's order. Thinking this, he glanced back to await his command. Seeing this, Feng Qiubai's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He never expected that the heavenly fiend Madlord would hesitate and wait for the order of a mere steward. Thinking of this, he helplessly looked at Zhuo Fan, pleading, "Steward Zhuo, I know you're angry, but this isn't the place to settle personal grudges. Please don't cause a disaster that will destroy your family for your own sake." But Zhuo Fan just stood there cool as a cucumber, squinting at him, not saying a word, making his intentions crystal clear. He didn't give a damn what happened. Seeing that, Li Jingtian got the message. His aura instantly exploded, and he turned to Peng Yan, saying, "Peng Xiansheng, it's not every day I get to fight a master like you. I won't hold back, so I hope you'll give it your all too. If you lose, don't blame me for going on a killing spree here." Clutching his jade flute, Peng Yan also unleashed the aura of a divine illumination expert, looking at Li Jingtian indifferently. "Li Jiang, I'll say it again. I'm following the Emperor's orders. I won't let anyone cause chaos in Yunlong City." No sooner had he spoken than Li Jingtian moved. He formed a claw with his hand, gathering source energy in his palm, and gritted his teeth, roaring. Demonic Arts 3rd Style. Ghost Dragon Claw. Power equivalent. With a deafening roar, Li Jingtian unleashed his entire aura, bringing his claw down with a crushing force that seemed like it wanted to shatter everything. Peng Yan on the other side took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Li Jingtian to go all out right from the start, and with such a terrifying force at that. He swallowed hard, not daring to delay, and gripped his flute tightly, shouting, "Mystic Heaven Sword Canopy!" At his cry, The jade flute in his hand transformed into a sword flute, stabbing fiercely towards the dragon claw. In an instant, the two powerful streams of source energy collided, creating a deafening sound that then spread in all directions, turning everything into powder and dissipating into the air. When everything settled, Li Jingtian and Pang Yan were standing face to face, barely 5 meters apart, their expressions somewhat grave as they looked at each other. Jade Flute Sword God, Pang Yan gripped his jade flute, shaking his hand non-stop, and looked at Li Jingtian, frowning with a shocked expression. Li Jingtian's hand was now stained crimson with blood, dripping onto the ground.
Seeing this scene, Luo Fencheng muttered worriedly, "Did Lao Li lose?" Zhuo Fan shook his head, saying flatly,
"Not a complete loss, it's just that their skills are evenly matched. Neither can do anything to the other."
Just as he finished speaking, the jade flute in Pang Yan's hand shattered and fell to the ground. Pang Yan looked at the broken flute in his hand, sighing unconsciously, nodding. "Li Qiang, this flute has been with me for over 50 years. I never thought it would break today. I guess that means I lost by half a move."
Li Jingtian frowned, chuckling softly, and raised his bloody hand, saying, "This iron palm has been with me for 158 years, and today it was injured by you. I guess that means I lost a move to you."
As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked up and laughed heartily in unison. Li Jingtian was now filled with high morale, and he turned to Pang Yan and said, "Pang Qiansheng, the outcome isn't clear yet. How about we fight another round?" Pang Yan looked at the broken flute in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, nodding indifferently. "All right, if Li Jingtian is in the mood, I'll gladly accompany you." Hearing these words, Li Jingtian nodded, laughing loudly, and once again wanted to make a move. But at this moment, Zhuo Fan said coldly, "Lao Li, let's give Pang Xiansheng some face today, and not cause any more trouble. We'll settle the score with the emperor-worshipping sect another day." The moment he said this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. What did that mean? What did he mean by giving Pang Xiansheng some face? If it hadn't been for his words, these two divine illumination experts wouldn't have fought each other. They'd already fought, and now he was saying it was funny to give Pang Yan some face? However, Pang Yan didn't mind. He was quite satisfied. This guy knew when to advance and when to retreat, and he knew how to keep everything in his hands. Having achieved his goal, he nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, Li Aontiang, let's spar another day. Otherwise, your steward will get angry."
Li Jingtian pondered for a long time, and finally nodded helplessly, saying with some regret, "All right, if Steward Zhao has spoken, then this old man has no choice. Let's fight again another day." With that, he cupped his fist and turned to walk towards Zhuo Fan.
Just looking at his receding figure, Pang Yan frowned worriedly. The most terrifying thing had happened. A peak divine illumination expert actually treated Zhuo Fan's orders as a matter of course. His loyalty to him was absolute, and his ability to command was enough to make someone like Li Jingtian obey him.
Then wasn't the matter of subduing the Earth Vein Dragon unintentional? He really had the qualifications to become an emperor, possessing the mandate of heaven. That was too terrifying. Suddenly, at this moment, Zhuo Fan turned his head and squinted at Pang Yan, his words full of mockery. "Pang Xiansheng, the footwork you used to stop Lao Li just now was really fast." As expected of the Dragon Guardian, His Majesty made the right choice in sending you here to maintain order in Yunlong City.
Stumbling unconsciously, Pang Yan's expression couldn't help but be awkward and embarrassed. Of course, he understood the meaning in his words. He was implying that he hadn't made a move to stop the emperor-worshipping sect at that time, but had instead made a move to stop Li Jingtian, clearly intending to push him into a dead end. He was mocking him. That he was maintaining order in Yunlong City was just an excuse to use public office for personal gain. It was very clear that he was already considered an enemy by him. When he told Li Jingtian to attack just now, his real purpose was to probe his strength. This person was really too powerful. Regardless of whether Pang Yan understood what he said, this time he really took the Luo family's people away, but he didn't forget to leave a declaration of war against Leng Wuchang. "Let's go, Leng Xiansheng. I guess I lost a move this time.
But the fun has just begun. Let's take our time and play, haha." Leng Wuchang couldn't help but frown, his expression immediately turning grim, and he looked at Zhuo Fan with murderous intent. On the other hand, Zhuge Changfeng glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Leng Xiansheng, it seems like you've encountered a beast this time." With that, Zhuge Chengfeng turned and took the yin-yang duo away. The show was over, and he had seen what he wanted to see, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. Coughing unconsciously, Deng Jiyu Zantian swept his eyes over everyone and said majestically, "Well, everyone, for thousands of years you have not been allowed to bring the grudges of the 100 families' strife into daily life. If the 2 families have a grudge in this round, please resolve it in the next 100 families' strife." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately looked down on him without speaking.
Du Jiyu Zantian didn't look to see who was the first to have a grudge. He didn't stop him before, and now he stood up to talk about the Tang Emperor for what? However, at this moment, Luo Yunhai looked at the emperor-worshipping sect in a resounding voice. "Everyone from the emperor-worshipping sect, listen up. My Lupo family and you are irreconcilable. We will not rest until one of us dies." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Especially Zhuo Fan's allies were constantly worried. If they started a war at this time, they would definitely be dragged into it. This was not good. Wang Yifei looked at Zhuo Fan in a panic, shouting, "Steward Zhao, why is the Luo family's young master?" Zhuo Fan gave Luo Yunhai a deep look, and a touch of emotion rose in his heart. He didn't expect this kid to be able to declare war on the emperor-worshipping sect so aggressively because of his personal grievances. After pondering for a while, he suddenly burst out laughing and looked at everyone, saying with a smile, "The Luo family belongs to the Luo family. Is there something wrong with what our young master said? That's right, from today onwards, we are officially at war with the emperor-worshipping sect." Huangpu Tianyuan was not only not angry, but also a little happy when he heard this, laughing loudly and saying, "Ha, what's wrong with young people these days? Daring to open their mouths and be so arrogant, not taking anyone seriously. You think that just relying on a peak divine illumination expert like Li Jingtian can guarantee the safety of your entire Luo family? It's laughable. Perhaps you can threaten other families, but it's still too early to be on par with my emperor-worshipping sect. You can ask that old man to see how strong our emperor-worshipping sect is. The accumulation of more than 1,000 years is something you will never be able to match." Squinting at him, Zhao Fan declined to comment, smiling softly. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see." With that, he took all the people of the Luo family away. Only Li Jingtian lingered, turning his head to look at the emperor-worshipping sect and saying, "Having once been a steward of your esteemed sect, this old man kindly reminds you that even if the emperor-worshipping sect wants to touch the Luo family now, you have to think carefully before acting." As soon as he said this, Huangpu Tianyuan and Leng Wuchang were immediately stunned with anger. What qualifications did a third-rate family like the Luo family have to threaten them? The emperor-worshipping sect had stood firm for many years and was the leading family among the 7 families. Even the royal family might not dare to touch them, but at this moment, in front of everyone, a third-rate family dared to threaten them. It was really too arrogant. At this moment, the Luo family had an evil steward like Zhuo Fan guarding them, and a crazy peak divine illumination expert like Li Jingtian stationed there. Like putting on a new look, the strength behind them was unfathomable, making everyone fearful. And Du Jiyu Zantian watched Luo Yunhai leave, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It seemed that this time the father and son were on opposite sides. After today, he followed the orders of the emperor, and Luo Yunhai followed Zhuo Fan to resist the 7 families. And it would not be long before the father and son would truly face each other. After 3 hours, everyone finally returned to the Luo family's residence in Yunlong City. Zhuo Fan went straight into the room, slammed the door shut, and said coldly, "No one is allowed to enter." Zhao Luo Fencheng anxiously wanted to call out, but before she could finish speaking, Li Jingtian interrupted her. "Eldest miss, sometimes a man needs to be alone in peace. Don't disturb him." However, before they could turn around to leave, a roar came from inside the room. Hearing his heartbroken roar, Luo Fencheng couldn't help but cry bitterly. His heart was not open to everyone. He only buried all the pain and anger in the bottom of his heart. It was as if he would forever be alone in this vast world. And so, Li Jingtian and Luo Yunshang waited outside Zhuo Fan's room, his heart-wrenching roars echoing non-stop, until the next day when they finally ceased. Silence. Luo Yunshang stood there, her eyes swollen red, tears still wet on her face.
Just then, Commander Pang arrived from behind, sighing. "Miss, the Long sect leader and his people are requesting an audience. They usually send someone to inform us beforehand. Why come in person?" She frowned slightly, puzzled, but quickly realized something was up. Finally, she scoffed. "What's with this Shu Yu Xia family? Just a bunch of bandwagoners. Commander Pang, bring them here." Commander Pang nodded solemnly and left. Moments later, led by Commander Pang, Chu Bijun, Long Yifei, and Xi Xiaofeng, along with members of the three great families, entered. Seeing them approach, Luo Yunshang bowed slightly and said coolly, "Family heads, I apologize. Yunshang is preoccupied and cannot personally greet you. Please forgive me." "It's nothing. It's nothing. Where's Steward Zhuo?" Chu Bijun waved her hand, glancing around, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Luo Yunshang sighed and looked at the still closed door, saying profoundly, "The thing Yunshang is preoccupied with is this." Sigh, he's locked himself in there for a whole day, not seeing anyone. Who knows how he is now? It's really worrying. Hearing this, the three family heads were startled, looking over to see Li Jingtian silently guarding the door, his eyes closed. The three of them shuddered and hurried forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, old Li," but Li Jingtian ignored them, still standing there silently, not moving an inch. Long Jingyun, looking at the imposing figure blocking the door, couldn't help but lament. "With this ferocious guardian standing watch, even if we wanted to barge in, we couldn't. They'd probably be sent to the afterlife." Xin Tianshang was also sighing incessantly. As a martial arts fanatic, he aimed to increase his strength through combat, so he knew very well why Li Jingtian, a fellow martial arts expert, was so loyal. Zhuo Fan's strength. At this moment, he officially made Zhuo Fan his goal. He wanted to one day reach his level. The three family heads exchanged glances. Chu Bijun finally spoke on behalf of everyone, asking Luo Yunshang, "Miss Luo, would it be possible for us to meet Steward Zhuo?" But before Luo Yunshang could answer, Chu Qingcheng walked over from behind, heading straight for the room. Seeing this, Chu Bijun cried out in alarm. Qingcheng, Luo Yunshang, seeing her, grew even more angry, her hostility increasing. She raised her hand to stop her, gritting her teeth. "Pavilion Master Chu, what do you want?" Chu Qingcheng's expression was cold. She brushed her hand away and said coldly, "This is between him and me. Please don't interfere, Miss Luo." Chu Qingcheng walked past Luo Yunshang and headed towards the door, but was blocked by Li Jingtian's robust figure. Li Jingtian still had his eyes closed, and said coldly, "Pavilion Master Chu, Steward Zhuo needs peace and quiet right now. No one is allowed inside. Or, don't blame this old man for bullying the weak." Giving him a deep look, Chu Qingcheng knew she wasn't his match, and wouldn't throw an egg at a rock. Standing still, she knew that as long as she moved the person inside, she could definitely enter. Thinking of this, she loudly shouted towards the room, "Zhuo Fan, I have something important to discuss with you. Come out and see me. Don't hide inside like a turtle." Everyone gasped, hearing her scolding, their hearts filled with dread. Zhuo Fan's status was different now, with Li Jingtian protecting him, and he wasn't in a good mood. If they angered him, with his devilish disregard for the big picture, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But just then, the moment Zhuo Fan heard Chu Qingcheng's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said towards the door, "Old Li, let them in." "Understood." Nodding slightly, Li Jingtian received the order and no longer stopped them. Unimpeded, Chu Qingcheng stepped inside, but the sight inside shocked her. The man, who was usually so proud and unyielding, was now sitting alone by the window. His hair, who knows when, had turned white, his aura was gone, and he was enveloped in lethargy. His eyes were empty, and he was holding a cauldron containing pure essence. This person was none other than Zhuo Fan. Yesterday, after returning, he locked himself in his room, desperately gnawing at his pain. One night had turned his hair white. Luo Yunhai was shocked when he saw him, and couldn't help but cry out, "Big brother Zhuo!" But Zhuo Fan didn't respond, only looking blankly at the sky, and whispered, "Everyone, if you're here because of yesterday's declaration of war, you can go back. Yunhai may be young, but he is still the future head of our Luo family. His word is absolute. In the end, our Luo family will have a battle with the Emperor Gate. As for whether you participate or not, it's up to you.
Chu Bijun sighed inwardly when she saw his condition. She really didn't expect that when he wasn't in love, Zhuo Fan was as cold as a monster, only caring about benefits and having no feelings. But once he fell in love, he completely lost his mind, ignoring everything and becoming the weakest being. Thinking of this, she sighed helplessly. Such feelings could drive people crazy, controlling their hearts. Looking at him, Chu Bijun comforted, "Steward Zhuo, you can't be so down. The Emperor Gate affair absolutely cannot be acted on emotionally." Zhuo Fan ignored her words, snorting and dismissing them. Chu Qingcheng, seeing him become like this, couldn't stand it anymore and went to pull him away. "You come with me." Everyone was slightly startled. Not knowing what she wanted to do, Zhuo Fan didn't understand either, but he didn't care much, just letting her drag him away, quickly disappearing before everyone's eyes. Half an hour later, Chu Qingcheng led him all the way to the Huayu Tower's residence in Yunlong City. Heading towards her room, Zhuo Fan grunted and said sullenly, "Pavilion Master Chu, why are you dragging me to your boudoir? I'm in no mood to think about men and women right now." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhui Ningxiang's corpse lying on the bed and was shocked, rushing over to look. "This is Ninger's body, how could?" Before he could finish his surprise, his mind's eye saw a jade-green pearl on Zhui Ningxiang's stomach, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Soul-stabilizing pearl. That means Ningxia can still be saved." It is said that the soul-stabilizing pearl is the ultimate primordial spirit defense treasure, which has never appeared in Tianyu, and is a unique treasure. When the primordial spirit is seriously injured and the soul is dissipating, this treasure still has a miraculous effect on stabilizing the nascent soul, helping to condense the scattered soul into one place, effective on the soul essence. Zhao Fan's face lit up with joy. The sadness in his eyes was gone, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Later, as long as I find a magical pill to nourish her soul essence, and then merge the soul and soul essence to replenish the damaged nascent soul, I can help her come back to life." City Lord Chu appreciated it, but didn't let him finish. Chu Qingcheng's jade hand gently placed on his lips to stop him, blooming a beautiful, heart-stirring smile, and softly said, "Call me Qingcheng." Chu Qingcheng's eyes were filled with a deep smile as she looked at him. "Are you not feeling down anymore, huh?" Zhao Fan's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly nodded, saying, "Next, I just need to find a heaven-defying treasure that can nourish the soul to save Ling'er." Her eyelids fluttered slightly. Chu Qingcheng looked at him and said with a smile, "Do you know where to find that kind of rare medicine?" Slowly shaking his head, Zhao Fan shrugged slightly, but a look of determination appeared in his eyes. "I don't know, but as long as Ningxier's nascent soul is stable, we'll have time to look for it. Even if we can't find it in Tianyu, we'll have to look for it outside of Tianyu." Hearing these words, Chu Qingcheng felt a bit bitter in her heart. This man could give everything for Zhui Ningxiang, but didn't know what he could do for her. But her flower rain tower was saved by him, so out of gratitude and righteousness she should pay him back. So she thought she and he should break off after today. There was no place for her in his heart at all. Thinking of this, she sighed imperceptibly, but quickly hid her bitterness, and said gently to Zhao Fan, "Zhao Fan, what did you want to say to me just now?" "Ah, I wanted to thank you." He couldn't help being slightly startled. Zhao Fan looked at her strangely. Chu Qingcheng frowned and chuckled, saying, "So how do you want to thank me?" How do you want me to thank you?" Zhao Fan couldn't help being stunned, scratching his head awkwardly, not quite understanding. The corners of Chu Qingcheng's mouth curved into a mysterious arc, leaning close to him, and calmly said, "Close your eyes first." His eyelids twitched slightly. Zhao Fan glanced at her strangely, not quite understanding what she meant. But her eyes gradually became fierce, and he was frightened into closing his eyes tightly, a little uneasy in his heart. What on earth did this little girl want to do? A hint of affection flashed in her eyes. Chu Qingcheng gently approached and placed a kiss on his lips. Zhao Fan was ambushed by her, surprised, and wanting to open his eyes, but Chu Qingcheng quickly spoke up to stop him. "Don't open your eyes." His body inevitably stagnated for a moment. Zhao Fan, who had originally intended to open his eyes, carefully closed them again, a peaceful smile on his face. Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath, kissed his lips again, and whispered, "Hold me tight." Zhao Fan felt a little apprehensive in his heart, not knowing what to do.
But in the end, he did as she said, placing his hands on her soft waist, leaving her lips, quietly leaning into his arms. Chu Qingcheng's face was now full of tenderness. Her voice sounded infatuated.
I really want to go back to the time in the dilapidated house in Flower Rain City, when it was just the two of us.
Zhuo Fan. At this moment, I don't allow you to think about other women, especially Ningzhi.
Zhuo Fan's body involuntarily trembled unconsciously, nodding his head, sighing slightly, and as a result, the two of them stayed together like this, closing their eyes tightly, hugging each other for a long time, motionless, just like that year in that small house, leaning on each other's shoulders, peacefully sleeping, experiencing a life like a newlywed couple.
After a long time, Chu Qingcheng finally opened her eyes, gently stepped back, and said with a smile, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Zhuo Fan listened to her words, opened his eyes to look at her beautiful, heart-stirring face, a little lost in his heart, as if unwilling to part. His hands were still on her slender waist, not wanting to let go for a long time.
Chu Qingcheng saw this small action of his and chuckled teasingly. What?
You don't want to let go now? It's too late, Zhuo Fan. From now on, we're just business partners, nothing else. You stay with your Ningzhi, I manage my Flower Rain Tower, no longer involved with each other.
Ha, that's what I meant too.
Involuntarily chuckling dryly, Zhuo Fan scratched his head awkwardly, but in his heart he was inexplicably a little lost, unable to resist feeling a sense of loss, and involuntarily frowned slightly.
What she had just said was exactly what he wanted,
but at this moment, he was a little unwilling. He didn't know when he had become such a shameless man. He just felt his heart suddenly empty, uneasy, as if he had lost something. Squinting at her back, he seemed to still want to say something.
But at this moment, Chu Qingcheng coldly spoke.
Zhuo Fan, you should go back now. Maybe you'll quickly find a way to save Ningzhi. Hearing her words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but feel angry. His hands clenched into fists. She was the one who forced a kiss on him, and now she's the one kicking him out. Could it all be just an excuse for her to order him to leave?
She didn't want to see him like this. Just now they were still passionately kissing. But at this moment, they were like strangers, with not a trace of affection. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a little angry, secretly snorted coldly, without even turning his head, and coldly said, "If that's the case, Qingcheng, I'll take my leave." With that, Zhuo Fan lifted his foot and left. Waiting until she sensed that he wouldn't turn around, Chu Qingcheng dared to glance at his back.
At this moment, tears of heartache were streaming down her eyes. She could finally cut off this unrequited love. But these two smart people, in matters of love, didn't truly understand each other. One had always been a loner, never knowing what a woman's love was, and now, loved but didn't clearly know that the other person thought they didn't love them, deciding to cut off the relationship, resolving the worry for the other. So one gave up for love, and the other didn't see through their own heart, and just separated like this, not knowing when they could meet again. Affection is made by man. Fate is made by heaven. Whether they can meet again in the future depends on the creation of the two. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared behind her, emitting an old voice.
"Girl, remember the agreement between us. Once this little girl wakes up,
all matters and people here from now on will no longer be related to you, I understand. Please rest assured I'm happy as long as I see him at peace." Biting her lip lightly, Chu Qingcheng indifferently spoke. Hearing her affirmative words, the phantom looked at her for a moment, and finally disappeared again without a trace. On the other hand, after Zhuo Fan left, he kept thinking about Chu Qingcheng's strange actions. What on earth is wrong with Qingcheng today, always acting mysterious?
And also, the spiritual wings that can heal soul wounds, at least 9th grade or higher, are not easy to come by.
But suddenly, a voice transmission suddenly appeared in his ear.
"Little brat, do you want to save that girl's life? Go to the secret forest 50 miles south of the city. Who is it?" Zhuo Fan was shocked and expanded his divine sense to look around. Zhuo Fan widened his eyes in shock. Such profound cultivation, able to transmit a voice to him without leaving any trace. He finally understood why Qingcheng was so strange today. Could she be related to this person? But no matter what, he'll go take a look first and then decide.
2 hours later, outside the city, 50 miles to the south, Zhuo Fan finally arrived at the meeting point but not a single person could be seen. Just at this moment, a strange laughter came from behind him. "Ha ha, you've arrived!" Turning his head to look, only the phantom of a person appeared in front of him, unable to clearly see who it was, and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This person's strength was above divine illumination. Having reached the transformation void realm, the strength of the transformation void realm could separate the soul and body. Even if the physical body died, they could seize a body and be reborn. It was the realm of cultivating the nascent soul to perfection. Even a peak divine illumination cultivator facing a transformation void realm expert was no different from an ant, unable to withstand even a single blow. From body to soul they would be transformed. The gap between the two was truly too great. Squinting his eyes at that person, he remained silent, waiting for him to speak. The phantom carefully looked towards Zhuo Fan and laughed loudly. He, Zhuo Fan, today this seat must have you. Let's discuss the conditions." "Who are you?" Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to his words, asking a question. Shi Wuyu's phantom laughed strangely again, and calmly said, "Ha ha, I almost forgot to introduce myself. This seat is the sect leader of the Devil Tome sect, Shi Wuyu." Devil Tome sect, one of the 3 guardian sects? His eyes couldn't help but contract. Zhuo Fan exclaimed in shock. These 3 guardian sects had always only ensured that Tianyu wasn't invaded by foreign races, never interfering in the internal affairs of Tianyu, so his appearance here was too strange. Thinking of this, he looked up at Shi Wuyu and asked suspiciously, "What do you want with me?" "This seat said it just now. This seat must have you. Next, it depends on what price you offer yourself." Shi Wuyu smiled evilly. Zhuo Fan was a little confused. The Devil Tome sect leader didn't care about worldly affairs, so how did he know about him? But as if understanding his thoughts, Shi Wuyu spoke again. "You don't need to be surprised. Initially, this seat didn't know about your existence at all, because originally this time, this seat came to find Tianyu's #1 genius Huangpu Qingtian, but your appearance made this seat immediately abandon him and choose you. Hey, you should feel honored for that. You risked your life to defeat a strong opponent, and were lucky enough to catch this seat's eye." Disdainfully snorting coldly, Zhuo Fan refused to comment, curling his lips. "So arrogant, a mortal rank sect still thinks it's #1. Yo, you think being the demon emperor of the holy domain means I'd be honored to get scouted by some random human sect, please?" Seeing the mockery on Zhuo Fan's face, Shi Wuyu wasn't mad at all. He even laughed louder. "Ha ha, awesome. I, for one, dig your arrogant attitude. You've got that king vibe." "Alright, let's rephrase. I, as the sect leader of the demonic scheme sect, invite you to join. As for the terms, name anything you want, but here's the kicker. You can't refuse. What I want, I either get it or I destroy it. Get it? You and I are both demonic cultivators, selfish and only out for ourselves. I get it, but I'm kinda stuck here for now. Can't leave." "You mean the Luo family, right?" "No worries. I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, I'll personally come get you. If you need anything, the sect can help you out." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan fell into thought. This whole situation is a mess. If I had a strong backer, that would be amazing. Thinking this, he finally agreed. "In that case, I can consider it." Seeing his reluctant face, Shi Wuyu couldn't help but glare and complain. "Damn, are you for real? Why do you look like you're suffering a loss? Why the long face?" Lucky for him, his temper wasn't what it used to be, so he wouldn't hold it against him. Thinking this, he started laughing. "Ha ha, good, I like your greed. The more powerful you are, the greedier you get. Consider my words just now as me welcoming you into the sect, so it doesn't count as a condition. Now, name your condition." Furrowing his brow, Zhuo Fan chuckled and said, "Didn't you already know what my condition is?" Glancing at him, Shi Wuyu suddenly burst out laughing mockingly. "Saving that little girl, Zhuo Fan, with your ruthlessness and cruelty towards those like Huangpu Qingtian. I know you're a total villain, but I didn't expect you to be a love guru. But I hope you don't bring this lovey-dovey nonsense into the sect. I don't want to ruin you, and I don't want to ruin the sect. Got it?" Zhuo Fan understood the warning in his words. Sect rules were no falling in love, but he had always wanted that, and did not hesitate as he nodded. "I understand this better than you. This is the only time. There will be no more." "Then good, take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Wuyue threw something towards Zhuo Fan, reaching out and taking it, opening it in his hand. Looking at it, Zhuo Fan excitedly exclaimed, "A 9th grade spirit pill, a soul return pill. Not bad, you've got an eye for talent."
I really didn't pick the wrong person.
Nodding slightly, Shi Wuyu said calmly, "This soul return pill can heal injuries to the soul, consolidate the spirit essence, and prevent the primordial spirit from dissipating. Even I only have one. Now I'm giving it to you. Consider it a show of my sincerity. I hope you can contribute to the sect in the future and not let my actions today go to waste." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Wuyu disappeared with a shake of his body. In the forest, only Zhuo Fan was left staring blankly at the elixir in his hand. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath,
Zhuo Fan clenched the elixir in one hand and ran towards the Huayu Tower, straight to Chu Qingcheng's boudoir, and finally excitedly shouted, "Qingcheng, what's going on?"
"You found a way to save Ningguer."
Chu Qingcheng seemed to have already known what was going on. Watching Zhuo Fan running back panting, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Looking at her thoughtfully, Zhuo Fan frowned and said, "Did you know beforehand that Shi Wuyue would come looking for me?"
"Who is Shi Wuyue?" A slight tremor unconsciously flashed in her eyes. Chu Qingcheng said with a suspicious look. Seeing her suspicious expression, it was clear that she wasn't faking it. Maybe she really didn't know. Thinking of this, he said a little strangely, "Shi Wuyu is the sect leader of the demonic scheme sect. What's wrong? You don't know him? Then how did you know that I would definitely be able to quickly find a way to save Ningguer?"
"Someone told me, but I can't tell you who that person is. And don't ask." Chu Qingcheng smiled and said, "But now the most gratifying thing is that Ningguer has finally been saved. Everything else doesn't matter. Isn't that right?" She glanced at him inquisitively.
Zhuo Fan pondered for a while and finally nodded and said, "You're right. As long as Ningguer is saved, even if this old man has to sign a contract to sell himself, it's not a big deal at all."
Couldn't help but laugh. Zhuo Fan hurriedly went to Shui Ningxiang's side, helped her up, and brought the spirit essence back into her body once again,
then gave her the soul return pill. In just a moment, waves of surging undulations oscillated around Shui Ningxiang's body, and the surrounding spiritual energy also frantically converged towards her, rebuilding her soul. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan finally took a deep breath, with a happy expression on his face. But what he didn't notice was that at the moment he was overjoyed at saving Shui Ningxiang, Chu Qingcheng on the side had turned her eyes to a distant place, her body filled with strands of reluctance. Shui Ningxiang had finally recovered very quickly, and was able to escape from her desperate state, so she could rest assured that she could leave, and there was nothing else on her mind. Zhuo Fan was still immersed in the joy of saving Shi Ningxiang, and didn't pay attention to Chu Qingcheng, unaware of the suffering in her heart.
Zhuo Fan then said to Chu Qingcheng, but didn't even spare her a glance, "Qingcheng, quickly send someone to inform Ningguer's family. I think she's about to wake up, and she'll definitely want to see her family." Chu Qingcheng forced a bitter smile and nodded sourly. "Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the message." You're really thoughtful." The sarcasm in her words was too obvious. Unfortunately, Zhuo Fan was now preoccupied with Shi Ningxiang's impending awakening.
Not hearing any of the meaning in her words, he just kept nodding, not even looking at her. Chu Qingcheng sighed inwardly and stepped out.
The person was chosen by her, and the deed was done by her, so at this moment she could only endure it, and couldn't express it to anyone.
Not long after, the people of the Shui family, and also Shi Tianyang, were all present in Chu Qingcheng's boudoir. Looking at Shui Ningxiang's improving condition, the Shui family couldn't help but say excitedly,
"Ningguer has been saved."
Shui Tianyang was so happy that he was about to cry at this moment, sobbing and saying, "Ningguer!" Zhuo Fan also stood there happily looking at everyone, but at this moment, Shui Dingshan went to block in front of him, his face full of suffering.
"Butler Zhuo, can we talk somewhere else?" Zhuo Fan was stunned, looking at the person in front of him, Ningguer's grandfather. Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan lifted his body and walked out of the room with Shui Dingshan. However, as soon as the two of them walked out of the room not far away, Zhu Dingshan suddenly turned around and knelt down in front of Zhuo Fan, saying, "Butler Zhuo, I beg you to let go."
His body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Zhuo Fan looked at him strangely and asked suspiciously, "Old Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Dingshan pondered for a while and pleaded with tears. "Butler Zhuo, you are a hero who achieves great things. Our Zhu family is too small to withstand the power struggles of you big shots." This old man understands very well in his heart that this time it was thanks to Butler Zhuo's best efforts to save Ningxia and turn the crisis into safety.
But this old man is not willing to let Ninger be in danger again. Please let go. What he said was that Shui Ningxiang was in danger because of Zhuo Fan, but he seemed to have forgotten that if Shui Ningxiang hadn't followed them here, she probably would never have met Zhuo Fan in her life. Not to mention, it was they who agreed to let Shui Ningxiang enter a dangerous place of struggle like Beast King Mountain, but they didn't have the ability to protect her. So what qualifications did they have to blame Zhuo Fan? It was because she insisted on clinging to Zhuo Fan, ignoring her own safety, and even she didn't realize that she had to protect herself, and no one had the obligation to ensure her safety. In other words, most of the tragedy that happened today was because she went into a dangerous place without measuring her own strength. The rest was because the Zhu family didn't teach her, and let her recklessly stick her head into the trap. As things stood, the people they should blame were their entire Zhu family, and they had no qualifications to blame others. But Zhuo Fan really thought that something had happened to Shui Ningxiang because of him, so he went crazy in Beast King Mountain. Shu Dingshan's words were very clear. They didn't want to be implicated by him. He was stunned for a long time without speaking, and pondered for a long time, but he couldn't let go. Ningxia is awake. At this moment, Xie Tianyang suddenly shouted loudly.
Zhuo Fan and Zhui Dingshan were shocked for a long time, and didn't continue the topic, and hurried into the room. Zhu Dingshan looked at Zhu Ningxiang, sitting blankly on the bed, and happily exclaimed, "Ninger!" But at this time, Zhu Ningxiang blankly looked at the excited people in the room, with a suspicious look on her face, and said, "Who are you? And who are you? Where is this?"
Involuntarily startled and shocked, everyone was nervous in their hearts. "What's wrong with Ninger?" Zhuo Fan knew the worries in their hearts, and quickly waved his hand to explain. "Everyone doesn't need to rush. Ninger's primordial spirit has been injured, and now it's like a newborn baby. It's normal to forget a little bit of what happened before, but the spirit essence is still the same as before. Then she is still the Ninger of the past, and there won't be any changes." Hearing these words, everyone was relieved. Zhu Gang nodded slightly. "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhu Dingshan also breathed a sigh of relief.
For a simple little girl like her, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
At this moment, for the Zhu family, it was good enough for Shu Ningxiang to be alive, and nothing else mattered.
"Ninger, I'm your father!"
Zhu Wanlong pointed at himself and said excitedly,
"Ninger, I'm your grandfather."
Shui Dingxian went to Shui Ningxiang's side, and his hands trembled as he took her hand and said, "Ningxia, I'm your big brother Shui Gang. Ningxia, I'm your second brother Shui Lin." Everyone squeezed in front of Shui Ningxiang and were busy claiming their kinship. Finally, Shi Tianyang also came forward and said with a strange smile, "Ninger, don't you remember? I'm your husband." As soon as he said this, everyone was startled and looked at him together. But there was no reaction. The people of the Shui family knew that Shi Tianyang had feelings for Shui Ningxiang, and moreover, the Shui family owed the Sword Marquis mansion a debt of gratitude, so it was a good thing to have their protection. So they closed their mouths and didn't refute. Zhuo Fan's face immediately darkened, and he warned coldly,
"Shi Tianyang, if you dare to take advantage of Ningxia's amnesia
and take advantage of her, be careful, I'll beat you up." Shi Tianyang's face turned red, and he lowered his head in shame.
Shui Ningxiang chuckled, covering her mouth with a hand. Shi Tianyang looked at Zhuo Fan with a somewhat embarrassed expression, whining, "Now I've lost face in front of Ningxia again. Even if I can't beat you, what if I fight you for Ningxia's sake?"
Hearing his words, Shui Ningxiang hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "Wait, if you can't beat him, why are you going to get a beating? If it's because I laughed at you earlier, please don't mind it. I didn't mean to."
"Heh, classic. You really are still the Ninger I knew from before. Even if you forget who I am, you're still so kind and caring." Shi Tianyang gazed deeply at her, sighed, but then happily said. At this time, Shui Ningxiang finally noticed Zhuo Fan standing behind him, looking at him as she spoke. Who are you again? They're all rushing to introduce themselves to me. Why haven't you said anything? Everyone simultaneously looked toward Zhuo Fan, complex emotions flashing across their faces, understanding the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Recalling how Zhu Dingtian had once bowed his head and begged Zhuo Fan, their eyelids twitched slightly. With a helpless chuckle, Zhuo Fan said, "I'm a bad guy. I used to eat people and even harmed you." "What? You ate people and harmed me?" Why, Zhui Ningxiang shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this, her face showing a look of horror. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan smirked and said softly, "You're evil, harming people. Why would there be so many reasons? So, little girl, you should stay far away from me in the future." Saying this, Zhuo Fan suddenly turned around and left, sighing in his heart, "Farewell, Ningyer." Everyone watched his desolate back, offering helpless, bitter smiles. For them, only this way could Zhui Ningxiang be safe. Zhui Dingxian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zhuo Fan is truly a heroic figure, able to pick up and let go. Zhui Ningxiang watched that figure gradually depart, a sense of inexplicable sadness welling up in her heart, murmuring, "Why does seeing this bad guy make my heart ache so much? Bad people only bring suffering to others." Xian Tianyang stepped forward and embraced her, softly comforting her. "Promise me, Ningxianyer, don't think about the past anymore." Hearing this, Xuan Ningxiang nodded. Xie Tianyang also breathed a sigh of relief. This is the best outcome. Zhuo Fan is willing to let go, as Xue Ningxiang can also forget. If there's no more contact in the future, Xue Ningxiang won't become Zhuo Fan's sacrificial pawn anymore. Zhuo Fan stepped out of the room, calmly looking up at the sky, murmuring, "The wind is rising." Just then, Xi Tianyang came from behind, sighing, "Thank you. Thank you for what? Our goals are the same, aren't they?" Zhuo Fan didn't turn his head, his eyes still looking into the distance, speaking indifferently. After a moment of silence, Xi Tianyang slowly walked up to Zhuo Fan, placing something into the palm of his other hand. "Here, returning this to you." His eyes couldn't help but constrict. Looking at the thundercloud ring in his hand, his face immediately turned ugly. Zhuo Fan's hand trembled slightly as he held the object, a hint of coldness appearing. They were trying to sever all ties with him, his face showing a hint of helplessness. Shen Tianyang sighed and said, "Zhuo Fan, in the end we are not the same kind of people. You are a hegemon, wanting to compete for the world. We are just ants, wanting to live peacefully. We don't want to enter your glorious world, and you shouldn't disturb our peaceful lives. I and the Zhu family have discussed it, and we will lead them into seclusion in the mountains tomorrow, no longer asking about worldly affairs. The second son of the Sword Marquis Manor, I won't be any more either. For Ninglayer, you can do this much. It's truly rare." His hand clenched tightly. Zhuo Fan said coldly, "I hope you can live peacefully. Borrowing your words of good fortune, I also hope that one day you can become the hegemon of the world, forging eternal achievements." The corners of his mouth slightly raised, Xi Tianyang glanced at Zhuo Fan and smiled. "All right, let's give each other one last hug." But before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan had already turned his back and left. Looking at his back, he had no choice but to sigh, saying aloud, "Let's sever all ties, never contacting each other again." Zhuo Fan replied coldly, "So be it." The intimate bond, the deep friendship of the three of them, forged from their life and death experiences in the Myriad Beast mountain range, was discarded behind them after this day. If they had known that they would fall apart, they would rather not have been together in the beginning, so that now each of them would not carry a secret pain that they could not express. From now on the road ahead, hopefully they will never meet again. After his conversation with Xi Tianyang, Zhuo Fan went alone to a nearby cliff, gazing at the distant sky. Pondering over the events that had just occurred, just then, Chu Qingcheng came from behind, intently looking at Zhuo Fan's back, saying, "Xi Tianyang returned those 2 rings to them, huh?" Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan looked at the 2 thundercloud rings in his hand, a hint of pain appearing. "Qingcheng, you're very right. A heartless and unrighteous person like me doesn't deserve to be loved by any woman, nor does he deserve to have any brothers treat him sincerely.
Am I destined to be lonely for the rest of my life? Chu Qingcheng was slightly startled, wanting to say something. But Zhuo Fan had already thrown away the 2 thundercloud rings in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination. Starting from today, in my eyes, there is only this world.
Saying this, Zhuo Fan didn't turn his head, unhesitatingly lifting his feet and leaving.
Looking at his lonely back, Chu Qingcheng suddenly felt a hint of sadness. She thought that as long as Xu Ningxiang was rescued, and he had confidants by his side, he wouldn't be lonely all the time anymore. But she never expected that they would actually sever all ties with him. But without the 2 of them, he wouldn't be so lonely. He still has her, Luo Yunsheng, and the people of the Luo family. He's not as lonely as he thinks he is. It's just that he doesn't want to put them in a position as important as Ji Tianyang and the other guy.
Zhuo Fan returned to Yunlong City, the residence of the Luo family, and the sky had already begun to darken. But all the people of the 3 great families hadn't left yet. Seeing them, Zhuo Fan bowed his head politely and said, "Greetings, family heads. I had some things to deal with earlier, but now that they're resolved, we can discuss things now." Seeing Zhuo Fan return to his usual state, Chu Bijun couldn't help but smirk, pleased. It's still Chu Qingcheng who has a way, but she didn't know what method she used to make him cheer up again. It didn't matter anymore. He's currently the key to the struggle between the forces. As long as he can cheer up by whatever means, there's no need to pay attention to it. Luo Yansheng saw him return and hurried over to ask, "Zhuo Fan, you had me so worried these past few days."
Everything's in the past now, Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, turning to the family heads of the 3 great families, speaking seriously.
"Everyone, I know what you're worried about. That our declaration of war against the emperor-worshipping sect yesterday was just a rash action that would ruin the overall situation, right? But now I want to tell you, only by immediately tearing our face with the emperor-worshipping sect, by opposing them, can our path go further." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, confused, and uncomprehending. Shouldn't we be safe and sound, so why is it that only after starting the war can we go further?
They didn't understand his meaning at all, seeming to understand their thoughts. Zhuo Yifan smirked and explained, "In fact, the general trend of the world is never unchanging. Between war and peace, yin and yang are constantly shifting. War is not necessarily unsafe, and peace is not necessarily peaceful. Everything moves according to the overall situation."
The current situation has changed since the 100 schools of thought contending. Now you can think about what happened to the 100 schools of thought contending. Our enemies have also undergone changes. At this time, starting a war with the emperor-worshipping sect is the best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone seemed to understand, couldn't help but glance at each other and nod.
Chu Bijun was the first to speak to Zhuo Fan.
"Steward Zhuo wants to form a balance of power, but where do we get the strength to confront the emperor-worshipping sect?" Involuntarily smiling, Zhuo Fan revealed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Remember what I said before?
For 10 years I've told you all that you'd see a completely new Luo family. But now, we won't even need 10 years. Right now, I can present a Luo family strong enough to be your pillar of support, soaring right before your eyes.
We'll keep the Emperor Gate in check."
Chu Bijun couldn't help but narrow her eyes in thought. The meaning in his words was clear. The Luo family could now challenge the Emperor Gate all on their own. But how could that be possible? Suddenly, Chu Bijun remembered something, and her expression brightened. That's right, the Luo family now has the mad venerable Tian Kang guarding them. They even managed to pull in a peak divine illumination expert, so what's impossible? Thinking this, Chu Bijun no longer hesitated. With a laugh, she respectfully said, "Haha, if Steward Zhuo already has victory in hand, then we must also prepare to fully cooperate with Steward Zhuo's actions." At first, I thought Steward Zhuo acted rashly in his anger. But I never imagined that even in such a situation, Steward Zhuo still thought so deeply. It truly makes one admire you. Zhuo Fan quickly bowed, humbly saying, "Oh no, Elder, you praise me too much. The main business is done. Things finally have a direction." With a slight smile, Chu Bijun turned to Zhuo Fan and said, "Then we'll take our leave first."
With that, she led the people from the three great families away. After only the Luo family members remained in the courtyard, Luo Yunhai finally stepped forward, a bit nervously speaking. Big brother Zhuo, yesterday's declaration of war against the Emperor Gate was my idea. At that time, I was just angry that they set such a treacherous trap for you, but I didn't know there were so many implications. Haha, if you knew that much, you'd be the family head by now.
Unconsciously shaking his head with a smile, Zhuo Fan suddenly became serious. He turned to Luo Yunhai and solemnly said, Yunhai, you've been training with Dugu Zantian for quite some time now. Leading troops and setting formations has become second nature to you, but this can only make you a talented commander. It's not enough for you to bear the responsibility of a family, to become a true leader.
3 years from now, as per his agreement with Shi Wuyue, he definitely has to leave. So if he doesn't quickly nurture Luo Yunhai now, what will happen when he leaves? How can these two Lupo family siblings suppress these fierce and murderous individuals? Thinking this, his expression immediately turned grave, and he said to Luo Yunhai, Now is the time. I will officially impart to you the imperial art of schemes and the great yin-yang grand scheme. The three great families left the Luo family's residence and split up, leading their own people away. Aside from the three old-generation family heads who could understand Zhuo Fan's intentions, everyone else was confused and bewildered. Father, what were they talking about just now? Why couldn't I understand anything?
Long Xingyin, walking behind Long Yifei, couldn't help but ask. Suspiciously, Long Yifei smiled mysteriously, raising his head arrogantly and speaking, Stinky brat, this concerns the grand scheme of things, the general trend. If you could figure it out, you'd be the family head by now.
Long Xingyin was stunned upon hearing this, the shock in his eyes deepening. Is the knowledge here so profound?
So, Zhuo Fan saw through it from the very beginning, and we only realized it under his reminder.
That's right, Zhuo Fan is truly a rare prodigy. I really don't know what his background is. To have the vision of a high-ranking individual at such a young age, no wonder even Leng Wu Chang fell into his hands.
A glint flashed in his eyes, and Long Yifei sighed, praising silently. Hearing these words, Long Xingyin deeply understood just how powerful Zhuo Fan was. They were all people of the same era, but his capabilities were far stronger than theirs. Deep schemes, immense power, and a thorough understanding of people's hearts. This person was truly the real strong one. On another note, back in the Luo family's courtyard, when Luo Yunhai heard that Zhuo Fan wanted to personally teach him, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Everyone could see that Zhuo Fan's schemes were unfathomable. There was nothing others couldn't think of, and nothing he couldn't do. So Luo Yunhai truly hoped to learn many things from Zhuo Fan and share the burden with him. He narrowed his eyes. Looking at him, Zhuo Fan spoke coldly.
Yunhai, do you know who our allies, our backing, and our enemies were before? Luo Yunhai pondered for a moment, then finally replied, Our allies were Huayu Lu, Jianhu Mansion, and Qianlong Pavilion. Our backing was the imperial family and my foster father, old Marshal Dugu. Our enemies were, of course, the people from Emperor Gate. And what about now? Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, then continued to ask, causing Luo Yunhai to be stunned. A hint of confusion flashed in Luo Yunhai's eyes. Isn't it still the same now?
No, it's changed. Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head, explaining seriously.
Yunhai, you must remember, people are all for their own benefit. All relationships, enmity or friendship, are illusions. The only thing that truly binds everyone together is benefit. Yin and yang generate each other. Yin and yang counteract each other. Between the shifting yin and yang, enemies and allies switch roles. If one sees the grand scheme, both sides will benefit. Once you mistake friends for enemies, or enemies for friends, you'll suffer a terrible defeat. This is the great yin-yang grand scheme. If you want to become a family head for a generation, you must grasp it well. Luo Yunhai fell into thought upon hearing these words, finally calmly nodding. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan continued, Take this 100 families contention as an example. Before the 100 families contention, the imperial family and the marshal were our backing because we had common interests. But after I obtained the Earth-Vein Dragon Soul, no imperial family would allow someone carrying an Earth-Vein Dragon Soul to walk freely. Feng Chubai and the old marshal are aligned with the imperial family. Although they were friends before,
Now they are at most neutral, and they could turn into enemies at any time, so we must be wary.
You must remember this.
Luo Yunhai unconsciously fell into shock and fear.
He truly hadn't expected that in just a few short days, the situation would change so drastically. Even his respected foster father could become his enemy at any time. This was truly hard to accept. Regardless of whether he could accept it or not, the current situation was set. He could only accept it as such. Zhuo Fan continued to explain. As for the Emperor Gate, they are still our enemies now, but we must be qualified to become their enemies. If we no longer have backing, the Emperor Gate could crush us at any time. Of course, now we are no longer afraid of them,
but once war breaks out, both families will suffer severe losses. In the end, a third party will benefit. This is what we don't want to see. So we declared war first, finding a way to show them our strength. If the cost is too high, they won't be foolish enough to start a war. The imperial family is the same. This will form a tripartite balance. And in the imperial court, Zhuge Changfeng, Dugu Zhantian, and the emperor have long since formed a tripartite balance to restrain and maintain equilibrium. If that's the case, we'll be temporarily safe, just waiting to find some blind idiot to break this deadlocked situation and take the benefits within. Then, the world will be in our grasp. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. They wouldn't have dreamed that a small third-rate family like the Luo family would now be directly aiming for the world, as if he could see their thoughts. Zhuo Fan burst out laughing. Ha ha! In this world, the weak will be bullied, and the strong will be coveted. No one or no family can just mind their own business. If you want to live a peaceful life, you can only constantly grow stronger, so strong that everyone can't reach you. As his words fell, a glint of battle intent appeared in the eyes of the Luo family members. That's right, they wanted to grow stronger. And they had to grow stronger, not just to protect the family in peace, but also to avoid the danger of being coveted by others. What he wanted now was to expand the Luo family, to make the Lucero family as strong as possible, so no one would dare to touch them. Only then could they truly protect themselves, because he didn't want anyone beside him to suffer the same tragic fate as Zhui Ningxiang. One misstep was more than enough. Thinking this, he immediately instructed Luo Yunhai and the others.
Let's go, we're returning to Fenglin City.
At dawn the next day, outside Yunlong City, Dugu's army was preparing to depart for the imperial capital to carry out imperial orders.
Luo Yunhai, after Zhuo Fan explained the current situation of the noble families, decided to see off Dugu Zhantian and his 5 sons before returning to Fenglin City, so he was also present. Hearing Luo Yunhai's intention, Dugu Feng said with a little reluctance, Yunhai, do you really want to return to the family and not follow foster father to battle and kill enemies?
Luo Yunhai nodded slightly, smiling seriously as he spoke. Foster father still has 4 senior brothers to help him, but Yunhai is the Luo family's only son. Logically, I should advance and retreat with the family. Please, foster father, forgive me. Dugu Zhantian sighed, nodding and saying, Yunhai, you've grown up. You're truly worthy of being a soldier trained by this old man. Luo Yunhai hesitated for a moment, then finally clasped his fist and respectfully said to Dugu Zhantian, Foster father, thank you for 5 years of teaching, but if in the future we truly have to meet on the battlefield, please, foster father, don't hold back, and I won't hold back either. What? As these words came out, Dugu Feng and the other 4 cried out in shock simultaneously. Only Dugu Zhantian's pupils slightly constricted. He understood everything and sighed. It seems you already know the current situation. That brat must have told you, right? But he is him, and you are you, as long as the Luo family and he...
But before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yunhai clasped his fist, bowed, and respectfully said, Foster father, without him, our Luo family would be nothing until now, and we wouldn't have our father-son bond today. You've always taught me loyalty and righteousness. How could I do something disloyal and ungrateful, burning the bridge after crossing? Moreover, he is the pillar of the Luo family. A gentleman does not cut his own wings. How could I do such a foolish thing, ha, truly worthy of being my adopted son, Dugu Zhantian's? Indeed,
you can achieve complete loyalty and righteousness. Even if we have to meet on the battlefield in the future, you will still be this old man's pride. Dugu Zantian couldn't help but look at Luo Yunhai with pride, then turned and left. Yunhai, though we walk two entirely different paths, our father-son affection will never change. Luo Yunhai's eyelids twitched slightly. He truly regarded Dugu Zantian as his father. Their 5 years together had built no small amount of affection. However, the situation had changed, and they were now inherently at odds, circumstances forcing them onto opposing sides. At this moment, he could only show a little respect to Dugu Zantian. Thinking this, he knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully to see Dugu Zantian and his 5 sons off as they departed. "Foster father, take care." Before leaving, Chu Qingcheng pulled Luo Yuncheng aside and smiled faintly, saying, "Miss Luo, Zhuo Fan is relying on you to take care of him from now on." "He was already relying on me to take care of him. Could he still be relying on you?" Luo Yuncheng frowned slightly, pouting in a spoiled young miss kind of way. Even though she was grateful to Chu Qingcheng for helping Zhao Fan return to normal, Luo Yuncheng wasn't about to back down when it came to love, so all her hostility was plain as day. At this moment, she was like one of those shrewish women constantly bickering over a man, acting all high and mighty in front of Chu Qingcheng. Seeing her acting like that, Chu Qingcheng suddenly chuckled. "Not bad, I could never reach such a shrewish level. But right now, it's just her and Luo Yuncheng who care about him, and she's about to leave soon, so she has to rely on Luo Yuncheng. Can't be bothered to argue with her. It would be beneath me." Chu Qingcheng just smiled lightly and nodded, saying, "What I mean is, you have to take good care of his heart from now on, so that he understands he's not alone in this world." As she said that, a ring suddenly appeared in Chu Qingcheng's hand, and she shoved it into Luo Yuncheng's hand. Without another word, she left. Luo Yuncheng was shocked to see this, but also a little angry. This is Zhao Fan's Thunder Spirit ring. There are 3 in total, 2 of which were given to Shui Ningxiang and Ji Tianyang, but he had a 4th one for Chu Qingcheng, as if only she didn't have one. She gnashed her teeth in anger and ran towards Zhao Fan, saying, "Zhao Fan, do you just give gifts to everyone you meet? Am I the only one who doesn't get anything? Where did you get this ring?" Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking in a cold voice. Seeing his anger, Luo Yuncheng was startled and mumbled, "Chu Manor Lord gave it to me, and told me to take care of you, so throw it away." Not wanting to hear anything more, Zhao Fan waved his hand impatiently. "Ningxia and Shi Tianyang have already cut ties with me." Then he turned to the Luko family group and angrily shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get ready to leave." Heng Tongling, standing next to him, saw Zhao Fan yelling at Luo Yuncheng again and worriedly called out, "Young miss." Luo Yuncheng ignored him, frowning slightly, thinking to herself, "So that's what Chu Qingcheng meant. He has really become a lonely person." Thinking this, she put the thundercloud ring on her finger without hesitation, a determined glint appearing in her eyes. If they've cut ties with him, then she'll definitely try her best to pull him out of his loneliness. Meanwhile, in a lush forest, dark figures lurking in the trees watched the direction the Lu Piao family's group was heading, their eyes filled with viciousness. These people were from Yuming Valley. At this moment, a dark figure fiercely bit his lip, angrily saying, "Damn the Luo family! They actually have a peak divine illumination realm expert guarding them. This time, we can't touch them at all." "You." Wanshan's eyes were gloomy as he slowly shook his head. "Fifth Elder, don't be impulsive. Even without Li Jingtian, Zhao Fan is not someone we can deal with right now." Suddenly, another dark figure approached and slowly spoke. "That's right. The Luo family now has the strategist Zhao Fan and an expert like Li Jingtian guarding them. They've become an existence that even our Imperial Jia 7 families find difficult to shake. With just the strength of our Yuming Valley, we can't do anything to them right now. On the contrary, if we don't handle it well, we might suffer a backlash, leading to the destruction of our clan." Old Fifth coldly glanced at him, scoffing, "Yu Ming, you're getting more and more arrogant lately. How dare you interrupt an elder's speech?" Slowly taking off his robe, revealing a cold young face, it was none other than Yu Ming, Yu Giqi's disciple. Only, compared to back then, he was much calmer now. Yu Wanshan glanced at him and then looked at the Grand Elder, smiling. "Grand Elder, this kid is well nurtured.
He has some of Old Seventh's aura.
Ha ha, Valley Lord is too kind. He was originally Old Seventh's successor. I'm just giving him a little guidance. Fortunately, we didn't let him participate in this 100 schools tournament. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by that little monster, and then our Yuming Valley would have no hope left.
Thinking of the tragic scene in Beast King Mountain, the Grand Elder shuddered slightly, saying, "Since Old Seventh died, Yuming Valley has suffered quite a bit, and we've been used as pawns. I hope Yu Ming can shoulder Old Seventh's responsibilities, assist the Valley Lord, and develop the family. As for the past grudges, ha, let's not mention them for now." That's right. Zhuo Fan is too terrifying. Even that old fox Leng Wuchang suffered at his hands. Plus, he's fully grown now. It's very difficult to touch him.
Yu Ming's eyes flashed with light as he agreed. Yu Wanshan fell into deep thought after hearing their words, finally nodding slightly. Now that he thought about it, they hadn't encountered anything good since meeting Zhuo Fan. With Zhuo Fan's power now so strong, there was no benefit to Yuming Valley in opposing him. Thinking of this, Yu Wanshan looked at Yu Ming again and asked, "Then what's your plan?" Reporting to the Valley Lord, Master used to say, "All conspiracies and tricks are born from the confusion of those involved. Now that the Emperor Dragon Clan has declared war on the Luo family, it's best if we don't get involved in this. Jump out of the battle and find another path to take." "Oh, what other path are you talking about?" Old Fifth raised his eyebrow, asking suspiciously. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Ming smirked and interrupted, explaining, "Right now, Zhuo Fan and Leng Wuchang, these two insidious people, are fighting each other. Even if we participate, we won't be a match for them. So let's bet on the future. The future." The people of Yuanshan glanced at each other, filled with confusion. Seeing everyone's confusion, Yu Ming smirked confidently, saying, "That's right, our goal is the Imperial City." However, no one noticed that two phantoms who had been present since the 100 Schools tournament still had not left and had a complete grasp of the current situation of the forces in Tianyu. Shi Wu Yue, the situation in Tianyu is getting more and more chaotic. Not only are the outcast powerhouses emerging, but even the four pillars of the imperial family will soon participate in this chaotic battle. Can the little brat you chose handle it? An old voice chuckled sarcastically. Hearing this, the remaining phantom couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Hee, my matters don't concern you. He's someone I've taken a fancy to, and he's definitely not bad. I'm just waiting to personally welcome him into the sect in 3 years, and wash away the previous humiliation." "Oh, you really trust him that much? The monsters of the other sects aren't any worse than him." Haha, HMPH, how could I not guarantee it after exchanging a 9th grade spirit pill for him? On the other hand, you, tricking a young lady with a soul-stabilizing bead, your righteous sect leader, is more despicable than us demonic cultivators. Ji Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh loudly, mocking him. The phantom was angered by this, coldly, HMPH, everyone's cooperating, taking what they need. What's despicable about it? Shi Wu Yu laughed, saying with complete confidence, "Very well, taking what they need. Then this time, we no longer owe each other anything. In the future, if the disciples of our two sides meet and fight, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Of course, you're so sure that the disciples of your sect will win, then you just wait for me." Again angrily, HMPHING. The phantom flicked its body and left. Ji Wu Yue on this side kept laughing loudly, meaningfully saying, "It wasn't certain before, but after that kid joins, I guarantee I'll make you lose everything. Even your pants, Kajuka." 3 months later, Zhuo Fan's group finally returned to Fenglin City. Standing in front of the Blackwind Mountain Gate, he was a bit sentimental. After leaving for so many years, he had finally returned to this place. Just then, standing in front of the Great Formation, Li Jingtian laughed heartily. "Butler Zhao, I welcome your return. I'll undo the restrictions." Slowly waving his hand, Zhuo Fan revealed a happy smile. "There's no need. I'll open it myself." Then he turned to Yanfu behind him and said, "Yanfu, come over here." Yanfu didn't dare to be impolite, hurriedly walking to Zhuo Fan's side and respectfully saying, "Butler Zhao, what do you need me to do? It's nothings. It's just that you'll be meeting Teacher Yan soon. You two are about to reunite, and you'll be a member of the Luo family from now on. I'll pass on the method to open the restrictions of the Great Formation to you now. Stand next to me and watch carefully. Yan Fu's body couldn't help but tremble, unable to speak out of excitement. Yan Song had been gone for so many years, and he had lived with hatred for just as many years. Finally, at this moment, he could reunite with the master he had been thinking about day and night. How could he not be excited? In the end, he carefully looked towards the formation gate.
Zhuo Fan slowly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Open!" Following his shout, a wave of fluctuations rang out, light scattering, opening a path straight to the top of Blackwind Mountain. Zhuo Fan slowly turned his head and looked at Yan Fu, smiling faintly. "Yan Fu, this will be your family from now on, you and your master."
But before he could finish speaking, a loud sound erupted from the top of Blackwind Mountain, dust and sand splashing in their faces, accompanied by piercing shouts. "Kaka, old lady, old man, who do you think you are, Zhuo Fan or Li Jingtian? How dare you interfere with the business of us four ghosts of demonic arts?" Zhuo Fan's expression immediately darkened. He raised his head, squinting his eyes at the top of the mountain. Those four damned ghosts were taking advantage of his absence to cause trouble again. All his good mood was ruined by them. Yan Fu pointed inside Blackwind Mountain, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he said, "Butler Zhao, this is?" Seeing his bad expression, Li Jingtian awkwardly spoke. "Butler Zhao, I'll go take care of those four brats. There's no need for you to take action. I'll go!" Zhuo Fan slowly waved his hand, seemingly growling as he spoke. After speaking, he lifted his foot and walked forward. Everyone immediately followed. Seeing this, Li Jingtian secretly chuckled. Those four little devils were definitely going to get a beating this time. By the time everyone reached the top of the mountain, the surroundings were desolate, no one daring to look directly at it. Were they guarding the formation or destroying the house? How did it get like this? It was obvious to everyone that it was those four little devils doing. The sounds of destruction came from inside, and Shui Qingjian was frantically screaming, "You four bastards, you dare destroy my old lady's 1,000-year-old antique mirror. I must kill you." He, what's an old woman doing looking in the mirror? It's good that it's destroyed. Gui Lanli laughed loudly. Shui Qingjian's expression became even more furious. Her eyes red as she wanted to curse again. Chuan Yanhai next to her was also angrily shouting, "Qingjian, don't talk nonsense with them. Use the life and death decision." As soon as those words were spoken, Li Jingtian was immediately astonished.
"These guys are crazy. They're fighting to the point of using the life and death decision. If this move is used, it will destroy the entire Lugo family."
But they didn't know better and used it on family, which is Zhuo Fan's taboo. No doubt about it, Zhuo Fan will definitely punish them. Thinking of this, Li Jingtian hurriedly said, "Butler Zhuo, I'll go stop them." No need. Zhuo Fan's forehead was already covered in bulging veins, and his hands clenched into angry fists.
"You guys don't think about the big picture when you act."
I absolutely have to teach them a lesson, to prevent them from just making a mess when I'm not around later.
Just causing trouble all day long. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan made a hand seal.
The 6 people inside immediately screamed in pain. Ghost Brutal Killer rolled on the ground, crying out in agony, "What's going on? It hasn't hurt in 5 years. Why does it hurt again now? I know, it's that blood silkworm bastard, Li Jingtian, who's back." Ghost Quickwit's pupils constricted, and he shouted. Shu Qingjian and Shu Yanhai were also kneeling on the ground in pain, but still scornfully cursed.
"You four idiots, he doesn't even know how to control the blood silkworm." "What?
We've been tricked." Ghost Brutal Killer couldn't help but be startled, gritting his teeth and saying, "But he doesn't know this move. Why does our head hurt so much now?"
"Seriously, you four idiots still need to ask, how many people in the world can use such a terrifying method?" Shui Qingjian glared at them fiercely, enduring the pain, a look of surprise appearing in her eyes. "That kid's back." As soon as she said this, the demonic scholar 4 ghosts were immediately terrified.
"That little devil is finally back. Our days are numbered." Thinking of this, their faces couldn't help but turn ugly, on the verge of tears. Just then, Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian's group finally arrived at the top of the mountain, gloomily looking at the 6 people on the ground. The moment they saw him appear, the demonic scholar 4 ghosts trembled in fear. They lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. Chui Yanhai and Shui Qingjian were a little smarter. They knew that once he used this thing, begging would be useless. They thought about it and hurried to Li Jingqian's side, pleading, "Old lie, tell Butler Zhuo that those 4 little devils started it. It has nothing to do with us." Helplessly sighing, Li Jingqian looked at them and said in a low voice, "Does Butler Zhuo not know? But you shouldn't have said you wanted to use the life-and-death decision. Doesn't that mean destroying the Luko family?" "We were just saying it. We didn't plan to actually do it." The two looked miserable, saying full of grievances. But at this moment, they saw Luo Yunchang behind them, walking over. As if grasping at a life-saving straw, the two called out to Luo Yunchang in a low voice, "Miss!" Seeing this scene, Luo Yunchang smiled and nodded to reassure them, looking at her smile. Qiu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian were so moved they were about to cry. It wasn't in vain that they had a good relationship with this eldest miss. It really came in handy at a critical moment. Arriving at the main hall, Zhuo Fan sat in the master seat, and Li Jingqian's group followed in, silently not saying a word. Only Luo Yunchang was pleading for the Qiu Yanhai couple on the side. Zhuo Fan knew they weren't wrong. They were just driven crazy by those 4 ghosts. He wasn't unreasonable either, so he changed his hand seal and let them off this time. "All right, for the sake of the eldest miss, I'll spare you this time." Relieved of the pain, Qiu Yanhai and his wife immediately bowed their heads and happily said, "Thank you, Butler Zhuo, for your generosity." At this moment, Yan Song, having heard that his disciple Yan Fu had also arrived, hurriedly ran to the main hall, bowed to Zhuo Fan, and then looked at Yan Fu, excitedly shouting, "Yan Fu, disciple." Yan Fu blanked out, turning his head to look at the person in front of him in disbelief, hesitantly asking, "Are you my master?" "Ha ha, of course." Yan Song awkwardly nodded, laughing. "Back then, your master ate Butler Zhuo's 8th grade spirit pill, and all the toxins in my body were cleared, and I became decades younger. What do you think? Handsome, right? Your master told you before that when I was young, and didn't cultivate the 7-colored cloud luo palm, I was also a suave and handsome man, driving countless young women crazy. Now, you see, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yan Fu trembled with excitement upon hearing this, and quickly knelt down, tears flowing out. "Yes, you are indeed my master. Master only ever talked like this in front of me. This is a secret only the 2 of us, master and disciple, know." Yan Song was also teary-eyed and excited, helping him up. Master and disciple had been separated for so long, and finally reunited, too moved for words. Zhuo Fan, watching them on the side, didn't interrupt them. After they reminisced for a while and calmed down, he began to give instructions. "All right, Yan Fu, you're still young and can't handle a place on your own yet. Start as a steward of the Luo family first." "Yes." Yan Fu thanks Butler Zhuo for his cultivation. Yan Fu cupped his fist, bowed his head, and respectfully replied. After giving instructions, Zhuo Fan smiled, nodding in satisfaction. But at this moment, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. But he couldn't think of it no matter how hard he tried. He decided to ignore it. No need to think anymore. He really forgot one thing, which was the demonic scholar 4 ghosts outside. He hadn't released the blood silkworm for them yet, so at this moment, the 4 were still painfully holding their heads and groaning on the ground. Ghost Quickwit's face was so pained he felt his heart and lungs were splitting, painfully saying, "Boss, have we been forgotten? Looks like it. It hurts." Ghost Brutal Killer was also in pain, crying without tears. On another front, Dujiyu Zantian and Feng Chubai brought back the results of the 100 Schools tournament to the imperial capital of the emperor. The old emperor was so surprised when he heard the results that he shouted, "What? Is everything you just said true? Yu Yushan, Yan Bangi, and Lin Quanfeng?" Even the leader of the younger generation of Tianyu, Huangpu Qingtian, even when letting Zhuo Fan accept this task, in the heart of the old emperor did not have too many hopes. But unexpectedly led him surprise. He was able to complete beyond the quota, bringing him such a big surprise. Thinking of this, he looked towards the 2 people, Feng Chubai and Du Ji Yu Zantian, sternly asking, without glancing each other's eyes. Both their foreheads had cold sweat appear, pondered for a long time without talking. Finally, Feng Chubai had no choice but to speak. "Reporting to your majesty,
During the 100 Schools tournament, the Earth Vein Dragon Soul appeared on Huangpu Qingtian's body. Although the Huangpu Tianyuan family tries to argue, this old man believes that they intentionally lured the Dragon Soul out of the royal dragon vein, wanting to seize the heavenly secret.
What? The old emperor slammed the table, surprisingly angrily speaking. You mean the Emperor King sect is so bold, daring to move the royal dragon vein, and someone even had the Dragon Soul recognize them as their master?
But that's not right. If Huangpu Qingtian had the Dragon Soul protecting his body, blessed by the heavens, then how could he?
Silently closing his eyes, sighing slightly, Fang Chubai's face was somewhat grave, reporting, I'm afraid it's worse than what your majesty thinks. Zhuo Fan's person is truly not to be underestimated. Not only did he kill Huangpu Qingtian, he also subdued the Earth Vein Dragon Soul, causing the heavens and earth to move for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping. In this old man's opinion, this person is truly a world-rare existence, who goes against the heavens and changes fate.
The old emperor couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his mood greatly changing, surprised looking towards Fang Chubai, saying, You mean Zhuo Fan now carries the Dragon Soul and has become the king of the heavenly mandate?
Heavily nodding, Fang Chubai muttered, Yes. But even if it says heavenly mandate belonging, dragon soul protecting the master, the one who has the dragon vein has the world, is the 1,000-year-old prophecy of the great Emperor Si. But in Tianyu, for thousands of years, the prophecy of the sacrificial palace has never been wrong. There is only one thing this old man does not understand. If the dragon soul is protecting the body, it is the heavenly mandate belonging, blessed by the heavens. Why did Huangpu Qingtian still die in Zhuo Fan's hands?
The old emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly saying, Is this the shortcoming of the prophecy, or the person, Zhuo Fan, is the person who goes against the heavens? Then how did that Zhuo Fan kill Huangpu Qingtian? Bite to death, Fang Chubai bit his teeth, bowing his head, reporting. The old emperor couldn't help but have a stagnant breath in his heart, unknowingly panicking. Bite to death? Then isn't that devouring? Does your majesty have anything wrong? Fang Chubai was stunned, hurriedly saying.
Lightly stroking his beard, the old emperor did not answer, continuing to ask, Then what happened afterwards? The Emperor King Sect's eldest son died. What was the attitude of those families?
Reporting to your majesty,
Huangpu Qingtian died. Zhuo Fan was besieged by the family heads of the 4 great families. But saying to hear, Fang Chubai suddenly became silent without saying, looked at him hesitatingly. The old emperor in his heart anxiously urging, But what? Did you make a move to save him?
Slowly shaking his head, Du Jiyu Zantian at this time bowed his head, reporting, Your Majesty's wisdom, this little kid has the dragon soul on him. Sooner or later it will be a great disaster for the imperial family. Thinking of him helping us not a small amount of strength, if we personally deal with him, it is likely that we will feel soft-hearted. Fang Chubai glanced an eye at him, lightly nodded, towards the old emperor, saying, Able to let him die in the hands of Emperor King Sect is also considered a good result. Therefore this old man, and Du Jiyu old marshal, did not make a move. But the heavenly gang mad venerable Li Jingtian suddenly appeared, saving Zhuo Fan. What? The old emperor shockingly loudly shouted, suspiciously speaking, Isn't he the offering of Emperor King Sect? Furthermore, he disappeared 6 to 7 years ago. Now how has he appeared helping Zhuo Fan? Letting out a bitter laugh, Fang Chubai helplessly shook his head with a smile. I'm not really sure about that. Old man here only knows that he has now betrayed the emperor-wielding sect and joined the Luo family, becoming an elder there. Du Jiyu Zhan Tian's expression turned serious, unable to resist interrupting. And he listens to Zhuo Fan so much, to the point that Zhuo Fan asked him to destroy the emperor-wielding sect, and he didn't say a word, showing no mercy to everyone. Huangpu Tianyuan was once again horrified. The old emperor couldn't help but yell, What? The emperor-wielding sect in Yunlong City has been destroyed? Of course not. Seeing the old emperor's horrified face, Fang Chubai quickly waved his hand and said, Annihilating the leaders of the emperor-wielding sect would cause great chaos, which I fear would be detrimental to His Majesty's stability of the overall situation, so I immediately took action. But this Li Jingtian is indeed powerful.
His strength has reached the peak of the divine illumination realm, and even I can only fight him to a draw. Such a shame. Narrowing his eyes angrily, The old emperor secretly sighed in his heart.
Doesn't that mean that the Luo family is now on par with the imperial 7 families, and may even be the #1 family, second only to the emperor-wielding sect, in less than 10 years?
A family declining has reached this stage. Zhuo Fan's skills are indeed amazing, capable of turning stone into gold in such a short time.
Sighing softly, the old emperor took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, helplessly saying, "Take a look. When the world changed drastically, the sacrificial court sent a prophetic message." Receiving the paper, Feng Chubai and Du Ji Yu Jiantian were shocked after reading the contents, frowned and looked at the old emperor and asked, "I wonder what your majesty's view is on this matter. Originally, I didn't understand the meaning of this,
but after listening to your description of the 100 schools contending in Yunlong City, I roughly understand something." Stroking his beard, the old emperor explained.
The Earth Dragon in this probably refers to the emperor-wielding sect represented by Huangpu Qingtian, while the Heavenly Dragon refers to Zhuo Fan, who descended from the sky, leading the Luo family to rise. The Heavenly and Earth Dragons combine into one. Doesn't that coincide with Zhuo Fan swallowing Huangpu Qingtian? As for the last sentence, rivers, lakes, and seas declare themselves kings. It is also what I worry about the most. The world is in chaos. Declaring themselves kings, Tianyu is divided. Hearing this, Feng Chubai and Du Ji Yu Jiantian fell into deep thought, their expressions quickly turning grim. If this prediction is true, wouldn't Tianyu fall into chaos? After thinking for a long time, Du Ji Yu Jiantian clasped his fist and said clearly, "Your Majesty, although I have friendship with the Luo family, for the safety of Tianyu, please allow me to send troops to seal off Linfeng City." Slowly waving his hand, the old emperor, with a profound glint in his eyes, said, "No, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will ensure victory in every battle." The Luo family's intelligence is tight, and suddenly there's this Li Jingtian running out. Can see how many secrets Zhuo Fan has hidden, and besides, even if we really do this, it shouldn't be us doing it. Being nameless will only cause more chaos in the world, letting someone else reap the benefits. Then what should we do, Your Majesty? Do. Ji Yu Zantian's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, after pondering for a long time, a sinister glint appeared in the old emperor's eyes, and he grinned and said, "Do as I promised before. Summon all the people of the Luo family to the capital to receive titles. Bestow them as the imperial 8th family, and summon 100 families to watch. All the leaders of the imperial 7 families will witness." As soon as these words came out, Feng Chubai understood. His eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile and said, "Your Majesty is wise. With so many experts gathering in the capital, we can't manage them, and any private grudges among them will be resolved by themselves, so even if the Luo family suffers the poison of the emperor-wielding sect, it won't involve us. And we can also clearly see the strength of each family, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, maybe the emperor-wielding sect can no longer do anything to the Lupitancio family. I just want to see what the current strength of the Lupitancio family is." Hehe. Laughing sinisterly, the old emperor's eyes flickered, making it impossible for people to see through him. 3 months later, in front of Blackwind Mountain, a child of 6 to 7 years old suddenly appeared, looked up and observed, and exclaimed, "This is Zhuo's house, and there is also a level 5 great formation protecting it. Not bad." Finally, he shouted loudly towards the inside of Blackwind Mountain, "Dad, I'm here. Quickly open the door, or I'll break in." Hearing the shout, Yan Fu was the first to come out. As soon as he went out, he saw a child standing in front of Blackwind Mountain, and exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it a little devil?" With that, he lifted his foot and walked straight towards him, lowered his head and looked down, and said, "I thought who came to attack? Little devil, what are you calling for at our Luo family for no reason?" "I'm here to find someone." "Find who?" the child asked. Yan Fu asked back in surprise. The child's small face broke into a happy smile, and he said proudly, "My dad, Zhuo Fan." As soon as these words came out, Yan Fu exclaimed in surprise, "What? Who did you say you wanted to find?" The child looked at him incomprehensibly, and repeated a name without paying attention. "Zhuo Fan." "No, I mean,
What is Zhuo Fan to you? Yanfu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, stammered, and asked, frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan, is my dad? What's wrong? What, Butler Zhuo is your dad? Slightly startled, Yanfu glanced at the child and said in shock, Butler Zhuo has such a big son, why haven't I heard him mention it? The child raised his head, frowned and thought, and finally found a slightly appropriate reason, and looked at Yanfu and said, yeah, maybe he hasn't had time to tell you guys yet. After all, my dad and I only recognized each other recently. Yanfu stared in astonishment. So it's an illegitimate child? Nodding slightly in understanding, Yanfu went over and stroked the child's head, and said with a kind smile, little friend, wait here for a while. I'll go and call your father. The child frowned slightly, slapped Yanfu's hand away, and said angrily, I usually hate people touching my head the most. If it weren't for the sake of you being my dad's man, I would have thrown you into the forest to feed the wild dogs a long time ago. Under the child's aura, Yanfu couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at him in fear. A kid who is so young is so brutal, wanting to take people's lives at every turn. Truly the two are alike. However, suddenly thinking of the news he had just heard, he couldn't help but think, this is big news. The illegitimate son of Grand Butler Zhuo Fan has come all the way home. He must report back quickly. Not long after, a group of Luko family elders heard such shocking news and came to the front of Blackwind Mountain. But they really saw a child of 6 to 7 years old standing there, and all exclaimed in surprise, what? Grand Butler Zhuo's illegitimate son? Shu Qingjian saw the child and smiled. Wow. I didn't expect Grand Butler Zhuo's son to be so handsome. I bet his mother must be a great beauty too. But Luo Fencheng immediately sulked. She really didn't expect Zhuo Fan to not only be romantic and amorous outside, having so many women, but now he even has an illegitimate child outside. Thinking of this, she went to the child and smiled gently and said, little friend, is your father really Zhuo Fan? Our Luo family's grand butler? Is it possible that you have mistaken the same name? But the child snorted coldly and scolded her when he heard these words. This little girl is too rude. Would I be the kind of person who makes mistakes? I have important business to find my dad this time. Don't hinder me. Quickly take me to find my dad. Luo Fencheng was slightly startled. She was called a little girl by a child. Her expression was a little like she was about to cry but couldn't. Seeing this scene, the elders couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Songjian kept exclaiming, this child, although young, has a majestic aura, and his tone is just like Grand Butler Zhuo, arrogant. He will also be a talented person in the future. It seems that our Luo family doesn't have to worry about no one to inherit the family in the future. Ha ha. Elder Yan is right. I think this child is smart and clever, and will be personally trained by Grand Butler Zhuo in the future. Our Lucainio family will have newer generations, surpassing the older generations, becoming stronger and stronger. Bing Commander also nodded in agreement upon hearing this, went to the side of the child, stroked his head, and said, come on, call me uncle. As a result, everyone went over to stroke the child's head, one after another, excited and happy, but they didn't see the child's expression, which was already very ugly and about to explode. Waiting until Qiu Yanhai came over, before he could even stroke his head, he slapped his hand away and scolded angrily. I said, don't touch my head, quickly take me to see my dad. Oh, in a hurry. Doesn't have too much age, but a bad temper. Just like your dad. Smiling involuntarily, Qiu Yanhai reached out and stroked the child's head, mocking, unfortunately, you don't have the ability of your dad yet, so even if I touch your head, what can you do to me? I can't provoke your dad, but can't I provoke you? Qiu Yanhai chuckled. The child's face couldn't help but sink, and his eyes were full of anger. Seeing this scene, Shu Qingjian opened her mouth to tease. Old ghost, he's still a child. Don't tease him. Be careful that his dad finds out that we are bullying his son and come to cause trouble for us. Ha ha. Then what's there to be afraid of? Grand Butler Zhuo is in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, so he won't come out so early, and children's memories are like fish. They'll forget after a day and won't hold grudges like that. Am I right, little devil? Qiu Yanhai grinned and looked at the child and said. The child narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a cold smile, that's right, my memory isn't good because I can get revenge immediately.
As soon as he said that, a crisp sound rang out, and the child grabbed Zhu Yanhai's arm, making it impossible for him to pull it out. The child slowly, without haste, swung his hand, and Zhu Yanhai was immediately thrown away, falling heavily to the ground. Everyone looked over, and a large hole had been created where Zhu Yanhai had been hit, and Zhu Yanhai couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The child looked at Zhu Yanhai on the ground, curled his lips contemptuously. HMPH, let you touch my head again. If it weren't for the sake of you being my dad's subordinate, I would have dismantled your old bones just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately shocked. A 6 or 7-year-old child was able to defeat a divine illumination expert. No wonder he's Zhuo. Farron's son, father and son are not normal. They are all monsters. And this child is even more terrifying than his father. At this time, the child had lost patience, pushed everyone aside, and said proudly, "Don't dawdle anymore. Quickly take me to see my dad." This time, no one dared to refute. After the child beat Zhu Yanhai black and blue, no one dared to speak again. But at this moment, Li Jingtian appeared, bringing the 4 demonic writings and 4 ghosts. Looking at the group, Luqiu Fenchang asked suspiciously, "What happened just now? Why was there such a huge commotion outside the formation?" Her lips couldn't help but twitch, and everyone smiled wryly, stammering. Well, Li Jingtian followed everyone's gaze, saw the little kid in front of him, and his face instantly turned pale. "It can't be, unbeaten rascal. Jiyu Santong, why are you chasing us here?" As soon as they heard the name Jiyu Santong, they trembled in fear. "It's that little monster! He's still not letting us off the hook!" Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately shocked. With Li Jingtian's strength, he was so terrified seeing this kid, and even those 4 great devils were trembling in fear. What exactly was this little kid's identity that made these big shots act like this? Luo Yunhai awkwardly smacked his lips and asked Li Jingtian, "Oh, Elder Lin Ji, do you know this kid?" His eyes involuntarily narrowed. Li Jingtian looked at Luo Fenchang strangely and said, "Kid, young mistress, you're the kid in front of him. Among us, he's the oldest monster. He stirred up Tianyu 300 years ago. Who could stand against him? Now he's even the strongest imperial protector, the unbeaten rascal Jiyu Santong. Even if we all combined our strength, we wouldn't be a match for this brat." As soon as he said this, everyone was even more terrified. Who would have thought that such a cute little kid would be so terrifying? Zhu Yanhai said with a bitter face, looking at Jiyu Santong with grievance, "If I had known this guy was so awesome, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have dared to provoke him." Yet Luo Fenchang still couldn't believe it, her eyes full of confusion. But isn't he Zhuo Fan's son? How could he be over 300 years old? Who did you hear say he's Steward Zhuo's son? He couldn't help but be stunned, looking at everyone and asking strangely. He said it himself. Everyone simultaneously pointed at Jiyu Santong, saying in unison. Jiyu Santong proudly nodded, arrogantly replying, "That's right, where's my dad? Hurry up and take me to see him." "What?" Li Jingtian, upon hearing these words, cried out in alarm, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go report it." Then he hurriedly went inside, but returned very quickly. Looking at Jiyu Santong even more strangely, Steward Zhuo said for everyone and the young master to come in. It was Li Jingtian, who had gone to report the news, that had received Zhuo Yifan's personal confirmation, that could now believe that Jiyu Santong really was Zhuo Yifan's son. If this matter were to be spoken of, no one would be able to believe it at all. A peerless expert like Jiyu Santong, the strongest imperial protector of Tianyu, had actually been tricked by Zhuo Fan into being his son. As expected, his methods were brilliant. Truly, only he could create such a miracle. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally believed in their hearts that the little kid in front of them was indeed Zhuo Fan's illegitimate son. Otherwise, Li Jingtian wouldn't be calling him young master. Immediately afterward, everyone filed into the main hall of the Luyu family. There, Zhuo Fan had already been sitting in the master's seat, waiting. When he saw Jiyu Santong, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Little Sanzi, long time no see, Dad." As soon as Jiyu Santong saw Zhuo Fan, he immediately shouted loudly and threw himself into his arms. The two embraced tightly, laughing joyfully. However,
As soon as Jiyu Santong saw Zhuo Fan's missing arm, he cried out in surprise, "Dad, where's your right arm gone? Who did it? I'll get revenge for you." Gently shaking his head, Zhuo Fan spoke to refuse. "No need, I'll handle this myself." "That's right, you didn't just come to visit me today, did you?"
Jiyu Santong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Actually, I came to deliver an imperial decree to the Luo family, because of the Luo family's outstanding performance in the 100 Schools tournament. After 3 months, the Luo family is to go to the imperial capital to receive the title of the 8th noble family conferred by the emperor, and the 100 families of Tianyu are to come and watch. At that time, the leaders of all the major families will gather in the imperial capital to celebrate this grand occasion together." Hearing these words, everyone was immediately shocked. They never expected the royal family to act so quickly. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and let out a soft laugh. "Ha ha, is that so? Then Dad knows. Thank you, little Sanzi, for coming to deliver the message." "That's right. How's the eating and drinking in the royal palace been lately?" Jiyu Santong was still happy that he had been praised by Zhuo Fan, but after hearing these words, his face drooped down, and he said with grievance, "Hey, don't mention it! Those people are too stingy, only letting me eat 1st and 2nd grade medicinal herbs. Ever since the last time I ate the high-grade medicinal herbs you gave me, those low-grade medicinal herbs now taste like chewing wax when I eat them." "Then stay with Dad for a few more days and enjoy yourself a bit." Zhuo Fan looked at him with a smile, then took out an 8th grade medicinal herb from his ring and handed it to him. As soon as Jiyu Santong saw this thing, his eyes lit up. "An 8th grade medicinal herb for me? Of course, what's Dad's is yours." Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded without being stingy. But Yan Fu, standing from afar and seeing Zhuo Fan take out such a precious medicinal herb without hesitation, couldn't help but cry. That was an 8th grade medicinal herb, refined using the secret alchemy technique that Zhuo Fan had taught them. Who knew? They might be able to refine a 9th grade pill, and he's just giving it away to someone else like that. What a pity. Just at this moment, Zhuo Fan looked towards Yan Song and said, "Elder Yan, my son has to stay here for a few days. He likes to eat medicinal herbs raw. Prepare 3 meals a day for him, and each meal must have at least 1 medicinal herb above the 6th grade, understand?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Fu felt even more heartbroken. His medicinal herbs were going to be given away to someone else for nothing like that, but he didn't dare disobey the order. He hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Steward Zhuo. Best Dad." Jiyu Santong, hearing that he could stay with Zhuo Fan and could also eat medicinal herbs, shouted happily. Zhuo Fan nodded and smiled, waved his hand, and then suddenly said seriously, all right, little Sanzi, there's something Dad has to tell you. Although you might not agree to this, I have to do it. I have to use the leg of the soaring Qilin." He couldn't help but be stunned, looking at him. Jiyu Santong looked at him strangely, his eyes full of bewilderment. "What?" After pondering for a moment, Zhuo Fan sighed, his eyes narrowed, and said calmly, "I know that thing is very important to you, and originally I didn't want to use it either, but now, for this arm, I have to use it. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. Either you snatch that Killin's leg back from my hands now, or accept this matter and hate me for the rest of your life." Zhuo Fan naturally knew very well that Qilin's leg was extremely important to Jiyu Santong. One could even say it was precious. If he used it without saying anything, he might be resented by Jiyu Santong for the rest of his life. But the situation forced him to, and he had to use it. So this time, he could only take a gamble. Gambling that he would be influenced by the first obligation, knowing how to repay kindness. Jiyu Santong pondered for a while, not speaking for a long time. Finally, he raised his head to look at Zhuo Fan, saying heavily, "That Killin's leg, I will absolutely not let others touch it casually." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuo Fan quickly sank. As expected, it wasn't going to work. But at this moment, Jiyu Santong spoke up once again. "But if it's Dad, then it's not a problem. Like what Dad said just now, what's mine is also Dad's. It's not a problem." "Haha, good son." Zhuo Fan happily burst out laughing, embracing Jiyu Santong tightly in his arms, unable to help but feel fortunate in his heart.
Luckily, he had used some factors to lure him beforehand to avoid future father-son conflicts, using those medicinal herbs to tie this kid to him, turning it into a common interest, so that he could now reap the benefits. Li Jingtian, seeing this scene from afar, couldn't help but sigh. This steward Zhuo really is a divine person. Even this unmanageable little monster can get along with him harmoniously, no different from real father and son. Shui Qingjian next to him also nodded in agreement. In the future, if this monster pair join forces and roam the Tianyu Empire, who else can resist them? Coming to the Luko family back then was indeed the right choice. Li Jingtian recalled the past, following Zhuo Fan back here, secretly feeling fortunate. Luo Fencheng, seeing such a joyful scene, a glimmer of happiness flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Zhuo Fan was no longer alone after all, and she was truly happy for him. Finally, half a month later, it was finally time for Jiyu Santong to return to the imperial capital to report back. Although he didn't want to, he still had to return, and Zhuo Fan was standing in front of Blackwind Mountain to see him off. Jiyu Santong reluctantly looked towards Zhuo Fan and spoke, "Dad, I'm leaving now." Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan smiled as he looked at him. Looking at Jiyu Santong's departing back, Yan Song finally sighed in relief. This ancestor had finally left. If he didn't leave, even mountains of medicinal herbs wouldn't be enough for him to eat. After Jiyu Santong left, Zhuo Fan turned towards Li Jingtian and said solemnly, "Elder Li, we are also going to the imperial capital. The safety of the young mistresses and the others depends on you. This time, I won't be going along. With this old man here, you can rest assured." Li Jingtian nodded slightly, his expression stern. Zhuo Fan smiled with peace of mind, and after chatting for a few more words, Li Jingtian took the lead in leading the people away. Zhuo Fan looked at the Luo family's people leaving for a long time, finally feeling relieved, then turned his head to look towards Chu Yanhai's group, saying, "Let's go." In just a short while, Zhuo Fan led the group towards the misty forest. Turning his head to look at the group, he said seriously, "I'm going to enter secluded cultivation. For a period of time soon, no one is allowed to enter the vicinity of Blackwind Mountain." Yes. Everyone cupped their fists together and received the order. Zhuo Fan's injuries had now almost completely recovered, only waiting to recover his broken right arm, and then he could regain his might. Shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones, this secluded cultivation was very important. He had to succeed, he couldn't fail. Zhuo Fan finished arranging everything, finally feeling at ease, and walked into the thick mist. Everyone also split up to guard around Blackwind Mountain, walking into an open area. Zhuo Yifan assessed the surroundings, nodded slightly, and began to set up the formations. After the grand formation was set up, a spirit stone flashed in Zhuo Fan's hand, then flew towards the formation eye. With a boom, the soaring Qilin's leg also appeared inside the formation. Lucky for Zhao Cheng, he found transformation nectar in the Beast King Mountain. Otherwise, it would have been really tough to turn that massive true Qilin into his right arm. Actually, he'd had this idea ever since he found the nectar, but it was too risky, so he kept hesitating. But after the fight with Huangfu Qingtian, he didn't hesitate so much anymore. After all, he'd already lost an arm. Was he really going to stay one-armed forever? People really only take a chance when they're pushed to the edge. Thinking this, Zhao Cheng happily took out the transformation nectar and slowly approached the true Chongqian Qilin. Then, he stepped inside the formation and started weaving hand seals like crazy. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and the entire body-refining formation blasted golden light straight into the sky. Outside the formation, the elders were shocked, clueless about what Zhao Cheng was doing inside to cause such a huge commotion. Right after that, inside the formation, the true Qilin glowed with a bloodthirsty red, and the formation instantly trembled, emitting thunderous booms non-stop, while the milky white liquid poured endlessly towards the true Qilin. Narrowing his eyes, seizing the moment, Zhao Cheng hurriedly changed his hand seals and roared, "Heaven and earth's divine might reverses the universe. Qilin's iron hoof transforms into hand and foot. All things merge into one. Divine arm invincible shatters the sky." Whoosh!
As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash was heard, and the center of the formation radiated waves, and the entire True Keelan began to shake violently. Even this shock created an earthquake throughout the entire mountain range. Zhuo Yifan and the others were scared out of their minds, and the demonic art's 4 ghosts were so frightened that they screamed and scattered in all directions. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Yan Song also cried out in terror. What is Steward Zhao trying to do? Is he trying to dismantle our base? Only Zhao Cheng looked at the True Keelan shaking inside, gradually shrinking. He couldn't help but feel excited. This body-refining formation from the 9 Serenity records is truly miraculous. It can even refine a sacred beast's body. This body-refining session is much larger in scale than the last one. I wonder what price I'll have to pay to attach this divine object to my body. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhao Cheng reluctantly took a deep breath, carefully watching the crimson True Keelan that was constantly shrinking. When it shrank to the shape of an arm, he knew the time had come. Then, it's time for the most important part. Hopefully, there won't be any rejection. After all, the previous owner of this divine leg was a Keelan. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng suddenly rushed into the body-refining formation and shouted, "Divine arm, return to your place!" Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, just like when he refined his body in the Beast King Mountain back then. As soon as he entered the formation, he felt his entire body radiate lightning, as if it wanted to shatter. And this time was different from the last time, much more intense. Zhao Cheng never dreamed that the formation would start torturing him at this moment. His body began to shatter piece by piece. His flesh and blood began to surge, making his eyes widen. The corners of his eyes hurt so much that he wanted to bleed. However, he still stubbornly gritted his teeth, persevering without making a sound. But at this moment, the pain had reached the point where he could no longer bear it, and he roared, echoing across the land. The elders on this side couldn't help but jump in fear, looking towards the misty forest, anxiously saying, "Elder Yan, what is this?" They were filled with confusion at this moment. What kind of perverted cultivation technique is this Steward Zhao practicing? Even a patient devil like him can't help but scream out. Inside the formation, Zhao Cheng's flesh and blood were blurred and splashing everywhere. He hovered in the air, almost like a skeleton, constantly trembling. The True Keelan at this time radiated a faint light, flying towards Zhao Cheng, beginning to rebuild his body. Zhao Cheng was constantly feeling pain. Such suffering was incomparable to the last time he refined his body. Compared to this time, the previous time was just like being bitten by a mosquito. His whole body was cracking apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. His body is starting to reassemble. So this body refining is about to enter its final stage, about to succeed. But before he could feel complacent, his head suddenly hurt, as if it was about to crack, as if it was about to explode. The mournful roar of a ferocious beast echoed from deep within his head. At this moment, he seemed to sense in an instant that he had failed. He finally fainted. At the same time, the blood-colored Keelan suddenly appeared. Inside his primordial spirit it roared, "A mere mortal also wants to merge with my Keelan's body. You're not worthy." But at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. It was the earth-vein dragon soul inside his body, rushing towards the Keelan. The Keelan didn't pay attention, just waved its claws lightly, holding the golden dragon in its hand, coldly sneering, "A tiny worm dares to compete with this old man? You want to die." After saying that, it entered Zhao Cheng's primordial spirit, determined to wreak havoc. HMPH, this human brat is really bold. Watch me destroy your primordial spirit, so that your soul flies away and scatters. However, this time it still didn't succeed. At the very moment it wanted to destroy, Qing Yan in Zhao Cheng's body also appeared, transforming into a giant bird's phantom to stop its attack. Startled, its eyes widened, and the Qilin asked in surprise, "A human?" "That's right, you fake friend. This kid is the person chosen by this old man. One day he will be of help to us. If you are dead, this resentment will disappear like this and will be better." As soon as the voice fell, Qing Yan immediately grew larger, instantly taking the Qilin in, and the red light dissipated immediately, merging into one with Qing Yan. Not knowing how long had passed, Zhao Cheng finally woke up, his eyelids fluttering,
unconsciously terrified. He's still alive.
He wasn't swallowed by that Qilin's resentment.
Could it be that it showed compassion and let me go? However, he quickly denied it. Impossible. If it's already resentment, then it only has hatred. It doesn't even have a normal mentality. How could it have compassion? Thinking of this, he looked down again, seeing the Qilin arm on his body, and he excitedly shouted, "I succeeded!" Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao Cheng stood up and checked his right arm.
He really refined the leg of the Qilin into a Chonggaishan Qilin arm. Thinking of this, he muttered triumphantly, "With it in hand, Tianyu will rarely meet an enemy again, haha." Zhao Cheng laughed triumphantly,
unable to resist stomping on the ground, and suddenly flew straight into the sky. He couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "What's going on? I can fly. Could it be?" Feeling the aura in his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. He actually broke through. His strength is already at the third stage of the Tiangshuan realm. Dragon Qi refining the body, Dragon Soul possessing him. The current strength of the body is only better than Huangfu Qingtian before, not less. Suddenly, at this moment, he frowned deeply again, and a blood infant immediately rushed out of his body, circling around. Outside the Great Formation, the elders are still guarding the outside for Zhao Cheng.
Suddenly, at this moment, a red light suddenly flew past, so fast that no one could see it.
Qiu Yanhai felt something fly past, but he couldn't catch up.
Surprised, he looked at Shui Qingjian and asked, "Old woman, did you feel anything just now?" His expression was a little solemn. Zhu Qingjian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It seemed like something flew past, but why can't I detect it at all? The two of them looked at each other with solemn faces. They were already experts in the divine illumination realm, but they couldn't detect anything. That thing must be very powerful. Thinking this, they nodded slightly together, increasing their vigilance to the highest level.
On the other side, the demonic art's 4 ghosts were also the same. Guili frowned and asked suspiciously, "Boss, did something pass by just now?" "Impossible. No, absolutely not." Guizhang shook his head and denied it. Inside the formation, taking the blood infant back, Zhao Cheng showed a smug smile. This time, his natal blood infant, like him, also broke through the restraints of the Tiangshuan realm. The current speed of the blood infant, even the divine illumination realm's divine sense domain can't keep up.
Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, satisfied. He yelled towards the outside, "All elders, to the misty forest."
Upon hearing this, the elders were startled and looked towards the misty forest. Butler Zhao is out of seclusion. Qiu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards the misty forest. The demonic sages also froze for a moment before quickly heading towards the forest. In a short while, all the Luo family elders gathered near the forest. Zhao Fan walked out, nodding at everyone. The moment they saw him, and then his right arm, everyone was shocked. This is the new arm. It looks just like a normal one. And in just over a month, his cultivation has broken through to the 3rd level of the profound heaven realm. He really is a monster. Not knowing what was on their minds, Zhao Fan looked at them and smiled. "How long have I been in seclusion?"
"A little over a month." Yanfu immediately bowed and said.
Nodding slightly, Zhao Fan said with satisfaction, "Very good. I sent my demonic pet to scout out everyone's condition earlier. You all have been doing well this past month, fulfilling your duties." "What? The thing that flew past us earlier was sent by you?" Shui Qingjian exclaimed in shock, looking at Zhao Fan in disbelief. "What kind of demonic pet do you have? How is it so fast?" "Hehehe, I have many tricks up my sleeve. You'll find out slowly." Zhao Fan smiled mysteriously without explaining. After a while, he suddenly said sternly,
"From my observation earlier, you all performed very well.
Elder Shu and Elder Chu are very vigilant. Elder Yan is only at the peak of the profound heaven realm, so it's understandable he didn't detect it since he hasn't reached the spirit illumination realm yet, but he's been very diligent in the pill refining room. As for you 4 little devils, Si Mei Wang Liang." "What? I told you to guard the place for me, but you were busy playing around on your own. Tell me, how should I punish you for leaving your post without permission?" Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The 4 of them exchanged glances, faces falling. How could they have known Zhao Fan had this kind of trick? Being able to see their actions while in seclusion. Seeing his movements, They knew he was about to use the blood silkworm again. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Gilan hurriedly stepped forward, pleading and crying, "Anything but the blood silkworm. We'll accept any other punishment. Just beat us up instead." Zhuo Fan frowned. He sneered. "You think my beating you is just a tickle? Fine, I'll do as you say and beat you up. So which hand do you want me to use, the left or the right?"
Hey, anything is fine as long as it's not the blood silkworm. Gijiangsha laughed, unconcerned. Waving his hand and smirking evilly, Zhuo Fan raised his left hand and muttered, "All right, I'll use my left hand. Wouldn't want to accidentally kill you and waste the Luo family's food this year."
Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, roaring inwardly. His arm transformed, and a dragon's roar echoed out. Zhuo Fan's eyes became even sharper, as golden light burst forth from his left hand, forming a claw.
To everyone's surprise, it grew bigger and bigger, then struck forward. The Earth Dragon Claw. The moment it struck, the ground in front was ripped apart. Seeing this scene, the demonic sages trembled in fear. Zhuo Fan gave an evil smile, looking at the four and saying, "I've merged with the Earth Vein Dragon Soul, Si Mei Wang Liang. Which one of you wants to come forward first and get a beating?" The demonic sages were terrified. Being hit by a strike like that would definitely mean certain death. But quickly, Gilan changed his tune, tentatively saying, "Butler Zhao, your Earth Dragon Claw is so powerful, I wonder if it can only transform your left hand, or can both hands transform only the left hand?" Zhuo Fan smirked, not hiding anything. These devils think they can trick him. Dream on. Hearing this, Gilan was overjoyed. He huddled together with the other three.
Finally, they burst into laughter. Gixiangsha suddenly turned to Zhuo Fan and said, "Butler Zhao, didn't you say we could choose which of your fists we wanted to take a hit from earlier? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "Of course not. It's just that you said it didn't matter which hand, so," Zhuo Fan said mockingly, stroking his chin. "I decided to use my left hand to punish you." "No, we've changed our minds now. We choose to take a hit from your right hand." Gijiangsha pointed at Zhuo Fan's right arm, laughing, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhuo Fan looked at his right arm, shaking his head and frowning. "This isn't good." "What's not good?" "Butler Zhao, you're the head steward of the family. Your words are law. You can't go back on your word. Or how will you command us in the future?" Seeing Zhuo Fan hesitate, Gixiangsha quickly spoke up, winking at him. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown and chuckle. "Oh, you've learned how to provoke me now, huh? All right, I'll do as you say, and use my right hand then." The moment the words left his mouth, the four cheered. Gidan Zhao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, flattering him. As expected of the boss. What a discerning eye, of course. How else would I be the boss? His new arm hasn't been cultivated yet, it must be very weak.
Gijiangsha nodded proudly, bragging.
Seeing this, Gilan was a little unwilling, and went to Gidan Zhao's side, angrily saying,
"This idea was my idea."
"Even if you're flattering, you should be flattering me." Gixiangsha directly blocked Gidan Zhao, scolding, "TCH, the boss is the boss. Without me, could you have come up with this brilliant plan? This was clearly my discovery. The idea was mine." "Why are you taking credit?" Gilan angrily shouted, finally breaking into an argument. They started fighting again. Seeing this, Yanfu couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. These four little devils really want to be beaten. Have they forgotten so quickly why Butler Zhao gets angry? Why he punishes them? As expected, seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan's expression immediately darkened, his eyes emitting a cold glint as he looked at the four. He coldly said, "Are you four ready to take this strike of mine?" The demonic sages were still fighting in a group, not forgetting to tease him. "It's fine. You can hit us as much as you want." Zhuo Fan, hearing the mockery in their words, was so angry he started laughing. "Heh. You guys are so generous, saying it's fine no matter how many strikes? All right then, let you try one punch first." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuo Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, his body radiating killing intent as he unleashed the ascending Qilin arm with one punch. Like a surging tidal wave, Zhuo Fan's right arm spun, suddenly emitting a crimson light, then growing larger, carrying a heaven-defying aura as it struck towards the four devils. The demonic sages felt the intense pressure, and suddenly their aura stagnated. Then, they involuntarily lowered their heads in a hurry. The punch struck the void, creating a loud explosion. The scenery behind them instantly became desolate. Seeing this scene, the demonic sages broke out in cold sweat, secretly horrified. They thought the newly grown right arm was his weakness, but unexpectedly, it was much more terrifying than his left arm. Speaking of which, can these two arms of his still be considered human arms? Zhuo Fan, seeing this scene, raised an eyebrow triumphantly. Sure enough, only after condensing the image could he unleash the true power of the ascending Qilin, but it wasn't even the full extent. It was mostly limited by his cultivation. However, in this territory, it was already enough. Moreover, his left arm was the earth spirit dragon claw, and his right arm was the sacred beast Qilin arm. The two beast arms on his body were truly unrivaled in the world. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan revealed a ghostly smile, waving his hand and saying, "Didn't you four say any number of punches would be fine? How about another punch?" No. Butler Zhao, you're awesome. We wouldn't dare mess with you again. Or you can use the blood silkworm to punish us instead. Taking one of your hits would definitely turn us into minced meat. You wouldn't want to waste the Luo family's food this year, would you? The four devils quickly kowtowed, tears streaming down their faces as they begged for forgiveness. Zhuo Fan gave a cold laugh, nodding indifferently. Heh, you four are getting better and better at begging for mercy. All right, I'll spare you this time. But remember this, if you neglect your duties again, I definitely won't let you off. Butler Zhao, don't worry, it won't happen again. Hearing this, the four devils quickly shook their heads and pledged. After the ruckus, Zhuo Fan nodded with satisfaction, then said towards the distance, "Very good. Now I'll go to the imperial capital to meet with the eldest miss." Yes, everyone cupped their fists together to receive the order. Even the usually careless demonic sages were respectful at this moment. On the other hand, at the imperial capital, outside the city walls, hundreds of soldiers strictly guarded the perimeter. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "What's going on? Such a grand formation. It's truly a once-in-a-century sight. You don't know about this? I heard they're bestowing titles upon the 8th noble family. Oh my gosh, at least several thousand heaven origin experts. This formation is truly worthy of the Tianyu imperial family. A third-rate family leaps up to become the 8th noble family, on par with the Yuxia 7 families. Even recognized by the imperial family. Holy crap, that's amazing." Just then, a petite, young figure, with jade-like eyes and delicate eyebrows, squeezed through from behind, managing to find a good spot, sweat beading on their face. Behind them, another youth was incessantly nagging, Young master, please wait, ignore that guy." The youth in front excitedly exclaimed, "I'm finally out, young master, please go back quickly, or this servant will be punished." The page also squeezed to his side, face grim, pleading, and unconsciously frowned. The youth revealed a sly smile, saying, "This young master has been cooped up at home for so many years, it's not easy to sneak out. Why would I go back so easily? Besides, this time the imperial city is holding the grand ceremony for the bestowal of the 8th noble family, a rare event in 1,000 years. The last time they bestowed titles upon the Yuxia 7 families was at the very founding of the country. HMPH, today I want to see what's so special about this legendary 8th noble family." Hearing this, the page's face looked like he was about to cry, and he pleaded, "Young master, please just play for an hour or two and then quickly go back. With your impulsive personality, if something happens, none of us can bear the responsibility. Shut your mouth." The youth glared at the page. The youth lightly tapped his head, angrily saying, "You dare say this young master is wrong again? See how I'll beat you when we get back, too. Then you should just quickly follow me back and beat me instead. If something happens to you, this humble servant won't even have a life. You!" The youth glared at him, speechless with anger. Just then, a loud shout reached everyone's ears. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived!" As soon as the words fell, a troop of soldiers slowly appeared in everyone's sight. In the center was an extremely luxurious sedan. When it stopped, a handsome youth stepped out, a refined aura emanating from the ink-black royal robes. The youth, upon seeing this person, immediately lowered his head, pulling the page into the crowd to hide. "Crap, it's Big Brother, don't let him find us!" The Crown Prince, heading towards the front, suddenly stopped, then bowed to everyone. "The great noble families haven't arrived yet, and the city gates aren't open, leaving everyone waiting here in the cold wind. I am truly sorry. I, this Crown Prince, apologize to everyone." With that, the Crown Prince immediately bowed deeply, apologizing to everyone. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be frightened, hurriedly returning the courtesy. But they also whispered amongst themselves, being in such a high position, and yet not arrogant, treating scholars and commoners with respect, he will surely be a wise ruler in the future. But just then, a teasing voice rang out from behind. "Ha, Big Brother is pretending again, trying to win people's hearts?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately startled and turned their heads, wanting to see who dared to mock the Tianyu Crown Prince. But appearing in everyone's eyes was a person who looked 7/10 like the Crown Prince, but with much colder eyes, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was the second prince, the Crown Prince Yuwenbo's own younger brother. Yu Wenyang watched him approach, a hint of anger flashing across the Crown Prince's face, and he took a deep breath, saying, "Second brother, what do you mean by that? The Tianyu families gathering in the imperial capital are invited by our imperial family. Now they are standing in the cold wind, unable to enter. Shouldn't I, as the Crown Prince, express concern for the people of Tianyu?" HMPH. Putting on an act. Disdainfully curling his lip, Yuan Yong indifferently looked at everyone as if they were ants, and said, "Big brother, you are so weak, full of empathy. How can you become the ruler of a nation?" "Second brother, you look at our Tianyu people like that, unable to treat them like children. How can you govern with love? Perhaps this is why Father Emperor didn't pass the Crown Prince position to you." The Crown Prince was slightly angry and sighed loudly, but hearing these words, Yuan Yong's face couldn't help but twitch, and he glared fiercely at the Crown Prince, gritting his teeth. "Yuwenbo, don't get carried away with yourself, talking about talent, about methods, about cultivation. In what aspect am I inferior to you? Isn't it just because you were born a year earlier than me, half a year earlier, occupying the position of eldest son, following the ancestral system, establishing the position, not the youngest, that you got this Crown Prince position? Otherwise, what talent or virtue do you have that allows you to inherit the great throne?" Taking a deep look at him, Yuwenbo awkwardly smacked his lips and sighed helplessly, a look of sadness on his face. "Ah, second brother, so you've always been bothered by this, and because of this, you've always been hostile towards me since childhood, but what can I do? That's fate. The ancestral system is set. I can't change it either. If I could, I really wish I could trade this Crown Prince seal for our brotherly love." HMPH. Fake sincerity. Who in the world doesn't want to be emperor? Even the emperor's sect has been secretly operating for hundreds of years. Would you offer the duck that's in your hand to someone else? Involuntarily sneering, Yuan Yang curled his lip in disdain and said, "But I don't need you to give up what should belong to this prince. This prince will definitely take it back with his own hands." HMPH. Involuntarily frowning slightly, Yuan Bo glanced at him, sighed, and helplessly shook his head, showing a hint of loss. Just then, a cheerful voice entered everyone's ears. "Big brother. Second brother. Long time no see. I missed you guys so much." Immediately afterwards, everyone suddenly felt a tremor on the ground. And immediately afterwards, a plump figure with a radiant smile appeared before everyone. This person was the third prince of Tianyu, Yuan Tong. The second prince, Yuan Yang, couldn't help but show a hint of disgust on his face when he saw the newcomer, and opened his mouth to say, "Damn it, wasn't that pighead supposed to have left the imperial capital and gone out to work? Why is he back? Haha, he must have finished his work, and Father Emperor summoned him back, right?" Bestowing titles upon the 8th noble family is such an important event. It wouldn't be appropriate for the third brother, as a prince, to be absent. The crown prince, Yuan Bo, said with a smile, then turned to Yuan Tong and opened his arms in welcome. "Third brother, welcome back, big brother." A joyous shout rang out, and Yuan Tong excitedly rushed over, wanting to embrace the Crown Prince. Only in an instant, tremors came from beneath the Crown Prince's feet, and his face twisted. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," seeing this, subordinates rushed over anxiously, shouting in fear. "No, it's nothing." The Crown Prince, Yuan Bo, breathed with difficulty and waved his hand, saying, "I am, after all, a 9th-level bone-forging expert. How could I not even be able to hug my own brother?" Another crisp sound rang out, and the Crown Prince's face suddenly turned pale, his lips trembled, and he raised his head to look at Yuan Tong, saying, "Old Third, you've gained weight again recently, haven't you?" Nodding slightly, Yuan Tong said calmly, "It's all right. Just barely past 750 caddies. This month it's exactly 800 caddies, only increased by 50 caddies. Much better than before, probably because the road was difficult recently, so it increased slowly." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately marveled. The gazes looking at Yuan Tong were somewhat strange. This third prince was truly bizarre. How could someone gain weight to such an extent? The Crown Prince was on the verge of tears and pleadingly said, "Third brother, could you possibly get off first? Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Looking at the Crown Prince, Yuan Tong asked in confusion. The Crown Prince's face was about to burst into tears, and he said with difficulty, "Big brother's back is broken." Yuan Tong was a little embarrassed and hurriedly separated, looking at Yuan Bo with an innocent smile. Just then, everyone suddenly exclaimed, "Look quickly! The people from Yuming Valley are here!" Everyone followed the shout and turned their heads to look, only to see the team, led by Yuan Shan, slowly appearing. Next to him was a young man with cold eyes, who was the current consultant of Yuming Valley. Behind Yuming were also powerful old men, making people unable to help but shudder. They were originally the 4 great offerings of Yuming Valley, all with the strength of Divine Illumination Realm experts. Originally there were 5 of them, but one was killed by Zhuo Fan in the battle at Fenglan City that year. Now there were only 4 left, so Yuan Shan hated him extremely, because they had suffered so many losses. "Valley Master Yu, long time no see." The Crown Prince walked from the opposite side, heading towards Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes and looked at the city gates of the Imperial City. The 9 Dao city gates are the 9 dragons guarding. When the families gather, the 9 gates are opened together, the Emperor walks in the middle, and the rest will be the 7 families and divine sons. So at this time adding 1 more gate is for the Luo family to enter. At that time they will again be divided into teams. Taking his eyes off there, Yuan Shan looked at the Crown Prince, bowed, and smiled. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is being too polite." "Valley Master Yu, have you been well these past 3 days?" At this time, the second prince, Yuan Yong, also stepped forward, arrogantly chuckling. Hearing this, the Crown Prince couldn't help but frown and look at him. Yuan Shan couldn't help but cough, avoiding the question, "Haha, thank you for second prince's consideration. This Valley Master has been very well recently. Oh, the time to open the gates is approaching. This Valley Master will go and prepare first." With that, he hurried towards the city gates, using the excuse to leave. Waiting until he was in front of the city gate, Yuan Shan turned his head, fiercely looking at the second prince, and muttered, "That idiot. There's something wrong with his head, doing such a reckless thing. Isn't the way he spoke just now, telling the world that our Yuming Valley is colluding with him? Haha, Valley Master, don't be angry. If he is extremely honored, isn't it safer for us to cooperate with him? Precisely because he is so reckless, he will be easier to control later." The corners of his mouth curling into an evil arc, Yuming coldly smiled and said, "I thought that he wanted to show off his strength in front of the Crown Prince just now. Just let him go. But wouldn't that expose the plan we are secretly carrying out?" Unable to help but frown, Yuan Shan still angrily snorted and laughed, shaking his head. Yu Xiaoming confidently said, "Valley Master, rest assured, it will be exposed sooner or later anyway. And Kuma, the other families will probably soon embark on the same path as us. Once the Luo family, Xiao Feng, and the 8th family form this super solid triangle outside the court, Nobody's going to be able to mess with him later on. The only way to break this situation is to fight for the imperial power. Whoever controls the future emperor can use the imperial family's power to get rid of the others and finally abolish the puppet emperor. Then, the world will be in their palms. That's the future Yuan was talking about. Glancing at him, Yu Wanshan muttered to himself and nodded faintly. Yu Ming chuckled softly, confidently replying, "That's right." Yu Wanshan fell into deep thought after receiving the confirmation. Yu Ming's words were spot on. The second prince might be reckless, but that's what makes him easy to control. The crown prince, on the other hand, gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. That kind of person is the trickiest to deal with. Meanwhile, not long after the Yuming Valley team left, the crown prince frowned and looked at Yu Wenyong, saying, "Second brother, Father has reminded us long ago that the imperial family should not be too close to the 7 great families. Being the crown prince, you should follow the rules and wait to inherit the throne. But I'm different. Without the support of a certain power, how could I be qualified to fight for these things with others? I once said, I will take back what I deserve, haha." Yu Wenyong sneered and glared fiercely in response. Upon hearing these words, a murderous intent flashed in the crown prince's eyes, but it vanished quickly. No one noticed. At this moment, Yuan Tong looked at Yu Wenyong, filled with resentment. "Second brother, what you said is outrageous. You even dare to openly disobey Father's orders. I will definitely report you to Father later." Before he could finish his words, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Qianlong Pavilion is here!" Turning his head to look, it was indeed the people from Qianlong Pavilion, led by Pavilion Master Long Yifei. Yu Wentong glanced at the group, but didn't pay much attention. He smiled and rushed towards Long Kui, who was following behind. "Little Kui, you're finally here. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" "Haha, how's my little Kui doing lately?" Looking at the fat body in front of her, Long Kui couldn't help but sigh. This guy's gotten even fatter. He's hopeless. Thinking of this, she raised her head and spoke coldly. "Didn't I tell you last time? I already have someone I like. Why are you still clinging to me? Oh, you're talking about Zhuo Fan, right? Haha, he already explained it to me. You were just using him as a shield at the time. Besides, I even became sworn brothers with him after that. You can't touch a friend's wife. He won't have any improper thoughts about you." Yu Wentong licked his lips and grinned lecherously. Glancing at him, Long Kui scoffed. What if what I said at the time was true? Yu Wentong was stunned and stared intently at her, only to find no trace of falsehood in her eyes, and he felt a little sad. Just then, everyone exclaimed in surprise again. The other aristocratic families have arrived. Along with everyone's shouts, the 7 great imperial families arrived one by one. Sword Marquise Manor, Flower Rain Pavilion, Medicine Refining Hall, and Happy Forest all came forward with their retainers in tow. Yu Wentong sighed helplessly as he looked at the layout of the 7 families. The other families all had 4 divine illumination experts, but Flower Rain Pavilion only had 3, making their strength a bit weaker. So it wasn't surprising that they were always looked down upon by the other families among the 7. Not long after, another exclamation rang out. This time, it was the character that everyone was most looking forward to at today's Imperial Capital Grand Meeting. "Look, the Luo family is here!" In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to that place. Although many families had witnessed the Luo family's style at the 100 Schools competition, there were still many people who wanted to see what kind of strength this legendary up-and-coming family had to squeeze into the imperial families and become the 8th family. In the crowd, the teenager who had been hiding all this time suddenly became excited and craned his neck to look over, muttering, "I heard that Butler Zhuo Fan of the Luo family is super handsome. Who is it?" Steady footsteps rang out as the Luo family slowly approached. Leading the way were the siblings Luo Yunhai, representing the family head, followed by Commander Peng, Lei Yuting, and the core talented teenagers. And finally, Li Jingtian and Lei Yuntian leisurely walked over. Looking at it, the Luo family's strength seemed to be far inferior to the 7 families. Not to mention the divine illumination experts. Even the ordinary disciples couldn't compare to the 7 families. The second prince, Yu Wenyong, looked at the sparse group of people slowly approaching. A hint of disdain flashed across his face, and he sneered. "Oh, so isolated? Is this the 8th aristocratic family? relying solely on a peak divine illumination expert to barely squeeze into the imperial family?
Second brother, you can't say that.
After all, the Luo family was just a third-rate family before. It's already a miracle to develop to such an extent in just 10 short years. What more do you want? At this moment, Yuan Tong had returned to the side of the two, and he spoke up in rebuttal. The crown prince nodded slightly, but frowned gently after a while. Third brother is right, but such development is a bit strange. Yuan Yang sneered and curled his lips. This Luo family only has one divine illumination expert supporting them. If there's a fight, as long as you hold back this divine illumination expert, wouldn't the rest be fish on a chopping board for others to slaughter? In that case, compared to other imperial families, the Luminatio family is even easier to wipe out. This family is fine for suppressing some ordinary families, but it's still a bit early to want to join the imperial families. Yuan Tong looked at the group of people gradually approaching, took a deep breath, and sighed. This kind of thing doesn't seem like something we should worry about, but rather something that kids should worry about. Are you referring to Zhuo Fan? Involuntarily frowning, the crown prince revealed an interested look and said with a smile, "Haha, what kind of person is he?" The crown prince sneered again, praising, "I've heard about Zhuo Fan's character a long time ago. He's a unique person no less than Zhu Changfeng and Leng Wucheng." Staring intently at the Luo family's team, the second prince Yuan Yong said coldly, "I've also heard of this person. Since his appearance, Tianyu has undergone great changes, especially the 100 Schools competition, which made his reputation even greater. Now, the Lucale family can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 families, because they have 2 pillars supporting them. Cultured reliance on the great butler Zhuo Fan, martial reliance on elder Li Jingtian." Saying that, he scanned the area, asking suspiciously, "That's right, who is that Zhuo Fan anyway? That kid didn't come." Yuan Tong looked around, shook his head with a smile. Not without surprise, the two spoke together. "What? Such an important great conferment ceremony, and he dares not to come as the great butler." Shrugging helplessly, Yuan Tong declined to comment. "What can you do? That's just how he is, always doing as he pleases." After speaking, he stopped paying attention to the two and led the way to greet them. After chatting with Fen Chang and the others for a while, Interesting," the crown prince exclaimed, and also lifted his foot to greet the people from the Luo family. Only the second prince, Yuan Yang, curled his lips in disdain and remained standing still. This family has developed so strangely that it will definitely not be stable in the future. He was too lazy to associate with a family that was about to disintegrate. Among the crowd, the teenager was now trying hard to crane his neck forward, looking at the people from the Lu Tao family, asking suspiciously, "Which one is Zhuo Fan? Why don't they look alike? Could it be that person?" The page glanced at the teenager pointed at, shook his head and curled his lips. "Young master, that person looks fair-skinned but doesn't look like him." "Why doesn't he look like him?" I, this servant, heard from family members who returned from the outside that the Luo family's great butler Zhuo Fan is fierce-looking, with a twisted face. Definitely not a fair-skinned guy like that. Look at how obsequious that kid is. If he was really that legendary figure. In the opposite direction, but Fu Yin felt uneasy. He felt like someone was speaking ill of him. The teenager glanced at the page and startledly nodded. You analysis has reason. I didn't see your brain runs pretty quickly." He, you praise me too much, young master." The page smiled shyly. His face flushed slightly. The teenager quickly looked back, furrowing his brow as he asked, "But if he is not Zhuo Fan, then who is? There is no one else like him here." The page simply shook his head, shrugging. He wasn't quite sure either. At that moment, someone shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention, "Quick, look, the Diwang sect is here." Everyone looked over and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, a group of people wearing gold clothing was slowly approaching, led by Huangpu Tianyuan, with Grand Butler Leng Wucheng beside him, and a group of Heavenly Xuan elders behind him. Even more shocking was that behind the team, there were more than 30 divine illumination experts. The crown prince looked at the approaching group and frowned in surprise. 30 divine illumination experts. Yuan Yang said in equal surprise.
The Diwang sect's strength is so terrifying, it's almost on par with the imperial family. Luo Yuncheng saw the Diwang sect's imposing aura and felt a little worried. She looked at Li Jingtian and said, "Elder Li, let's go around." After pondering for a while, with such sparse strength and Zhuo Fan and the other elders not yet arriving, Li Jingtian felt it was better to avoid them. Finally, he nodded to Luo Yuncheng and led the people of the Luo family around. The crown prince exchanged courtesies with the people of the Luo family, and then walked towards the Diwang sect, cupping his fist. Sect leader Huangpu, long time no see. Thanks to the crown prince's blessing, this sect leader is doing well as always. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled and said calmly. At this moment, the second prince, who didn't know when, had slipped past the Luo family and went straight to the Diwang sect, smiling. "Uncle Wang, long time no see." A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled and nodded lightly. "Thank you for remembering, Your Highness the second prince." He said that with a smile. But Huangpu Tianyuan secretly snorted coldly. Seriously, that guy's got his nose in the air, so short-sighted he'll never amount to anything great. Leng Wuchang, glancing at the Luo family members in the distance, turned to Huangfu Fenglei with a light chuckle. "Senior Huangfu, your old friends are all here. Aren't you going to go say hi?" Huangfu Fenglei's eyes narrowed slightly. He nodded indifferently, a smirk playing on his lips. Hey, Tiangang and Li Jingtian were once my defeated underlings. Let this old man see just how much you've improved over the years. With that, he strode towards the Luo family's group. Once the two stood facing each other, Huangfu Fenglei let out a derisive chuckle. Hey, Lin Jingtian, you joined my Emperor Gate back then for the Emperor Extreme Tyrant body art. Now you've betrayed my sect to join the Luo family. Is it perhaps for the same reason? That's right. Lin Jingtian nodded slightly, readily admitting it. This old man has been obsessed with the martial Dao his entire life, always pursuing greater strength. Your Emperor Gate was too stingy. Even when you passed on the Emperor Extreme Tyrant body art, you didn't give me the full thing. You held something back. How could I possibly be content following you guys like that? Huangfu Fenglei narrowed his eyes, chuckling. So, you joined the Luo family. Is it for their cultivation techniques then? Lin Jingtian stroked his chin non-committally. You could say it's one of the reasons. HMPH. Absurd. In all of Tianyu, when it comes to cultivation techniques, besides the imperial family, my Emperor Gate ranks first. A mere third-rate family. What kind of profound heritage could they possibly pull out? Ha, now that's where you're ignorant. Haven't you heard that the Luko family has a grand steward who's practically omniscient? The benefits he gave this old man are things you've probably never even seen before. Li Jingtian let out a cold scoff, speaking with clear disdain. Huangfu Fenglei's face darkened slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "You mean that Zhuo Fan, don't you? How capable could a brat like him be? He's just a king among the younger generation. Can he really flip the heavens upside down? But if even an old geezer like you reveres him so much, this old man really wants to see. But before that, I want to see what benefits you've gained from the Luo family." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Fenglei's aura suddenly surged. 9 golden dragons roared in the sky, suddenly coiling around his body, their golden light flickering, an imposing and majestic presence emerging. Seeing this, Li Jingtian couldn't help but throw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha, perfect timing. Our years of grievances should finally come to an end. As he spoke, black Kui similarly swirled around his body, and a giant black dragon appeared, completely enveloping him, his eyes filled with battle intent. In an instant, the two fell into a ready-to-fight stance, looking like they were about to have a life-and-death battle right then and there. Seeing this, the Crown Prince felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to intervene. Wait! Before he could even step forward, he was stopped by several Emperor Gate elders who stepped forward. Ling Wuchang gave a faint smile and said calmly, "Your Royal Highness, these two are both peak Divine Illumination Realm Masters. We're afraid their fight might implicate your esteemed self, so please stand behind us for your protection." Unconsciously frowning, the Crown Prince glanced at him, then turned his head to see his two younger brothers, similarly being stopped by others, and let out a sigh. It was clear that no one wanted him to stop this decisive battle. Before asserting the imperial family's authority over the Luo family, they needed to establish themselves as the true leaders of the 7 families.
But to brazenly start a fight in imperial territory like this, where would the imperial family's face go? And at such a crucial moment, why hadn't the imperial dragon guards appeared? Could it be that everything was arranged by his imperial father? Was the main intention to empower them, then crush them? He still couldn't truly understand his imperial father's intentions. He just couldn't see through them. At the same time, on a nearby rooftop, two figures with powerful auras had appeared, unnoticed, secretly observing everything below. These two were none other than the imperial dragon guards, Feng Chubai and Sima Hui. Glancing at the situation below, Sima Hui couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Old Feng, these two's strength is probably not inferior to ours. If we just let them go at it, it'll be really hard to control the scene. Feng Chubai nodded slightly, saying calmly, "It's fine. This is His Majesty's intention. Just let them mess around. Anyway, if they really make it uncontrollable, we'll let that kid, Zhuo Fan, step in. Then they definitely won't be able to mess around anymore. Haha, you're right. At critical moments, we still have to rely on that monster." Sima Hui helplessly shook his head, sighing. "But then, aren't we two old farts just too useless?" A hint of resignation flickered in Sima Hui's eyes. Feng Chubai also shook his head helplessly. "While it's true what you say, Huangfu Fenglei and Li Jingtian were once formidable figures in their day, capable of summoning wind and rain. It's normal for them to catch up to us. If it were some new rising masters catching up, then this old man really should just smash himself to death." Sima Hui gave him a glance, thought about it for a bit, and conceded he was right. He stopped dwelling on it and continued observing below. Meanwhile, the crowd below, who had initially been excited, now scattered like a disturbed beehive, shouting, "Get out! Run!" amidst the jostling. That young man and his page, however, were still slow to leave, and were soon accidentally pushed apart by the surging crowd. Just then, a jade bracelet slipped from the young man's hand and rolled onto the ground. Seeing this, the young man anxiously chased after the bracelet, crying out, "My imperial mother's bracelet!" His little page boy was incessantly worried, but couldn't get close to the young man, only able to shout from behind, "You young master, don't go forward, it's dangerous." Right at that moment, Li Jingtian and Huangfu Fenglei's auras had already surged. Both roared loudly and charged towards each other. "Emperor Extreme Tyrant Body Art, Demonic Dragon!" Soaring to the heavens. Following their shouts, a powerful aura instantly spread in all directions, ravaging everything in its path. And that young man, who had rushed out from the crowd, was now incredibly close to the battle circle of the two Divine Illumination Realm Masters. Hit by that powerful aura, the young man's hat fell off, revealing long, jet-black hair and a delicate, pretty face. This person was clearly a girl. The Crown Prince and his two brothers, seeing her, immediately cried out in alarm, "It's Yongning! Stop!" Feng Chubai and Sima Hui, seeing this, also urgently wanted to rush down and save the princess. However, deep down, they knew that even if they rushed out now, it would be completely too late. Once sucked into the battle of two Divine Illumination Realm Masters, she would be unsavable. As for Li Jingtian and Huangfu Fenglei, they basically didn't care if the girl was close to them or what the impact would be. In their eyes, at this moment, there was only their opponent, whom they viewed as an enemy to be slaughtered. Clutching the jade bracelet tightly, at this moment the girl could only tremble in fear. Completely unable to resist, tears streamed down her face as she silently wailed in her heart, "Imperial Mother, save me! You said you'd send someone to protect me for life. Please save me now, no matter what!" At this point, Li Jingtian and Huangfu Fenglei had already rushed extremely close to her, their eyes filled with killing intent, as they both launched a punch at each opponent. A fierce gale swept across her cheeks, stinging painfully. There would be no one left to save her. She was definitely going to be buried right here. Yet, at the very last moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, then met that immense pressure, waved a hand, and the pressure instantly vanished. A cold male voice drifted into her ear. "Little girl, this is where fierce beasts appear. It's no place for a little rabbit like you." Yongning was slightly startled. Feeling that the pressure no longer swept past her, she finally dared to lift her head, staring blankly at the man in front of her. "Who are you? Did my imperial mother send you to protect me?" The man, however, didn't pay her any mind. He was currently blocking the 2 punches from Li Jingtian and Huang Fu Fenglei. His left hand manifested a fierce dragon claw, gripping Li Jingtian's wrist tightly. Even with the black dragon rampaging, Li Jingtian couldn't break free. His right hand wasn't idle either. He casually blocked Huang Fu Fenglei's golden dragon head, pushing him back. Huang Fu Fenglei was forced to retreat, sliding a long way on the ground and creating a large furrow as he narrowed his eyes, staring at the spot. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Just who the hell was this guy? Just now, he had charged forth with the Emperor Extreme Tyrant body art, yet he was pushed back so easily by this person. However, the man didn't even glance at him. He turned towards Lin Jingtian and said coldly, "Old Li, aren't you going to withdraw your hand?" Lin Jingtian couldn't help but be startled. He finally reacted, quickly withdrawing his hand and retracting his aura, then spoke respectfully towards the man. "Steward Zhuo." As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was instantly shocked. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince couldn't help but cry out in horror. "What? He's Zhuo Fan?" Huang Fu Tianyuan and Leng Wucheng also looked on in shock. They had never in a million years expected that in just a short half-year, this little monster's strength would progress so rapidly. He was vastly different from when they last saw him during the 100 Clans contention. He's really not human. Even Feng Qiubai and Sima Hui were suddenly stunned, a bitter taste rising in their mouths. Sima Hui helplessly sighed, shaking his head. "Old Fang, should we just go and bash our heads in and die? Now even youngsters are catching up, and even surpassing us. Our days from now on aren't going to be easy." Feng Qiubai looked at Zhuo Fan with a complex, slightly solemn expression, remaining silent. Given the current situation, the stronger Zhuo Fan's power became, the more the Emperor's decisions regarding the Luyao family would change. From now on, their interactions with him would become more frequent. For the sake of the imperial family, he could only brace himself. Thinking of this, he unconsciously let out a bitter sigh. Luo Yunchang rushed over with the Luo family members, looking at Zhuo Fan happily. "Zhuo Fan, you're finally here!" But Zhuo Fan didn't even notice her. Zhuo Fan looked at Yongning and asked with concern, "Young lady, are you all right?" Yongning's eyes blinked, and she slowly didn't speak, staring blankly at him for a long time. Finally, she happily mumbled, You're that Zhuo Fan. Wow, they say seeing is believing, and you're 10 times more handsome than the rumors." Zhuo Fan's face couldn't help but twitch. He sighed, a bit exasperated. Are little girls this open-minded nowadays? Just escaped death's door, and she's not scared at all, immediately praising a man? Not even a thank you? Where'd all your manners and etiquette go? He helplessly sighed, turning his head away, no longer bothering with her. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchang over here was absolutely furious, silently cursing in her heart. This guy has peach blossom luck following him wherever he goes. One girl leaves, another arrives. She must be fuming. Just then, a loud laugh suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Turning their heads, they saw a large, chubby figure excitedly running over. "Bro, I missed you like crazy." With that, he lunged toward Zhuo Fan. But before he could even get close, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and sent him flying. Scrambling to his feet, Yu Wenzong whined, "Bro, what's the big idea?" Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm afraid you'll crush me." Hearing this, Yu Wenzong scoffed, "HMPH, stop trying to scare me. You can single-handedly suppress 2 peak divine illumination experts. You scared of my weight?" Zhuo Fan shrugged, unbothered, completely ignoring him. This made Yu Wenzong explode with rage, his face turning red. Yongning glanced at the two of them, a spark in her eyes, and finally looked at Yu Wenzong, saying, "Third brother, you two know each other." Before Yu Wenzong could answer, Luo Yunchang exclaimed in surprise, "Third brother? Then you're Her Highness the Princess." That's right, Yongning proudly raised her head, confidently confirming. But looking at Zhuo Fan, who didn't even give her a second glance, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Just then, the Crown Prince, Yuanbo, rushed over, looking at Yongning and scolding, "Yongning, why did you run off? Running over here, do you know how dangerous it was just now?" He then looked at Zhuo Fan, cupping his fist in salute. "Thank you, young Master Zhuo, for saving me earlier." But before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Fan brushed past him, heading straight for the Emperor Gate. The Crown Prince stared in astonishment at his retreating figure, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Does he want to start a war again? Huangpu Fenglei stepped forward, blocking the Emperor Gate group, and looked at Zhuo Fan warily, saying, "You're that Zhuo Fan guy, what do you want?" Zhuo Fan grinned, remaining non-committal, and shook his head. "Nothing, just that today is a happy day for the Luo family to receive their imperial decree. I hope you guys don't cause trouble, or else the two families will be at war." Before he could finish, Huangpu Fenglei burst out laughing contemptuously, saying, "Ha, that's hilarious. A reclusive noble family that's been hiding for thousands of years dares to call themselves equals with my Emperor Gate." In this old man's eyes, the Luhao family is just a worm. Aside from you and Li Jingtian, who else in the Luo family is worth mentioning? The second prince also nodded in agreement. That's right, even if Zhuo Fan is powerful, once they're tied down, wouldn't the rest be sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Nothing could be easier to deal with. But Zhuo Fan smirked, saying ominously, "You ignorant fools! A reclusive noble family that's been hiding for thousands of years can't accumulate power in a short time. Do you think I don't know how to rob? Then I'll let you all see." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense pressure suddenly descended. Huangpu Fenglei and the others felt their aura stagnate, and they retreated in panic, constantly terrified. The momentum was too strong. Even though the Emperor Gate had 3 divine illumination venerables stationed, this momentum could match them. Like shooting stars, 7 figures descended from the sky, bringing a dense killing intent, appearing beside Zhuo Fan. Everyone gasped as they looked, only to see that among the 7, only one was at the peak of the profound heaven realm, and the rest were divine illumination experts. Narrowing his eyes, Leng Wuchang shouted with a grave expression, "The scorching fire ancestor, Chu Yanhai, Ice Moon demonic woman, Xue Qingjian." Why did they both end up at the Luo family? Leng Wuchang really regretted that the Emperor Gate wanted to subdue them before, but they were rejected. If he had taken action against them at that time, they wouldn't be biting back now. As if understanding what he was thinking, Chu Yanhai chuckled and taunted, "Mr. Leng must regret not hunting us down completely back then, right? Too bad, it's too late." Xue Qingjian also laughed along. "Our steward is much stronger than you in this regard. Thinking back to the methods used to invite us back then, this little girl is still scared." Hearing the taunt in their words, Leng Wuchang, unable to bear it any longer, trembled slightly and gritted his teeth. A pair who enjoy being abused. It's true that you don't appreciate a toast when it's offered, and instead want to be forced. "It seems I was too soft on you back then. Ha, Xu Xingjian said. "You are right about that point. You are indeed inferior to me. If you can't get it, you should destroy it as soon as possible, especially if it can threaten you in the future." With a cold laugh, Zhuo Fan looked disdainfully at Leng Wuchang and said, "If one day you are defeated by me, then it must be defeated in decisiveness. This is why, as great stewards, I can lead the Luo family to expand its territory, and you can only assist the Emperor Gate in doing things on the periphery, making plans. This is the difference between a sovereign and a minister, and between kings and vassals. You are only one step away, but this one step is destined that you will never be able to beat me." With that, he laughed triumphantly, looking at Leng Wuchang with a great deal of mockery, and Leng Wuchang was so shaken by his words that he trembled, unable to refute a single word. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped. The dignified number 2 strategist of Tianyu, the divine calculator Leng Wuchang, was forced to the point of speechlessness in front of Zhuo Fan, not even daring to breathe. This situation was truly unexpected. Huangpu Fenglei saw everything. His heart sank slightly, and looking at the newly appeared Luo family members, he couldn't help but be shaken, and said maliciously, "The Sime Wang Liang, the demonic fiend 4 ghosts, aren't you people from the demonic fiend sect? And you were sent to Thunder Accumulation Mountain. How did you end up serving the Luo family? Could it be?" His words were interrupted. The ghostly murderer laughed strangely, rushed in front of him, and said arrogantly, What are you? We are the 4 fiends of the devil's way. How could we be permanently suppressed in that big mountain? How can that big mountain suppress us? And you can't control us even more." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Huangpu Fenglei said with a cold laugh, Is that so? I think you must have secretly escaped from that boundary. Is that right? If this old man spreads the word to the demonic fiend sect, not only you, but even the Luo family that accepted you will be finished. The demonic fiend four ghosts. Hearing his words, they stopped their movements, turned their heads anxiously to look at Zhuo Fan, and dared not attack any further. Haha, go ahead. Zhuo Fan ignored him, and provocatively looked at Huangpu Fenglei and said, You know that these four brats' assistance to the Luo family has been approved by the demonic fiend sect's sect master, Xie Wuyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangpu Fenglei stared in shock. Impossible. Could it be that the Luo family is backed by the demonic fiend sect, one of the three sects protecting the nation? On the contrary, the demonic fiend four ghosts, upon hearing these words, looked at Zhuo Yifan with some excitement and said, Steward Zhuo, are the words you just said true? Of course he nodded slightly. Zhuo Fan said confidently. Although his words were fabricated, Xie Wuyu did have something to ask of him. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care, so using him to reassure these people was not a problem. Receiving his confirmation, the demonic fiend four ghosts became even more lawless, instantly turning into four streams of black gas, heading towards the Emperor Gate Group. Seeing this scene, Huangpu Fenglei's eyes couldn't help but shrink, and he anxiously shouted, Everyone be careful! But it was too late. The black gas was like sharp needles, instantly rushing into the Emperor Gate's venerables, and in an instant they knocked a divine illumination venerable into the air with a gurgling sound. Under the dazzling sunlight, the venerable was surrounded by black gas, unable to escape. Finally he groaned, and was torn into pieces of minced meat, with blood dripping down, shocking everyone. Huangpu Fenglei's heart was constantly in turmoil. This was a divine illumination expert, yet he was beaten into minced meat in an instant. This method was too brutal. With a slightly dignified expression, he kept shouting, Pay attention to vigilance. Those four guys' joint attack formation is not easy to deal with. Don't let them catch an opening. Inside the black mist, ghostly hungering slaughter cackled maniacally, mocking Huangpu Fenglei. Ha, old man, didn't you want to report us? Now we're not afraid of your reporting if you've got the guts. Escape from the grasp of us four demonic path heroes. Run, go report. Huangpu Fenglei involuntarily hesitated, frowning, biting his lips slightly, carefully protecting Huangfu Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Leng Wucheng and Huangfu Tianyuan were also constantly looking on with anxiety, tense, and worried. These four devils of the demonic codex were known for their ferocity and madness. They knew all too well. Plus, these four's formation was incredibly eerie, capable of killing a high-level divine illumination expert. If it continued like this, they feared they'd lose a lot of manpower. Just then, the Crown Prince rushed to Zhuo Fan in a panic, quickly cupping his fists and saying, Steward Zhuo, today is the Luo family's grand conferment ceremony. It's really not appropriate to have bloodshed. I hope the two houses can refrain from fighting. Let the four elders return. It's precisely because of this situation that we should add a bit of color. Let the heavens and earth be covered in auspicious red, great luck, and great profit. Slowly waving his hand, Zhuo Fan revealed a cruel smile. He spoke indifferently. Elder Li, who attacked first just now, was it him? Li Jingtian didn't hesitate, pointing directly at Huangfu Fenglei. At this moment, the elders had all gathered, and with Zhuo Fan here, he didn't mind joining the fray. If that's the case, then none of us in the Luo family will be cowards. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhuo Fan laughed loudly at the elders. Everyone, have fun! As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand suddenly transformed into a ferocious earth dragon claw, a red glow emerging. Li Jingtian didn't hesitate either, unleashing his aura, black mist swirling all around him. Shui Qingjian and Shui Yanhai joined their hands together, fire and water energies intermingling, radiating a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Leng Wucheng's expression turned somewhat unsightly, unable to cry. How did things turn out like this? He originally intended to teach the Luo family, this new family, a lesson, but now they're the ones getting taught. If this continued, who knows how many experts these ferocious killers of the Luqiao family would kill. He glanced at the people from the three families who followed the royal family as witnesses, but they didn't dare to say a word, he snorted coldly. These useless bastards can't be relied on. What should he do after all? Even the Crown Prince, seeing this scene, couldn't help but become anxious, scanning his surroundings, gnashing his teeth, and cursing inwardly. This is under the emperor's feet. Where have the imperial family's dragon protector guards all gone? Why isn't anyone coming to the rescue? What should he do? Meanwhile, Sima Hui and Feng Qiubai, in the distance, observing the Luo family's combat power, exchanged glances, their expressions grave.
Turns out the Luo family has been hiding themselves well.
They previously thought only steward Zhuo Fan supported them with his scheming and strength during the 100 Schools of Thought contention, and they revealed Li Jingtian. Everyone thought they only had one strategist and one warrior supporting them. Yet at this moment, every single elder in the Luko family was terrifying. However, they had no intention of interfering at all, seemingly waiting for the two houses to start a war. Biting his lip fiercely, Huangfu Tianyuan, sensing the unfavorable situation, looked at Leng Wucheng anxiously, urging,
"Mr. Leng, quickly think of something."
Leng Wucheng's eyes darted around and finally looked at Zhuo Fan, saying with a cold laugh,
"Steward Zhuo, is what you're doing really a good idea? At a time like today, we both should understand what this is all about. With your scheming, you shouldn't be doing something so foolish as for the snipe and clam to fight, only for the fishermen to benefit, right? That's not certain either." Raising an eyebrow slightly, Zhuo Fan curled his lips into a sinister curve, looking at Leng Wucheng deeply, saying,
"Mr. Leng, this old man is still different from you and Zhuge Chengfeng, not entirely someone who works with his brain. Sometimes going crazy is very normal. You must have experienced this before."
Heh! Hearing these words, Leng Wucheng gnashed his teeth in anger. He knew that what Zhuo Fan said he would truly do. The more someone has nothing to fear, the more terrifying they are when they go crazy, because everything in this world has no constraints on them. Others wouldn't know what kind of crazy things Zhuo Fan could do, so they could no longer grasp this kid's bottom line. Suppressing his anger, Leng Wucheng looked at Zhuo Fan and said, "Then what do you want to let this go?"
With a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan said maliciously, "It's very simple. Apologize." Their bodies couldn't help but shudder together. Their imperial gate had stood at the top of the 7 families for thousands of years. Even if they did something wrong, they had never apologized to any family, let alone the fact that they hadn't done anything wrong. Yet at this moment, someone was saying these words in front of them. If they yielded, where would the imperial gate's face be? But what if they didn't yield? Zhuo Yifan still said coldly, "That's right, apologize." Just then, a figure rushed out from behind, cursing non-stop. "Apologize to your mother. One can be killed but not humiliated. This old man will end things with you, you little devil." A faint, golden light radiated around him, murderous intent filling the air as he rushed towards Zhuo Fan, yelling, "Supreme Emperor Overlord Body Art, go die!"
Huangfu Fenglei shouted in shock, "Don't rush out alone." Unfortunately, it was too late. That person had already quickly rushed towards Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan didn't pay him any attention, snorting disdainfully, and waved his hand. Cui Yanhai and Shui Qingjian understood his intention and stepped forward, together unleashing their life-or-death move towards that person. In an instant, ice and fire intertwined, merging into a terrifying energy, transforming into a dazzling white light that enveloped that person. Shooting straight into the sky, a loud bang followed. The entire sky seemed to shake. And that divine illumination expert didn't even have time to let out a cry, instantly turning into dust, leaving not a trace. Seeing a person turn into smoke in the blink of an eye, Huangfu Fenglei and the others widened their eyes in shock. It was pure slaughter, but the Luo family actually has such terrifying martial skills. How have all the Luo family's elders turned into monsters? Li Jingtian saw the shock in his eyes, curling his lips into a sneer, proudly saying, "Great uncle, do you understand now? This is the reason I came to the Luo family." Narrowing his eyes towards Zhuo Fan, could it be that the Luo family truly has martial skills even stronger than the royal families? If that's really the case, then the strength of these people has to be reassessed. I'm afraid their imperial gate will hardly have a chance to win. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to turn his head and nod towards Huangfu Tianyuan. Signaling him to yield, Huangfu Tianyuan took a deep breath. His hands clenched into fists, pondered for a moment, then suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone listen to my orders!" As soon as he spoke, the people of the imperial gate reluctantly lowered their heads, cupping their fists towards Zhuo Fan,
unwillingly shouting in unison, "Steward Zhuo, we were the ones who were rude first. Please forgive us for offending you." Seeing this scene, everyone watching couldn't help but be horrified, whispering to each other in dismay. The Imperial Gate, the leader of the 7 families, actually collectively admitted defeat to a new family. This was something that had never happened.